7 seconds with 6. He'll drive the baseline, takes it to the near side, spins away from Sensabaugh, and that's it. The buzzer sounds. The ball game's over. Warriors get a win. 114-103, the final. And Golden State will get back to 500 and face a very difficult back-to-back and welcoming the best team in the West, the Oklahoma City Thunder, tomorrow night.
And that will be a challenge for the Dubs tonight as we say, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning on a Wednesday morning. I'm sure Wednesday is Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Look, they couldn't pull away from the Utah Jazz last night, the Golden State Warriors, but they do get back to 500 at 23-23. You heard from Tim Roy right there, the voice of the Golden State Warriors. Hell, it became a 1-point game in the fourth quarter, 199. Warriors will go on an 11-2 run, capped off by a Pods 3. And Pods is playing well since he's returned to the lineup in 3 games. He's shooting 45% from 3, but not a game you're going to write home about, not a game you're going to go to your wifey or your husband or anything and say, hey, you know that one game against the Utah Jazz back on January 28th, 2025? What a doozy that was. Well, it wasn't because Utah decided to sit John Collins, Larry Markkinen, Walker Kessler, and many others, Jordan Clarkson. And the Warriors didn't have Stephen Curry, nor Draymond Green, nor Jonathan Kuminga. So, stack a win however you can. Hope guys play well, and a lot of guys did play well. But as Tim said, competition ramps up today against Oklahoma City.
Bonte, I'll take any win we can get at this point. And there's no need for me to try to poo-poo a win. But it was hard for me to not feel the lack of energy just in general on that game. And I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy that's like crushing the NBA or whatever. But I swear to God, I felt like a Cactus League game in March had more energy than that game. That was bad.
It was bad basketball. And the building was flat.
Give Sexton credit for playing hard as hell. I thought Dennis Schroeder played hard. I thought, Guy Santos played hard. A lot of guys really were playing hard. There is some small things to take away that I think are positive developments. Podziemski's playing good basketball right now, I feel like. And his confidence on his shot from the outside, it just looks a lot better. It looks more rhythmic to me. And so there are little things to take away.
Little things to take away, no doubt. Little things to take away. Can you stack and build that momentum into the night against Oklahoma City, and then Friday against Phoenix, and then Monday against Orlando? So Pods, 5 of 12 last night, 20 points, 7 rebounds, 6 of 6. I like his pacing right now.
Me too.
He made all 6 of his free throws. Go figure. The Warriors, the worst free throw shooting team in the league, shot 80% from the free throw line last night. Andrew Wiggins, you wouldn't know it, but he's shooting a career high 80% from the free throw line. 80% for Andrew Wiggins. Career high for him. So, look, there are some things you could build. Dennis Schroeder, 8 of 20, and he had a scare in the third quarter. At the 8:41 mark, he goes out. It looked like his knee had shattered, but he re-entered the game with 3:21 left in the third quarter. So only missed 5 minutes to change, and he's ready to roll. So can you get Buddy Hield rolling? Well, Buddy Hield another night, another forgettable night for him. 1 of 7 from the floor, 0 for 4 from 3, 2 points in a starting rolling, which was their 27th starting lineup. Now, when you bring up the energy, I walked in for a second.
27th? That is great. 27 different starting lineups.
27 different starting lineups. So
that's crazy.
It is, and this is why you're 23-23, and this is why you're quote-unquote mid, because you don't have consistency when it comes to your lineups. And
27.
27, yeah, 27. They need bodies in a hurry, right? They need bodies. So you talk about the energy being in it. So you're watching it from your television. I went down.
Yeah, I'm watching it from my TV.
So I just wanted to go to the tunnel just to get a sense of what it was like, because
am I wrong?
Drive City was packed.
Okay.
Drive City was packed. Hello Kitty bobblehead night. Everybody's going crazy for Hello Kitty. I can't believe how big Hello Kitty is.
Well, it was huge in the 90s. My sister, was it Sanrio? I forget. Whatever. Anyway, there was a place in Stonestown that she used to go to all the time, and all her and her girlfriends, like, Hello Kitty was huge.
Right.
I'm just going through the prism of my sister.
It's still big because Drive City was packed. Drive City was packed.
That's crazy. It's still a thing.
Hello Kitty, yeah, no, it's still a thing. A lot of people texting, yo, can you grab me a Hello Kitty bobblehead? Hello Kitty bobblehead.
It was the Kitty bobblehead. I guess I didn't see it. I'm going to look it up.
Well, I have it in my backpack because I'm bringing this to somebody, give it a special
here we
kiss.
go.
But there's a Hello Kitty bobblehead.
Let me see it. Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Hello Kitty. I think
What
it
could
lights
you
up
get on
too.
eBay right now? I'm just teasing.
I should see that actually.
Oh, I see. First thing, I put they're going for $65 right now
That's
on
it?
eBay.
That's it?
Somebody has a photo of it on the floor of the Chase Center. 250, 288. Wow. I mean,
I see.
that's going for more than a Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis card.
Yeah, let me see.
Those are like $3.
Those are like $3. Yeah, I'm seeing 65. Well, the Klay Thompson captain hats were going for like $200, $300.
It's crazy.
Which is crazy. So anyway, I see one. Wow, $200 right here for the Hello Kitty package deal. Yeah, I do see the one on the floor. Wow. So they're going to go like hotcakes anyway. So I walked in the arena during like the second quarter, early second quarter, kind of get a sense of the juice or the energy. And there was a lack of energy.
Okay,
it was flat.
so you felt it too. Okay.
I even asked Kareth after the game, said, what was it like in there? She was like, it was a bit flat. But think about it. So Utah decided, you know what, last night, we're just going to chill and think about the people who are inactive. Jordan Clarkson, John Collins, Taylor Hendricks, Walker Kessler, Lowry Marketed, and their first-round pick, Cody Williams.
Well, and
all inactive.
The excuses they used for the reasoning that they used for Lowry Marketed was like lower back maintenance.
Right. They had a back-to-back yesterday against or 2 nights ago against Milwaukee, but they're pooping for Coopin. They're going to try to poop for Cooper Flag. Right. That's what they're doing. And then, I don't know, the young man out of BYU who got paid $7 million to go to BYU, they're going to try to stink for him too. Just to have them in their home state to see what Salt Lake City and the state of Utah's about.
Do they have the most white guys in the league?
Probably, but Utah.
Or is it Boston?
I would guess Utah. Utah's got a lot of white guys.
Hauser. I mean, I don't know.
Utah's got Filipowski and
Pritchard.
Mikhailuk, and they've got Walker Kessler, they've got Marketed, they've got Drew Eubanks, Micah Potter. Michael Potter. They've got a lot of white guys on Utah.
They do, dude. I'm telling you.
Even Johnny Juzang didn't play yesterday, the young man from UCLA.
I liked him.
I did too, but he didn't play yesterday. Apparently a right-hand fracture or whatnot. So, listen, man, Utah's not trying to win a basketball game, and yet
listen to what we're saying.
They're not trying to win games.
I know.
They're 10-35.
You're not wrong.
I mean, they were 1-9 entering this game in their last 10. 1-9. Like, I'm telling you, it's impressive how teams just laid out and lose.
Can I ask you a question? Just big.
They've lost 7 in a row.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
As someone who loves the league as much as you do, clearly, and you know that I love watching basketball, and I've been doing more because I got the little guy in the early afternoon. I've just turning games on because of YouTube TV. Like, there'll be just games on all the time. I feel like Detroit's on every day at 4 o'clock. But the league as a whole, just the NBA, the big stories right now. De'Aaron Fox wants out of Sacramento.
Wants out.
Jimmy Butler is suspended for the 8,000th time in a month. He wants out of Miami. And then a bunch of teams are actively trying to not play. It's so weird.
Well, so let's look at the teams who are not trying to win. Washington, Charlotte, Brooklyn, and Toronto. That's 4 teams in the East.
Wow, it's 4 teams in the East.
4 teams in the East. Now, in baseball, you'll get some teams.
No doubt. I've got baseball comments, so this is not exclusive to just the NBA.
So Utah, New Orleans, and Portland. Now, Portland is 18-29.
I feel like they're trying.
They're trying. I'm not going to put them in that category. New Orleans has been littered with injuries. No, Brandon Ingram, Zion. So it's tough for me to put them in that category.
That's a good point.
But really 5 teams. Utah, Washington, Charlotte, Brooklyn, and Toronto. And hell, Washington may be trying. By the way, Washington's lost 14 straight games. In case anybody's wondering, they've lost 14 straight games. So they already had a month in November.
Are they the White Sox of the NBA?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they went through the month of November and they didn't win a game.
I've never met a Wizard fan.
They've won 1 game in the month of January, which happened on the 1st of January against Chicago. First day of the new year, they win. They've lost 14 straight.
So I guess where I'm going at with this is that I watch my team, the Warriors, and I say to myself, like, at least I understand those 5 teams. And I'm sure that at any point, if I were to just pick the league, there'd be 4 or 5 teams that are actively tanking as well. Like, this is not just a this year exclusive thing. But I'm looking at the Warriors and I'm just like, God. And I know trades are hard. Both teams have to want to, they have to want what you have. And blah, blah. We're just we're in this inner tube and we're just floating off into the ocean. And it's like, I want them to just do something. They gotta do something, pick a direction. I'm watching that team last night and it's just a bunch of used parts all playing. And I'm not mad at those guys for trying hard, but if you've been watching the Warriors for the last couple of years, you got an attachment to Looney. Maybe you have an attachment to Moses Moody because he's a young player, Pods, but it's really hard to just cling to this team right now. And, I'm wanting any reason to cling to this team. And I'm having I love this team and I'm having a hard time. I really am. And I don't think I'm alone.
Hard time just watching?
Just being engaged.
It's tough to be engaged. I hear you.
Just being engaged. And I'm not saying that they're not trying. I don't want to say that players or staff or organizations are. Of course they're trying. I'm just saying the product I'm watching is really tough.
But you know what though? A lot of people ask for this. And what I mean by that is a lot of people have been bitching and moaning about the youngsters playing. So the game like last night, it's the Utah Jazz for crying out loud. So I don't want to use this as an example, but how many calls have we taken the last 3.5, 4 years about seeing more Moses Moody?
Well, I'm okay with Moses Moody playing.
All right, so that's one player. We're seeing more Moses Moody.
I want to see more Quentin Post. I want to see more Guy Santos. But I also understand playing those three a lot. That's not good. I have zero attachment to Buddy Hield. And then GP2, it's just, he's a nice guy. It's run its course. I love Looney.
All right, relax for a second. Hold on. Quentin Post. So you're getting more Quentin Post.
Yes.
You played 16 minutes yesterday, 10 points, 5 rebounds. That's fine. What do you want to play, 30? He's not ready. He's not ready yet. He's not ready to play. He was tapping out in the Laker game.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying? He's got to get his cardio up. This is the NBA. You're not just going to walk in here from the ACC, all of a sudden play 35 minutes.
But if no one's playing and you're playing the garbage Utah Jazz and he's getting 60 minutes, you can't get that to 24.
You also try to get a win, too. You also try to get a win. He did have 4 fouls. So you go Looney for about 24 minutes. He grabs 11 rebounds and 6.
No, Looney was good yesterday.
He scores 6 points. All right, Pods played 33 minutes. Schroeder played 34 minutes, a guy you flipped. Now, Buddy, everybody's, it's funny how Buddy's driving everybody crazy now. Far cry from what happened the first 3 weeks of the season. And trust me, I remember all the phone calls. But he only played 22 minutes last night.
Feels like 21 too many.
Well, you got to play somebody.
That's the problem.
You know what I'm saying? You got to play somebody.
You're right.
Lindy Waters is in a deep funk. Pat Spencer's going up and down from Santa Cruz. You don't have Stephen Curry, so somebody's got to play. And he played 22 minutes. Now, TJD only played 6 last night. Moses Moody did his thing with 15 points, and he saw 28 minutes. And Andrew Wiggins saw 33. So against the Utah Jazz, where you don't have some of your main cogs there, I thought Steve Kerr did what he had to do. GP2 only played 10 minutes last night. He only played 10 minutes, and Steve Kerr figured it out right away. Okay, GP2 may not have it tonight. I'm going to have a quick hook on him. I'm going to ride the guys like Pods. I'm going to ride Andrew Wiggins. I'm going to ride Moses Moody. I thought he did that last night.
I'm just saying, for the consumer right now, it's really hard to muster up energy for
you gotta be a
lots of these combinations.
If you're a casual basketball fan, this ain't
not about casual. It's about watching good basketball, and I think I'm spoiled, and I admit
spoiled.
That.
Yeah,
I've gotten really spoiled.
Listen, last night was set up to be a dud.
No, I hear you. I'm just saying the overall big picture of this team, I think for a sports fan, either there's going to be some emotional investment, or I feel like we're building to something, right? Or we're going all in. We're trying to win a championship. There's a variety of ways to lure me in. And I think that this roster is really missing the mark right now. And I know we've all said the same thing. Moves. You got to make a move. Make a move. What are you going to do? Pick a direction. And it's just man, this trade deadline can't come fast enough. I want to know the direction of where they're going.
It sounds like, what if they don't make a trade at the deadline?
I think that would be a giant mistake.
How would you react?
I think a lot of people would react, look, I'm not going to do this because I love it and I'm going to watch it and I'm addicted and it's my job. But I think a lot of people are going to tune out. That's what we did to the Giants. You can't play all the used parts and be mediocre and say, what, you don't like this? It's no, we've told you, either you're building to something or you're going in on making a run. And right now this team is doing neither. And so to me, saying that we're not making a move is we're staying together till the kids graduate high school, then we're divorcing.
Can I ask something? Because you mentioned how there's no attachment to
Am I spoiled?
Yeah, you are spoiled. But we all are. We all are.
I admit it.
And that's why I make this mention all the time. We're going to find out who the real ones are. Because a lot of people, if this thing starts descending, a lot of people are going to check out. And a lot of people are going to say, yeah, we're not watching Warrior basketball. We're going to check out. It's going to be like the Giants of Farhad Zaidi. But at least I know Farhad, I never had trust into Farhad. I never had trust into him fixing an organization and rebuilding an organization and putting out a winner. In a weird way, I do trust Dunleavy and Lacob a lot more than I ever trusted Farhad Zaidi to fix this thing and turn it around. Now, you got the Steph Curry dilemma here. The Steph Curry dilemma is going to be a problem, right? But, when you think about this team right now and where they're at, I got to ask this question. Would we have more fun watching this team if Klay Thompson was on it as opposed to Buddy Hield? Because the reason why I bring that up, because Buddy Hield's been brought up a lot recently. And I find it funny because the first month of the season, people were dunking on Klay to build up Buddy Hield, and everybody's going crazy over Buddy. Now Buddy's shooting 30% from three since the 1st of December.
Well, their numbers are very similar.
But it's a different team, though, right?
No, I'm saying
different
like
opportunity.
Clay's numbers this year and Buddy's
very
numbers
similar,
this year. But there's an attachment to Klay, and I think the question you're asking,
Klay and a different situation in Dallas where he may not even be the third option. He may be the fifth option. Buddy's been elevated as a higher option on this team. But at least with Klay, we knew he was chasing history on any given night. There was gonna be some record in play or something. With Buddy, it doesn't feel like he has a feel of the offense anymore. I think his confidence is down, and it's been a hard watch. It's been a hard watch watching him defensively. It's been a hard watch watching him offensively, trying to find it. His confidence right now has been sapped. It has.
But this thing about like everyone lost their minds, yeah, we did for 3 weeks. And then the last 12 to 15 weeks, we've said, this guy's garbage. Like that's what we've been saying. So you're right. We all lost our minds the first couple of weeks, and myself included at the top of the list. But for the last 12 or 15, I've been pounding this guy and saying that he's not that good.
I don't know. Everybody's been trying to figure out what's going on with Buddy Hield.
That's what I'm saying. And
I've been telling everybody that this is Buddy Hield in the NBA.
Here's what I would say. And I think this is where people are like, hey, pick a direction. If you wanted to give me the final bow out, send out of, hey, we're just going to watch our legends retire and we're not going to compete or whatever, then yeah, you should have kept the whole band together. But if you are truly trying to make a difference and compete, well, then everything should be on the table. Like to me, this is where they kind of made the mistake a couple of years ago, and I don't want to go down this road, but it's like, then the year that you said goodbye to Jordan Poole, you should have said goodbye to Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. Like, if that's what you wanted to do, you can't patchwork it and Dre stays, so we have some of the nostalgia, but, Klay goes or whatever. Like, again, this goes back to picking a lane. I think that they've been kind of have one foot into two different directions for an entire time, and now we are where we're at, which is kind of no man's land.
You know what it is, though? I think they were picking a lane, and I think the lane was going down to Jonathan Kuminga Avenue. Even though he wasn't starting, he was seeing 30 minutes a night.
Okay.
And he was starting to get empowered. He was starting to come up. He was starting to become empowered within the offense. And then he got injured. And I think that one injury alone, because Jonathan Kuminga represents the whole quote-unquote two-timeline thing.
I would agree with you.
I want to get into this on the other side.
I think you're hitting
and I want to
something
get into this on the other side with Sam in Oakland as well, because last night was a tough watch. Trust me, it was. As we were talking about the Warriors on a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Anthony Slater will join us at 8:30. And it's Stugotz. The great Stugotz will join us at 9:20 on the River Islands guest line. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Dub Nation is Buddy Hill. Listen to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonte.
I will try to hit the brakes, buddy. I will try to hit the brakes. We got to get you to hit some threes, though. We need some threes tonight against Oklahoma City. Buddy Hill just 1 of 7 last night. 0 for 4 from the three-point line. But the conversation with the Warriors, there's a couple conversations happening with the Warriors. Pick a direction! Pick a direction is what everybody's screaming about. Pick a direction. By the way, knockout, 95-7 The Game, knockout tournament. We do have a direction with this. It will take place March 3rd, Monday, March 3rd at Chase Center. We're going to give out the keyword between 8 and 8:30. 8 and 8:30. And then at some point between 8:30 and 9, we're going to play a sounder. And you're going to need to be the first caller. When you give us this keyword to play the sounder, you'll hear it. You'll hear it. Burr, 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 burr. And you'll get a chance to shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center. Listen to the 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour. Each show will have a slot to give away each day for the next 3 weeks. Have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. Burr, 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 burr. Now, the direction I think Shasky was, they were starting to pick that direction. And that direction was, let's go down to Jonathan Kuminga road. And let's see what JK has, and let's ride with him. Let's see how he messes with Wiggins and Stephen Curry. And I liked what I saw. I think the Warriors liked what they saw. And he was starting to play his best basketball of his young career. And then January 4th, he came down on somebody's foot against the Memphis Grizzlies, and we haven't seen him since. So that plan has been put on pause. It's been halted. It's been halted. As he's posing on the sideline in street clothes, it's been halted. And so what direction can you go in now? Well, you're in the direction of trying to win some basketball games. But how do you win those basketball games? Do you do it with the youngsters? Do you do it with the vets? Well, we see that right now. It's tough for the youngsters to win a game against the Utah Jazz G League team. That wasn't the Utah Jazz. That was the Salt Lake City Stars that they were playing last night, and they still struggled because they're trying to find some rhythm and flow, man, with all these guys in and out of the lineup. That's the worst thing possible. Now, you can say, well, they're an older team, Bonte. Injuries happen. They do. But 27 different starting lineups, all type of different rotations. I mean, there hasn't been one player on this squad that has started every single game of the season. It's unbelievable.
But, so I guess where I kind of differ from you, like I understand, like, yes, some of the youngsters played last night. There's 240 minutes for anyone at any given time in any game. That's how many. If you do 5 times 48, that's the number you're going to end up with, right? So Quinn Post played 16. How many did Guy play?
Guy Santos played a lot last night. He played 23 minutes, 18 seconds.
Okay, so the two of them, that's 40 minutes. There's another 200 minutes. How many did...
well, you got to think about the possessions they play and foul trouble.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, if you're looking at, like, yes, a couple of young guys played, but they're not playing the bulk of the game,
well,
you know?
Moody played 27.
Good.
Trace Jackson-Davis only played 6 minutes, 10 seconds. Struggling. Brandon Podziemski, 32 minutes, 27 seconds. Guy Santos, 23 minutes, 18 seconds.
That's still less than half of the overall minutes.
16 minutes and 7 seconds. So I think the youngsters are playing. Now, you have your GP2s, you have your Schroeders, you have your Hills, you have your Andrew Wiggins.
That's all they have available, too. So let's be fair. The Kuminga point is the one that I think you're right on. And here's what I would say to you is that absolutely, the absence of Jonathan Kuminga has soured everything and how it looks. No doubt. It's undeniable. And you forget about him because he's been out for so long, right? And so on a night like last night, how much more watchable is that entire thing if you just, boom, Kuminga's in there?
Oh, it's much more watchable.
You know, and so I agree with you. And I am a prisoner of the moment this morning. It's just, I do believe that the Kuminga injury has kind of
it's derailed everything.
It's harpooned all of the joy. It's harpooned kind of the results of what you were expecting from this season. I think it's kind of tailspun them into this no man's land. But what if I said to you that might just be the reality, the cold dose of water, the ice bucket challenge that they absolutely need to look themselves in the mirror and not pretend that they're like going to make some fake run here?
Well, we'll see. I mean, look, what I would say this, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the organization. I just know I go to these games, I talk to people. It's not like the Warriors aren't trying to do something. They are scratching their head, trying to claw in. Do we make a move just to appease the fan base to try to win now? No, you could, Like, think about this. I'm watching the game yesterday, and Larry Market is in street clothes. Larry Market is averaging 19 points a game and 6 rebounds. Now, his numbers will probably look better next to a Stephen Curry. But with that trade, you were going to move some big boys. You're either going to move Wiggins, Kuminga, Pods, Moody, and draft capital.
Okay.
What does the team look like with just Larry Marketed with at least 3 or 4 of those players gone?
Well, I mean,
what does it look like? So I'm watching it from that perspective. I'm saying I don't know if there's a move out there this past offseason that would have catapulted them into the top 6, especially now Paul George, who seems to be one and done in Philadelphia. But I'm just looking at this roster saying, you're right. Jonathan Kuminga being hurt kind of derails some things in terms of development, in terms of playing time, in terms of normal rotation. Steve Kerr's got all these different lineup combinations. Well, what is he? I'm not even caping up to Steve Kerr. I've had my issues with Steve Kerr lineups, and I don't want to see a 3-guard lineup again with Steph Curry, Dennis Schroeder, and Gary Payton II. I don't want to see that. I don't think it works. I'm just not a fan of it. Too small, a little too slow. Just size matters in today's game. You got to have athleticism or whatnot. But at the same time, I'm looking at this lineup and I'm saying, well, what the hell is he supposed to do? You know what I mean? The guy's been playing Lindy Waters III for crying out loud. Now he's a D&P. So I don't know with Steve Kerr, how is he supposed to juggle this? And then you have to play Draymond Green because he's making $100 million and he's one of your core veterans. So he's playing the 4. You've already benched Looney. Looney's had some DNPs for crying out loud.
But this goes back to your original point was about Larry Markkinen. Wiggins brings more clearly to the defensive side than Larry Markkinen does, and you're giving up a lot. Potts has had a really bummer year, period. I think he's a backup point guard. Maybe on the high end, one day he can be some poor man's version of a Dante DiVincenzo. Maybe one day, okay? But right now he's had a very poor year. Moody's would have. I like him. I root for him, but he's clearly not affecting wins and losses for the Warriors in a dramatic way, uptick-wise. And then we've seen a little glimpse of a big that can stretch the floor for Steph Curry, and he was so happy. He even spoke about it after the game with Quinn Post, that one game that he had. I do think that they're a slightly better team, and I think that he would be the second best shooter on the floor. I think he'd make the offensive part of the game a lot easier. Now, there's the defensive side that goes into it.
And then what are you giving up?
I think they're a little better with Larry Markkinen.
But where do you give it up for Larry Markkinen?
You're asking me, are they better? I do think they're a little better. That's the question.
I don't know. I don't know how much they're better because injuries happen, and Larry Markkinen has played 34 games. Now, how much of that has to do with tanking? How much of that has to do with winning? Considering the money that you gave up for Larry Markkinen in a 5-year, $238 million deal, I don't know if I'm feeling that. Let's go to Sam in Oakland. Sam, what's happening?
Hey, great show, fellas. When you guys talk about the Warriors right now, it's just like, gosh, what would have happened if the Warriors didn't get Steph Curry? Is this basically the same Warriors we're watching right now that we used to watch? Just a struggling franchise that can't win, can't figure out how to make guards any kind of guards that can play the game, like World B. Free or Damon Stoudemire in college. We can't do anything with guards in this organization. If we didn't get Steph Curry, God, I don't even want to think about what it would still be like. I don't think we wouldn't have no championships.
Hey, Sam, you did get Steph Curry. You got 4 championships.
Well, and Clay and Jordan Poole were guards. And they were pretty freaking good.
So what do you do now, Sam?
Well, I mean, the same thing we have to do before with Steph. You got to get him some more players. He doesn't have anybody around him. You guys are saying the same thing. All these guys basically belong in Santa Cruz, if that. And the whole league has changed now because college players are getting paid, so people respect money. So you got college basketball players making $7 million. Who's going to respect some NBA guy that doesn't play and nobody's trying? You're just going to naturally care.
I don't know where we're going here.
Listen,
we're all over the place. Good call. Thank you.
Here's the reality. Here's the reality of the situation.
When we start talking the BYU kid making $7 million, I'm like, what?
Well, I did bring that up.
Okay.
Spot. That's why you probably reacted to it.
It was a much different conversation on the screening there.
Yeah, no doubt. But listen, man, this is what happens at the end of a dynasty. We're just in it. There's no quick fix. There's no trade that's just going to catapult you to the top of the Western Conference.
No.
It's not. Now, is there some moves out there? Now, I do want to get around the NBA because De'Aaron Fox is asked out. And the asking price for Jimmy Butler has gone down for the Miami Heat. It has. But I don't know what you're giving up for that. I don't know what you would want to give up for Jimmy Butler. I don't know. De'Aaron Fox is a long. You're not getting in on De'Aaron Fox sweepstakes. I think San Antonio has his name written all over it. David Barling was the first that yesterday saying that y'all better be open up to the idea of Fox being moved. He told King says that an hour before Shams Charania.
Wow.
And they called David Barling a hot take artist. Well, he got the last laugh because he was onto something, and his sources was right. And then I heard about San Antonio about a month ago anyway. Like, if he did get traded, San Antonio would be the move. He's from Texas. You got Wemby down there. It's a hell of a 1-2 combination down at San Antonio.
Well, yeah, that's an incredible combination.
But what Jimmy would be a rental because he would probably opt out, which is crazy.
Why are you so risk averse? And I understand.
I'm not risk averse at all. I know what the Warriors need. I want to improve. But we can't bitch and moan about Draymond Green every day and then want to bring in Jimmy Butler. I mean,
you go with the devil. Once you make the deal with him, you just kind of go all in, right?
I want some size. I don't want another wing. I just want size. I want more of a quit and post. I want a quicker guard. I don't want a guy who's going to hold the ball over and over and over and then tweak the system for a guy who may be here half a year. That's what you would do with Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's not going to play really react.
All we want is a direction. I think most Warrior fans just want to know which lane are we in.
What direction would you bring in Jimmy Butler? What direction?
Well, that direction is we're going to try to win with Steph. We're going to do everything we can just get in the playoffs. My preferred path, which no one wants to hear, is going to the draft. Do you have a 5%? You have a 5% chance if you get into the top 7. Okay, 5% chance of landing the number 1 pick. I don't think they have a 5% chance of being the 6th seed.
Make sure you don't miss that break,
I'm asking. Yeah. This is the year. If you look at these draft picks, there are some really tantalizing prospects out there.
People say that I'm risk averse and I don't want to do anything. Well, I may not want to do anything until the offseason, where there may be more options on the table. And I'm going to preach that to the end of. So I'm not going to go crazy if they don't make a move February 6th, because I get it. What players are out there, and what are you going to have to give up with this new salary cap with the Golden State Warriors? I don't know what you do here if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, man. You're kind of stuck in no man's land. Or you can try to get hot with your players, and nobody really believes that right now. So we'll see. Tonight, you got OKC. They're the top team in the Western Conference. On paper, it looks like a bad matchup. Lou Dort, Alex Caruso is going to be all over Stephen Curry. SGA's playing at a high level, MVP level. Going to be a tough game. We'll get into it. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity, and bring on the good stuff. Pandora's Box coming up on the other side, plus your phone calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you in or out, or Jimmy Butler? I'm not even going to ask you. Are you in or out? As the asking price has been lowered by Pat Riley. We'll get into that coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Sorry, YouTube.
Sorry, my bad. That's on me.
YouTube, you missed the entire Pandora's box.
Oh,
Your boy
they can't
did
hear
well.
it anyway, so.
Your boy did well. Your boy did well during Pandora's box. As Zucci Man says, I better hit my free throws like I'm hitting these songs this morning. Don't you worry, Zucci Man. You will be one and done.
Seriously, though, like you asked the question about Klay Thompson, B, and I do think it's a fair one. Like, for me as a longtime Warrior fan, was I frustrated with Klay the last couple of years? Of course. Like, a lot of people were. But my whole thing was this. Either if the Warriors are going to ride it out, you ride it out with all three guys,
no doubt.
right? Draymond, Klay, and Steph. And we just sink into the abyss and like, hey, wherever this leads is where it leads. But if you're going to let Klay go, like, we should have been more open-minded or proactive or whatever. Like Dre and Klay should have gone.
Well,
because I think that's where right now there's a disconnect. Well, why is Dre still here and Klay's gone? What? Huh? Like, are we doing the nostalgia, comeback tour, or are we doing hey, we're doing everything we can to win now? Just pick the lane. And I think that decision of allowing Klay to go, even though he had control of that, and Dre still being here, they're not connected. It's incongruent.
Well, I thought the year where the Jordan Poole incident happened and you lost in the second round to the LA Lakers. And the way you lost to the LA Lakers showed me that from a basketball stylistic standpoint, you're going to have to evolve. You can't play the same way that helps you win 4 championships and expect to win in the future. The league had adjusted. They weren't guarding Draymond Green or Looney in the too big lineup. And they really turned Klay Thompson into a playmaker, which he's not a playmaker. So they try to shift, right? And they go to Chris Paul. But you want to play fast. And they're a small team that wants to play fast. When we bring in CP3, he's not going to play fast. He's going to play slow, pick and roll, half court. He's not going to get up and down.
Very slow.
So it kind of contradicts what the style of play. It contradicts what you want to do offensively, what you want to do as a team. So I thought that point, especially when you lost your first series under Steve Kerr in the Western Conference, it was the perfect pivot point. But instead, they re-signed Draymond Green. They trade Jordan Poole for CP3, and you walk in with the disgruntled Klay Thompson after he's coming into a walk year after losing Bob Myers. And you didn't really adjust your style. Instead, you said, boy, we're going to bring Chris Paul in, and we're going to hope that he can close games. We want a finisher, right? Because we're having a tough time finishing games. Well, half those games, you see Chris Paul is on the bench. He's not finishing. So last year became a disaster, not to mention the suspensions by Draymond Green and all the action he missed, 17 games in all. That was the perfect pivot point before last season. It's kind of like Bumgarner. It's so similar. In a way, it's similar to Bumgarner, right? Remember Bumgarner's last year? Everybody's like, you got to trade him. You got to trade him. I'm thinking, that ship is sailed.
Yeah,
you trade him with 3 months left in the season, you're not going to get much.
Yeah.
The year to trade Madison Bumgarner wasn't 2018. It was 2017.
Yeah.
And you didn't get out ahead of it. And so the same thing is happening with the Warriors right in front of our very eyes.
It's true.
So you have so now you're in this place where you're stuck, like when you had the Brandons.
Well, you feel like you're in no man's land. And here's the other thing. And look, people are going to hear this and they might flip out, but I want to be very clear on this. Steph is still awesome. Still awesome. Still one of the better players in the NBA, if not one of the top, 15 guys. He could be one of the top 5 guys on any given night, just maybe not as often as he was before. You can't curate everything offensively to just run what highlights what Steph does well.
Yeah.
And I think that there needs to be some softening on that. And I don't think that's an indictment of Steph. It's the reality and being self-aware of where he's at. And then where are all these other players? What kind of system do more players adapt to? I think that there's been a hesitance to basically they want to curate the entire roster to be able to have Steph coming off of 1,000 screens.
Right.
And so you want to have a guy at the top of the key who can facilitate that, the trigger man, if you will, right? For lack of a better term. And so that would be Draymond 9 times out of 10. And then a bunch of guys who are either catch and shoot guys, but primarily screen dirty work guys.
Yeah.
Well, when things get muddied and you've got 4 guys off ball, all knowing that Steph is going to be running around off screens, and you don't have a Klay Thompson.
And you don't have yet.
Who is honoring these other guys that are setting screens?
Exactly.
And so you've made it more difficult for Steph Curry in the half court, and you're not highlighting what the other guys do really, really well. So to me, there's got to be a philosophical shift here that again, come a little down on all the stuff revolves around Steph. You could still run a lot of stuff for him. But let's also run stuff that complements some of these other players that are going to be coming into the system or guys that you currently have on the team.
Well, that's why Quentin Post was such a revelation last week, because he's a stretch 5 where he screened and Steph gets doubled. He passes it to Post. Post is ready to shoot.
100%.
He's locked and loaded in the triple threat position, ready to let it fly.
Don't you
Same thing with Guy Santos.
I was just going to say
Guy Santos, he's ready to let it fly.
Guy.
Decisive. I thought Pods, when it was 199 yesterday, Moody comes out, hit a 3. They go on an 11-2 run. To cap off that run, Pods gets to corner 3 where they push the ball up the floor. It was a great push. That's playing with pace. Passing ahead. Guy Santos gets the pass ahead, sees Pods in the corner. Boom, Pods was decisive in that corner 3. Even though there was a guy coming flying out to the corner, Pods said, I'm shooting this thing, I'm letting it fly, and it was nothing but net.
Yeah.
He's been more decisive since he's come back, and the game looks like it's slowed down. But to your point, and to the Sets point on the 925, difference between Clay and Buddy, even when Clay was ice cold, he was still drawing double teams because people fear him. And that was kind of the point I was trying to hammer home the last 2 years. Is like, hey, look, I know Clay what he isn't, and I know what he is, but he's going to draw attention. He's going to draw doubles. People are still petrified from Klay Thompson, and you see him make 7 threes in the first quarter the other night for Dallas. Buddy right now is just struggling so much. They're like, go ahead, put the ball on the floor. We're going to let you do what you do. And as Kenny Caraway told us, sometimes he thinks he's Kobe.
Forget Buddy for a second. How many times have you seen GP2 catch the ball on the wing where there is not an inch of, just in the NBA, not a lot of space to do anything? I don't know if you've been paying attention, people. Like, there's just freaks everywhere. Yet GP2, multiple times a half, will catch the ball on the three-point wing. He'll catch, look down, dribble like it's a free throw, have all the time in the world, and still be able to unload a three-point shot. You know why? And it's not. We love you, GP2. No one is coming out to close out on him. Teams have said, we would rather you make a couple threes wide open than us even pretend to guard you.
Playing the percentages.
Exactly.
Playing the percentages. Right now he's shooting low 20s, teens from the three-point line, so you would sag off of him. And you got a lot of players that teams do sag off of. Waleed and Fremont will get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. The general question, do you want to go all in on Jimmy Butler? We got some Giants stuff from Larry Bear, because I think people are so down on the Giants right now from what he said the other day on the Morning Roast and how people reacted online to it. Great, go figure. People are complaining online as you're listening to the 95.7 game. KGMC FM 817 San Francisco. Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. It is a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. How to get Steph Curry more spacing. How do you do that? Do you swing a big deal? Let's talk about it. Brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous. Shafsky, I know people don't like you.
Why would you play that? Why would you play that? Who is that? The more you talk, Bonte, the more nervous I get. And Shasky, I don't like you. What?
Well, I don't remember the second one. I don't remember the second one, but the first one I'm pretty sure was TC. You were talking
RJ.
about
that was RJ.
Oh, it was RJ. Yeah, I remember you were talking about the Niners, and you
he
were
said the more
RJ.
I talk, the more he gets nervous. And I was like, well, the more I talk that year, the more they won. They went to the Super Bowl. So I don't know why you get nervous when I talk.
Maybe you were feeling overconfident that day, and RJ read it. I don't know.
RJ, Sacramento. Worry about De'Aaron Fox leaving.
Fairfield.
RJ Fairfield. Sometimes in Vacaville. What'd I say?
Shout out Cordelia.
Hey, we love RJ, though. He's a good guy.
RJ. That's Sacramento.
I mean, they're better than us right now.
I don't care. They will be better than that for much longer.
Yeah, check back when De'Aaron Fox gets traded in a couple days.
Have fun with Keldon Johnson, Sacramento.
Can I ask you a legitimate question?
What?
If I asked you, you had to put something that you care about on it, okay? I don't know, an amount of money, something.
Put Baby Chaz on it.
No, I don't want to go that
I'm
dire.
Kidding, I'm kidding.
Who is closer to, or who would you bet that would be closer to a championship in a relatively short amount of time? The Giants or the Warriors? Forget the Niners. We know the Niners are better than both these teams.
In baseball, you could get hot and lucky in the playoffs. It's not uncommon.
Diamondbacks snuck into the playoffs and went on a run.
You can be a 4
years
seed and go to the World Series and win it. You can win a World Series with 83 wins in the regular season. We saw the St. Louis Cardinals do that nearly 20 years ago, but they did it. I mean, they're both in a bad spot. So I don't know. I don't like.
Are they? I don't think they are both in a bad spot.
Steph Curry is still with the Warriors, and he's 36 years old. So you have this superstar who's getting older by the day, dealing with bilateral knee tendonitis. And you're hoping that Jonathan Kuminga is somebody. If not, they're going to move off of him. And then where do you go? But in the NBA, you could get one player, and it could flip everything, and you'll be right back into contention. I don't know about the Giants right now. I don't know what to expect. Larry Bear, we had him on Monday. I don't think he knows what to expect. So I don't know who's closer to a champion. The Giants have the Dodgers in their division, for crying out loud.
If you had to bet who you think would get closer to a championship over the next couple of years, which one would it be?
I wouldn't make the bet. I don't think either of them are going to get I wouldn't make the bet. That's a losing money. That's a loss. That's a net negative.
So when we all say, like, hey, we want to recalibrate when it comes to the Warriors, we said that before the year started, hey, just making the playoffs would be awesome. I don't think we've calibrated enough.
Well, they still might make the playoffs. They're 46 games in. They're 40. No. Let's do this. This is the NBA.
Okay.
It's 46 games in. I'm not trying to sell you on anything. That's not my job. I'm not trying to be Larry Bear. I'm not selling you on the 20.
Say that.
I'm not trying to sell you on the Warriors. When I look at the standings, they play Phoenix on Friday night. Phoenix has 21 losses. The Warriors have 23. The Kings have 22. Dallas has 22. The standings and the math is mathing. Still a lot of season left.
So, okay. If the Warriors finish in the top 12, they'll have to win multiple games just to get in as the 8 or 7 seed.
No doubt.
It's a lot of ifs.
It's a lot of ifs. A lot of ifs right now. It doesn't look pretty.
How many more back-to-backs?
Plenty. And also in San Jose, I didn't say anything about going to the playoffs. I didn't say anything about that. All I'm saying is the math is mathing to where the Warriors are 2 games out of the loss column from the Minnesota T-Wolves for the 7th spot. And they have the tiebreaker. Those are just the facts. I'm sorry that people don't like the facts. But right now, it doesn't look pretty. It looks like a dire situation where they're going to need to swing a deal because guys can't stay on the floor.
Well, they have to get $7 million off their books before the deadline because they have to get under this apron.
Right.
They're over the cap, right? And so
I think they will.
So they got to, at minimum, they have to make one deal. I don't know what it is. They have to make at least one deal, and they have to somehow evaporate $7 million off of their payroll, off their current payroll. And then looking into next year, if you do that, you get rid of, let's say, a $9 million player, okay? Boom, he's gone. You still have to find a way to create salary cap room to extend Kuminga.
Right.
Right? So this is where, if you want to keep Kuminga, otherwise you lose Kuminga for nothing.
Listen, this thing...
It's very complicated, B.
Well, it could go in one or two different directions. And it may not happen at the deadline, but it could happen as soon as the season's over. They could blow the whole damn thing up. Who the hell knows? But I guarantee you they're working on the direction. For people to think that they don't have a direction, it's because they haven't done anything right now. Like I think they showed us in the offseason they were trying to go a certain direction, and it didn't work out for them.
Does this sound insane? What if I made an argument? Jimmy Butler's making about 50, okay? I'm going about here. Wiggins and Draymond are making about 50, but they both have multiple years after this year left on their deal. Butler's got the 1 year. Is there an argument to be made, hey, get rid of the 2 multi-year contracts, knowing it's a short-term loss and a long-term loss, but I need to clear up my books, and I'm just going to let Jimmy Butler opt in and either try to trade him or just open up a slot? Is there anything to be said for flexibility financially?
You can't do that.
I'm not talking on court, because on court you're taking a loss on that.
Financial flexibility to get back in the mix for potential free agents in the next couple of years, guys like De'Aaron Fox, guys like Luka Doncic. I don't think they're going to come here. Luka doesn't pay state taxes in Texas, and the Miami Heat, the rumor is now that they're going to try to clear things up for Luka Doncic in a couple years.
Wow.
They try to go make a play for him.
They'll get him in shape.
Maybe if he goes down there. But, financial flexibility, I do. And look, people are not going to like that about the Warriors if they do go that route with financial flexibility, because all of a sudden you're going to get people talk about Joe Lacob being cheap or whatnot. Like, we're just going to forget about him paying luxury tax for all the wins. Like, the guy was paying tax out of his, what, over and over and over again. So if they did want to reset the financial flexibility, to have financial flexibility, I would be okay with that. I personally would. I would have patience with the organization to kind of reset this thing, because I understand how hard it is in the NBA. And being in the middle of the pack in the NBA, you're in no man's land. You like the Rockets right now. They're number 2 in the West. I don't think anybody expects them to win an NBA championship. But they have a young roster with about 5 to 6 players, 22 and under, and they're getting experience.
And they've got pieces.
City, and they've got pieces.
Like, if they wanted to move Jalen Green for something or Dylan Brooks for something and attach future picks, they can do that.
Yep, they can do that. Oklahoma City, same thing. Memphis. Memphis they're in a great spot.
They are.
Now, Denver's trying to maximize their window with Jokic playing at an elite level, and I think they're going to be in the mix for something. I really do. I think they would. Stan Kroenke would probably try to. I think he'd dip into the tax or whatnot, or apron to try to get another crack at a ring, because who's playing better than Jokic right now? Like, in a 7-game series, Denver's a problem. Denver's back, and they're rolling right now, 7-3 in their last 10. So the Lakers, they're going to try to maximize the window with AD and LeBron. So how realistic is it for the Warriors to swing a deal? And is that deal Jimmy Butler? Is Jimmy Butler going to catapult the Warriors from 11th place to a top 6 finish in the Western Conference?
No.
Because if he's that guy that's going to do that, then you know what? I'd sign up for the Jimmy Butler experience.
But that we've been talking ourselves in circles for weeks, and it feels like that deal is just not materialized.
No, it's not.
And I keep coming back to the thing no one wants to hear, which is you might just want to just mail it in a little. Like, if ever there was, look at next year, we don't know what the draft is going to look like next year. I know this year, and none of these guys are locks, but I know this year, top 6, top 7, you're getting, dude, there are 6'7", 6'8". There's a 6'10" guard out there, all right, a shooting guard, small forward, who would just fit beautifully in the lineup for the Warriors. Cooper Flagg is still, he's out there.
Creme de la creme.
He's out there, obviously. But, like, if you can get into the top 7, you give yourself a 5% chance of getting the number 1 pick. Yep. And you're locking yourself up for no worse than a top 8 pick.
The way you say 5%, like it's 55%.
What is their percentage chance of getting the 6 seed today?
No.
Today, what is it?
You said, hey, they got a 5% chance at the number 1
I'm asking
pick.
you sincerely.
You imagine selling that? No, seriously. This is have a little fun for a second. You imagine selling that to season ticket holders?
No, I'm not selling them anything.
Yo, guys, look here. Look, we're going to take this dig. We're going to blow it up. But as you renew your season tickets, let me just tell you, we've got a 5% chance at the first pick.
Well, that would not be in my
draft.
pitch. That would not be in my pitch. But Bonte, selling me on a greater than 5% chance that you'll be a 6 seed, that's also unrealistic.
Well, here you go, though. At least I think people would rather have the play in than have it take. But look at the teams that are ahead of the Warriors in terms of tanking.
We did this exercise earlier.
Right. The Utah Jazz, the New Orleans Pelicans, the Portland Trailblazers, they all have less than 19 wins. Then you look at the Eastern Conference. Philly has 18 wins. The Raptors have 14. The Nets have 14. The Hornets have 12. And the Wizards have 6. And then you think about the teams. The Warriors have 23 wins, while San Antonio has 20.
And you would think
the Bulls have 20. The Hawks have 22. The Pistons have 23.
Yeah. I think there's an argument. No one wants to hear it. There's an argument to be made of just this is the year. This is the year to kind of just reset things, get all the expiring contracts out of here.
Isn't it kind of too late to tank?
What do you mean? You're not going to get one of the top 4 lottery balls, but
Shasky, I don't even know if you can get into the top 5 of the lottery balls right now. Dude, and that's the lowest needed to drop to have any
we got that bad. We're talking lottery chances right now.
Does the 15th pick do anything for anyone? God. I'm asking you guys.
I'm not saying that that's what they should be going for. I'm just saying and then kind of what Bonte said there is their time. Even if they tried as hard as they can to lose as many games as possible, 23 wins might be too many wins to where you're probably gonna be stuck with that 7 or 8th spot in the lottery, and that's you could get a top 5 pick, but it's just that I don't know. There's a lot that you need to kind of have happen your way that I don't think you can bank on.
I know about Cooper Flagg and I know about Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper. That's about it. I don't know about any of these prospects right now.
Well,
but,
and of course, it's a swing. I mean, they've taken swings on other guys, and they've missed on a lot of guys.
Right now, the Warriors and the NBADraftNet.com would have the 13th pick.
How does that help them?
And they would take a guy named Thomas Sorber from Georgetown, 6'10", 250, power forward center. There you go.
Hey, that's a big.
Who won't play ahead of GP2?
Come on, leave GP2 alone, man. GP2's fine. GP2's not playing a lot either. He's not playing that much to where he's dictating wins and losses.
You're thinking TJD. He won't play because of TJD.
Oh, yeah. That's fine, right? TJD's a young player. Now I'm trying to look at this Georgetown guy. Now I'm intrigued because I know Georgetown, I saw a score the other day where they got blown out by St. John's. St. John's kicked their ass, Rick Pitino and company. So I want to see what the Big East. Let's look at the Big East, Shasky. As we look at the standings in college basketball, you better get ready because we had the contest, the slam dunk contest, where somebody's going to walk away with $20,000. But Georgetown in the Big East, and I'm looking at the Big East standings right now. Where's it at? Big East? Okay, well, Big East is not even coming up. What the hell is going on here? Big East, Big 12. Here it is, Big East. Georgetown, they are 13-8. St. John's is 18-3. Now this Sorber kid, who's in the mock draft. We're talking mock drafts. Oh, look at him. He's having a solid season. 14.5 points, Shasky. 9 rebounds. He's shooting 19% from 3, 51% from the floor. Averages 2 block shots a game. From New Jersey. True freshman. Oh, so he's a prospect. Hell of a prospect. Who's raw.
We know Steve Kerr likes guys
that wouldn't warm you up at the 13th, 15th. You got Sorbet.
No, it doesn't do anything.
Georgetown?
It doesn't do
Sorber?
anything. It doesn't do anything.
Thomas Sorber?
I just think that they have one of 2 options. Either you go the tank route and you take the Hail Mary pass and you just try, or you take this giant swing on something that is completely reckless, that is just for the now. I think standing pat is quite possibly one of the most off-putting to the majority of the fan base decisions you can do.
But you know what? Couldn't the fan realize that we're not going to make a trade just to make a trade? That's how you sink your organization deeper into the abyss.
There are 20 home games left?
Yeah.
People want a reason they want to know why.
So Jimmy Butler's a reason to go to the game?
I'm not saying that's the greatest reason, but Bonte, at least it's signaling to the people on the fence as to whether they want to go or not. Hey, we are invested in this year.
888-957-9570. I want to ask Warrior fans right now.
I know he's crazy.
No. It's fine.
He's crazy.
I'm going to ask you a question. Warrior fans. Right now the Warriors are 23-23. If you want them to make a move, and you say, just go ahead and make a reckless trade, and it's Jimmy Butler coming to Chase Center, is Jimmy Butler enough to get you to get your ass off your couch, off your ass, and get to the game? Is Jimmy Butler
Well, they
bringing
also
fans
linked
to the arena.
Really quick, before I just cut in here, before we talk about Jimmy Butler, the YouTube poll question of the day is simply, are you in or out on Jimmy Butler? So far, 80% of respondents are out on Jimmy Butler. So that's a small snapshot of where people stand on Jimmy Butler right now.
Look,
as you're saying.
He's the only like people were clinging to him because he's like really what's out there. Look, the move that I would be all for, because I think it's a huge swing and this comes with tremendous risk.
Zach LaVine and Vuk.
No, Zion. Even if we don't know he's available, like if you're just asking me random, like who plausibly could be available, like that, I would be in on that. Like that would be something that I would gut some stuff for and just take a big swing. Like, why not?
I do like this text on the YouTube from San Jose Jazz fan. If Bob Fitzgerald can survive 20 years of losing, so can you, Pate. I'm patient. I'm good. I'm good over here. 4 championships, parades, been to all the parades. I'm straight. I'm good. I got to enjoy the parades from in all type of different roles. Shasky, one time I was holding the antenna so the signal could remain in Oakland, California. I was holding the signal on the truck. The other one time I was just chilling on the truck. The other time I got to do some shows. The other time we were doing it right there at Chase Center. I did a parade show from the studio. I'm good over here. I can handle another 5 years of losing. But can you, Warrior fans? Can you?
Well, no, it's not about us. It's you always ask me this question. Can Steph?
Steph is going to be an interesting question. Right now, Steph, I'm going to put him off to the side because he's seeing what's going on right now. And what does Steph want? Does Steph want them? They just told us a couple of weeks ago that they don't want to mortgage the future. So we got to go by that, right? Steve Kerr and Stephen Curry. We're not just going to mortgage the future just to do it. Well, it puts this organization in a bad spot.
Well, then let me add to that. Well, then are we just maxing Steph out for the remainder of his career?
They just said that. Yeah, probably. I mean,
is that good business? I'm asking sincerely. We know what he's done for the organization. Is that good business?
Yes, it is good business. It's Stephen Curry.
No. For your basketball on-court product.
You can build around Steph. He's got great shooting if you get the right pieces around him, like the stretch 5 and Quentin Post. Yeah, absolutely.
But when you keep having the 13th pick, you would agree it makes it difficult.
Well, you haven't had the 13th pick, really. So, you know.
I see, like, to me, if you're gonna keep going down the Steph is a max player thing, I think you have to shake things up because this isn't good enough. Like, if that's what we're gonna do, it's one of two: either he's Kobe with a bunch of young guys, and we just kind of like, hey, we'll see where this thing goes.
Now listen,
or we go in on wherever. Like, that's, to me, they've only left themselves those two options.
I don't like standing pat. I like trading like the rest of the people. I love trades. I love when the ticker. Oh, so and so's been traded. Yeah. But I'm not a dummy. All right, and over the last year, I did not want them to go all in on Larry Markin, and I sure in the hell didn't want them to go all in on Paul George. Ask Philadelphia how it's working out in Paul George. I was talking to Dubas yesterday. He's like, dude, Paul George might be one and done. Actually about to blow this whole thing up. So there's that. So, yes, I want to make the right moves.
So light up the Paul George and Embiid rumors again?
No, you can
light
do that
up?
No, he can do that. Let's not do that. 35-year-old Paul George. Let's go in on Paul George. Yeah, that's smart. By the way, 95-70 The Game knockout tournament is back. We're going to talk to Anthony Slater at 8:30, see if we could get him to participate in the knockout tournament at Chase Center March 3rd, which is a Monday. So if you're drinking out on a Sunday, day drinking, or having a lot of fun, you better recover quickly because the knockout tournament is March 3rd on a Monday. Listen in the 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour. And at some point between 8 and 8:30 today, we're going to give out the key word. And then between 8:30 and 9, when you hear the sounder, be the first to call in and give us a key word. You'll win a spot in the tournament and a chance to shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center. Let's go to Aaron in San Jose because he has a theory on Stephen Curry and to go to State Warriors. Aaron, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Bonte. How are you? How are you, Joe?
I'm good.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm good.
Is this the God?
Right on. Yes, of course. Come on, man.
It's a Dodger Dolphin fan.
Oh, okay. Well, what's up, bro?
Hey, guys. I think at this point in the season, it's kind of like just give it up, and you put Steph in a room. And normally I'm not for this, but it's at a point where you sit Steph down and ask Steph, what do you want to do to keep you happy to stay here, Steph? You know, because, I mean, you're right, Joe. You can't really, I mean, Bonte, you're really right. There's nothing big to swing on for the last, 20 games. And then it's kind of, you're kind of stuck, and it makes no sense to tank this late. So it's kind of just, let's hope Steph ends up happy because, you know, he has that contract extension coming up soon. So let's keep our bread and butter happy.
Just keep them happy. Any other Warrior fans subscribe to that? Keep them happy.
Do you think he hasn't been kept happy lately? Like, isn't that kind of why? I'm not saying that he's the only reason, but you would think that he's had some checks and balances as to why the roster looks the way it does today.
Right. I do want to get into this, Warrior fans, because I'm seeing a lot of it. Like, I get it. If they don't make a move at the deadline, God bless everybody's soul who wants to be patient, and God bless the Warriors organization, because the heat they will get for not making any move at the deadline,
but
it's going to be insane.
Did you crush Farhan for not making a move last year at the deadline?
I'd pick a direction. Pick a direction.
That's
pick a direction.
Literally what I'm saying.
But the Warriors, by not making a move at the deadline, would tell me that, okay, the direction they're picking is, let's wait till the offseason when there's more options on the table, and then we'll start to make some moves. And we know that a guy like Larry Markkinen, for example, will be eligible to trade for.
But they've been saying that for 2
He'll be eligible
years.
to trade for.
I would hear you if this was the first time I've heard that. It's been two full years of wait till the next
they made a move. They traded Jordan Poole, for crying out loud. They made moves. They've made trades. Last year at the deadline, can you pull out?
But they had an expiring contract in CP3, and they had an expiring contract in Klay Thompson.
But they may not have believed in Brendan Podziemski at the point. They may have thought Chris Paul was still going to be a finisher. Who the hell knows what the hell happened? Who the hell knows? I agree. In hindsight, it doesn't look good at all. Doesn't look good at all. Well, but also, you got your books right. But you got your books right. You got your books right. Well, I don't think people were clamoring to trade Klay Thompson at the deadline. I think they just wanted to move him to the bench.
No, I think it's more just like they've had opportunities to swing with these expiring deals the last couple of years, and those are just examples of them. They have $32 million in expiring deals right now.
But you also have a Klay Thompson. You got to understand the PR blowback.
Oh no, that was a different situation.
About that, you know what I'm saying?
But the CP3 $30 million trade exception, I'll never get over that. Because you traded a 23-year-old, stapled a first-round pick to him, and then got 40-year-old Chris Paul, who came off the bench after Podziemski in the 2 closeout games after you spent a full calendar year telling me the reason you got him was for closeout games.
Right, no doubt.
So, I was pretty pissed. Yeah, and then he goes in free agency, and you can't work a deal. You don't opt in. You lose that slot. You lose all. It was just horrible.
It was all good, but you got your books in order. You got out of that first and second apron.
We got our books in order now.
But they need that, though. They needed to do that after paying luxury tax for a team that didn't even make the playoffs. Also, the most expensive roster in NBA history. And they didn't make the playoffs. So you know what? For one time in their lives, Joe Lacob and company, I was cool with them saying, you know what? Fix the books. I was okay with that. I've seen them pay luxury tax every single year. And that was the most expensive roster in basketball.
But I think where people fall down.
And they still didn't make the playoffs.
But I think where people fall down is.
And we want to bitch and moan about not spending or doing things?
But there is
the hell with that. Produce on the court. Somebody play better.
But there is a point to be made of, well, if you're going to spend in the luxury, when you have a bunch of nobodies, don't spend the luxury tax. But you have Steph Curry. So do it for the life of his career. That's the argument. I don't even know if I agree with it because I don't think I'm a big does it make dollars and cents. Mm-hmm. If you're not making the playoffs, it doesn't make dollars and cents to me. But I'll listen to that argument because I get it. If ever there was a time, it's when you have that guy.
By the way, some breaking news, tough news for Grant Ben's Atlanta Hawks. Jalen Johnson will undergo season-ending surgery to repair a shoulder injury. This young man was averaging 19, 10, and 5 assists for the Hawks this season. 19, 10, and 5. Young player, long, athletic. What type of players that we need on this team right now?
They got the number 1 pick last year. What did they finished, 8th, 9th worst, 11th worst?
Last year?
Yeah, what were they?
They lost in a play-in, I believe.
So there you go. And they won the lottery, which is so random.
Some of them
a little rare, too.
No doubt.
They were 9th right now.
I got a question for you guys.
They were 10th last year.
10th? Wow, they went from 10 to 1.
So it's possible.
Well, didn't it have somebody's pick? Or no?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Loveman.
I just, as we're talking about being patient, what the Warriors do next week, is it a situation where if they don't make a deal, it is just because, and they say there was no deal to be made, would you trust that was actually the case? Because you mentioned Farhan, and when Farhan doesn't make a move, and we say, if there wasn't a deal to make, but when Farhan made that excuse, he didn't have that credibility to where it's just like, oh, well, I believe that there was no deal to make. Is that same? It's like for the Warriors here with Mike Dunleavy, if they don't make a trade and he's like, oh, there's just nothing there that made sense for us. Like, does he have that benefit of the doubt where you'll look at him? It's like, you know what? You're probably right. We got to be patient. Are you looking at him as in like that's a cop out? You should have done something.
Well, I know Joe Lacob's in the business too, so it's not just Mike Dunleavy. With Farhan, we knew Farhan was running the whole shebang. If Farhan did something that contradicted everything he said we're going all in. We believe we have the best pitching staff in baseball, but yet he made moves to trim money off the margins. So he really didn't pick a direction. The direction he picked was, hey, we're just going to stand pat and I'm going to trade off Jorge Soler and I'm going to fool everybody and believe that this team is ready to roll and they're going to play better. No. Nothing Farhan Zaidi did made sense. Nothing. He didn't commit to youngsters right away. He didn't give them the long runway. Ask Joey Bart. I mean, how many times has Luciano been yo-yoed and Luis Matos been yo-yoed? Casey Schmidt been yo-yoed. Now, they may not even be good players, but Farhan did not deserve that benefit of the doubt because of the track record that he had.
Okay, so I look at the Warriors. At what point I know for some it's already here, but at what point will the equity of the championships and everything not carry over?
It's gone.
To the benefit. You think it's already gone?
Yeah, I think when today's NBA, well, because I understand that the new fan is impatient. How many times have I used a patient word? And even you say, man, I'm not patient. I'm not patient. Yeah, you admit it. The championships, we got Friedel out here disrespecting the championships, calling it the bonus championship, which I can't get over. Bonus championship. What? Now that bothers me, and I like Nick, but it does bother me.
The bonus playing game.
It does bother me when he says that. It's like, damn, just going to discredit the championship? So, for some fans, it's already worn off, unfortunately. That's just the way fandom's working.
I mean, Bonte, we started this show by you telling me the most loud ovation and the most excitement of last night's game was the Hello Kitty bobblehead giveaway. That's the Giant Zone, dog.
That is the Giant Zone.
We are literally in the Giant Zone.
We are in the Giant Zone. We've talked about being in the Giant Zone. Now, how do you get out of the Giant Zone? That's the part you got to figure out. The Giants made reckless trades, right? Evan Longoria, reckless trade. I wanted it, but it was reckless. Maybe that's what we want with the Giants.
The reckless trade of Longoria is one thing. I think the more recklessness was the thinking that Crawford and Belt and Posey and the older guys would continue to produce when it was pretty clear that they were on the decline.
Or signing guys like Ross Stripling, Sean Manaea.
Well, those were after the fact.
Mitch Hanigers. It had failing at free agency. It was Hello Kitty night. It was popping last night at Chase Center. It was popping, man. They went crazy over them dolls. Went crazy. Now, again, at Go Pest Control, I'll ask him because he says I've been drinking the front office Kool-Aid. I ain't drinking crap. All right? I'm just looking at the situation. What players are available to trade for, and do you really want to trade for those players? Like we just saw an up-close and personal look at Zach LaVine and Nikola Vucevic. They're so good, they've got 18 wins on the season.
Well,
in the Eastern Conference, for crying out loud. And you could look at the roster and say, man, the roster on paper don't look that bad compared to the Warriors.
But using that argument, it's like saying, well, Steph's so good, the Warriors only have 23 wins.
Right, but we know Steph is 36, and he's struggling right now. And you look at the players around him. I'm just saying, Zach LaVine and Vucevic, you want to trade a lot for them?
I think Zach LaVine would be an upgrade on this team over a lot of guys.
It'd be an upgrade, but how does it look in the Western Conference?
Who cares?
Who cares? What do you mean? You're making a trade. Don't you want to get better?
No,
that's the point of making a trade.
I'm not worried about comparing myself to these other teams that have been in the playoffs. I'm worried about just making my team better. I think that's the problem is when I talk about risk averse, every move that's out there, people are like, well, it doesn't accomplish X, Y, and Z. Does it make you better? They just need to get better.
I agree. Does that trade make you better? You just said you don't care if it does.
I think it does.
You know, and by getting better, we're talking about being in the play-in, being in the playoffs. Are they good enough to be in the play-in if they make those deals?
I think if you get Zach LaVine for some expiring deals and you throw some future picks in there, absolutely that helps you get better right now. Absolutely. Now, would they accept it? I don't even know.
Let's go to, here's a take. David Fresno has a take. David Fresno, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas. I think in regards to the Warriors, I think before any move is made or what kind of direction they want to go in, they need to ask themselves, do they have the right coach? If a rebuild is an option, because Kerr, he's from that Phil Jackson tree, and Phil Jackson's never really been part of any rebuild. He's always kept vets around him, and I sense the same thing with Kerr, where if you do want to build for the future, I don't know if that's what he wants, and I think part of the problem or the frustration with Warrior fans now is that the reason we're here, there's never really established the young guys. I mean, we still have questions about our lottery picks where we see the talent, but they've been yanked around so many times with these different lineups. It's like we don't know, Like you look at the Pistons, the Rockets. I mean, we knew what time it was. Obviously, they didn't have a Steph on the roster, but they're like, look, we're rebuilding. This is the rotation. We're going to go through the growing pains, and we're going to watch these guys blossom. With the Warriors, it's been like, well, we're going to play vets this week. Next week, we'll play the rookies, and it's been kind of all over the place. So, yeah, I mean, right now it's just they don't really have a clear direction. So it's kind of hard, like, to even discuss trades where, like, what are we doing? Like, is Kuminga the guy or not? Are we going to keep trying to recycle vets? Or are we going to just go straight young? They kind of tiptoeing in both directions, in my opinion, and that's kind of the frustration. And we have these constant calls and discussions of like what to do. It's kind of a mess. They had their chances to kind of make some trades earlier and pivot on different guys, but they kind of blew that. So yeah, it's going to be an ongoing discussion, man.
I ask you, Dave, what trades do they have on the table? I'm just curious.
What was that?
What trades do they have on the table?
In my opinion, I thought they blew an opportunity when they had the second overall pick to maybe trade that for, more established players at the time, because they were still kind of in that mode of going for the championship as opposed to drafting a project, that obviously didn't work out. That's easy to say 20/20 hindsight, but at the time, that's what I would have did. Trade that pick for, guys that can help you now. That would have been a big pivot moment. I believe they missed, and they squandered it, in my opinion. But
I don't know about that one.
Well, let me ask you this one. So, like, Draymond and Kuminga come back, okay? Who's starting?
What I would do may be different than what the coach would do. Okay. I'll say that.
What are they going to do?
I think Draymond's going to be in the starting line.
Okay. So the direction that you're telling me is that we're trying to recapture the past, right?
Trying to make a run at this thing.
Oh,
that's what they said. They're trying to make a run at this thing.
Again, make a run at this thing,
they're
right?
Trying to say that's what they're telling you.
Right?
That's what they're telling you.
Yeah, and I would say, okay, well, if that's what you're going to do, then you're not committed to the youngsters. The direction that you've chose is to go in that direction. Well, then go all in that direction, because half a foot in, half a foot out. It's going to be year 5 for Kuminga next year.
Yep.
I don't even know what he's worth.
Yeah,
they don't even know what position they want to play.
Same thing with Moses Moody. Moses Moody. I don't even know if Moses Moody, what is his spot?
My biggest letdown this year when it comes to the Golden State Warriors, the biggest letdown this year is that I'm watching Kuminga, and I like Kuminga. I probably like him more than most. And I'm seeing guys from 2, 3, and this year's draft class ago all leapfrog him in terms of their importance within their organization. And we're in year 4 with this guy, and now I know he's out right now, and they're reluctant to put both arms around him. That really stings.
It's not pretty right
now. They're reluctant.
Now the whole Wiseman thing, Dave, that's what he said. He said with number 2 pick, he could have traded down because the mindset was championship. You got to remember. Was it championship? They just came off a 15-win season.
And Klay
Thompson got hurt the day James Wiseman was drafted.
Yeah. Also, everything on paper said Wiseman was going to be a great player. He was really good at Memphis. He was the number 1 pick out of high school.
Exactly.
He was the best prospect.
He flopped.
And he was ascending. He got hurt, and he never was the same.
And he was the player that they had been looking for 15 years.
Exactly.
15, 20.
Right.
Going back to Weber.
Pick and pop. Go look at his game logs of his rookie year. He was getting better and better and better without even knowing how to play the NBA game.
Before that injury, he was really doing well.
But the mindset wasn't championship at that point. It was, we got to get better in a hurry.
Well, and I guess that's my biggest frustration. I don't think that the mindset now should be championship. To me, it should be about gearing up for the next run. And on the next run that the Warriors are going to be on, though people don't want to hear this, Steph's not the best player on the team.
No.
If we're being realistic, Steph's not making max money. Like that is the most pragmatic, logical way of viewing how you're building this roster for the foreseeable future. But when you say that out loud, it's like, you don't respect Curry. It's like, no, I see that his knees look kind of shot, and I love the guy.
Well, they're not shot, but he has tendonitis in his knees, and he's, we say shot, I think like, oh boy, he can't move.
No one's saying he's finished. I'm saying him reaching back and carrying and dragging this team
can't do it every night.
Single night, those days are beyond.
He can't do it every night.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
So
and
you
Curry,
need to find the next guy who can.
No doubt. And they're trying to. Trust me, I think they're trying to. It is easier said than done. It's easier said than done in pro sports. It is hard. Like when Grant left this school, we were talking for a long time before the Hawks game this season. He's like, Bonte, one thing I did not know about this league. This is from Grant Liftman, who's part of the front office at the Atlanta Hawks. People could laugh at Grant and say, oh, he doesn't, whatever. Grant Liftman's in the front office. He's working in an NBA front office. And he's not the only guy I've heard this from, but it was very interesting to hear from him, who's been on the outside looking in. Because Bonte, it is very hard to make trades. We tried to make a trade for a guy for literally a year and a half. And it finally got done. It is extremely difficult because things change on a day-to-day basis. People get cold feet. People think, oh, you know what? This player just had a good game. Let me sit back. Oh, man, yesterday's price isn't today's price. I want more. I want this. Wait, you know what? Let me call another team and see what they have to offer for this player. I know they're interested. So, yes, it is hard. Now, Echo Pest Control is out here lying in the YouTube chat talking about, ESPN showed us that the Warriors have never made trades at the deadline or whatnot. Think back to the Kevin Durant years. They made little subtle moves at the deadline.
Waving Omri Caspi.
Right. They made subtle moves.
You're smiling.
Jose Calderon.
That?
Jose Calderon. Matt Barnes.
That was
But they would sign little guys. They would sign guys to fix the margins. Little things. You didn't have to swing a big deal. You didn't. Now the last 2 years, sure. You want to see them make moves? I get it. We all want to see them make moves now. But the last 2 years have been really the first time during this run to where they really need to look. And by the way, don't forget, didn't they trade for Andrew Wiggins before the deadline? They traded for Andrew Wiggins at the deadline, right?
That was
how did that work out?
Themselves out of that D'Angelo Russell deal.
So
but it was a good deal.
It was a good deal.
Well, that's where I come down on the Wiggins thing. Like that was a good deal for them. They squeezed the lemon for all it's worth. Wiggs, we got the best 2 months of his entire career. To think that he's ever going to replicate that is probably it's unrealistic. It is. It's unrealistic. And that doesn't mean he's not a good player.
He's playing well.
It just means to think that they're going to recapture that is just that's not going to happen.
Well, they got to get Curry right now because what's going to happen tonight against Oklahoma City is Lou Dort, Alex Caruso, and they're going to trap the hell out of him over and over and over and over again. So Curry is still the best player on this team. By far and away the best player on this team. And he creates so many looks for it. Ask Quentin Post. Ask E. Santos. Ask Moses Moody. He still has that power on the floor. But he's going to need some help here. And what type of help is coming? Well, Kuminga's not going to get reevaluated for another 2 weeks. All right, we'll talk more Warriors here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get to the injury report. All right, don't forget, Anthony Slater, 8:30. Stu Gatz at 9:20 as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? All right, Stephen Curry was absent last night from the Warriors win over the Utah Jazz to give his knees some rest. He's been dealing with bilateral knee tendonitis this year, as well as a sore right thumb on his shooting hand. He's wearing tape on that shooting hand. Steph Curry's beat up. He needs the All-Star break, but he won't get a break because he's going to be the toast of the town during the All-Star break. That'll be happening right here in the Bay Area the next couple weeks. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. We all expect Steph Curry to be back on the floor tonight against Oklahoma City. So hopefully he doesn't get injured tonight or re-injure these knees or that thumb. Again, the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's good up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. What do you want to see the Warriors do? It's simple. February 6th is coming. What do you want to see the Warriors do? Plus, we'll get back to Larry Bear sound as well for Monday.
Is this buy or sell?
Buy or sell. Oh, boy. Buy or sell what? What are we buying and what are we selling? Are you buying Jimmy Butler? Is that what you're doing? Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. I love each and every one of you. Oh, there's some good comments. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. I do. I love the trolls because I clap back at them. I got no problem doing that. Trolls. No, I do. Like Atco Pest Control in there. He's using the Atco Pest Control name. I don't believe it's Atco Pest Control. My boy Howard Cushland. This is funny, though. He goes, Steph Curry, Bob Fitzgerald, and Vontae Hill are a rarefied error. They get the Joe Lacob memos. They get the talking points from Joe Lacob.
Can I ask you this question?
The last time I talked to Joe Lacob was when we were walking off the field during a Kansas City game. And it was a little tick that the marketing deal didn't happen. He was just like, Danny Ainge, man, he's tough to deal with.
If I said to you this, like the biggest problem with the Warriors is just what's one thing? Biggest
lack of shooting.
Lack of shooting. Okay. What if I said to you, someone else to occupy gravity opposite Steph Curry on the half court?
Oh, well, yes.
Okay.
Well,
doesn't Jimmy Butler solve some of that? No, I'm asking sincerely. Is he rife with risk?
This drives me crazy.
What?
This drives me crazy because we talk about shooting, we talk about spacing, we talk about gravity. I don't want to bring this guy up, and I have done a good job this season of not bringing this guy up.
Okay.
But you kind of had that with Klay Thompson. You had shooting, and you had gravity, and you had spacing. And everybody told me on this damn show for 2 whole years that he was washed up and he was cooked. And he can't provide any of that. And now we're all bitching him on it for spacing and shooting. We kind of had a player there.
They offered him a 2-year deal.
Well, I don't want to get into semantics, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't care about the kind of, you can believe what you want to believe.
Okay.
Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. So you know what? I'm going to sit back, 888-957-9570, and I want to hear from Warrior fans. What do you want them to do?
Buy or sell.
What would make you happy? Buy or sell anything?
It's just buy or sell. It's simple. It's just, are you buying or are you selling? See, to me, sign me up for Zach LaVine. Sign me up for, forget it. Let's do it. Butler, Zion, something, anything. Honestly, look, the alternative is we're tanking. I'm not ready to do that. It might be their best path to being good again, but I'm not ready to do that. I'm in denial mode. So I'm ready to buy. Even if I know it's reckless.
All right, buy. Who's
and I know everyone who I'm buying has flaws.
Right, all right. You want to buy. You and Shasky?
Zach LaVine gets to play alongside Steph Curry. Now, I don't know if Zach's a great defender. Who knows? But I know this. When he puts the ball on the floor, multiple guys will have their eyeballs on him.
All right, let's buy. You buy, I'm buying.
He's in the midi. I know multiple eyeballs will be set on Jimmy Butler with the ball in his hands. I also know he's a willing passer, and he worked really well. I would take that. Right now, Andrew's a good player, B. I'm not saying he's not. But no one fears Andrew Wiggins in the half court. No one.
But they fear his defense.
As many threes as you want.
They fear his defense. They fear his driving ability.
Okay. I understand that you have to play both ends. Be good at one thing before I'm worried about both things. Right now, the Warriors aren't good offensively. I would try to fix that. I can't be good at both.
888
All these guys are going to have flaws.
9570.
Sign me up for Zion.
888-957-9570. Who's buying and who's selling? Who's buying and who's selling?
What are you doing?
I'm chilling, baby. I don't lose sleep whether they buy or sell.
Humpty,
I'm good,
get
baby.
Off the fence.
No, I'm not getting off the fence. I'm a big boy, baby. I understand both sides of the equation. If you're going to ask
the question, I think you got to give an answer.
No, I don't. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything I want. All right? I'm not buying or selling. I'm chilling. Because if they buy, great. If they sell, great. If they don't do anything, great. I will not lose a second of sleep over whatever they do.
If they don't do anything,
But for this hypothetical, though, Bonte.
to palm of the face.
I'm chilling,
what
baby.
Are we doing if they don't do anything?
I'm chilling.
If they let $36 million in expiring contracts just sit on their bench, they might as well wave the white flag right now.
I'm chilling,
they might as well
baby.
Just wave the white flag.
I'm chilling, baby.
You're wasting the Steph Curry era
baby.
At the end.
We got Buddy Buckets. Let's go to Matthew in Canada. Matthew, what's up?
Man, I'm buying. You know Steph Curry, who's turning 37 this year. I mean, he's nearing the end. Why on God's green earth would we be selling, right?
Thank you.
And to Shasky's point, yes, our offense is a big problem, but Wiggins isn't the problem in my eyes. You see, we have Draymond Green getting $25 million, and what does he provide offensively besides passing the ball?
Yeah, but I'm not trying to trade Andrew Wiggins shooting a career high 80%.
No, I'm not either. I don't think anyone wants Dre.
Now, here's a great 510.
I don't think anyone wants him.
Sell. Trade Draymond and Steph for a big package. You all aren't going to win anything this year. You trade and try to improve. You go and maybe get the second best round pick or whatever it is. All right, here we go. Greg and San Ramon, what are you doing? Are you buying or are you selling? Or are you doing nothing, Greg? Talk to me here. Talk to me.
Well, so one of the problems is the Warriors don't have much value to give. So I think the only thing that I would be happy, and first of all, let me just say this. Kerr needs to speak to having Post and Santos on the bench all year. That's number one. He's not going to lose his job, obviously, but he needs to at least answer to why he kept those guys on the bench for so long. But in terms of buy or sell, the only value that I would articulate from the Warriors is trading JK, bundle him up with somebody like Moody. And the only one I would trade for at this point, I wouldn't trade for Butler. That's a waste. I would give Zion, if Zion or nothing, that's the only way I would trade away Kuminga if we got Zion.
We're going full NBA 2K today, baby.
Would you rather pay Zion $35-40 million or Kuminga $35-40? I'd probably, as much as, look, I don't want to pay either of those guys that much money. I understand the risk. I'm leaning Zion.
There it is. Zion Williamson.
I don't think that's a crazy
Zion
take.
Williamson. 888-957-9570.
And he's hurt all the time.
Are you buying or are you selling? Daryl, Shane in San Francisco. He was on deck first. Shane in San Francisco. Are you buying? Are you selling? Are you standing pat?
Standing pat.
Yo, Zion Williamson over Kuminga. Are you kidding me? What was that, like 32 games? I don't think there's a donut shop close enough to Chase Center to get him to come over anyways.
I mean, he's a walking 25-12.
What are you doing, Shane?
Look at his career.
What are you doing, Shane?
Yeah.
You're buying or you're selling?
No, we're going to keep it. We're going to wait for Kuminga to come back. I don't know if you guys really recognize the gravity that those, 6, 7, 8 games before he got injured. I know it's a small sample size, a radio favorite word, but like something changed there. That offense was different. The gravity was there. He was the best player on the team for 7 or 8 games, and I'm not saying he is the number one or any of that. But
I would agree.
He will allow Steph to become a number 2 or a number 3, and maybe you need another piece next to Kuminga. But Kuminga next season and even all of this season could have been and should be that number 1, 2 option with Steph. And man, yeah, like Zion, bro, like. For 32 games, 25 points a game for 32 games a season? Like, we can't do that. We need Kuminga, man. He's the man.
We need Kuminga. We need JK. We need Air Congo. Daryl in Oakland.
You haven't said what
buying
you
or
want to
selling.
do.
Buying or selling.
We need this.
Buying or selling. Are you buying or selling, Daryl? You just don't listen to the message.
You're asleep at the wheel.
No, you're sleeping at my messaging. I don't need to repeat myself.
What is your message?
I repeat myself every day for the last 3 weeks.
What is it?
What is it? Stand pat at the deadline and wait till the offseason to make some moves. Or if you're going to make some moves, I need shooting, I need athleticism, I need speed. Because I'm small and I'm slow and I'm one of the least athletic teams in the NBA. So I need speed, I need athleticism, which is why I don't want to trade Wiggins because he's one of our more athletic players. I need speed, athleticism, and some shooting. I haven't changed one bit. Well, you guys want me to recycle the material? We're on reruns right now. We're remixing.
Daryl in Oakland. Hold all of those 7 opinions.
I don't have 7 opinions. It's one.
And make logical sense.
No, it is logical. It just doesn't make sense to you.
The Minnesota Timberwolves when they had the number 1 pick. I'm cool with either Wiseman or Anthony Edwards. Or just stand pat. Maybe trade down.
Hey, there's a lot
Isaac Okoro.
Hey, there's a lot of drafts where Nick Bosa or Quentin Williams. I was good with both of them. I wanted Quentin Williams, but I was good with Nick Bosa. That happens. That happens in sports. You could be good with either or situation. Why has it got to be either or? Why does it have to be black and white? Why can't we be down the middle sometimes? For crying out loud. It's called perspective. Perspective, which some of you young fans do not have because of social media. Daryl in Oakland, what are you doing? You buying, you selling. You buying, you selling. Or you standing pat. What are you doing, Daryl?
I assume first meetings would be like, boys, just like we used to do. Same.
Wow.
San Fran?
San Fran.
Well, I don't know what happened there.
No, my fingers hit the screen. Got a little too excited.
Carter looked like
Yeah, but that was me. That was me.
So confused.
He just someone off in his sweatpants.
I like this. I got called a coward.
Hold on, what?
Hey, 408. I'm not a coward, you punk. Okay, 408, listen to this. I told you I'm okay with standing pat at the deadline because there may be more players available in the offseason. This thing looks cooked right now.
That is the most
408.
politician answer of all
No,
time.
why is it a politician answer? It's a
both
take.
sides make great
It's
points.
a
Politician's tale.
Is it not a take, Carter? Is it not a take? Is it not a take?
It's a take.
It's a take. Stand and pat. You may not
Well, it's a
agree
take,
with
but
it.
we're asking
Nobody
a question.
agrees with. You're asking me a question. What should they do? Stand pat at the deadline.
No,
Well,
no,
the
that's
question
not
was
an
buy or
option.
sell.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
buy or
question is
sell?
buy or sell.
Don't do either. They have to stand pat.
But what if that wasn't an option, though?
Well, it is an option.
But let's just play with this hypothetical for a second.
Biden, buy.
Okay, there you go.
Buy,
There you go.
Buy.
off the secret
Buy.
menu.
No. Buy. So I can hear you guys complain about something different 3 weeks from now. After they buy, you're going to complain about something the way they bought. Oh, they shouldn't have bought this player. They shouldn't have bought that. They should have done it this way. They shouldn't have done that.
Just give me something new to talk about.
We're talking Warriors, man. What do you want me to do?
No,
We're
I'm
in
saying,
that neutral zone.
I think all of us, like the fans included, we just want something different. We just want something different.
I want Zion Williamson. I want Giannis Antetokounmpo. I want Nikola Jokic.
Oh, wow.
I want the top players in the league.
Coach.
You asking me what I want?
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want a triple-double threat at the center position. Daryl in Oakland, can you speak, please?
Get Hakeem Olajuwon out of retirement.
Hey, come on, man. What are we doing? This isn't NBA 2K, folks. This isn't the trade machine. This is real life. Pro sports. It's hard to make deals. Daryl in Oakland.
Good morning, guys. That was pretty awesome. Well, I'm definitely selling. The reason is, here, case in point, The Expendables sucks as a movie. I'm not going to bring back Sly Stallone. I want Rocky Part 1. And the only way you're going to get to Rocky Part 1 and 2 is you got to sell now. Case in point, look at Kobe. Look at the end of Kobe's career. Did Kobe enjoy the last of his career? Did any of Lakers fans? I don't want that to happen to Steph Curry. That's the trajectory we're currently on.
It's true.
Okay, do you get it? Steph is going to be Kobe, and we're all going to be watching, and the Lakers are going to be trying to surround him with stuff, and it was garbage. It was garbage, you guys. No. And listen to this. Look at this stuff. You like shooting, Bonte? Look at Trey Johnson from Texas.
Right.
Dude dropped 30 last night.
He's right.
30 in his sleep.
This is the year, B. I'm telling you, if ever there was a year to just slip into the lottery, this is the year.
Well, they might. By just playing out the string, they might slip into the lottery. They just might. And I don't care that they have the 14th hardest remaining schedule. The Warriors can't take the Utah Jazz lightly, for crying out loud. All right?
That wasn't even the Utah Jazz. That was like the Salt Lake G Squad.
Salt Lake City Stars. So you guys think of buying when you're struggling against Utah Jazz didn't play their top 6 players, with the exception of Colin Sexton.
Can I give you the final year of Kobe? You had 8-year vet Nick Young. You had 15-year vet Metta World Peace. You had 10-year vet Lou Williams. You had Robert Sacre, who was in his 3rd year. Yeah. Rookie D'Angelo Russell.
Oh, my God.
First year, second-year player Julius Randle. Rookie Larry Nance Jr. Jordan Clarkson was in his first year. Anthony Brown was a rookie. And Tariq Black was in his first year. Oh, and don't forget Brandon Bass.
Stop!
That sounds a lot like the Warriors currently. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. That sounds a lot like the current Warriors, Bonte.
Get to the calls before Slater.
You selling me on Andrew Wiggins is like trying to sell me on Nick Young back then.
Oh, man, no. That's disrespectful.
It's a joke.
That's a terrible joke. That's disrespectful. You're getting disrespectful here.
No one's disrespecting.
You're getting disrespectful with Andrew Wiggins.
2 months.
You say Nick Young. No, they didn't have a great 2 months. He had a good year. Forgot he was an all-star for crying out loud. And he had a great playoff run. And now he's having a hell of a season. He's back. He should be in a running. He should be in a running. He should be in a running for most improved player.
Stop that. Just stop that.
All right.
Most improved player.
He's in a running. Why not? He had career lows last year. He was awful last year. You see the numbers? He's so much better than last year. It's not even funny. By the way, here's a take.
17? What are we talking about?
That was a really hot take.
I mean,
he had 13 points a game last year and shot terribly. He's 80% from the free throw line this year.
Wow.
What? This team's the worst free throw shooting team in the league. We can't be scoffing at things like that. That's what I'm saying.
I can't believe Wiggs is the comeback player of the year.
I said he should be in the running.
For most improved?
He should be in the running. See, words matter. You guys aren't listening to the words, and it's okay.
Well, speaking of words, isn't there a word you need to give out right now?
I know. I was trying to do it right now. It's time to give out the keyword. You didn't know the winning spot in the knockout tournament. The person I'm going to knock out, who is it going to be? The keyword is free. Again, no, you will not beat Andrew Wiggins at free throw shooting. I heard that. You will not. 80% free throw shooting for Andrew Wiggins this year. Free falling. Again, the key word is free. Like, it's free to listen to us. It's not free to go to a Warriors, Giants, or Niners game.
It's free on the Odyssey
credential. It's free on the Odyssey app to listen to us. Free. In case you need to learn how to spell free, it's Free. Like the color off the seed. No, that's not it. That's yesterday's read. Free is a keyword. Listen between 8:30 and 9. And when you hear the sounder, burp, 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 you'd be the first to call it again, the keyword, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play a 95-70 game knockout tournament. I got to take for you before we go to the calls because a lot of people call it in
Wait, you
by
have
yourself.
a take?
No. I don't have a take. Uncle Gene has a take.
Uncle
510.
Gene. All right.
No, I have a lot of takes that you guys scoff at. And then a year later, Shasky's like, you said something last year, and I now subscribe to it. It always happens. It's like clockwork. No one. Uncle G said, buy no one. Butler, keep Wiggs, talk Steph into retirement at year's end, take a rebuild. That's Uncle G. Now we're getting crazy.
Stop it.
Now we're getting crazy.
Doing?
Now we're getting crazy.
I mean,
we're getting crazy out here.
Talking Steph into retirement or Bonte trying to make the pitch for Wiggins as most improved player of the year.
No, I'm just saying he should be in a running for it. You think it's a joke? Go look at his numbers last year. I mean, the guy's balling this year.
He's 4 points per game better.
4 points is a lot on this team. John in San Jose. John, what's happening? Come on, man. Look at the impact on both sides of the floor. John in San Jose, what are you doing? You buying or selling, John?
I'm buying. I think the fundamental problem with the Warriors is everybody can see they don't have those shooters, but they can go to the basket. I mean, last night they almost lost the game by jacking up a bunch of errant threes in the fourth quarter. And as soon as they started going back to the basket, the lead started growing.
Well, let me real quick, John. Let me just tell you, they got outscored in the paint yesterday, 56-32. So there's not much balance.
That's fine. Offense. But they increased their lead by going to the basket. You can get
I agree.
outscored in the paint. They need to stop shooting so many threes because they're missing them.
And they don't have great
shooters. If they go to the basket, they'll get more points. Right. Wiggins is shooting 80%. It's the same thing I tell my kid. Like, this is fundamental. Like, go to the basket. You'll get fouled. You'll get free throws. You get a layup, or you'll get a dunk. You live with that.
Well, here's the deal, though. But, John, when you're the worst free throw shooting team in the league, you're going to be a little hesitant to go to the lane and get fouled because you're the worst free throw shooting team in the league.
Foul trouble? Good players will be in foul trouble, and you'll be playing against the second.
We don't have many guys who can dribble, drive, penetrate by any defender.
Isn't that part more like, why you gotta buy?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's go. I'm here for the buying. Ryan in St. Louis. This ain't can't open a cow.
By the way, did Ryan miss a big free throw down the stretch that like, you know.
They won by 11. Yeah, Ryan in St. Louis, what's up?
Until the Geek dunk,
man?
it was
How y'all
close.
doing?
What's up, Ryan?
Hey, so here's my issue. What's going on with the Warriors? For 2.5 years now, we know that we should have been playing the rookies, and we still haven't done it. For 2.5 years, we've been horrible at ending games. Last 5 minutes, and we lost over probably 30 or 40 games because of our late game execution. And we still sit there, look at Steve Kerr, and don't put no responsibility for putting the guys out there that are consistently bumming it in the fourth quarter. And not only that, we make the bad teams, whenever they play against us, whether it's the Memphis Grizzlies, whether it was the Jazz, the Chicago Bulls, they all of a sudden like they got 3 All-Stars when they play against the Warriors. At what point have we been begging for an athletic big since we won the ring? We still don't have one 2 years later. What point have we begged for our coach to play the rookies who we say, look at Franz, look at Pablo, look at Cunningham, and they've been getting the minimum of 30 minutes per game for the last 2 years. But then we sit there and say, well, what is Kuminga when we never give him the opportunity to go out there and play 30 minutes consistently for a year? We still don't sit there and hold our coaching staff responsible for having these young guys to develop because we're trying to hold on to the past while we steady don't make the playoffs. We're on that fringe of even being relevant when it comes to a team that can cause any type of fear. But we look at the Houston Rockets and flipped it around. We look at these other teams who have the young guys like the Cavs and flipped it around with new coaches, with energy, with attention to details, all that chilling at the doggone facility before games. It's time out for that. These kids need some structure. They need to turn around the mentality in their locker room. They need somebody cussing them out to get their butts ready to go out there and be prepared.
Well, I have Draymond Green for that. 415, it's not free to listen. I have to pay my therapist big bucks after these politician non-takes. The streets are saying Lakers texting me right now. Oh, wait. Joe Lacob just texted me. Actually, he did just text me. Hey, Bonte, you're doing a great job. Keep this up. I need you.
Tried to sugarcoat that text.
Payroll starts on the 5th. Thanks, Uncle Joe. Thanks, Joe Lacob. Thank you for the.
Well, no, let me just throw this at you. It's like, here's a great example. Like, right? There's this thing about chasing wins for the last couple of years, and that has stymied some of the younger guys playing. Like, given where they're at right now, they're going to keep using the excuse of, and look, I like Looney. I do. We're going to play Looney because he gives us a better chance to play. Like, Quentin Post is clearly a guy that we all want to see more of.
Looney has had DMPs galore this year.
No, I'm saying moving forward. Well, B, he's an expiring contract. So,
no doubt.
Like, it's not just no doubt. It's either he goes or you extend him and he stays,
right,
and one of these other bigs goes.
Next text.
So you need to see Quentin Post. Like, he's on this roster.
Oh, another text from Lacob. Bonte, don't repeat this, but I know you got to do a radio show, so repeat it anyway. I want you to let the fans know that we are trying. We're trying to pick a direction, and right now we love this Quentin Post guy. We love Post. However, he gets into foul trouble. We have to play Looney, and Looney grabbed 11 rebounds. So, Bonte, ask your people, what do they want? We're trying. We're trying to do everything to build a winner. So we're doing. We want to pack the house. Uncle Joe, I got you. I'm going to just reply and say, hey, I'm busy.
I love
right
how
now.
candid Joe Lacob is with you in these texts.
No, a couple of them are in all caps, but you know what?
He's an all caps texter? I mean,
yeah, Joe,
wow.
No, he also,
my nickname is
he told me too.
Post.
Well, he passed it up layups yesterday. You saw that? He zoomed past me on a LimeWire scooter yesterday.
On that one that he passed up the layup, Pods hit the three.
He did hit the three.
Thank God.
But still,
thank God.
I know, thank God.
Thank God. But that's why the young guy needs to play, Bonte.
I got to send Joe.
The postman.
I got to send Joe. I got to send Joe like my.
Will you tell Joe he said hi personally for us?
No, I got to send him my routing number right now. So you guys keep talking. Let me get him my routing number. Make sure I get that direct deposit. James,
invite him to that House of Crime rib for that
James
bet
in
I'm
Vegas. Yeah, because so you can pay for it. James in Vegas. What's happening?
Pull a
Vegas. Let's go to Vegas. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven. Hey, James, what you doing? You buying? You selling?
Man, I'm selling Kerr and buying Mike Brown. We need somebody that can develop young players, man. We did everything we could do with him. He doesn't look too enthused night to night. We need a guy that wants to work with the young guys. Like, we don't have a choice. Curry's 37, man. Draymond has got too many problems. He's either fighting, hurt, being LeBron's intern or whatever he's doing for him. It's like, come on, man. We got to move on.
All right, Joe's just texting me right now. He says, tell James in Vegas, we're not doing anything with Steve Kerr. He could be our coach here for the rest of his life. We're not making any substantial coaching changes right now. So that's from Joe.
What was a worse sell job? Lubman trying to sell you on the guy at third base a couple years ago for the Giants as being an all-star, or you selling me as Wiggins for most improved player in the NBA?
No, I said he should be considered.
What was that third baseman?
But it's better than your sell job on the 2025 Giants the other day. Remember?
Davis?
Spadoni and I had to take over the sell job for the Giants. You sold us out of the yard, Joe. You showed us to a point where we're like, yeah, we don't even know if we want to pay for NBC Sports Bay Area anymore. Let's not forget about your sell job, right, Lubman? Right, Lubman?
Yeah.
Both your sell jobs sucked the other day before Larry Bear. It was awful. Postman. Jacob Castro Valley. David, we're going to get to you. Are you going to buy? You're going to sell? We're going to ask Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater, do you buy? Do you sell? As they called me, Humpty Dumpty Hill. You know what, though? I can wear it. Keep them coming, because the clapbacks will be golden. Golden. Like, can you get the routing number? All right. Let me know. All right. Anthony Slater coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Who is this, Bonte?
In Sync. That's the Timberlake Company. Bye, or is it Backstreet Boys?
I get them confused. I don't know.
In Sync, right? Yeah.
I watched the doc.
NSYNC, bye.
I watched the doc on the crazy guy that was like the creator of all of those groups. Wow, what a horrible human being that
He's
guy
a horrible
was.
human being.
Oof.
Horrible human being. Don't forget, at some point this segment, we will prompt you to call in with the keyword to win a spot in the knockout tournament. Make sure you are locked in and ready and have that keyword ready to roll. We'll give out the number in just a little bit before we get to Slater. Buy, sell, sell. Buy, sell, sell. Who you buying? Who you selling? Buy, sell, sell. Buy, sell, sell. Jacob in Castro Valley, you buying?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of more with standing pat a little bit and seeing what goes on.
Welcome to my world, Jacob.
Everything we're missing.
World.
Right. I mean, everything we're missing is what Jonathan Kuminga brings to the table. But if we have to buy, I'm definitely not buying a Zion who's injured all the time. I'm definitely not buying a Jimmy Butler who's just as old as Steph and has got attitude problems. If I was going to buy, I would try to see what Sack wants for De'Aaron Fox. He just became available. If we got to give up youth and maybe a first-round pick, man, we might have to do that.
Hey, but you know what,
De'Aaron
Jacob?
Fox is only 27.
Yeah, but he makes a lot of money.
He makes a lot of money. But, Jake, I give you credit because you're joining my world and standing pat. And it's not a popular take. People are afraid of that take. They're afraid to stand pat. They're afraid. They're afraid to do that. People are not comfortable being uncomfortable. I am. Jacob in Castro Valley is. Before we get Slater, real quick, David in San Francisco. I want to hear what he has to say. David, what are you doing? You buying? You selling? You standing pat? What the hell are you doing if you're Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors?
I'm doing what you're advocating, staying pat. There are 36 games left, and their Warriors, weirdly enough, are only 3 games out of 6th place, which is even a no play-in 7, 8, 9, 10. You got Kuminga coming back, and maybe Quentin Post can give you something that we haven't had this season.
Talk to me.
And I think
so. Let me get this straight. Can I ask you a question?
Hey, you're preaching, David. You're preaching.
So, okay. When Kuminga and Draymond come back, we're going to have more minutes for Quentin Post?
Steve Kerr already said. Steve Kerr said last week it's going to be difficult when Draymond and Kuminga gets back. The 5 minutes for Quentin Post and Guy Santos. That will be a discussion, and that will be a problem.
We know where that's going.
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't know. Slater may know. Hey, listen, you got to be built for this. Who's built for this? Who's built to stand pat and to wait till the all season? Who's built for this? Jacob and David in San Francisco just entered a world with me that nobody wants to be a part of. Because everybody's screaming and moaning and impatient. They want everything. Just buy this guy and sell this guy and do this and do that, even though we don't think this guy's good. Let's sell him for a superstar player. Doesn't work like that. And you know what? I do now. I really want to see the Warriors stand pat because I want to see all you guys go crazy. I want to see all y'all bitch and moan and use the same talking points for the next 3 months on why the Warriors didn't do nothing at the trade deadline. There's people who are accustomed to going through adversity, and there's people that wilt in the face of adversity. We're going to find that out February 6th, folks. Oh, I like that. That's kind of good. That's a wrestling promo right there. Anthony Slater joins us as he does every single week.
Check in with me like middle of March after they stand pat, and he's on a 3-game losing slide.
Just on the River Islands guest line.
Look at this G-Leaguer we just signed to a new 2-way deal.
95-70 game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Bifocals are on Quentin Post this week.
Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? My good friends, River Islands in Lathrop, and my good friend Anthony Slater joining us. We'll ask him about De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento because we know he's tapped in with that situation. But Slater, thank you for joining us today. The Warriors beat the Utah Jazz, or you could say the Salt Lake City Stars, whatever. It's a win. They're back to 500. There's a step up in competition, to say the least, today against Oklahoma City. But as we get closer and closer to the deadline, what sense do you have on what the Warriors may do before February 6th, Anthony? And good morning again to you. I love you, Anthony. You know you're my guy.
Yeah, y'all on one this morning.
Oh, we are, baby. We could do a Wacky Wednesday, baby. Let's go.
They're out there trying to figure that out right now. It's definitely, high volume of calls around the NBA this week. I still think there's slight chances to get, that bigger swings materialize, but it's probably, as we've talked about right over the last couple of months, maybe the mid-tier type moves. We'll see. I do think something gets done. Again, I don't think anything on the chessboard is going to vault them into title contention, but there are moves to be made that, can help now, but also can position themselves better either for a bigger swing this summer, or maybe it's a rotation guy that, fits and is good enough to help next season when they kind of rearrange the roster. Like, it's not all either, you make a huge move that you think helps you, leap up the Western Conference standings, or you make a big move that, is a huge rebuild move. Like, there's mid-tier moves that make, logical sense.
Does Steph want to play with Jimmy Butler?
I mean, I think it's an idea that everyone kind of, it's like, do you want to play with the best version of Jimmy Butler? Do you want to play with a version of Jimmy Butler that was like dominant in whatever playoffs that was, where he just like dragged them past the Celtics? Like, that younger, very locked in version of Jimmy Butler is like an appealing idea. This is also a Jimmy Butler who's older, who's had a few injury issues over the last few years and has basically blown up another situation with the franchise, who comes in with not only a huge price tag, but a desire for an extension. Like, and just forget, the highest level deal that Miami can no longer ask for, right? We know they can't sit there and go, Kuminga and Pajemski, throw them in, throw some picks. We know that, whoever they're talking to around the league, they cannot ask for that great of a package. But regardless, you have to salary match, and even your worst package has got to send either a Wiggins or Draymond out the door. It's got to send other salary fillers. So you're puncturing your rotation while you're bringing him in too. So it's a risky move in a lot of ways. To your question, would Steph want to play with him? I mean, I think Steph's open to any type of conversation right now as he tries to figure out what's the best way to move forward at 23 and 23 while he's I think a month or a little more than a month from turning 37.
We're talking to Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest line. Let's get serious for a second. Jonathan Kuminga, he's going to be reevaluated in a couple of weeks here. He's already missed over 3 weeks. Someone is saying he was playing his best basketball of his young career. Would this injury make the Warriors hesitant, or maybe more willing to maybe part ways with Jonathan Kuminga if they wanted to do that? They wanted to go that route, because it doesn't sound like he's going to be back before the trade deadline, Anthony.
I'd be stunned if Jonathan Kuminga's traded, and I don't think that's his ankle injury, that's why they can't. I just think they view him as too positive of a long-term asset, and I know there's varying levels of belief in him from the fan base, from the league, whatever, but what he can fetch, and again, I think he's a guy that I think a rival team would trade for, believing, hey, we can get him on the cheap, and maybe just because his contract situation almost lessens his market value, because any team that gets him knows they're going to have to pay for him, in the off season. And I just that unsettled situation, what he was, and, I think still will be for the Warriors this year, which is their only real downhill rim threat. What he represents to them, bigger picture, which is really the one guy of their 3 lottery picks that still has a chance to really pop. I don't see a scenario that's again on the chessboard right now, considering the players that are potentially available, where they would part with Jonathan Kuminga.
Anthony, would the Warriors, do they deem any player outside of Steph Curry untouchable? And with that said, Andrew Wiggins is having a special year. I wouldn't want to trade him. I think the Warriors need more size. They need more guys like Andrew Wiggins. But what about Draymond Green? A lot of fans have been calling this show. A lot of people express their disappointment with Draymond Green, with the injuries and everything like that. Would they be willing to part ways with Draymond Green? What's the likelihood of that happening by February 6th?
Well, I think it's unlikely for several reasons, including obviously political and, nostalgic reasons, which, you maybe would say that's not how, a team should operate. But we all know the dynamics at play with that situation, right, and the history with Steph and all that. So obviously that's in the mix. The other thing is that's not a very appealing contract on the market. It's 3 years left. Obviously he's aged some. He's a specific fit that, you think about Miami, for example, right? In the Butler, who would Miami rather have, a younger Andrew Wiggins, who would just kind of plug and play on the wing at 30 minutes a night and start, or Draymond who'd be kind of an odd fit with Bam and is obviously older. I mean, like, to me, Miami would probably prefer Andrew Wiggins. It's just like, considering the earthquake that would be trading Draymond Green and the value or non-value he would probably have if put on the trade market, like, I'm not seeing a scenario present itself where it's logical necessarily.
What about, because to me it's an incongruent thought process to say that they love Kuminga and he's untradeable and Draymond's got to stay and stay in the role that he's in currently. Doesn't something have to give if they truly do believe in Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Steve Kerr said it in preseason, like, this stretch 5 idea can allow you to maybe play them together. He said Jonathan Kuminga could maybe be a 3 if you have a shooter out on the 5, and we'll see what Quentin Post becomes. We'll see if the Nikola Vucevic trade, materializes, or if we're talking summertime, if they go, bigger fish hunting. What is Kristaps Porzingis potentially available this summer? Or does that type of name intrigue you? But I think there are ways to reconfigure the roster where both of those two could still be featured. Or, I don't know, maybe one of the two of them is moved this summer. I'm not trying to say, Jonathan Kuminga is the most untouchable asset on the roster. I just think there's no trade out there where it's valued enough that they would put him in a trade. And I would say the same thing about Draymond at this point, unless something, comes available.
Well, they're $7 million over the cap right now, and they've got $32 million in expiring deals. How aggressive are they going to get here when it comes to some of the other pieces that they have on their team? What's the blueprint look like? Are they going to try to staple expiring deals to some of these multi-year contracts like Kyle Anderson or a Buddy Hield, or are they just going to allow those to exhaust? What's your best bet?
I think that everything's on the table, especially with those expirings. Those expirings, are more appealing to a team like, Chicago, if you went for Levine or Vucevic. Chicago would rather have, give us a Peyton or a Looney, because then, the money's off this summer. That's what they want. That's what these rebuilding teams want. Even Miami, right? Miami, I think, while Wiggins' contract, I think he's played himself into being a positive value contract. I think the fact that Wiggins has a third-year player option in a few seasons for $30 million, like Miami, from all reports, wants cap space that 2026-2027 season, that 2026 summer. So it's almost like an unappealing contract, even though, again, I think he's played he's played it back in a positive value. So it really just depends on the partner you're with, what kind of deals they want. Would they want like a Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson? Do you necessarily want to get off that? I think value-wise, it would make sense. Hey, look, you got Kyle Anderson on 3 years, $27 million, for example. He's very much on the fringe of the rotation. Do you want that on the books moving forward? Maybe not. You could argue you should want to get off that, but at the same time, you're going to maybe need, salaries to, stair step up and build a trade this summer if you really think you're going to get, back into the trade game. So it might be better to have contracts right now that can be aggregated this summer. That's why Vucevic in a lot of ways could make sense, because if you trade some of your expirings and get him, he's under a contract for $20 million next year. That's a nice little puzzle piece to put together.
So likelihood of making a deal, small deal. Are they going to buy, sell? What do you think the Warriors do before February 6th?
I think something gets done, and I think it's even possible they throw a first in there. This year's first, I think, is possible to be used, protected. Just because I think there's a desire from the front office to shake it up a little bit, to see something different. Maybe try a different rotation piece, reposition a salary, just to maybe make a little bit of a better mini run this year, while also protecting the assets that would allow them to go bigger game hunting this summer. And I do think there's going to be those type of middle tier players on the board, especially if you throw a protected first rounder into the mix, you can get into a lot more conversations.
Guy Santos, Quentin Post. No one's sitting here banging the drum that these guys are stars. No one has those crazy opinions. I think they are very useful rotation pieces. What are realistic minute allocations for the rest of the year for those two if the team really believes in them.
Yeah, I think Post is the more interesting one because of what I was saying earlier, where the lineup he can unlock. I like when Draymond and Kuminga come back. Yes, that clogs up the front court, and I think Moses Moody's probably staring at another situation where he's pushed to the back burner. I think Kyle Anderson's probably buried, and Guy Santos is probably in that mix where there might be a subsection of the fan base that's upset that he's suddenly very minimized. But I do think Quentin Post won't be because I do think there's a unless, by the way, if Vucevic is on the roster in a week or so, he's Post would definitely be minimized. But and if there's a 3-for-1 deal, by the way, not only does it take some of these rotation guys away, but I think Post gets elevated to a full roster spot. But to your point, I want to see Kuminga, Draymond, and Post out there. I want to see Kuminga at the 4 and Post out there. You see it. The shot's real. I think there's weaknesses. He showed it last night, right? Some of that post, paint finishing is a little bit of a concern, but
fits right in, Anthony. Fits right in with the rest of the roster.
I know, right? Well, except for the fact that he's actually 7 feet and looks like
he
pretty
does box out well.
He does box out well.
He does.
But finishing in our rim, that's what we've been bitching and moaning about for years, is somebody to finish around the rim. And we see a couple passes. Even Guy Santos had a layup and he passed it out to a 3-point shooter. I don't get it at all. Anthony, as we move forward here, Dublin Marge, one of our great texters here, do you believe this? Do you subscribe to this with the new CBA aprons losing expiring contracts for nothing is going to happen more often? Do you see that happening more often in today's NBA?
Yeah, I mean, look what the Clippers did this summer. They just decided it was more valuable to them to just let all of Paul George's money walk to Philly than take, a package that probably would have included, either Wiggins or Chris Paul and maybe a Jonathan Kuminga mixed in, depending on the negotiations. They just decided let it clear, because I think we're all coming to grips, particularly people in the league who have to study it and are really seeing the ramification of the aprons and all the restrictive natures of it. But even the fans, at least the ones that follow it closely, it's still, even to me, I'm at this deadline, I'm having to hit up CBA people or, cat people around the league and what's this rule? Well, the frozen pick in the future. I honestly think it was, it's not good that the league did this, right? It's very confusing, even trying to have segments like this and we have to go through it and what is legal, what's not. It's not great, but to your question, yeah, I think it's going to really impact some of the strategies around the league. And one of that clearly seems to be there's a desire to maybe just let guys walk. It's part of why I think that Miami just keeping Butler, not necessarily keeping him around, but keeping him on the roster into the summer is a possibility, because they might just decide either letting his money walk this summer, or if he picks up his player option, maybe trying to deal him this summer is better than whatever bad package is on the table right now.
Lastly here, 30 seconds or less, Pods. Missed 12 games, the last 3 shooting 45% from 3. Looks like he's slowed down and he's playing at a better pace right now, Anthony.
He looks good. He looks like his rookie self, probably shooting it even better than that. That's the biggest thing. And somebody said it last night, I think it was Looney, but when he hits the 3, the confidence in the rest of his game really gets going. That's, that might not be a great thing, right? You want the type of player he is. You don't want him to be hit the rest of his game to be relying on if the jumper's going or not. But I think we all saw when he hit such a shooting slump that this, in November and December, that really impacted, his defense, his playmaking, his confidence, all that, everything that made him good as a rookie, even his rebounding. And that's back. And maybe he just needed the mental reset, the 12 games away. But, he looks like a guy right now that you should play 30 minutes a night. You should play next to Steph a bunch, maybe start next to Steph. We talked in the preseason it was him versus Melton, really, for that 2-guard spot. Maybe he just reclaims it. As we talk about the various things that could jolt this team to a little bit more life, to me, that's high among them. Brandon Pajemski looking like the player that, they pretty confidently were talking about this summer.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. All right, Anthony, good stuff. I'll see you tonight at Chase Center for a little back-to-back. We know who OKC is. We know what they're all about. We'll talk more about them next week, but Oklahoma City is rolling right now. Number 1 team in the Western Conference, and the Warriors right now, 10.5-point underdogs in the back end of a back-to-back. Anthony, you're a good man. Thanks for joining us as always.
Only 10.5 tonight. All right.
No, you think it's going to be, oh, boy. Oh, I didn't like that from Slates. I didn't like that.
I'll see
What do you mean, Bonte? You want them to stand pat? You think they can still do it?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. See, there you go. There you go.
Make a run at the box.
No. I didn't say that. Didn't say that at all. Did I say that, Carter? I didn't say that. You guys aren't listening.
Carter.
You aren't listening.
Don't bring me in this.
You aren't listening. So, I mean, let me educate Twin Empire for a second. Well, I'll get back to Twin Empire because he needs to be schooled.
Who is Twin Empire?
He's on YouTube. He doesn't understand basketball apparently because, how come Posta Santos minutes being questioned, Buddy will get 25 minutes? Because you don't have any other two guards right now. You're only out to the two guard spot.
This is why they need a trade.
I mean, Buddy buckets. You got nobody else. Quentin Post can't play two guard. He said this is not a two guard.
But they've got a log jam of bigs.
They do. But come on, Twin Empire. You know better. All right. You heard the sounder. Do it one more time. One more time. One more time. All right. Be the first one to call in the keyword 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652 with the keyword, what is spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center Monday, March 3rd. Now, yesterday we brought on a ringer, and that ringer is Javon Shannon, who's going to be part of the second annual 95-7 game knockout tournament. This guy can shoot. He can ball. He's a problem in this tournament. I'm already scouting. Zucci, man, he'll be one and done. I ain't worried about him. But Javon Shannon, he's a problem. He is a problem.
Just running people over.
Monday, March 3rd. Second annual.
With your new Serramonte Ford.
95-70 game knockout contest. We could park at Chase Center, too. Where you go, Shasky? Where the hell did he go?
I'm right here.
Oh, man, I couldn't see you for a second. I was like, what? Did you bend over? Where the hell did he go?
I leaned over
that's what it was. I was looking. I was like, where the hell did he go? You disappeared.
Why don't you read the read?
But just chill. Next time to win is at noon on Steiny Guru. And we'll be doing it all week long, so keep listening for your chance. This is entertainment, folks. What you want us to break down the split action? Come on, man. Let's go.
They're running way too much of it.
No, they need to run more of it. They got a bunch
of guys who can't shoot and no one fears. And so let's just keep running split action. And then while we're at it, let's have guys who can't pass as the initiator of said passes off the split action.
Oh, man. Some of you guys, February 6th is going to break a lot of people. It's going to break a lot of people. We could still play the game.
February 6th, the new January 6th.
Yeah, it is the new January 6th. It's going to break a lot of people. Oh, boy.
There's a joke in there.
Hey, I'm not going to touch that one. I'm not going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. But February 6th.
Just like, keep going.
No, go ahead and say it. No.
I'm not you open it up. What everyone says I'm going to do.
No, do it. Don't do it because I want to see you do it.
Nope.
Can we, instead of going to House of Pride Break, can we go to that one German restaurant? What is the name of it again?
It's excellent in the Hayes Valley.
What's the name?
Google it.
What's the name?
No, Google it.
What's the name?
What is going on here?
There's nothing going on here.
Soup and what?
It's just,
soup and what? Speaking of German.
We want to talk about how niche the joke is.
Hey, soup and German.
Speaking of Germans, Dennis Schroeder. What are we doing?
23 points.
Come on.
What, you're out on Dennis Schroeder?
He's an expiring contract.
Are you all in on him? You liked him the first couple weeks.
Move. I saw the move, and now I'm off the move. That's what we do. It's like when you go shopping, right? You go shopping. It's like, hey, like we used to via, the old school way, we would go shopping and you'd go try a pair of pants on, and you'd be like, yeah, typically I'm a 32-32 or a 33-30 or whatever it is, right? You try them on, like, yeah, these don't fit that right. Or I don't like this particular cut. My wife works for a big jean company. There are certain different types of cuts of jeans. Some for people with big thighs. Yeah. Some are more tapered at the leg.
Yeah, you got the slim cut.
Yeah. Now baggy's back in. Like, sometimes you got to buy a pair or try a pair on. And then you go, actually, I reconsider. I take that back. It's like my buddy Hield opinion. Wow, I thought it looked good in the mirror. Then I walked out into the street for another 12 to 15 weeks, and I realized I need to return these jeans immediately.
You return the jeans after wearing them out and getting them all dingy. They got holes in the jeans now. The way you propping up Buddy Hield around here.
Look, man, I'm just saying.
The glow on your face when Buddy Hield was scorching. And I remember you in the contract. You go, man, look at the contract. This is a bargain. You got him for 3 more years with this contract? No, I can't even text my Buddy Hield no more.
Too Short and Jay-Z have a song, It Was All Good Just a Week Ago. That is literally the definition of the Buddy Hield deal. It was good for about a week.
Sacramento tried to warn you. Sacramento's good for something. They know bad basketball. That's what they know up there in Sacramento. You got to give them that. They know all about bad basketball.
Well, right now they're better than the Warriors. So what does that tell? Like,
they're a game up on the Warriors with all that talent.
What?
Don't be caping for Sacramento. No, don't be caping for them. They're the same spot as us.
I'm being pragmatic about it.
Now you're being pragmatic.
Reasonable.
Oh.
I find myself to be a reasonable individual.
You can't say that. You can't keep a straight face. You can't keep a straight face.
Bro, if you weren't falling asleep in the third quarter of that game, are you really watching that game? We have this machine. We have this machine to get my son to sleep. It's like this white noise machine. You push a button and it goes whoosh, right? Everyone has it. I should just put on Jazz Warriors from last night. That'll put him to bed. It's like a bottle, a rub, and turning the heater on. He'll go straight to sleep. You want to talk about just, huh?
Oh, man.
Am I wrong?
This show's all jokes, man.
Am I wrong? No, it's not jokes. It's being real.
888-957.
I'd rather watch Austin Slater warm up in the on-deck circle
you would not.
than watch the Jazz Warriors close that game out again.
I'm calling cap.
Stop it.
You would not. With that sweet Ritter hat, I need one of those.
Yeah. I've got one in the basement, but your head's so big, I don't know.
Yeah, you need about an 8.5.
Plus, it's not in crown size.
You need an 8.5.
Carter, you like that?
Yeah, I need the crown. Yeah, I do need the crown size. Well, hold on.
I'm looking for crown.
You're telling me you're lying like crazy. You're lying like crazy. If you think that you watch Austin Slater, you'd rather watch Austin Slater warm up in the on-deck circle than watch Pods.
Shasta, you got more joy out of watching paint dry than Austin Slater, right? Use a different comparison than Austin Slater.
How about this one? How about this one, London? How about this one?
There you go.
Would Shasky rather watch Mike Yastrzemski bat with the runners on second and third, one out in the bottom of the 8th inning,
and swing through an upper mid-90s fastball above the hands?
Or would he rather watch Buddy Hield come off a curl and try his one dribble pull up?
Doc, Buddy, dude, it's just like, oh, jeez. There are some guys that are no, yes guys, meaning like, no, yes, nice shot. Buddy's, no. Damn it, yank him. Like, that's like, it's just.
We're testing you here. Would you rather watch?
Dude, it's bad.
Would you rather watch Jackson Reitz catch with the one leg out?
Dude, if I had the one leg down.
The one leg down, whatever the one knee down, whatever crazy stuff you be talking about with the catcher stuff. The one knee down. Would you rather watch Jackson Reitz with the one knee down? Or Gary Payton II be left wide open on the three-point line?
I'd rather watch Felix Rodriguez groove fastballs to Scott Spezio in Game 6 of the World Series. Don't go there. Which is one of the worst moments of my life. But that being said, like,
somebody said.
So last night's game was worse than one of the worst moments of your life.
No,
somebody did say
being hyperbolic.
At least Austin Slater hits lefties. That's what they said. At least he hits lefties.
Who's better at hitting, Slater and lefties or Buddy Hield in the bucket?
That's not even accurate anymore. Slater doesn't hit lefties anymore.
It's the lefty masher.
It's exactly like Buddy Hield. It worked for a little short period of time. Since then, it has not worked.
Ooh.
I've always said that Buddy Hield is the Austin Slater of basketball.
I am weak, man. I am weak. I maybe I'm just.
Well, you know who the Tyro Estrada is on this team?
Who is?
Moses Moody. If you're asking a lot from Tyro Estrada, you're not that good. If you're asking a lot from Moses Moody.
But do we even know how good Moses Moody is?
Yeah, Moses come through and we've need him this year.
My boy,
all 4 times.
My boy Theodore Red on YouTube. Shasky, bro, you're going to have a hard time with the entire Eldridge come up.
Not really.
No,
I really enjoyed the Hayden Bird song, Kyle Harrison. I watch, and I would rather watch guys who may never be good but are young and quote-unquote promising as opposed to journeyman guy who's been on 7 different teams going nowhere on a mediocre team. Going nowhere. Like I will always pivot to the young guy.
You were having so much fun watching Buddy the first month.
Time for the legal.
You're having so like
it was a week.
Dude, you were having so much fun for like a month. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. But it's okay because I was loving Buddy Hield too. So it's Big Smooth in Oakland. Big Smooth, you're loving Buddy Hield.
New name for you, Bonte. Daddy Buckets. He's a dud.
Daddy Buckets.
22 minutes, 2 points. If you ISO, just watch him. He looks like the Keystone Cops running around. What are you doing, buddy?
You're throwing the ball to the wrong people. You have no deep. What the heck is Buddy? What happened? What happened?
Well, you know what happened? This is who he's been in the NBA. I mean, we just thought he put on the Warrior jersey and he's going to become Klay Thompson 2.0.
Well, we were out of pixie dust. Keep cooking, Big Smooth.
We're out of pixie dust.
For a brief moment, it looked like we had the better of Buddy, better than Klay. Oh my goodness! But I can't stand to watch Buddy right now. I don't know what to do. We got him. I don't know what to do. Who's going to take him? No wonder he was riding on the 76ers bench. I mean, he was there for a reason, man. We bought into it. Mike Dunleavy bought into it. Man, can we just go get Vukovic already and see what happens?
You might do that. Look,
do something.
Look, Buddy Hield.
What's the meme with Indiana? Do something.
Indiana, they were running the gun and leading league in scoring, and they were playing at a breakneck pace, and they traded Buddy. They traded Buddy when that offense calls for offense. In diversity offensively, they traded Buddy.
That offense calls for offense?
The offense calls for offensive diversity.
Oh, okay. I was trying to keep up with that.
So, shooting, dribbling, passing, cutting, going to the basket.
Well, it's a drought season.
No.
I don't know if you know this, Selsky.
Are we ever going to call Law Murray again for the power rankings?
Oh, I looked at the recent ones. We are. You want to talk about Tom Petty free falling?
Law Murray.
I kind of feel like we should just for the closure.
Number 4, right? They're number 4 with Law Murray.
We were up to 4.
We're up to 4. Tier 1.
I needed to be 10 full games over 500.
They were Tier 1.
They were so close.
Where are we at now?
Oh, not good. We were kind of like the Pittsburgh Pirates a couple years ago. After 1 month, we were like the hottest team in all the sport.
We were like the Pirates. How far we've fallen.
Remember that a couple years ago? The Pirates were the best team in baseball for about 25 games. And then they had to play the other 140.
I don't remember who it was. A King Media guy or something saying, "Don't worry, Buddy will be Buddy." And he was playing nice at the time. That was Kenny Caraway, I believe, who said that.
Well, he was right.
He was right.
Kenny did have a point.
It was better. He said it because when I tried to say this, like, Bonte, you're just being a hater. You just miss Klay Thompson. That's what I would get. I was like, all right, fine.
Well, both of those statements could be true.
I'll just shut the hell up. I'm not a hater. I want to see the Warriors win. Hell, how you think Joe Lakers got my routing number? I need those checks to keep coming. Uncle Joe, I believe. I believe in the plan. Let's go to Mike in Berkeley. He's saying, don't be a hater, Shasky.
Who am I hating on?
Don't be a hater.
What's up, Mike? Moses Moody, man, he's playing the best ball of his career. 7 games in a row in double figures.
Yep.
And in those 7 games, he's only had 3 turnovers, which is about a half of Steph Curry.
And Mike, another one for you. Mike. He's shooting 45% from 3 in the month of January.
Starting. You guys, I'm not saying just you guys, but most guys are sitting there saying, well, we'll throw him in on a trade, too. And, he's just an afterthought. What would have happened? Let me ask you, Joe and Fonte, what would have happened if at the beginning of the year, Steve Kerr would have given Moses Moody his minutes and his praise and his
what
flowers?
Position is he? I guess my question to you is, what position is that at?
Doesn't matter. Moody said the 2 and the 4 in this offense is the same damn thing. He's just going to guard bigger guys who don't post up. So
I think he'd be better off individually. I don't know how much that would change the standings.
Let me ask you guys. You guys obviously follow basketball, Warriors basketball. What would have happened if he would have been given all of the confidence that Podziemski's gotten?
Oh, well, that I agree.
All of the run that was from the beginning. You might have your number 2 scorer. You just might have your number 2 scorer right there. And he's 22.
Guy Santos, number 2 scorer right now. I'm not mad at you. Hey, Mike, I'm not mad at you.
Well, but
I may disagree with that.
I guess my question to you, not my question, but my pivot to that would be like, if Moses Moody, even making, like, if he's your number 2 scorer, we're probably talking about a team that's not very good.
No, yeah, basically, yeah, that's where we're at.
And look, Moses doesn't pass a lot. He's a catch and shoot guy, and he's done a good job of that, no right? Doubt. He has. But I would say that's more a functionality of this offense, where there's just so much. If you're not a pick and pop guy, you're not going to thrive in this.
He's more of a 3 and 4 guy. He's not going to move around like Klay Thompson offensively, and defensively, he's not going to move around like that. So I like what Steve Kerr has done with him. in this role here. Hey, you're going to be the 4, but they're going to be able to be a 4. That's on the 3-point line, which forces bigger guys who, if they want to guard Moses Moody with bigs, that's going to hurt opposing defenses. That's going to hurt them tremendously. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Jonathan, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, Rose. I just want to say bye, man. Hey, let's go bring in at 6'10" inch, man. I want to do some scratching.
Who?
He's, Nikola Vucevic. We need to bring in a consistent guy. That guy consistent, man. 20 points, 10 rebounds, and if you bring him in, there's going to be a good dominant effect, and because he's going to push Wiggins and everybody else back, and so you don't have to count on Wiggins that much. That's help for Steph. No on Zion, bro. Do you really trust Zion around foot-long burritos and all this food here we got in the Bay? Hell no, bro. That guy, you put that guy here in a month, he's going to be a moon.
Oh, my God. A moon? Half moon? Full moon? Which moon, Jonathan?
He said, do you trust him around
Jonathan, what kind of moon will he be?
Oh, my God.
Half moon?
He's going to be he's going to be the biggest full moon we've ever seen.
Hey, Jonathan, real quick. You're not high on Salah either. I heard you on Willard the Dibs. You called in right away and said you weren't high on Salah.
Are you cheating on us?
No, I blame him for giving up that third and forever against Mahomes because he went prevent defense. I want a guy who's going to empty the barrel, going after it, bro. I don't want a sit-back guy and chill and mellow. I want a guy. I want somebody in the Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells coaching tree of defensive guys, bro.
Yeah, hey, Jonathan, you're like me. You want to see exotic blitzes. You want to see linebackers mugging the A-gap. You want to see slot corner blitzes. You want to see safety blitzes. You want to see all that, right, Jonathan? Like, I want Weak Martindale. I want craziness on defense.
I want to see amoeba defense, bro. I want to see a defense that puts their best guy near the quarterback, not as far. Dude, wide nine gap scheme is trash. Puts Nick Bosa as far away from the quarterback as possible.
Hey, Jonathan, you and me are alike, man. We kind of think the same way. We want exotic. I want exotic. I want guys coming off the A-gap, B-gap. I want slot corners coming in, bluffing, bailing. I want safety blitzes. I want the free safety getting a 15-yard head start. I want it all. I want exotic amoeba defenses. I don't want this wide nine no more. All right? I want guys in the A-gap. Am I coming in or am I going? Am I coming in or am I going? Huh? Am I coming in or am I going?
The only amoeba I recognize is Amoeba Records, where everyone used to try to steal CDs from.
Well, I never tried to steal CDs from there. You get your ass kicked.
Yeah, I know. They had some big
you don't mess around there.
They had the little
the CDs were cheap anyway.
No,
buy the stuff.
I'm with you.
You know?
I saw a Nicotina concert there once. It was so badass.
I want 8 guys on the line of scrimmage. Are we coming? Are we coming? I want the quarterback freaking out. Blue, hey, double check. I don't know. This guy, 54. I want all that.
The king wants exotic.
All right, I got to catch my breath. Endurance is a problem for me these days. What's coming up in the game brought to you by the all-new Bay Street Emeryville. You buying or selling on the Warriors as we get ready for OKC. Oh, no, we got Stu Gotts. Stu Gotts coming up. Stu Gotts from the Dan Le Batard Show, 920. That's coming up on the other side.
Happy Hump Day, people. Happy Hump Day.
Hey, YouTube numbers have been up. I started paying attention again once the chat opened back up. No chat, no Bonte.
Wait a minute. You distracted by the chat?
No chat, no Bonte. No chat, no Bonte. The chat has added a great element to the show today. It's had a hell of a show. Hell of a week.
I love outsourcing all of the energy from the YouTube chat.
It does sometimes work. I mean, who wants it off? Anyway, Nathan Swindle, congratulations to you. You have qualified for the second annual 95-70 game knockout tournament.
Let's go. Nathan Swindle?
Somebody Google him. Let's make sure he's not a ringer. See if he played at D1 college or something. No, let's see if he played at D1 college or something. I need scouting reports.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because I need to know where to line up.
Bonte, the Warriors have a bunch of professional NBA players who can't shoot, 65%.
Well, I got to make sure the Swindle is an 85% shooter. Nathan Swindle. Facebook.
He's the Swindle God.
You know
Check
what?
him out on Instagram.
Well, I don't know if this is the Nathan one, but there's a bowler named Nathan Swindle. Senior rolled season best 625 three-game series at Greater Cleveland Conference Tournament to lead the Bees to the title over a mentor at AMF Brookgate Lanes. Came into the week averaging over 185 points per bowl. Wow. Maybe he's a bowler. Nathan Swindle. It's a random one. What's up, Shasky?
So the reason why we're having Stu Gotts on, hopefully, is because obviously he's down in Miami. Yeah. Got a good feel for what's going on with Jimmy Butler.
Also to promote his book, too.
Well, yeah.
Slam dunk contest, by the way. It's coming up. Our slam dunk in Vegas contest is on, like Donkey Kong.
What is that contest?
It's a national contest here at Odyssey. So check this out. Someone's going to travel and get accommodations for 4. That's the winner plus 3 guests. To Las Vegas, Sin City. Plus, check this out. $5,000 in cash for each guest. That's $20,000 total. That's right. You heard it here first. $20,000 is the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. And winning is easy. Yes, it is easy. Unless you're the Giants and the Warriors right now, winning can be hard. But winning this could be easy. Just download the free Odyssey app right now. Log in and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. I got all my friends doing it. We're rigging it to make sure I get the trip to Vegas and get 5 Gs. We're all doing it.
The other night, I was watching TGL Golf. Don't ask me why. It was me and the little guy. And I was like, I couldn't believe I actually said this out loud. Can this stupid screen golf, and I love golf, you know I do, can this just be done so I can watch Cooper Flagg and the 7'2" guy who's on Duke? I haven't uttered that about a college basketball player in forever.
Hey, I like Cooper Flagg. He's
a lot of fun to watch.
By the way, should I stop saying exotic blitzes?
It's just, I mean.
Does it sound like exotic dancers?
It's just,
you don't like when I say exotic?
I mean.
Because your head goes in the dumps?
Exotic Joe?
Exotic Joe. I forgot about him.
Tiger King. The best memes came out of that. I'm never going to financially recover from this.
I don't know.
He ran for governor.
He did run for governor. He got some votes. Please stop saying exotic blitzes. Okay. I'll just say creative blitzes. Yeah. Show me more creative. How about this? I'll clean it up. More creativity with your blitz packages. How about that?
I like it.
You like that?
Yeah, be clever.
All right, be clever.
Something we struggle at.
Exotic blitz just means quarter blitz. No, it could be the safety blitz. It could be the all linebackers. It could be cover 0 blitzes. Who knows? All right. Let's stop talking about blitzing. Actually, let's blitz Stu Gotts down in South Beach, Miami. I want to blitz his book. When is the book coming out?
Personal record book?
Personal record book.
Yeah.
The Real Winners and Losers in Sports is available right now on Amazon.
Yeah.
The Real Winners and Losers in Sports. But I had to think.
You don't know about this. So when Kevin Durant won a championship, he said in his personal record book.
He's a loser.
Yeah, he didn't have a championship.
He didn't have a championship.
And I know you would take umbrage with something like that.
I'd take offense to that. Just like when Nick Friedel comes on the show and says, well, the 4th championship for the Golden State Warriors, that was their bonus championship. Man, a championship's a championship. Bonus or not. You think the Dolphins are crying? They can't even win a damn playoff game. A playoff game. But let me guess, Stu Gotts' losers has got to be the New York Jets, right? Stu Gotts, good morning. Thanks for joining us on the River Islands guest line, man.
Good morning, guys. The one consistent thing over my 40 years of sports fandom is, yes, the Jets are losers, big-time losers. Yeah. Listen, the Kevin Durant take, which is something I said back at ESPN, and really the genesis of why I was able to write a book. Like, I meant it then, and I mean it right now. I'm going to say it to you guys again. It flies in the face of everything we teach our kids about competition, about working hard, about staying loyal to your teammates. He left a team he couldn't beat and joined that team. That's not what you're supposed to do. It's not what sports is all about. And therefore, Kevin Durant has never won a title in my personal record book.
I mean, this is coming from the guy who had season tickets for the Big Three. Come on, Stu. It's a little, rife with hypocrisy.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I love you, though.
No, but listen. They're up 3-1. He's in Oklahoma City. They're up 3-1, Western. It's a little bit different than LeBron coming down here and teaming up with Wade and Bosh. They're up 3-1. Kevin Durant is one of those players. He's a generation. Now you're getting me started again.
No, Stu, guys, I'm going to shut this down. I'm not going to let you see Shasky. See, my problem with Shasky sometimes, he lets you out-of-towners come on this show and really represent, and then he sides with you guys, and he forgets his allegiances to the Bay Area fandom. No, he'll come on again because he likes pushback. I'm going to push back because I love, trust me, I read the Heat Index every damn day. I read it every day on ESPN.com.
This guy works for the Warriors.
No. I don't work for the Warriors. I work for 95.7 and NBC. They do not sign my checks. They've never signed one of my checks. Well, actually, that's not true. They signed a couple checks on some side projects. But that's not my point. LeBron, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade plotted for 2 years. So you mean to tell me the 65-win Cavaliers are playing the Boston Celtics, and LeBron's already thinking about eating shrimp and lobster in South Beach, Miami? That's not right.
All right, I'm glad you've engaged me. Okay, this is fantastic. All right, and we'll get to we will get to Jimmy Butler here in just a second. Here's the comparison that I think might work for you. Imagine if, and I wrote this in the book, imagine if Michael Jordan, after not beating the Pistons for the second or third consecutive year, decided, you know what? I'm done with Scotty. I'm done with Horace Grant. I'm done with Phil Jackson. I can't beat this Piston team. So what I'm going to do is not work harder, not add pieces, not come back and try again. I'm just going to join the team that I can't beat. Can you imagine the reaction if Jordan did that? But he didn't do that. He came back. He worked hard. They added pieces. And eventually, he slayed the dragon. Durant wasn't willing to do that.
Well, let me tell you something, Stu, guys. Number one, I know you would love that take. This is why it's a great take, but it doesn't work. Because Michael Jordan would never agree to leave Chicago for dismal-ass Detroit. And you got to remember, Kevin Durant spent his whole life in Oklahoma City where they have 5 stoplights. And he's like, wait, I get to go to the Bay Area? Napa Valley? Wine Country? Silicon Valley? Come on, Stu, guys. The weed. Oh, man, we got the best edibles out here, Stu Gotts.
At the time, Kevin Durant was he's a generational player. At that time, he was such a great player that Silicon Valley would have moved to Oklahoma City. I mean, if that's truly what he wanted, he could have had it just staying in Oklahoma City.
But what about the weed, Stu Gotts? What about the weed?
Stu Gotts was all about the weed.
Well, listen, you got me on the weed. I mean, you did. I mean, you guys have the it's the reason I keep coming out there. I mean, that's how good it is.
All right, still, Jimmy Butler, you guys have had a front row seat. This guy, he's such a character. It's so funny. I remember when you guys got him, your whole show was going crazy, and rightfully so. I mean, he dragged you guys to the finals. He's been an unbelievable playoff elevator. Like, he gets to the playoffs and he becomes a total different version of himself. What has happened the last, I don't even know, year, couple weeks, months? I mean, does he ever play another game with the Heat? I don't even know.
Oh, I think he's done with the Heat. What you have is a clash of two massive egos, one of an older generation in Pat Riley, one of a younger generation in Jimmy Butler. It's fascinating because Jimmy Butler, it really is. Now, I've been giving Dan a hard time because he's talking too much about Jimmy Butler when we have a Super Bowl coming up here a week from Sunday. But it is a fascinating story when you really kind of break it down, because Jimmy Butler, when he arrived in Miami, was never, ever a guy that anyone thought, if he's your best player, you have a chance at winning an NBA championship. No one thought that about Jimmy Butler when he arrived in Miami. What happens when he gets to Miami? That Heat culture thing, it takes over, and Jimmy Butler becomes the best version of Jimmy Butler, the basketball player, that we've ever seen. All of a sudden, Jimmy Butler went from a guy where If he's your third best player, you have a really good team. To Jimmy Butler, wow, he's your best player. And you can get to the finals 2 times in 5 years and make it to a couple of Eastern Conference finals as well. Now, they didn't win any of those championships, but Jimmy Butler has been a different Jimmy Butler. Who gets credit for that? Is it Pat Riley? Is it the Heat? Is it Jimmy Butler? I'm going to say it's the Heat and the culture and the way Eric Spoelstra coaches Jimmy Butler. That's what. So they view it as, hey, we've gotten the best version of Jimmy Butler that anyone has ever seen. He's in commercials. He's a rock star, right? And so you have Jimmy Butler saying, yeah, that's great. Then give me an extension. Well, the Heat just gave him an extension. Jimmy can opt in next year if he wants. He just stayed quiet and opted to make $56 million next year. And that's really where we're at. Like the Heat, they don't want to be on the hook for a guy who they feel like is probably past their prime. They've probably gotten all they could get out of Jimmy Butler, and they're not going to budge on this. And so what do you have to do? You have to figure out a way to get rid of Jimmy Butler because you don't want to be stuck with a guy who doesn't want to be here, who's going to cost you $56 million next year. I happen to side with the Heat on this one. I do, while also understanding, I'm going to play both sides here, understanding why it is Jimmy Butler feels like he deserves more money.
Stugatz here on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Check out his book, Stugatz' personal record book, The Real Winners and Losers in Sports, available right now on Amazon. I'm about to download it as he gives this next answer about how Jimmy Butler is viewed by teammates and the fans out there in Southeast Miami. So first, his teammates seem to be playing well. They had a big win against Orlando the other night, but also the fans. We know how the fans can turn on you in a heartbeat. What is it like down there in Miami with the Jimmy Butler situation when it comes to his teammates and his fans, Stugatz?
The fans could turn on you in a heartbeat. They've turned on Pat Riley. Like it's
damn.
Pat Riley. I mean, it's what he has done for the city of Miami and that organization is crazy. Listen, Jimmy is beloved by the fans. They love Jimmy. Again, he's a guy. The bar wasn't as high as it was for LeBron, Bosh, and like this was the bounce back. Remember this, guys. This is LeBron going back to Cleveland. Wade past his prime. Bosh gets. He gets sick and he doesn't play anymore. And you're like, how are the Heat going to bounce back from this? And the answer was Jimmy Butler. And no one thought that was going to be the answer. So, the Heat fans, they have grown to love everything about Jimmy Butler, except what's going on right now. Here's the problem, though, for Jimmy Butler. They love Pat Riley and that organization more. And so I do think the teammates, they respect Jimmy. They love Jimmy. But I do think they want not Jimmy to go away, just the drama to go away, because they seem to play better when Jimmy's not in the lineup. They seem to be a bit more relaxed when Jimmy's not there. And so if you're asking me, where do the fans come down on this? Where do the teammates? I think the teammates just want to walk into a work atmosphere every day that doesn't have this involved in it. And then with the fans, they want what they always want. They want to win. And so Jimmy Butler came close to winning, never got them to the ultimate, to the peak, to winning a title, but he's come close. But Jimmy's past his prime. And so fans at this point, I think, have sided with Pat Riley and the Heat. The Heat were good before Jimmy got here. They'll be good again after Jimmy leaves. And I think everyone has the utmost confidence in Pat Riley. So if you're asking me how it's divided down here, I would say kind of 80-20 towards the Heat.
Yeah, so it's interesting because you guys went through this. Like once LeBron leaves, you guys you're chasing the high. You're like hung over from being the epicenter of sports. The Miami Heat, the Heatles. That's what we were the last decade with the Golden State Warriors. And I feel like a lot of Warrior fans are struggling to come to grips with it. And obviously you're seeing Steph start to decline. From the outside perspective, if I pair up whatever combination, Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, does that do anything for you as someone who watches the league from afar, like the Warriors from afar? Does that do anything for you? Because Warrior fans are we're big whale hunting and we just want big names. That's all we want.
Jimmy with Steph. I mean, does that get you out of the wet? No, like there's no combination. Not in Phoenix. Okay, like that's not going to work. I'm sorry, Jimmy Butler's not going to be the piece that gets Kevin Durant and Devin Booker into the NBA Finals. Like, I don't see that working. There's too much competition. Like, I wonder what you guys think about this. You have some really good teams. You have the Cavs. You have Oklahoma City. You have the Celtics, the defending NBA champions. The Knicks are a lot better. The Spurs are coming on here. Like, I just can't imagine that there's a team that is looking for a big-time player, and Jimmy Butler is certainly that, where Jimmy Butler's going to go there and that team is going to even make it to the NBA Finals. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't see it in the Western Conference, considering what it may cost a team. And Jimmy Butler plays a particular brand of basketball.
Denver's still there.
Denver's still around, but they love to move the ball. Jimmy loves to hold it. What would Denver have to trade? Like, what? I guess that's the point we're at now. What is the asking price for Jimmy Butler now? Because we heard reports yesterday, Stu Gotts, that the price is dipped. It's diminished after he's been suspended for the third time.
So the reports right now are that the Heat are willing to take a little bit less than they were originally willing to take, and that's for obvious reasons. They don't want to be stuck with a $56 million opt-in player who might just do it because he's pissed off at the franchise, you know? And so, listen, I have to think that the Heat and Pat Riley are going to get a deal done, and whatever team gets Jimmy Butler is going to get him at a discounted price, meaning they're not going to have to give up that much because the Heat are desperate right now and they just want to get rid of Jimmy Butler. For me, I just can't imagine. Maybe it's Denver. I don't think so. I don't think Denver has enough. I just cannot see a team where Jimmy Butler, who has been, who's gotten accustomed to being the number one guy down here in Miami, is going to go out to Golden State and play ball with Steph Curry. Like, I just don't. Jimmy wants the ball, and you're right. If it's a fluid offense with ball movement, that's not what Jimmy's been doing down here. Playoff Jimmy takes over the game. Jimmy will dribble, take a shot, 8 seconds left on the shot clock. He ain't interested in moving the ball around, okay? Like, and so when it gets to Jimmy, it ends. It stays with Jimmy. And so unless guys converge and then he makes the passes in the paint. But I just think the Heat got the best Jimmy Butler years that they're going to get. They know that. And Pat Riley is, listen, you might not like it, but Pat Riley is saying, hey, I got the best out of you. You ain't getting any better than this, and now it's time to get rid of you. And that's business, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Just hypothetically, what does it look like, Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green every single day? I mean, because Draymond's crazy. I mean, we cover him every day. We could bring Draymond up every single day and half for a decade, and he's just he's one of the most polarizing players we've ever covered.
Nobody lights up the lines like Draymond Green.
It's unreal.
It's unreal. Jimmy Garoppolo and Draymond Green, the two most polarizing guys in Bay Area sports history. It's not even funny.
What? Jimmy Garoppolo?
Dude, I'm telling you, Stu Gotts, we throw the number out on Jimmy Garoppolo. You spend hours talking about it. We're still talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Is he good? Is he not good? Is he great? Is he a loser? Is he a winner? I mean, Jimmy G, is he dating porn stars? Right. Do you want your quarterback dating porn stars?
Steph Curry could have dropped 60 last night, and we would have got maybe 5 calls. Seriously.
That is unbelievable. The guy who should be polarizing is Kyle Shanahan. I'm not certain he's a good coach.
Well, he's up there, too.
You don't think he's good?
Hey, well, he's up there, too.
How about you win a Super Bowl? I mean, seriously. How about you win a Super Bowl? I also think he's allergic to good quarterbacks. Like, he loves having Jimmy Garoppolo, and he loves having Brock Purdy, because people always say, oh, look, there's Kyle Shanahan, the genius. He got to the Super Bowl with Garoppolo. He got to a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. And then when he loses those Super Bowls, Kyle Shanahan can always point to the fact that he doesn't have an elite quarterback. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Speaking of which, coaches, you were part of the full Robert Saleh experience with the New York Jets.
Yeah.
We're kind of lukewarm on him coming back because we want a scheme change. But I remember after week 1, Stu Gotts, they got blasted by the Niners, who won 6 games. And you're like, fire this guy right now. Fire him. So were you laughing at Niner fans being all excited about Robert Saleh coming back?
Yeah, I just laugh at fans in general because we're crazy, all of us.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are so crazy.
Like, I understand it. I understand why they're excited that Robert Saleh would come back, even though it means nothing. It's just a guy who's coming back to the Bay Area and a guy that they love that helped them do some winning. So I understand it. I imagine if Patrick Ewing decided to come out of retirement today and be excited as a Knicks fan. I mean, like,
see,
we're all crazy, guys. And listen, I like the Jets. I don't know what to do with that. Like, I'm not certain they got it right. They never get it right, so it doesn't matter. You know.
It's funny that you say that because I just he gets mad at me, my partner over here, because I go, look, dude. Like, I pivot, I don't panic. So an opinion last week doesn't mean that's an opinion today. Like, it's like the real estate market. Things are going up, things are going down. And so he gets mad at me because I'm hot and cold on certain players. I go, that's the life of a sportsman. Buddy Hield hits a couple shots, I jump up.
When he runs hot, Stu Gotts, He runs very hot.
That's what we
brags
do.
about it, and then when it becomes cold, he won't bring it up for 3 weeks. And I got to sit here saying, "Oh, he's not going to bring it up today. Not going to bring it up tomorrow. Not going to bring it up the next day." And then finally, when I bring it up, he gets upset. So I get it. I understand it. But somebody's got to be rational around these parts.
That is sports fandom 101. He's allowed to do that. That's why sports fans are crazy. That's why we love this thing so much. There have been many Sundays where on one drive I wanted to cut the Jets quarterback, and on the next drive he's the greatest Jets quarterback in the history of the organization. There have been many games where I wanted to many quarters where I wanted to fire my head coach. And then the next quarter, he's the greatest head coach in Jets organizational history. So, listen, we're fans. We don't care much about facts. We careen around, and that's what we do. And so sometimes, he's the greatest player I've ever seen. But the very next day, or the very next hour, in my case, he could be the worst player you ever seen. And so I don't blame him. That's what you do. That's a good job out of you.
Hey, but that makes me Dan Levitard, though.
Well, you're the one.
So that's money for everybody.
It's much more fun being Stugatz.
It is.
He does. You do look like you stress out Levitard.
Except when I never get a FaceTime on television or a lifeline thrown to me, and this guy's over here dropping my name. I'm like, just throw me on the tube every now and then. That's all.
He gets FaceTime more than he thinks. He gets his name plastered on television. Nobody even knows who he is. Stugatz, he gets his name every. Bully brings him up unsolicited. Shasky and Mort is going to be going crazy. I mean, he gets all the love. All the love, Stugatz.
But listen, but he wants some television.
He wants my job. He wants my job. This ain't good enough.
None of that is enough for him. He wants some away. You know that.
It's never enough, Stugatz.
I'll be honest with you, and you probably know this somewhere deep in the recesses of your brain somewhere, okay? But he wants all of your stuff.
I know. I know. Trust me. Okay? I know. Hey, I got to tell the story because it's so funny. No, I'm not going to tell. Maybe I'll tell it, Stugatz. So we have these award shows every year, the Doobie Awards, and it was a great time. Yeah. And so we gave Bob Myers an award for one of his guest appearances. He noticed it dropped. It was like, stop mid-sentence. It's like, hold on, don't drop that on me. I'm not name dropping. Anyway, he listens.
He's
a faithful listener.
To your guys'
so
show.
I asked Bob Myers and said, hey, man, can you do me a favor, man? Leave a voicemail on my phone. So Bob calls me. He's talking about ESPN and Stephen A. and all this, yada, yada, yada. And out of nowhere, Shasky goes, hey, Bob, if you just want to leave a voicemail on my phone, go ahead and do that. I'm on the phone with Bob. That's who Stugatz. I do know he wants everything of mine. He wants my car. Hell, he may want my daughter. Who knows?
No. Yeah. Oh, well, I think that's too far. I mean, you got carried away, but I understand why. It's sports radio. That's what we do.
Hey, where can we get your book one more time for people that are out there? Stugatz personal record book. Where should they go get it?
So the audio version is out now, and thank you to everyone who has purchased it, who has supported it. It's been, I never thought I would write a book, but we did. Here we are. I wrote a book. I'm an author now. I have written one more book than Dan Levitard, who to put words on pieces of paper when he got into this industry. I did not, and yet here I am with the book. Amazon, anywhere you buy your books, the audio version just came out about a week ago. I'll have a ton of copies with me, Radio Row in New Orleans. Hopefully, I don't know if you guys are going. If you are, I will give you a couple of copies. But it's exciting. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a unique experience. And check it out, StugatzBook.com. Go to Amazon as well and audiobooks as well.
Stugatz, Odyssey's broke. Well, they're not sending us down to New Orleans. I mean, come on, give me a break. I don't even have a parking spot, bro.
We pay for parking here. We pay for parking here. Go figure.
Get out of here. You don't pay for parking. Get out of here.
We pay for parking.
That's why he wants a TV job. He knows he doesn't pay for parking.
If they're hiring. Do they need a San Francisco branch?
Listen, that is amazing that you pay for parking. Do you expense it? Like, how does that work?
Expense? What is that word?
You know what? Here's what I hate about companies. They make the expensing portion of it so difficult that it makes you not want to expense anything.
No, you know? It's such a grueling process. You're so right about that. By the way, they wanted us to take.
Can I tell you I spent $2,500 on my trip and you just give it back to me? I mean, whatever happened to trust?
They wanted us to take Spirit Airlines in Las Vegas last year for the Super Bowl. Yeah. Oh, we found these cheap flights. Say, yeah, we want our luggage in Sin City to enjoy the Super Bowl, for crying out loud. But the Super Bowl is a sore spot. We hate the Eagles. We hate the Chiefs. It's better we just stay off of Bourbon Street altogether. Man.
Thanks for coming on.
Listen, you live in heaven. Like, why would you come over to New Orleans unless that overrated head coach of yours made it to another Super Bowl?
And we got the Stugotz stamp of approval anyway. Our weed is good out here, so why leave? Anyway, Stugotz, man, you're the man. We appreciate it, man.
Listen, here's what I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking about coming to you. Forget about New Orleans. I'm thinking about San Francisco because that bud is so damn good, man.
Stay away. You'll be broke.
We don't have parking for you when you get here. Just letting you know.
I ain't paying for parking.
And the vanilla latte may cost you $15 for a medium. So there it is.
Who's your boss? Is Nahagian your boss?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's got to fix the parking situation. That is an embarrassment.
By the way,
ashamed of himself, Matt Nahagian.
He's taking the ferry.
He's taking the ferry. But he's also trying to save $1 because our old studio, the thermostat broke. And so he said, "Hey, we're going to move soon. No need to fix the thermostat. We're baking in the studio for 2 years after not moving. And it's 90 degrees. Wearing flip flops at 6 a.m. And now we got a broken thermostat over here. So things just falling apart here at Odyssey."
I got to tell you something, guys. Now I'm concerned about you, and I'm thinking about doing. You know that show Bar Rescue, where the guy walks in. I'm going to do Radio Rescue because damn, your producer couldn't even call me. The phones aren't even working there. I had to call him.
He's
Radio Rescue. We may have to steal that for Stugotz. Stugotz, you got plenty of money. You're with Levitar, man. God. We need the money. We need to start Radio Rescue.
We need the next 25 years with Bonte. Let's do it, huh? San Francisco.
We have an idea here. And don't you guys dare steal it, okay? I will include you in that idea of Radio Rescue. We're going to go station to station, and together, the three of us are going to save radio.
I love it.
Stugotz, we appreciate the time as always, man. Thanks for the laughs.
All right, guys, I appreciate it. StugotzBook.com. Everyone, San Francisco, go buy it. Your coach is overrated. Thanks.
Stugotz personal record book. I mean, the real winners and losers in sports. That was a lot of fun, man.
I love that guy.
We just aired everything out on Odyssey.
That guy. Hey, he can still the boss over there?
Dude, by the way, the Hegan is they're at an offsite right now. Tuesday, Wednesday. Odyssey may be rolling in money. I mean, we got the Ford sponsorship. Next thing you know, they're on an offsite. Bro. Where's the offsite at? The Ritz-Carlton? What the hell are they rolling in? Bro. Unbelievable.
I do like Radio Rescue.
I do.
Well, you'd have to start on this show first, right? Like rescue this show and then work our way to other shows. How would you, if you did Radio Rescue on forget this show, Steiny and Goo, how would you start?
Oh, my God. You start by telling Steiny to come up with an idea for once. Hey, Steiny, if I took away the Warriors from you, what are you going to come out with?
Oh, that's not fair. We're revamping the menu. You need to present some Niners and Giants topics.
Here's Steiny. There might be something there with Shanahan. Because Lord knows he ain't going to Giants baseball. They ain't doing that on that show. So you'd have to rescue the other station.
If I'm Stugotz, like I'm thinking if he does one more touchdown down here, I'm going to hit up Turtle Pie, and Turtle Pie Co. is going to give him a duffel bag of goodies.
A suitcase.
I've got so much stuff still to this day from him. I mean, I'm set up. I feel like I'm set up for a hibernation.
What is the doobies, a month ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need a new suitcase. This boy had too much time off.
There was a lot of baseball bats in there.
There was a lot going on.
Sam didn't even make it out of the parking lot.
He did make it out the parking lot.
I was saying goodbye to Michelle. I took the kid because she went in different cars because she came down afterwards. And she goes, gosh, it smells. Oh, that's Sam over there in that puff, puff, pass circle.
Oh, there was a lot going on.
What are you bringing me into this for?
Yeah, don't be snitching.
I was simply interacting with our listeners because that's what you told me, Shasky. A couple minutes with listeners makes all the difference. Well, it was a goodwill mission.
You were wearing like a gas mask, like a dude who got drafted.
Larry Tunsil.
Larry Tunsil.
It's cooler than gas mask.
Otis Bird III. He goes, love to smoke some weed. What do you think? He dates black girls, man. What do you think he does?
Well, this is blasphemy going on here.
Come on, man. What do you mean? Once he went black, he never went back. And you know he smoked.
Dates women.
The guy went down to South Beach, Miami.
Where they are from.
He went down to South Beach, Miami.
Race might be.
I mean, he went down to the University of Miami. You think he's not smoking weed down with Uncle Luke and Trick Daddy?
I've dabbled.
Come on.
You've dabbled.
Carter liked that one. Listen, I don't need a 311 right now.
I got the giggles.
So many shots from Stugatz there. I do like that radio rescue, though.
It's such a great idea.
That's a hell of an idea.
We might get Stugatz in here unannounced to come fix things.
We need to
Can
rescue
you imagine him busting the door open on the Willard and Div show?
Oh, my God.
I thought he was going to bust down to Hegan's office.
He kicks the door and stop telling people how to think.
Oh, Willard's got a straight coming for him.
Why?
I mean, he's going to send it straight to Stugatz. Stugatz said your head coach is overrated. You know, somewhere Mark Willard slammed his coffee down. That's it. We've got a show, Lucas. Book me, my former NFL co-host. Book me the NFL scout, Mark Rolodex. Book me the NFL coach that I have in my Rolodex. Book me the NFL player development coach that I read into the Edge report. Book him now so we can explain why Shanahan's not overrated.
That's a pretty good Rolodex right there.
That's Mark Willard's Rolodex. He tells us about it every day. Happy birthday, Willard.
I would. Happy late birthday.
Happy birthday. After I just ran you over with my new Ford from Sarah.
Is there any better way?
They call it the morning roast for a reason.
Happy birthday.
Hey, by the way,
happy birthday.
My Ford Explorer.
Your birthday's booming.
I ain't running you over with my Ford Explorer, Willard. I actually like this car.
You know when you like see the sideshows and there's like some knucklehead who gets whacked by the sideshow? You know, when they're doing donuts? You just did that to Mark.
Maybe we should just do Fast Five instead.
Stugatz did it to Mark.
What are you talking about?
He said Shanahan was overrated. You can see the steam pop out of his ears all the way from Marin County. I can smell you right now, Willard.
Is it turtle pie?
Stugatz hit Purdy with a car. By the way, shout out to Coach Buck. Did someone say turtle pie? Best damn gift bag ever. Damn right. He failed children.
My final thought is this. Last night I was conflicted. I was rooting for the SI women's basketball team because my niece plays on it.
Okay.
And I was rooting for the Reardon men's boys basketball team against SI because they were both playing same time, different gyms. Shout out SI girls women's basketball program that won last night over Reardon in a very tight game, I believe 56-49 or 55-49. And then shout out Reardon men's basketball team beating SI at SI with over 2,000 people.
Yeah, don't say the score.
Well, it was a big blowout, but the mayor even showed up. It was such a big deal.
He's an SI guy.
Shout out Joey Curtin and them boys from Reardon. I'm wearing my Reardon pride today, so shout out Reardon.
He only wears the Reardon gear after they won, so
look,
I knew when they won.
It was a win and a win for me, even though it was a loss for Reardon.
Split cap Shasky. You like that? I know. I hear you. Did Still play last night for
No,
SI?
he did not play.
He's been out the back.
Yeah, at least that's what his dad had told me when I saw him a week or two ago.
All right. What is my final? That was a fun show, man. Buying or selling, Jimmy Butler. What's going to happen? OKC's in town today.
All this weed talk, I'm hungry.
I'm just hungry, period. I didn't eat breakfast today. Also looking forward to my nap. Stayed up for some reason until 12:30 last night. Why? I don't know. After that game, I don't know what the hell I was doing. All right.
Just that fired up from it.
Hey, I'll let you guys know when the check from Joe Lacob hits. He's got my routing number. If they lose by 20 today, tomorrow will be a masterclass on how to run PR for the Golden State Warriors. Oh,
I'm sure it's coming.
Oh, it's going to be a masterclass. That's just basically me saying I don't have a final thought.
That's okay.
That sounds like it could have been your final thought. My final thought is on YouTube, 639 people have responded to our poll, are you in or out on Jimmy Butler? 75% of those voters are out on Jimmy Butler, and yeah, I'm kind of with them there. Listen to the Stugatz and kind of what's going on with Jimmy down there, and considering how they don't think he has much left. Yeah, it's not something I wanna mess with. So if I had to pick, if I had to say buy, don't buy Jimmy Butler. Buy something that's, a little bit better.
Buy local.
Buy local. Hey, they're calling
buy that homegrown.
They're calling you Lungman now.
That's good.
Lungman.
Oh,
yeah, that's good.
Sam Puffman. I actually kind of like that, Uncle Looney.
Don't do anything with Puff or Diddy or Puff Daddy or P. Diddy. Don't do anything with that.
I wasn't thinking that at all until you just brought it up.
Yeah, no, we know you watch the doc. You watch every day.
Well, people in power are gross. Who saw that coming?
He needs to be locked up forever.
Carter.
Like so many people who can fit that bill.
What's up, Carter?
My final thought of the day is the Warriors need to do something. You got to go get someone. You're committed to Steph Curry at this point. Make a trade. You have to go get someone. I don't care who it is, whether it's Zion, Jimmy Butler, Zach LaVine, Vucevic. Go get someone or let's clear house here. You can't stand where you are.
Paul's final thought on YouTube, kudos to Reardon, finally has some competitive teams. Sarah there. Hey, Ritter's rolling right now, but they got some ballers. That's it for us. That's Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
When you said that Jimmy Garoppolo is one of the most polarizing players in Bay Area sports history, he was like, why?
Yeah, I know. But you know it's true.
He was like, why? Like, of course he stinks. And we were all like, yeah, you weren't living it when we were living it. I'm telling you, Purdy gets $65 million, my head's going to explode.
Oh, yeah, I know it is. The think pieces are coming out. I hope Purdy signs for $70 million guaranteed. But you know what I'm here for nowadays? I'm here for people just being pissed off because there's nothing that could piss me off anymore.
Welcome to America, Bonte.
Nothing in sports. Nothing can piss me off. I got a beautiful daughter, beautiful fiance. I'm chilling, making some good coin.
The stray bullet on the YouTube chat that can tick you off.
Oh no, it doesn't tick me off. I just clap back, and then people blame me for the chat being disabled. No, I'm all for the chat. But nothing could piss me off right now. So you know what I want? I want all of you to be pissed off out there. I want you pissed off, so I hope the Warriors do stand pat. Joe Lacob, don't do anything. Screw the Twitter heads, the Twitiots, as I like to call them. Screw them all. You're a 4-time champ. You don't abide by nobody's rules on Twitter or social media, or certainly not on these airwaves. Do what you do. And if that's standing pat, then you do it with confidence, damn it.
doing a great job. I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. You reap what you sow, brother.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
I got news for you. My partner came in today and essentially said, but we're not going to skip ahead. But
all right. Well, it's here today.
Tonight is a legacy game for the Warriors.
A little strong.
But you said it's the game of the year.
Yeah, no doubt. If everybody expects him to lose, and if somehow you can
Warriors.
You put two back to back and one being against OKC, I like it. I'm looking at the standings. We're one back. I'm saying
one back at 10.
Nation, one back at 10.
One back for the right to play 2 road games to get into the playoffs.
But Steph's coming back. Let's do it. Let's go get him. And a great win, Steiny. That got scary against Utah last night. They cut it to 1.
It's the NBA.
All right, the game of runs.
Warriors. A couple things.
Yeah.
They win 114-103.
Cover.
Golden State now 6-3 without Curry.
All right.
23-23 overall. And I think it's becoming clear. They got to figure out a way to keep these young guys playing a little bit.
I'm with you.
They have to.
That's a fear of mine, and I'm saying it's strong. Stoddy, like, who's going to be impacted most when Kuminga and Dre come back? I don't want it to be Post. I don't want it to be Santos. Pods is playing his ass off. 45% from deep. The 3 games that he's been back, 32 minutes last night, just gives him energy. But I'm with you. It'll be curious to see. And then also, are they going to gut themselves, Donnie? And I don't want to say a heart transplant, but that's what it would be if you were to go make a move, if you went big game hunting in regard to Jimmy Butler.
So I gave an analogy to Evan today.
All right.
And it didn't really go over well. So I'll run it by you.
Because I'm the analogy king. Let's see.
You know who the Warriors remind me of a little bit? Of the 49ers defense.
Wow.
All right. Now
I'll say interesting.
Now bear with me. Now, you know how the defense over the last year, they stay in a basic, they stay in a basic pack.
Why not?
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
There's not a lot of exotic packages for the Niners. There's not a lot of deception on defense. That's what the young guys give the Warriors. Like, I feel like if we're going to play Steph and Draymond and Wiggins and Looney, like, you have to play Pajemski and Santos because you don't have enough energy without those guys. You just don't. You need those 2 guys every game to at least have an opportunity to give this team a spark of energy.
Right. Is that an indictment on, I'm just asking, coaching, any players? Because Mike D and Joe Lacob assembled this team, and I don't think we should have to. I don't like you saying that. It's right.
It is right. When you have a team, like, it's, I look at it as kind of, they have a low energy team.
And that bothers
Steph Curry.
Why though?
Steph Curry's getting older.
Yeah.
Draymond Green is older.
But he's been out. Let's give him some respect, Stoney. When he's in, he's a dog. The good Draymond Green is as ferocious as they come, but it's too far and in between.
The bottom line is, when it's Draymond and Steph, they don't.
I got you.
They don't provide the energy that they used to. And then,
so you're saying that's just natural.
Well, also, Wiggins tends to float. Yeah. Schroeder is more of a one-on-one guy. Like, they need an influx of
I'm not mad
a
at
wild
you.
card.
Yeah, I'm not
and
mad
even
at you.
like with a guy like Pods, I'm sorry, but last night you can kind of see why.
No doubt.
Kerr likes him and why, at his best, he can help this team.
He looks like Pods of last year, Stoney. Let's give him that, these last few games. It is what it is. So, you are right with that assessment.
I just, I think the only way this team's going to reach its potential as is they've got to work these guys in consistently. And it doesn't mean they're going to play well every night. But I think they got to have the opportunity every night to play well. And if they're not playing well, then you make that decision. But the reality is, like, they're not good enough to win without being gritty and hustling and making all those
roll the ball out.
No,
there. Right.
no. And,
maybe that's why I'm up on Pods again. Like, Steiny, I said it
you'll
before.
You'll be down on him tomorrow.
No, it's not even about what he's doing. It's about the scorecard of I'm seeing that energy, and it's rubbing off on other guys. Like, they didn't have that component, and it was apparent to me like, dude, this doesn't even – where's the effort? Not saying anybody's not trying, but it doesn't look like it. And Pods gives you that. Steiny, I believe yesterday was his last game not starting.
Who?
Pods. Buddy Hield. I'm not even mad at you that you can't hit a shot, but you're going to tell me, Steiny, Buddy is who he is, right? But, man, I know Kerr's giving him every opportunity under the sun, and I don't feel like he's seizing it.
Yeah, I don't Pods coming off the bench doesn't bother me.
He had 32 minutes last night.
And this is the other thing I said, and tell me how you feel about this, Warrior fans. I said, okay.
Give it to me.
I'm out. You can't just put Draymond back in the starting lineup, can you? If he's going to miss tonight and then Saturday, and then we'll see. But
what are your reasonings behind?
Because
why do you say that?
Because it's time. It's time for a change. Like they need to keep things fresh. Like there's some. Listen, I'm not saying they're better without Curry or they're better without Draymond, but there's something's going on different.
Wow, man.
Where when Steph doesn't play, everybody knows they got to. I don't know, come together and win a game, and everybody's more responsible. When Steph plays, they lean on him too much. And I think there is a little bit of a freedom that they all play with when Steph's not there. But as it relates to Draymond,
Steiny,
I'm not starting him. I'm bringing him off the bench.
And can we admit, is this too strong for you too early in the morning? I forgot the drink. What's the drink in the morning when you're hungover?
Bloody Mary.
Yeah, but is it the Bloody Mary radio take here? Doesn't the offense run different when he's not out there? The ball moves, man.
And the guy
it's not one guy just looking for Steph.
Well, and the other thing is some of the guys who've been playing make more shots than him. So and to me, part of the bigger picture here with the Warriors,
give it to
one
me.
way or the other, is the thing they got to work on, I think. Not work on, but the thing that I would really spend a lot of the second half of the season doing if you don't make a move is you got to start taking away more of Steph and Draymond's responsibility on this team.
How do you do that?
Well,
playing minutes?
Well,
we're not talking about Steph. We're talking about Dre, man.
Yeah,
if you're going to do anything, 30's got to be out there for 30.
But I'm just saying, even if Steph's playing 30, you can't look at him as a 30-point scorer anymore. Like if he gets you 30, great, but you have to start moving forward as though I think like he's a 20-point per game scorer, because they've got to maximize him as much as possible without overusing him or asking him to do too much.
Has there been any benefit, I'm asking you, from any player or just team-wide, of Kuminga being gone? Has any one player set themselves apart since Kuminga's been out? I was thinking that coming in, and I'm kind of baffled because I can't wait for him to get back, but I'm looking like who, and maybe it's Quentin Post, but, your boy's not a 5, so Kuminga, that doesn't affect Post.
I think it's more, it's going to be Moody. Like he's playing Moody at the 4, and they've got 2 4s that are hurt right now. So, to me, it's probably going to be Moody who feels the pinch.
Man.
But again, like 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get into some of the news in terms of what we're hearing about trades and who's on the table and who's not on the table. But I look at this team and there's just no other answer than to let these young guys continue to grow. And the more I think about it, when I was asking yesterday, man, how'd they go 27-12 in the second half of last year? It was in large part because of the younger players. And right now, 45, 46 games into the year, this team needs a little boost. So let the young guys Let the young guys provide the energy that they've got to play with.
Uncle Looney's put this to you real quick, Stoney. He can understand Kuminga over Dre, but not Guy Santos. What are we doing?
What do you mean?
You know, when you talk about lessening maybe Dre's role or whatnot. Like let Kuminga be the reason Dre is not, but not guys like Santos.
Well, I don't care. I just don't want to go back to Draymond at the 4, Looney at the 5, Curry at 1. You know, I think
hear
Santos
Kerr saying this is our best 5, Steiny.
Is it? Yeah. Is it their best 5 if Draymond's on the floor and they have another non-scorer? All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get back to 500. We'll get into some trade stuff on the other side with the Warriors. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by San Francisco International Airport.
Hustles to it, knocks it out of bounds, and draws a foul on Keontae George. Keith Santos with great hustle that time.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up at 1 o'clock today, we've got Keith Smith, Spotrac Sports. He will give us the lowdown on what's going on with trades around the NBA. He understands the cap. He understands the Warriors' limitations. And he knows all about what can be done and what can't be done. We've had Keith on before, and he's terrific. So we'll find out what he thinks about the reality of a Jimmy Butler or a Vucevic or whoever may be out there. Also, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, we will be giving away another spot to Knockout. If you want to play Knockout on the Chase Center floor with 95.7 The Game. We did this last year. It was a big hit. So we're giving away spots again this year. So listen at noon. I'll give you a keyword, and then you take that keyword, you call the contest line, and you can win an opportunity to play on the same floor that Steph Curry plays on.
Yeah, he'll be out there tonight too.
He absolutely will. You know, and so this is kind of what I'm getting at with today, with my feeling on what happens when Draymond and Kuminga come back. I'm not saying Draymond Green shouldn't play. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, and I'm not saying Guy Santos is better than Draymond Green, but you got to find the right combinations. And to me, this team's got an energy problem. And when you put Santos and Pods in there, they bring an energy that this team has to play with that kind of energy. And so, yeah.
Dre's been that provider for years.
Not from the start.
Yeah.
And I don't think he can do it for 30 minutes a night. And so I want one of those guys on the floor maybe at the start of a game when we need him. And, the other thing is, again, I'm not saying Draymond should be out of the rotation, but you save him from possible early foul trouble. Santos will pick up 2 quick ones in the first 6 minutes. Doesn't matter. Draymond picks up 2 quick ones in the first 6 minutes. It's a problem. So that's what I would consider. Yeah. I would consider, if Draymond's back, to bring him off the bench, at least to start. See if we can't create that same energy that we've played with without him. And then when he comes in off the bench, he can be that 6-man spark. I don't know. I mean, to me, the alternative is Draymond comes back and it's Curry and Schroeder and Wiggins and
Kuminga. I would bet
Draymond.
I bet the traditional. I'm going salsas. I mean, okay. I just think.
I just don't think we need to see that anymore.
Yeah. And I told you I was tired of it, and I feel like the league's gotten up to it. So we'll see what's going on. But last night, Stoney, what did you make of the 5 position for the Warriors? Because I'm still excited about Post. Trace Jackson-Davis, 6 minutes starts, and then we see Looney for 24, and Quentin Post got a good 16. I know he was 3 of 10, but I'm just a fan of his style of play, man.
Who's?
Quentin Post. I would love to just continue watching that, regardless of how this season ends up. His development. That's what I guess I'm saying, Stoney. Unless they trade for Vucevic.
To me, they have 3 guys. They all kind of do different things. Trace Jackson-Davis is a kind of guy you can throw it up there for, and he can finish at times. Looney's more of a blue-collar guy, and then Post gives you the stretch capability. So whatever Steve Kerr sees, I think is who he's going to go with, but I think he'll probably use at least 2 or 3 of those guys on any given night, depending on what he thinks the team needs. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. What's up, Trevor? How you doing, man?
So I just look at this team. I have to say, I look at this team, and I don't see anybody that's untradeable. I see very few that are untradeable when you're talking about going and getting a guy like Jimmy Butler. So I hear what you guys are saying about wait and see. Some of these guys, like Post, I'd love to wait and see because I just started seeing him. Santos, I'd love to wait and see. I've seen enough of, say, Kuminga in his 3rd year to say that I think Kuminga, I might be the odd man out. I think Kuminga is who he's going to be. I really do. I think he's a good trade piece. I would trade almost anybody on this team to get Butler on the team for the rest of this year and go into next year, go into the offseason, replenish the roster a little bit, because there's nobody on this team that's not replaceable. Honestly, I just don't think not many. Obviously, we're not talking about Curry. I mean, maybe even Green at this point falling off could be replaceable. But the bottom line is if you can get Butler now into next season, and because this season we're not winning a championship no matter what. I think we can all agree on that. So why not go get Butler, retool in the offseason, and start next season with a roster that can really compete? That's just how I feel.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Draymond Green on Jimmy Butler.
He's hard to trade.
It's hard to trade a guy that makes $52 million a year. Like, you got to give up. For instance, if you look at our roster, say you want to trade, for Jimmy with the least amount of players that you could on our roster.
That's 4.
That means either you got to trade Jimmy straight up for Steph, or you have to trade Jimmy for me and Wiggs. And it's like, right? So I don't think you're going to do that. So then now you start looking at,
what else?
Well, you got to trade like 5 guys
to match that money.
One guy. Then you start getting into, well, you need a third team because now you got to clear rosters. It's hard to trade it.
All right, Draymond. Whoa.
Okay, no. Look, this is not personal at all. But I'm going to tell you something, a lesson I learned hard early on. Nicole Bowden, good friend of mine I grew up with. Okay. I had no children. All my friends had kids early. I tried to give my 2 cents on parenting with no kids. Right. I'll never forget, across the room, she checked me like, that means nothing because you're not a parent. You don't have the license to give your thoughts. Keep it to yourself. Why do I feel like Draymond is doing GM Draymond and you're not doing enough to get back on the court? I'm tired of hearing this crap and this conversation with him. Get back on the court. I'm telling you, Steiny, it's out of control. Nobody wants to hear it. You get healthy and come help the team. You're talking about yourself in regard to what the team can do? That's too much power. Like, get healthy. Shut up and get healthy. I don't want to hear that. It's too much. What's your job? It's to play. Not tell us what you would do GMing. Steiny, I'm sick of it because I want him back. Talk about what's going on with your rehab. Jesus Christ. 2 weeks ago, Draymond's going to be NBC doing whatever. Like, he's still playing. They need him. Man. It's real. Wow, man.
Should podcasts be illegal if you're hurt?
I'm good now. I told you I'm ready to ban the guys from showing up in street clothes. That's where I'm at. If you ain't playing, we'll see you when you get back. Steiny, wow.
He's just saying, like, okay, all he's really saying is what Joe Lacob said, which is trades are hard. He's just saying, trades are hard. Yeah. You want to hear it again?
One more time.
He's hard to trade.
It's hard to trade a guy that makes $52 million a year. Like, you got to give up. For instance, if you look at our roster, say you want to trade, for Jimmy, with the least amount of players, that you could on our roster.
That's 4.
That means either you got to trade Jimmy straight up for Steph, or you have to trade Jimmy for me and Wiggs, and it's like, right? So I don't think you're going to do that. So then now you start looking at,
what else?
Well, you got to trade like 5 guys
to match that money.
One guy. Then you start getting into, well, you need a third team because now you got to clear rosters. It's hard to trade it.
Yeah, I tell you what.
I'm not saying he's wrong, man. You're not the mess. You're not Mike D, though. You are not Mike D. Lay out. Get healthy. Talk to us about the back. Talk to us about the disc. Steiny, I'm sick of hearing, like, that's not your job. I'm not saying he was wrong, but damn.
Dude,
you're not dropping 15 and 10 a night. And you know what I'm saying? Like, talk to me about that.
You're the best.
Well, I'm just being honest, man.
You know what? You're one of the best.
It's like he's already doing things outside of basketball, and he's comfortable not playing hoop. And that can be harsh. But to sit up there and have that conversation like you're Mike Dunleavy, we don't need to hear that.
I get it. I just wanted to kind of update you on what the latest sound
I appreciate
was.
it.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. But anyway, let me ask you this. Because I was been thinking about the Warriors, and tell me if it feels this way to you, because it does to me. The names that are out there that we're hearing, Jimmy Butler, et cetera, it feels like all those, any move they may make is going to be fraught with danger, with what if it doesn't work?
Wow, okay.
And, I feel like, what about Jimmy Butler? And I actually heard this yesterday. You know what? What the hell? Go get Jimmy Butler. If you can go get Jimmy Butler, get Jimmy Butler. But it doesn't feel like anybody's excited about any of these players.
Oh, wow.
I don't feel like, for example, if, like I said, the Golden State Warriors have acquired Jimmy Butler, I'm not sure that people will be, doing cartwheels for Jimmy Butler. I just feel like
I would. Just because of the possibilities.
Well,
but you seem like you're just real quick, Stoney. You're different because if they don't make a move and let the youngsters play and they don't make the playoffs, I'm not saying you want that, but you're okay and at peace with that.
Well, no.
To me, as a fan, whatever name you give me, it could
exactly.
But it's better than where we're going now.
I don't know that.
Oh.
See, that's what I don't know.
But wouldn't you want to find out? Because right now it seems like you're headed nowhere.
Well, see, that's where I disagree. We're a team, and I say we're a team in transition, whether we like it or not. We've got to navigate the next couple years with Steph and Draymond and still stay competitive.
That's a hell of a word you just said. Could you break that down just real quick? Navigate with Dre and Steph. What does that mean?
You have to figure out a way to improve this team as your two biggest pieces decline. That's not going to be easy to do.
But isn't that why you would be incentivized to get outside help that's not here now to help alleviate that or help them transition into this phase of their basketball career?
All I'm saying is, if you said, if there's an announcement, the Warriors have acquired Nikola Vucevic.
Stoney, I'd get excited.
Okay. Really? I wouldn't. No, I'd be okay. And it got me to think, there's only one guy I would be excited for. And
I can't wait to hear it.
It's Zion Williamson.
That is shocking.
I mean, I would rather have a 24-year-old that
with
I don't
injury
know.
history that just body breaks down at the most inopportune time. You're ready for that?
I'd rather have a 24-year-old who's had injury problems than a 35-year-old who's had injury problems. I got to believe that within the league, they know whether Zion is salvageable or not. And if the Warriors may have done due diligence on Zion Williamson, Celebrini's no, I'm telling you right now, he cannot last in the NBA. Well, then that's obviously one thing.
Right.
But if there's another school of thought that this guy could get it together, that would be the guy that I would be excited about. Even knowing his injury history. And the other thing is, when you're in a position the Warriors are in right now, there's not a perfect star available. That's the problem. And Draymond was right about that. Great players don't get traded. It's always somebody with a little bit of baggage. And I just go back with a trade they made, 15 plus years ago with New Orleans for Baron Davis.
Yeah.
And it was risky at the time. Now, they were in a different spot. They hadn't won in 10 years, the Warriors. So they were a little desperate, and they needed to take a risk. And they took a risk, and Baron had a reputation of being a diva. But he got here, and he got healthy, and the team was damn good for a couple years.
You're getting a lot of people agreeing with you on Zion, but what would that ticket price be, Stoney?
Maybe not as much as you think, because he is risky. So all I'm saying is, from an excitement level, I do think Zion moves the needle way more than these other guys.
Wow.
888-957-9570. Now, I said move the needle. I didn't necessarily say order the rings.
Yeah.
Because it's not a foolproof plan.
And I know you, Willard, and Grandy and I talked about this, but I'll bring it back up. Stoney, it's not my money. Tomorrow's not promised. I've never owned a team, so I understand you got to put something away for a rainy day. You got to think about the future. But the bottom line, our conversation yesterday is if Evan hit that breaking sounder news and Jimmy Butler, the guy the dog that I know he is on a good day, that took that Miami team, was a big part of taking that Miami team to 2 finals. Stoney, inject that in my veins, and even if it didn't work, I could understand why you did it, especially if they're thinking, hey, we love Steph, but he needs help at this point. I would rather do that. I feel like Dre and Steph have earned that. But then it's much. Thank you, Evan. I was like, it's happening. That was pretty good. So do you want, and it might not work, but don't you think you owe that to him?
No, I don't. Not if it's a long shot. Not if it's a Hail Mary.
And you think Butler's a Hail Mary because of his age?
Yeah, I do.
I'm not really in.
And also, we still haven't talked about what are we doing with him? Are we signing him to a long-term deal?
I think that would be the goal.
Oh, my God.
Or he tells you, I'm not opting out. Like you had mentioned, what if he were to do that? Stoney, he knows his gig is up in regard. I can't, keep doing this and expecting to get my way. I feel like he knows what time it is, man.
Well, he's making 48 now. Next year he's due to make 52. He said he's going to opt out. So maybe you could get him for 2 years and 70.
Okay, can I say this too?
I don't know.
Just going back to the crossover yesterday, where we had a caller. I don't know if Jimmy and Draymond would work. Let's just say you got 2 of those dogs. From a mental standpoint, Stoney, give me another team that would have 2 mental dogs in go time like Dre and Jimmy.
I don't see it like that.
Wow. A guy that can get his own shot, go to the free throw line, make pretty much most of the time the free throws, can defend. It's just about is he healthy. Stoney, I'm in, and I'm desperate, and I'm hoping they can shock the world tonight. Just from a standing standpoint, because, dude, they lose tonight. You got Phoenix Friday, and you're 1 game under. It's just like you're chasing your tail.
530. Hey, that breaking news drop is not a toy.
All right. Dude, it does do something. I was like, Evan, it's happening.
Yeah, my bad.
Evan, let me just throw this by you. Which one would get you the most excited? The Golden State Warriors have acquired Jimmy Butler. The Golden State Warriors have acquired Zach LaVine. The Golden State Warriors have acquired Nikola Vucevic, Zion Williamson, Brandon Ingram, Zion Williamson, Paul George.
Why'd you say Zion twice?
Zion and...
You're leading the jury.
De'Aaron Fox. Like who, Warrior fans, what name excites you the most there? I mean, I'm just telling you what name would excite me the most is Zion. That would excite me the most because I think at his best, he's the best player on this list. But I get it.
A lot to choose from me.
I get that he's got
I have to choose.
Well, what name gets you the most excited?
Yeah, you have to choose, E.
The Golden State
one of
Warriors
the younger guys. Yeah, it's either Zion or Fox.
Fox.
Just because I don't think they could get De'Aaron Fox, but
right,
probably him.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, he's 26 years old, entering his prime. 888-957-9570 is the number, and yeah, that's the name that I would be the most excited about. Butler doesn't do it for me anymore. I don't know why. I don't dislike him.
Yeah.
I guess what's coming through loud and clear from my side is I am absolutely out on your core being 35, 36, and 35.
And I'll say this to you. I don't want to speak for you.
I can't do it.
But Stoney, if let's just say that deal went down, you are the type that would crack the mic and be like, "Goo, Evan, I was wrong." Let's just say they went 10-2. If they got Butler, you would say it looks like it's working. You're not just because you
have to wait till the end of the season. Because you would only be getting Jimmy Butler to win at least a playoff round, I would think.
And to make the playoffs this year.
Exactly.
Something I took for granted, thinking there's no way they can miss. And right now, I'm a little nervous.
I mean, the other thing is, and it's just the position they're in, is they have to take into account what the worst case scenario would be. You have to take into account what the best case would be and what the worst case would be. If you think Jimmy Butler coming to the Warriors drastically changes their arc, okay, then do it. Then trade for Jimmy Butler. I'm just not convinced that they're going to give up picks for that, because the worst case scenario would be and I'll just say, what if you get Butler and you make a run? Great. What if you get Butler and you don't make a run? And now you don't make the playoffs. You miss the playoffs entirely, and you gave up some picks.
Okay.
Like, that's a worst case scenario than riding it out.
But, okay, and this is the basketball version of having a baby here. If we don't do that and don't make the playoffs, then you're tuning in to the Warrior games to watch Santos, Pods, Quentin Post, and then you're waiting for these draft picks to grow. And Steiny, now we're talking about 2-3 years.
Yes,
maybe
yes,
4.
we are. Yes,
but that's happening
what we're
in
doing.
The meantime?
We're trying to we're getting better. We're trying to get better. Like,
and Dre and Steph are going to be okay with that.
I don't,
even though that their last sound bites are like,
what can we do if there's nothing out there? Like, if there's nothing out there, like, we can't invent a deal.
Okay,
if
I guess I'm asking you this:
if two sides don't agree,
do you
with
think
it,
this team's underperforming?
I would answer it this way: that if Kuminga and Draymond Green come back and they play as well as they can, they could possibly match last season's win total.
I believe that.
But at this point, I would say it's probably not going to be that high. If I had to put a win total on their season now, I would say I'd have to bet under 46, because 46 means that you went 23-12 or something over the last 3 months of the season.
Leroy just sent in a text down. He kind of hit me 510. Guru, it's your boy Leroy. You said Jimmy Butler on a good day can do this. Mm-hmm. What about a bad day? What's that look like?
It looks like him in street clothes.
Or he just doesn't show up for work.
Yeah. By the way,
wow, man.
Reporter of the year,
who?
Ramona Shelburne.
We get your smile. What's that about?
I told you.
2 weeks ago, she had a story on Jimmy Butler, and it was after his first suspension, and she had a source saying, Jimmy hasn't even gotten started yet.
Come on, man.
And he's been suspended twice since then. Man. Yeah, so she knew that Jimmy was going to be up to something. So she, anyway. Ramona Shelburne did a nice job on Jimmy Butler. It's funny, of all the things about Jimmy Butler that I'm down on, it's like I'm not down on the fact that he's been suspended 3 times.
And I'm not even month.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm giving him a pass almost. You just want out, relationship went bad. Divorce imminent.
My bingo card.
All right. 888-957-9570. I see the calls, and we'll get into it on the other side. Warriors, don't forget, they play tonight. The Oklahoma City Thunder, 7 o'clock at Chase Center. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Saramane Ford.
Where can you kick off the new year?
Look at the post up. Shoveled up top. There goes Post. Another three for Quentin Post. 80-69.
He doesn't even think about passing it if he's open.
Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, he did get up 10 shots, I think, in about 15 minutes. Posty.
Tolbert said it. He said he doesn't think about passing. I'm letting it fly. Can I read something to you before we get started here?
Of course.
Yeah. This is from the 510. Help me out. I'm doing you. You rubbing off on me.
Oh, yeah. It's just get to it.
Okay, 408.
Okay, there you go.
10 to 2 show is so negative now. I used to listen to you guys for facts and different perspectives.
Yeah.
And the beautiful thing about what you and I do is I didn't know you were going to play that Dre sound, so I was emotional.
Oh.
But we're not negative. The team is not where it should be. I'm nervous. I'm all pro make a move. But I just hate reading that, and that could be somebody in their mom's basement. But the bottom line is nobody's negative. We got to call it like we see it.
I see some people think I am.
Well, that's different.
I'm not negative.
That's by nature.
I'm not negative.
Negative by nature.
I'm not negative about the Warriors. I think I'm realistic about where they're at. And you got to seize opportunity if you have one. And by all accounts, they're trying to make a move.
Yeah.
Whether they can or not, we'll see.
Call it like you see
We'll see. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. He's got a popular name out there.
Oh, Rich.
Hey, Rich.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Listen, I know you guys have been talking about Jimmy Butler, and the idea of bringing him on, but I'm against it. I don't think it's a good fit at all. I think Butler's got baggage. I think that's the reason why Miami's trying to move on from him. I also think that, having Butler, he's older. He's had some injuries. If we make a move, I think that Joey Lightyears in the front office are looking for the long-term effect of their decision. I think Cam Johnson's a better fit. I just think everything that he brings as far as his basketball acumen, I think that, he's a good scorer. He can rebound, he can defend. Not only that, you pick him up, you're looking at, a 3 to 5 year stretch with him. As with Butler, he can opt out if you bring him. Also, you look at the fact that he is older, so you're not going to get no more, maybe 3 years out of him. And with Johnson, you got everything you need, not just right now, but also long term. I just think that's a better fit than a Jimmy Butler. That's just my take on it, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, a lot of guys like him, Cam Johnson. I mean,
hurt right now.
I think that, to me, I feel like Cam Johnson would cost you Kuminga, but maybe that's something you want to do.
But what if I think, and here I go, I think Kuminga's upside, if he pops, Donnie, is I don't want to say way better, but I think I'm ready to say like bigger than Cam Johnson. Like Cam Johnson's solid, but if Kuminga is what we see on some nights, Donnie, he could be a perennial all-star.
That's not easy.
Do you think the issue is also how expensive he is? Because if you make a move for Cam Johnson, the reports are that they want multiple first-round picks.
Damn.
Then that prevents you from making essentially any other move because you would have to attach draft capital in the future. So, that's your one move. And does that really move the needle enough, not just for the rest of the season, but for, the next 2 years?
It's a fair point. And, I guess my feeling on any kind of trade for the Warriors is if you're trading for an older guy, then we can't give you picks. We can't give you unprotected first. Yeah. That's just, to me, it's just too risky. But, you get a younger player in here, then maybe, and you think he's going to be here for a while, and he's going to be a key to winning, then maybe those picks are a little less valuable.
I do like to pick you and Evan's brain in regard to, I'm still in the line from Dibbs. Where do you draw the line in the sand in regard to yesterday? I felt like you kind of went newspaper on us. You put the losing of Miami or them not being where they're at the doorstep of Jimmy Butler. But what about a Cam Johnson, younger? Why don't we look at him and say, okay, why is his team not winning? And why do we look at Zion? You think they're trying to
The Nets are trying. They're like the Jazz. I don't think they want to win. That's why they gave away Schroeder for nothing. And to me, Cam Johnson's.
I like him, but I don't think Kuminga could be better than him, Stoney.
I mean, I'm worried about Kuminga. Not his health.
So, do you have a problem with me saying J.K. has definitely
Yes.
made money while being out?
Yeah, I do,
How
actually.
so? You can watch him, and it's almost like a hard watch. And you're thinking about the future. As much as I love pods and post, having a cup of coffee, Stoney, I think you have to bring him back if you don't use him in a trade. What do you have?
Well, I'm getting scared of paying him. I mean, I'm not. I went through a lot of players last night and guys who make 35 or more, 35 million or more. I mean, those are really good players, guys who are making 35.
So you don't be like he belongs in that club? But you're betting on the come, Stoney, that he will. And maybe now that we see Curry and Dre slowing down, next year, opening night, Kuminga knows I'm pretty much the guy. Not like that. I'll never replace Steph, but athletically, you guys need me. And I just wonder what that would do to his confidence and psyche. And, we could see 22 points a game, a night. I don't know. I don't think he's not capable of doing that.
Well, I don't know.
Because they're singing his praises before he got hurt. We need to play Kuminga more, Kerr, Draymond. We got to go through Kuminga, and Curry even saying it. Who was the worst guy getting the bread? Can you remember the one that would be closer to Kuminga, or were they all just like Scotty Barnes? Incredible to me, and I know they're different positions, but man,
Barnes, Wagner, Cunningham, they all got the max. Trying to think who else in that
very
class.
Good players, man.
Green, Şengün, Murphy.
Man, I mean,
I don't even think Murphy got all. I mean, he got like 30, 35.
Yeah, I think he got over like 100 and something.
Or per year, yeah.
Let's go to Rich in Hayward. Hey, Rich, how you doing?
The stack.
Hey, I'm doing real good.
Good.
I wouldn't do Zion because he's 10 years older than what he is with that weight. I mean, come on. He's hurt all the time.
Yeah.
I hate to say it. And, he's heavy.
Yes, he is.
My man said 10 years.
I would go for Fox. He is. It does. Every 10 pounds adds a year on. You know what I mean? He's overweight. When you're trying to dunk, it's not about dunking. It's about coming down on the ankles.
Yeah.
Your ankles ain't getting no bigger or stronger, or your back. So that's out. And Jimmy Butler, I like him, but we already got Draymond, and we already got some issues with him with attitudes. Now you got two guys with attitudes, and I think Fox, if we could swing it, that'd be great into the future. I like Kuminga. He did earn some money on this wherever he goes. If he isn't here, he'll be somewhere else over the summer. He earned a bunch of money. I mean, he'll be a max player. That's what he wants now, max player money. So they're going to move on from him either now or then, because, I'm going to be at the game tonight, and I'm just I'm just being real with it. And you guys aren't negative because, you got Goo to balance you off. I was at that Hilton over there for the Niners, a couple years ago. And, and I was like, so when I look at Zion, I look at me, I'm like, he's like a dad bod right now. I'm like, give me a break, It's like, I can play. I'm not saying I'm going to be dunking, but it's like when you jump, you come down. But I'm just going to say right now is that Wiseman really was our Trey Lance.
Yeah.
That was our Trey Lance. That's why we're in this conundrum right now. But, and everybody keeps saying, like Jordan Poole. I'm like, Draymond broke him because nobody puts him in. Why didn't somebody get him out of Washington? Boy, I'll tell you, he's in purgatory over there. And I'm a Poole fan.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, nobody picked him up yet? That's my take, guys.
Appreciate it.
I hate to say it, but as a season ticket holder, I just had to say it. I believe in Joey Lightyear. I hope he does the right thing because he brought Drake. Because anybody takes Draymond, the GM's fired.
Appreciate it, Rich.
Well,
appreciate it.
I will say this every time I hear, because I think it's a perfect comp when I hear Brock Purdy and Lance and Wiseman. but the Niners had the beautiful cologne of Brock Purdy. Who is the Warriors version? Okay, we all decided Wiseman and Lance are the same. Could Kuminga be the Brock Purdy? Like, it almost has to be, man. That's the luckiest I've ever seen a team after blowing a pick.
What if I think Purdy's proven more than Jonathan Kuminga?
Oh, no, I totally give you that. My point is,
I think I know more about what Purdy is than what Kuminga's going to be. But
you don't think he's made any more bread, huh? And I think it's not anywhere else because that was going to be the same. It's here.
I'm starting to think that the Warriors this summer didn't want to go over 30. Like, now I'm starting to think that might be the case. That maybe they wanted to give him kind of Draymond Wiggins money in the 25 type range. And he obviously wanted a lot more than that.
So you packing up the car with the kids, just family of 4 or 3. You can't have Curry or Dre as an answer. And I tell you, Steiny, who are you telling the kids, let's go play Warrior basketball if there is no Kuminga? That's how I look. That's the prism. Steiny, give me a name, and I love all the guys on the team, but let's be real.
Well, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about, is he the most exciting player on the Warriors? Yeah. But I don't know that he's a winner. I don't know that he knows how to play winning basketball. And that's the thing. If you're going to pay a guy 35 or 40, he's got to be more than a scorer. But look, the Warriors have put themselves in a tough position with Kuminga because they didn't extend him, and now he's a restricted free agent. So they got to figure out now what they're going to do with him, if he's part of the future or not.
Zion's played 12 whole games this year.
I know he played because last year he was an Iron Man
until that game 6 where they're about to beat the Lakers and his hammy blew.
You know what? I think I'd rather have a guy I can count. Not that he can be counted on, but like I need a guy. I need a guy who can play the regular season, and if he gets hurt in the postseason, that stinks. But I can't have a guy playing 50 games and then going into the playoffs as an 8 seed, thinking we can do damage like that. That I think is too hard. That's just me. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Anthony Slater, was on with the
Slates
young fellas in the morning, and he was asked about Butler and how Steph Curry might feel about Jimmy Buckets.
Do you want to play with the best version of Jimmy Butler? Do you want to play with a version of Jimmy Butler that was like dominant in whatever playoffs that was, where he just like dragged them past the Celtics? Like that younger, very locked in version of Jimmy Butler is like an appealing idea. This is also a Jimmy Butler who's older, who's had a few injury issues over the last few years and has basically blown up another situation with the franchise, who comes in with not only a huge price tag, but a desire for an extension, and just forget, the highest level deal that Miami can no longer ask for, right? We know they can't sit there and go, Kuminga and Podziemski, throw them in, throw some picks. We know that, whoever they're talking to around the league, they cannot ask for that great of a package. But regardless, you have to salary match, and even your worst package has got to send either a Wiggins or Draymond out the door. It's got to send other salary fillers. So you're puncturing your rotation while you're bringing him in too. So it's a risky move in a lot of ways. To your question, would Steph want to play with him? I mean, I think Steph's open to any type of conversation right now as he tries to figure out what's the best way to move forward at 23 and 23 while he's I think now a month or a little more than a month from turning 37.
There you go. That was Anthony Slater on how Curry would feel about Jimmy Butler. I mean, I agree with Slater that, like, I think Steph is open to...
Like, he'd be okay.
Well, I think if the Warriors don't make a move, Steph Curry's going to know why. And if they don't make a move, it's got to be a move where Steph looks at it and goes, well, I understand why we didn't do that. You know what I mean? So I think he's being patient, and I also think he knows the reality of the situation. And if you really know the reality of the situation, you're probably not sitting around thinking one of these guys is coming, because it's going to be hard. Like I think Curry and Draymond have braced for they might not make any moves, and they've got to be okay with it.
If you go off of their verbiage, what they both said here in the last couple of weeks, Donnie kind of backs that up about not risking the future. The Stephen A. sound where he ain't condemning Steph, but he's saying, what was it, cooperative?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one thing I was asking earlier is because there's some names out there that the Warriors, have been linked to. It's funny. Evan said to me today, who aren't the Warriors sniffing around? You know what I mean? Like, what player aren't they sniffing at?
Yeah.
And if Joe Lacob's true about they go after a big fish, I'm asking Warrior fans, like, what name would make you excited? And the reason I'm asking this is because I feel like we've gone over these names and players for so long, and we know all their strengths and all their weaknesses, and it does feel like every move is dangerous. It's every move that involves a significant name is going to be risky. So on the one hand, I kind of feel like I just don't, maybe, and this is what I want to ask if I'm wrong about, how excited would you be if you heard that the Warriors have acquired Jimmy Butler? Or the Warriors have acquired Nikola Vucevic, Zach LaVine.
Oh, man.
And, to my way of thinking of all the names out there, the most exciting name out there to me would be a Zion Williamson. Comes with an unbelievable risk attached. But maybe because it's such a risk, or he's such a risky person, maybe, or a risky player, that maybe you won't have to, empty the coffers. I don't know. But I think all these guys come with danger, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'll say this to your question, because you gave Evan some more attractive choices than myself.
I did?
But my top three, you didn't throw LaVine in
Well, let me throw them all in there.
Go ahead, give it to me.
Let me give them all to you.
Yep.
What name here, Warrior fans, would get you the most excited? The Warriors have acquired Jimmy Butler, Vucevic. The Warriors have acquired Zach LaVine, Paul George. The Warriors have acquired Brandon Ingram. The Warriors have acquired Zion Williamson. De'Aaron Fox. I mean, which is the most exciting name? Which one grabs you?
Yeah,
Gil?
Fox, and I'm a Paul George fan. I feel like they're unrealistic, so I'm going to go Butler, LaVine, and Vucevic.
Butler.
And then here I go. The clarity would be the message going into this season, so I thought from the front office was, we're going all in for Steph. I understand the risk, and it might not work, but at least I could sleep in my Warrior covers at night knowing they backed up their words in regard to going out and getting a proven commodity to go with Steph and Dre. And it might not work, but it matched up with what we thought the team and organization, the direction they were trying to go.
I mean, to me, that's the whole question. When you say it might not work, well, we need to have percentages almost. It might not work. What does might not work look like?
Well, it's when you buy a used car. It's
exactly
when you buy a home. You and then you find out you got damage in the roof or whatnot. You don't know until you know, Stoney. But you have to know. You do your due diligence on every front, hoping that there are no surprises, and you take off.
Let's go to BJ in North Carolina. Hey, BJ, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing fine, Sonny.
Hey.
Y'all are doing fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, man. I listen to y'all show every day, man. Y'all make a whole lot of good points, and I enjoy y'all show.
Thank you.
So, what I'm about to say, I don't want nobody to get offended or anything like that. But I get so sick and tired of people. And I've heard some more people come on 95.7 saying the same thing I'm fixing to say. Every time you turn around, people are talking about Kuminga, wanting him being traded, wanting this and that. And the thing about it, Golden State already have a bad team. Most of them own that. I haven't seen not one player on Golden State team that is athletic like Kuminga. Only thing Steph Curry wants is a 3 and 4 man lineup so they can feed Steph the ball. Well, okay, it takes more than one person to win a game. And that's its first time on Steph now by them, Draymond Green giving him the ball all the time. Other players can't get in that rhythm if you're dependent on one player. Kuminga is a heck of a good athlete. And if you had the right coach to work with him And I still give him no more than 2 more years, whether people agree or not. I really don't care. But I promise you, like I told the guy a few months ago, I promise you down the line, Kuminga is going to be an all-star or a superstar player. And furthermore, the way they feel about Kuminga, I hope he do go to another team, whether people accept or not. And that's the way I feel about the whole thing, because they have no right to be treating him like that. People talk about him treating him when you got other people that's playing bad, like Todd, this other boy, Scooter or Trider, whatever his name is. Trey Jackson, he can't play with anything. And Looney can't even play with anything, but it's always Kuminga. That's all I have to say. I enjoy y'all's show. Y'all have a good day.
Thanks, BJ. Appreciate the call. Wow. I mean, that's the thing. That's the rub with Kuminga. How good is he going to be?
I said it. I think he could be all-star. And Guru, I think that I don't want to say easy, but I don't know if maybe Steph and Dre in this system's kind of in his way. We talk about different systems, but if we putting the rat on the table early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, Stoney, the dude's got, I feel like every damn asset in his utility belt to reach that plateau of being an all-star, even in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
but you're gonna have to here shortly after this. Like push is coming to shove. You know.
I mean, the one thing is a philosophical question too about a guy like Kuminga. If you don't think he's worth 40, let's say the Warriors are like, we cannot pay him 40. I mean, what's worse, paying him 40 or letting him go for nothing? And sometimes you gotta, if you don't think he's a $40 million player, you can't pay him 40 if that's what you believe. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like,
what's the future look like without him?
I don't know.
Well, right now, I would shout out to
keep in mind, if you pay him
Bleak, Stoney, it would be, I'm not saying these guys can't take, their game to the next level, but let's be honest, who would Warrior fans clamor to like he's the closest to being the next? Kuminga fits all that at 22 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know. I don't know what he is.
And what's he look like every night getting 15 to 20 shots? Let's just say next year we go in. I don't know if they're going in or not, but Jonathan Kuminga is going to get 20 shots a night. Stoney, that's probably 8 or 9 trips to the free throw line. Okay, yeah, you got to improve that about his game. Could he get to a 35, 36% from 3? Like, that's the reality. And on some nights, we've seen him where we're like, holy crap, this dude looks like Dark Knight or Spider-Man out there.
Yeah, I like him. I don't love him. I mean, I like him. I like Kuminga, and I do agree that it's going to be
I like him,
a very, it's a big decision for the Warriors whether he's part of the future or not. But I don't know what Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob think of him, but if they feel strongly that he's not worth a certain amount, then I don't know if you can just pay him if you don't truly believe in him. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And I see calls. We'll get to more of your calls on the other side. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial.
6. He'll drive the baseline, takes it to the near side, spins away from Sensabaugh, and that's it. The buzzer sounds. The ball game's over. Warriors get a win. 114-103, the final. And Golden State will get back to 500.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Timmy Roy. Remember, at 12 o'clock, listen during the 12 o'clock hour, that's in 40 minutes, for your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. We're taking winners this week, next week, and the week after, one per show. So during the 12 o'clock hour, I'm going to give you a keyword, and then at some point you're going to hear the breaking news. No, that's not the breaking news sounder. It's the Blair horn. There it is. There it is. Like not now. But when you hear that sound, call into our contest number, which I'll give you, and a certain caller will be registered for Knockout at Chase Center, where 95.7 will be hosting a fun event.
Let's go.
I'm out.
It's amazing being around basketball connoisseurs like you and Evan.
Sure.
During the break, we felt like last night there was a sequence in the fourth quarter where there were like back-to-back timeouts almost. And I did not know this rule. Can you explain, Steiny? Or Evan can explain to us. I never knew this, E, and you were like, there was a 10-minute, what's going on? Can you explain? I don't think the average fan knows this.
Well, it's just one of those small rules. Like, you're not allowed to carry more than 2 timeouts under 3 minutes. I think it's to create, to not have an advantage,
Okay.
right? You can't have so many timeouts. So if you have more than 2 before the 3-minute mark of the fourth quarter, you will typically see teams take a timeout like around 3:30 or 3:20.
And why is that, E?
Because it's a use it or lose it.
Yeah, they'll lose it if they don't use it. I'll tell you what, Goo.
Yeah.
I'm
the fourth quarter really long.
Minutia, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is from the 916, and I'm a little sensitive to this because I've tried to point out what my thinking is. Okay. Steiny's great at throwing blame around and pointing out problems, but he doesn't have any solutions. I do have solutions. They're not going to be sexy enough for most people out there. My priorities are pretty simple. And to me, let me tell you what I view as a very high priority. And other people may not. But right now, the Warriors are 11th in the West. All right? The one thing we got to do this year is keep our pick. Like, I know it's not going to be sexy, but if they have the 10th pick in the draft or the 9th pick in the draft, it's supposed to be a good draft. So I want to draft a player this year. I just do if it's a top, if it's the number 10 pick.
But will you admit there's some risk involved?
With what?
The pick. The guy that you get might not pan out.
But it'll be a top 10 pick. I mean, like, we can't scoff at those. And look, in the Warriors' past, they got some damn good players at 7 and 11. I mean, Kuminga at 14, no matter what he turns into, it's not a bad pick. Or he was at 7. But you got to get a player. You got to get a young player in here. I'm just out for the most part on older guys. I don't want Jimmy Butler because my feeling is there's proof. We've had proof for the last 2 years. Like, the old guys don't get it done in the postseason.
Is LaVine an old guy to you?
No, he's not.
Okay.
He's not.
To me, I'm like,
he's different. I mean, I'm not crazy about him for other reasons, but to me, I think it's a fool's errand thinking you're going to run 35-year-olds out in the playoffs and win. So that's why I'm out on an older guy. I'm not feeling a short-term fix here. And then lastly, I'm going to be extremely careful with my future first. I am. I know that's not enough for some people, but that's what I would do.
It's interesting, and I appreciate the honesty, and I'll say this, and people could say I'm being selfish, but I'm just putting myself, if you allow me, into the shoes of Draymond and Steph Curry. And all that we've achieved, all that we've done here, we're trying to go for number 5. And I believe those two players want that number 5, right, Steiny, in a Warrior uniform. So to me, I'm being selfish, Steiny. If I know my time, I could kind of see I'm on the back 9. I don't want to hear crap about a pick that's not going to benefit me pretty much while I'm here on this quest for 5. And that's why I'm saying I'm being selfish. We've seen others, alpha males and stars, LeBron, by any means necessary. So when I heard those comments come out of Green and Steph's mouth about almost, Steiny, you allow me if I'm close to the target here, yeah, we'll be okay. Hey, you don't got to mortgage the future for us. I kind of didn't like that coming out of their mouth for them. You know what? I'm like, wow. So how can I want it more than them? And again, those at the end of the day are just words. But Steiny, I couldn't believe those two guys said we're kind of cool and understand that they can't mortgage the future for our quest.
Yeah. They're smart.
Or that was just lip service. And by the 6th, Jimmy Butler or Zach LaVine or Vucevic will be in a Warrior uniform. Because you pull that Jimmy Butler trade off, you're going right back into the luxury tax.
Well, it depends what you do with him at the end of the season. Like, that's the other part about Butler. Is he part of your long-term future, or is he?
He would have to be if you're going to give up assets, I'm thinking.
Yeah, and that's what I mean.
This is not Blockbuster. I'm going old school rental.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Let's go to Jonathan in San Jose. Hey, Jonathan, what's going on?
Hey, good afternoon. How are you guys?
Doing well.
All right, Steiny, I was playing your game, and I was thinking about it, and let's go ahead and get it out of the way, and then we'll go into what I got to get out. So you said out of the options, who would you take? And I know Fox isn't an option, but let's be honest, we all want to take Fox. Why? Because he provides the future. We don't want necessarily Butler and everybody else because we know it's going to be temporary. And I just don't understand why all the Warrior fans out here are, let's put somebody else in the shoes. Let's put somebody else in the shoes. We put Schroeder. We put Buddy. We even put Chris Paul, and those shoes did not work. And it's crazy because Steph Curry had a misquote, and I love it because the brother said, and I know he didn't create it, but however, he did reinstate that if you keep doing the same thing over and over again and you expect different results, that is the definition of insanity. And boy, are the Warriors talking about insanity if we're going to replace another person. And I know everyone thinks, well, this is just going to be a quick fix. It's not. The Sharks have gone through this themselves. And guess what was our savior? The number 1 draft pick, Macklin Celebrini. And before that was another early draft pick with Will Smith. And my point to all of this is if the Warriors, Steph Curry and Draymond cared about the culture, cared about, the team, they're going to go ahead and we need that new player. That's what we had to do. We were going to pass the torch on to Poole, and that didn't happen. And it seems like we just keep searching and searching on who to pass that to. I believe it's Kuminga. I know others disagree. However, I agree with you, Steiny. We need some draft picks. That's my point. I appreciate you guys. You'll have a good one.
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate the call. Anthony Slater. Couple things I want to play from slates. This is okay. We talked about Butler. Let's talk about their 2 forwards who are both hurt right now.
Man,
what does Slater have to say? What do you want, Draymond or Kuminga first?
Let's go Draymond.
All right, this is Draymond Green. Would the Warriors really ever think about trading Draymond?
Well, I think it's unlikely for several reasons, including obviously political and nostalgic reasons, which you maybe would say that's not how a team should operate. But we all know the dynamics at play with that situation and the history with Steph and all that. So obviously that's in the mix. The other thing is that's not a very appealing contract on the market. It's 3 years left. Obviously he's aged some. He's a specific fit that, you think about Miami, for example, right? In the Butler, who would Miami rather have? A younger Andrew Wiggins, who would just kind of plug and play on the wing at, 30 minutes a night and start, or Draymond, who'd be kind of an odd fit with Bam, and is obviously older. I mean, to me, Miami would probably prefer Andrew Wiggins. It's just considering the earthquake that would be trading Draymond Green and the value or non-value he would probably have if put on the trade market, I'm not seeing a scenario present itself where it's logical.
That was Slater.
Yeah.
Anthony Slater from The Athletic on Draymond Green. He's making, I think his contract's okay. I mean, it's the years that's the problem. It's not necessarily the 25.
And I keep acting like there's 2 years. No, there's 3 left on this deal.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Let's go to Nick in Clayton. Hey, Nick. How you doing?
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
So, I've got... Stein, you said something the other day. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I wonder if there would be a team that would be interested in giving the Warriors a pick.
Yeah.
For Kuminga. And I love that idea. I would take on a bad contract or another risky veteran in order to acquire another pick. And I would give up Kuminga. And Steiny, I know you were around for this. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Kuminga has shades of Jason Caffey. I don't think he's that special. He's athletic. He's explosive. He can kind of score sometimes, but he has plenty of deficiencies, and I just don't think you could do. I don't think there's going to be that much of a downgrade as if you shipped off Kuminga and next year you had a decent pick and got a good player from college. I don't think there's much of a gap there. So that's just my take.
Wow.
Appreciate it.
Steiny, put some respect on. And I love me some Caffey, but come on, man.
Nick?
I'm going to let you do it. Do it for Kuminga.
I'm not going to. I'm
chasing Caffey. He wishes. Dude, this guy's been on your team since 2021.
Caffey was a part of it. Actually played on a championship team. So put some respect on his name.
No, I'm not. I said I like Jason Caffey, but come on. That guy's down on Jonathan Kuminga, so you're just going to flush away everything that you've done in regard to trying to season and raise and grow Jonathan Kuminga, and now he's ready to take them, hopefully, the next steps.
Why didn't they extend him?
Restart?
Why didn't they extend him?
Because I think they did. Steiny, I get it. Maybe there was just, what did Logan Murdoch say?
I don't know.
I'm paraphrasing. I think the scouts think one thing about Kuminga, and Joe Lacob thinks another thing about Kuminga. But I think one thing about this absence, if I'm Joe Lacob and I'm watching this team without Kuminga, I don't think, again, it's the A word, you can afford to say night-night to him and start over and draft another Kuminga, Moody Pods, and sit here and wait, Steiny, till we're gray up top for you to finally say we got one right. This dude is on the cusp.
But I was like, here's the other thing that I just don't get. Like the cavalier or the idea of drafting a couple guys this year and next and having to wait. It's like, that's how it's done. There's no shortcut. You've got a 36-year-old as your best player.
But he may not be your best player. We're getting close to.
Well, I wouldn't say that. See, that's where you lose me a little bit. Like, I don't think Kuminga's even close.
But you're not expecting a major impact when he comes back. That's the trade. That's the asset they're getting. That is the one. If I'm reaching, but Steiny, I'm grasping at straws. When he comes back, it's going to be like we never had him. So his impact is going to be so obvious that it could be the difference between this team making the offs and not.
Right, but I think you're remembering Kuminga at his finest.
Right.
Well, he's not going to be his finest consistently because that's not who he is. That's not who he is yet. Like, yeah, I mean, if you could bottle up the good of Kuminga, then I would say, yeah, he's going to help him. But, I mean.
And who's going to help him?
But
that's a part of this, too. Just like guys that are not helping Curry. And we're taking it out on Curry, some are. Oh, Curry's not doing this. He can't do that. But he's not in an ideal situation in regard to threats.
You know who else isn't in an ideal situation? Cade Cunningham. He's not an ideal situation.
But he's playing with youngsters.
Right. And we have youngsters. We got youngsters.
Shot creators, Donnie. Guys that are, in their prime or about to be.
Let's go to Jamie in Oakland.
The town.
What's up, Jamie? How you doing?
Hi, you guys. I am a first-time caller, and thank God I've had a few minutes to calm down.
Oh, no.
And not be so nervous.
Oh, you're
Take
fine.
your time.
I'm a great fan. I'm not a basketball savant. I don't play basketball. I love the Warriors. And there's a couple things I'm not hearing you guys talk about. I mean, I don't listen all the time, but I listen a lot. And with Kuminga, his work ethic and his basketball IQ, and has he made progress this season? I mean, I think so. I like him, but I really don't have any investment. I don't really want Jimmy Butler. I think he's a big, he's got wreckage. He's got a big bag of everything coming with him. But I just have been curious. I just kind of felt like there's been this lack of talking about these points, because the one thing we've always talked about with Steph Curry is his work ethic.
Mm-hmm.
And he lives and dies basketball. And I've seen Kuminga be interviewed.
Right.
And he seems pretty smart and bright. It seems like sometimes he has attitude, but I don't know. He could be very shy.
Yeah, I hear you. No, appreciate it.
Anyway, I'm going to...
You got thanks, Jamie.
Don't be a stranger. Great call.
My bad. I butchered that.
And I'll say this, Yadoshevsky, Donnie. I'll say this about Kuminga.
Jamie.
Those thoughts that she had about the IQ and the work ethic, I had last year about Kuminga. This year, before the injury, I feel like he checked off those boxes.
He's a smart player?
He's getting smarter.
Okay.
And have they ever...
Does he know how to play?
Stoney, when you can score 18 or 25 or 30 points in a game, all that can grow. It comes with, he's never been afforded the luxury of go out there.
No, he was.
No, now it's happening when he comes back, and it could have been happening if he didn't get hurt. Stoney, they're there now. They're saying take over. What else said? So to the young lady's point, I'm with her. He's made some steps in regard to figuring things out. And I've never heard anything lacking in regard to his work ethic. You're around Celebrini, Steph, and Dre. You know what I mean? So, again, I'm just Jonathan Kuminga out on life without him has made me appreciate the F out of him. And I can't wait till he gets back. So if they don't do anything, that might be...
Well, I think you're remembering a person who's better than he actually was at this point, because like you feel like the team is floundering and they're 11-20 over their last 31, and I think we have a tendency to romanticize Kuminga as he's going to come back and all of a sudden we're going to be a 600 team. We're going to win 6 or 7 out of 10 every week.
But do you have?
I don't see it.
But as a defender, Stoney, I watch these games and I always
defender.
No, I'm talking about the opposing defenders. I always think I'm the defender.
I look at the
Warriors.
other side of the ball.
Yeah, no, I do too.
Right.
And he can pick guys up from 94 feet, Stoney.
That's
but listen,
all he can do defensively.
I gotta say he's the only guy in a Warrior uniform, sometimes Wiggins, to where the defense is they're stressing out on. Good God, this dude's just a load. You know what I mean? Like, and they haven't had that component to him for a while. And I come in here crying about why they're one game under. And the more I think about it, and I love you for saying I'm romanticizing. And on a good day, Stoney, this dude was getting to the free throw line 8 or 9 times easy. Sometimes 6 or 7 in the first half. Like, that means something when you're this thin or this close from being not in the playoffs or making it.
And, this is what I hate to do, but I will, and I'll go to one play. It's
the Christmas Day.
The play against Houston.
Oh, okay, got
the game against Houston, where, was it Van Vliet who got by Wiggins? And Kuminga's under the basket with his back turned.
That was Christmas.
Oh, that was the Lakers.
Christmas.
Yeah.
Lakers, right. Yeah. Oh, it was Reeves. That's right.
He was guarding this man out of bounds.
It's one of these things where it's like, well, it's really Wiggins' fault. Okay, yeah, it is Wiggins' fault. But you can't have your back to the ball in a game.
I got nothing for you.
And I'm not saying he lost you the game, but you paid the price.
And it's one bad play.
But it cost you the game. Yeah. And I'm just saying, I don't look. Kuminga, when he comes back, will probably help, but I don't see him as a tangible difference maker that is going to kind of change the fortunes.
Then
of
they
this
need
team.
to make a move, then, Stoney. If you're right and that's what they're really thinking or feeling, then you got to do something. And again, you don't have to, but if you're really looking at Jonathan Kuminga like, man, we hope, and not as excited as I am, then Steiny, yeah.
Here's Slater on Kuminga.
I'd be stunned if Jonathan Kuminga's traded. And I don't think that's his ankle injury, that's why they can't. I just think they view him as too positive of a long-term asset. And, I know there's varying levels of belief in him from the fan base, from the league, whatever, but what he can fetch. And again, I think he's a guy that I think a rival team would trade for, believing, hey, we can get him on the cheap, and maybe, just because his contract situation almost lessens his market value, because any team that gets him knows they're going to have to pay for him, in the off season. And I just that unsettled situation, what he was, and, I think still will be for the Warriors this year, which is their only real downhill rim threat, what he represents to them bigger picture, which is really the one guy of their 3 lottery picks that still has a chance to really pop. I don't see a scenario that's again on the chessboard right now, considering the players that are potentially available, where they would part with Jonathan Kuminga.
That was Anthony Slater of The Athletic talking about Jonathan Kuminga and doesn't think the Warriors are going to move him. And I mean, you got to find somebody that really wants Kuminga.
Yeah.
So
415 Guru, you're living in the fantasy world. You keep bringing up stuff about a player named JK. That's not reality. Please stop. Mike and from the 415, you're making me mad.
Oh,
I don't
don't let him get you mad, Mike.
No, I don't never want to get you mad. So who's untouchable outside of Steph Curry?
I would say nobody. I mean, I think. I don't think
makes me think a trade might really happen then. If they agree with you, I thought Kuminga wasn't untouchable, and I told you I would move him. But Stoney, the more I'm thinking about it, man, he might be off limits.
I mean, the other thing is, you're right about the Warriors need Kuminga, if for no other reason than to have a young athlete on the roster. But that doesn't mean I'm going to pay him like he's a finished product. And that's what they got to figure out. If they decide what to do. Oklahoma City in town tonight. Boy, excited?
I'm excited for the opportunity of what it could be if they could shock the world and win it. Man, Stoney.
It's an NBA game. It's possible the Warriors could win. All right. Coming up on the other side, you're going to get your first opportunity to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. On the other side, I will give you the keyword. You get the keyword next segment, and then we'll go from there. But it's your opportunity next hour. Listen for the keyword, and then call in when you hear the sounder. I'll get more into it on the other side, but it's a big hour for all you guys. An opportunity to play at Chase. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
shocked you talking to me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I kind of think you're in the minority there.
Well, I am one.
I know, but on this specific issue, I think you're one of the few people out there that are saying, I want Draymond back. We need Draymond back. Wow. It feels like it's going the other way. All right.
I don't disagree.
When do you think he's coming back?
No, Steiny, you're like, come on.
No, I'm just saying people are not as excited
the other night.
They are not as excited about Draymond coming back.
But
that's my feeling at 888-957-9570.
I'm not saying you're being a hater.
I'm not.
I can differentiate the two, the podcasting and his impact on the team, Steiny. And right now, what I'm watching for the Warriors, they're busting their tail. They're trying. But come on, and this is my phrase today, Steiny, on a good, because when you have a good day compared to bad, you and I.
Yeah, but you got to take everything into consideration.
So I'm being proactive.
Okay.
Dre on a good day can help this young team, man.
Well,
I saw him single-handedly beat the Phoenix Suns verbally.
Oh, Kuminga had nothing to do with that?
No, he was out there too Saturday night, a couple Saturday nights ago.
Yeah, Kuminga was great that night. But now it's Draymond.
He played his part.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Kevin. Oh, he's not there.
Nobody's stopping Anthony Davis. Yeah, his abs. He's out a week.
Let's go to Darren in North Dakota.
Wow.
Hey, Darren, how you doing, man?
Gentlemen, I'm sweating. I am nervous. Good afternoon to you.
Don't be nervous.
I have so much I want to say. So just bear with me. My biggest issue with the Warriors situation right now is Steve Kerr's inability to adjust. We're talking about trading Jonathan Kuminga, getting Zach LaVine and all these guys. I think anybody coming into the system still going to have that issue, that struggle. Shooter was so awesome in Brooklyn, and he struggled for the first 10, 12 games. What I would love to see is not to get rid of Quinton Post and all these other young guys. Let's try and work with them for a period of time. Gone are the days where teams would fear Steph, and now they're doubling him more than anything else. The crowd want to see Michael Jordan dunk that thing. When Steph Curry would shoot, it would be equivalent to Michael Jordan's dunk. That's what they see in Kuminga, in that excitement.
Yeah.
You want to see that exciting play again. Don't give up on the young guys. The system that Steve Curry has, he needs to try and do something different. I remember Luke Walton in 15 or 16 did very well.
43-4. They were 43-4.
Awesome. Sometimes the guys need to hear a different voice.
No doubt.
Go get Mike Brown if he's available.
All right, thanks, Darren. Appreciate the call. I do have a hot take.
I'll give it to us.
I have a hot take.
This is the show.
And see, this is where I'll make a bet with you, but I got to make a Steinmetz bet, not a Guru bet.
Well, you didn't pay me Friday at the cafeteria.
For what?
The bet you lost with UCLA.
Are you going to make one up now?
No, the bet we had with UCLA and Maryland.
You want to hear my hot take?
Yeah, I'll let you go.
Well, that was with me, but
exactly
we didn't.
I made two
He's so
bets.
lost, it's unbelievable.
Okay, guys, just real quick, Evan, before you go. I made two bets. One with you. We made two simultaneously bets with UCLA, and I won both.
I want to just say that we bet the games individually.
Evan, don't do this. Don't try to accommodate him now.
No, I won the bet. That's why Evan was. But Evan, what do you mean?
Evan,
I had
here's
one
the other
with
thing,
you,
Evan.
and I had one with him.
I'm talking to Evan. Here's
we're talking about my winnings and earnings.
Evan, here's
we
the
are
thing.
even because I got you for Bravo.
Yeah,
you never paid me that for that.
did.
So
we didn't even make a bet about the UCLA Maryland game. You just talked about it,
and then we said, "Hey,
no."
Evan's here he's the referee, Richard Steele. He saw the bets were made. Him and I made it, and then I said, Snotty, watch. They're going to lose 2 in a row. And they did.
Right. When you say watch, they're going to lose a couple in a row. That's not making a bet. Evan, come on, buddy.
Ernie Chavez, go find the audio, bud.
I don't think you made a bet with Steiny.
I don't think so either.
You're winning him over by the day, man.
Well, Steiny did try to make a bet the other day that he weaseled out of because we both wanted in on it. And as soon as he figured that we both unequivocally believed he was wrong, he said the bet's off.
Oh, which one? Oh, I know. Joe Buck was married to Michelle Beadle?
Yes.
I was like,
and it was Michelle Beesner.
That was off the air.
Well.
Oh, well. Well, you want my hot take or not?
Man, I can't wait.
I don't think Steve Kerr is going to be the coach of the Warriors next year.
What if I told you I don't think that's the hottest of takes? But
he's got
explain that. Explain why you go there.
I just think
I'm with you.
He's got one more year left. After he's got this year and next. But I don't know. I think they're in. It's transition time. It's obvious, and I don't get the sense he's having as much fun as he used to. Not just because they're losing. I think he's
just with everything.
Yeah, I think he feels like he's loyal to the older guys, and like I don't know. I think I get this feeling he's thinking like he just can't win here anymore. Like, he can't do anything right. He plays the old guys when he should play the young guys. He plays the young guys when he should play the old guys. I don't know. It's just a hunch.
Well, I will say this. We don't know what's going to happen, if anything, come February 6th, the deadline. But moving forward, Stein, even if this season doesn't culminate in a playoff berth, just somehow for me and Dub Nation, keep us watching Quentin Post and Santos. Like, do you think that's too far?
Well, Post is clearly off the table.
Oh, in regard to
he's untouchable.
Oh, okay, so he's still meaning he's going to play.
Oh, Post is. Yeah, you can't.
Okay, all right.
I'm kind of kidding, but yeah,
no,
fine. I was waiting for you to laugh when I said he's untouchable.
So what?
Elliot Ness. No, I feel like
he's like, if anybody would want Post, I'd listen. I mean, like,
no, he just gives you a different dimension than Looney and TJD.
Right.
And on the day that TJD was announced to play in the skills game, he got 6 minutes started, and Looney and Quentin Post played more minutes. But
it's called a three-headed center. What's the big deal?
Tolbert sound stuck in my mind about, boy, if he's open, he's going to shoot it. That's what the new NBA is. So let's keep. I would just tell Kerr, you didn't make a mistake with Kuminga, with just whatever, and Moody, but you had to have learned something. And right now, Post and Santos, that cord or the outlet shouldn't be pulled out the wall.
Well, so what?
No matter what happens with Dre and Kuminga,
you're with me on Draymond then coming off the bench.
But I'm going to use a word Anthony Slater said to the guys this morning, Bonte and Shasky. The politics of that, Steiny, if it's just solely not about, hey, we're trying to save you, it's about, hey, we're kind of lightweight phasing you out, or we found something while you were gone.
Yeah.
I don't think Dre's ready for that, and I don't think the team's ready to tell him they're ready for that.
You know what's going to happen now. Now's when you get all our listeners reminding you that he's gone to the bench twice before without a fight.
You have.
So
I lost that.
He's been
in the playoffs, too, for that matter.
He's been willing to do it. Brian Windhorst.
Wendy.
ESPN. What's the latest on Jimmy Butler?
Well, the Heat really are trying to move him. I think there might be a perception out there because it seems like it's gone on for weeks that they're not, but they are. And from the sources I've been talking to for the last really 48 hours, but definitely tonight, the Heat's price has dropped. They are willing to do more than they were when this all started last month. The Heat are trying to get this done. The difficulty, Scott, is the one team that really, really wants Jimmy Butler and the team that he really, really wants to go to is the Phoenix Suns. And the Suns have basically the most untradeable contract in the league, not just because Bradley Beal has a no-trade clause, but because how much he's owed on that contract versus what his production is. And even if you could convince him to accept a trade to a certain place, it's a hard thing to do. And so you're really trying to squeeze not just drops of blood out of a stone, you're trying to squeeze a gallon of blood out of a stone. And these teams have been running their heads into it for weeks, and it's not helping what's going on the court and off the court with Jimmy and the Heat.
That's Brian Windhorst. I wonder what it means the price is dropping. If it means draft picks, like they're giving up on the idea that they're going to get draft picks back for Butler.
Right.
Maybe they're just now set on we can only get a player for Jimmy Butler.
That's interesting.
I don't know.
Is Jimmy going to get rewarded for doing what he's doing if he goes to Phoenix to play? I did all that to get here with Booker and Durant. Man.
So are more teams in on Butler?
What's happened here, again, from my discussions with the league, and I want to be real careful. I am not saying this is for sure going to happen. I am not predicting what's going to happen. But I do think some teams that thought they were out of this are coming back in because it doesn't look like the Suns and Heat are going to be able to consummate a deal. I think we might see a team swoop in here and get Jimmy Butler at a cheap price, a guy who can be the best player in a playoff series at a bargain price. And I think that's the phase of this where we're at. And so if a team pulls that off, and I'm not going to tell you the teams that are trying because I can't wade into those waters. This could be a trade that affects the outcome of this season. So definitely a very interesting next 2, 3, 4 days here.
God, wow, I wonder what the
Warriors one of them.
Well, if you can get,
for cheap
at some point. What could you get him for? I'd be willing to listen to that if the thing's swinging in the other direction. Somebody put up. We had the Draymond Green sound earlier of him saying, it's going to be hard to trade for Butler because we don't have the sound. Like, here's one for you. Would you trade Jimmy Butler for Wiggins and Draymond? Straight up. Money pretty much works. Jimmy Butler for Draymond and Wiggins. You're on the clock, Goo.
I'll do it.
Would you really?
Yeah. God. And a lot of it would be, I get Draymond out of here. Our offense is now, we got some youngsters that can shoot, taking over for him. And Wiggins, we love you, but at the end of the day, Wendy said what I know, Steiny, and I know you said for a whole season you don't like it, the age, but now you're asking Steph Curry to be 1A in a playoff series. He could be the one, but he'll be the 1A to Jimmy Butler's 1. Man.
Yeah,
would you do it?
Well, oh, man. I was hoping you wouldn't ask me. I might.
People telling me puff, pass.
I might.
I'm not.
See, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
It's a yes or no question. You hate those. Look at him, man.
I might.
No, that's not. It's yes or no.
All right.
Pros and cons.
Oh, God.
This is
okay.
surgery.
I might do it.
Is that a yes?
First of all, I don't think the Heat would do that, but okay.
You don't know.
I would do it. But here's the reason why. I really, I feel like, and I think I've said this before, I feel like with Curry and Draymond on this team, there's always going to be a certain dynamic. And we've seen it play out over the years of the veterans and the young guys.
A dynasty dynamic.
Not only that, they play a certain style that is a little bit different than other teams with how they use Curry. And I just feel like you can't transition if Draymond's still here. I think you could transition with just Steph, but I feel like with Draymond, it's just going to be darn near impossible to transition into something different.
Well, that would incentivize you to do it.
And I'm ready to do that.
And I'm right behind you.
So, that's my thing with Draymond. It's not so much he's a problem or I don't like his personality or he gets suspended. It's more that he'll always, if he's a Warrior, he's always going to be a dominant figure, whether he's playing or not. And when he is playing, then you got to play a certain way. And I'm ready to transition, but I don't think you can if he stays here. That's where I'm at with Draymond Green.
That's why I said, yeah, it sounds like you're saying, yeah.
888-957-9570. Is that too strong, Warrior fans? We've talked about all the names, and, Draymond Green is always, it's funny because I'll read a lot about Draymond Green, and I'm still reading the same things. Like, for example, Tim Kawakami in The Standard wrote something on, he wrote, check it. You should check it out, Evan. Kawakami did a mailbag. It was all Warriors.
You love mailbags.
And he was asked about Draymond Green. And
I'm out.
Kawakami was basically saying the same thing that he said 3 years ago. The organization still feels like he's worth it. The organization feels like they'll never get value for him. The organization knows that Steph wants him. They're willing to, they're willing to put up. They're still willing to put up with all of it because he's such a vital. And it's like, man, it feels like this is the same thing we were reading 3 years ago, and it's like, I don't know. I'm
and I would go ahead.
I don't like. I just don't think. I think you got to move him to move forward.
And I love
in a
that.
crazy kind of way.
And I'm
888-957-9570.
But I would double back to TK to say, okay, now what are you in debt for? What are you scared of? Look what you've become. I know it's one season and you're staring, not making the playoffs again down the barrel. So what are you beholden to where you're afraid of the future when the future is bleak? Not right now, Stoney. You're not going deep into the playoffs. You didn't qualify last year. So when does it end? When does the organization say maybe there is life without DG? Because right now, and I'm not blaming it all on him, Stoney, it's not pretty. And it doesn't look like it's going to get pretty anytime soon unless something happens big, with the trading deadline.
Yeah. 510, Steiny and Guru. What you guys haven't realized is that Curry's offense suffers in the absence of Draymond Green. Right. Are you willing to let Curry's offense struggle? I mean,
we've seen him score 2.5 points with Draymond in the game, Steiny. And I'm just using that as an example. Let's not act like it's 30 points every time he's out there with Dre and then it's 18 without him.
Well, and
it's not that drastic by any stretch. It's happened with Dre on the court.
I mean, the other thing with where they're at is they've got to start depending on Steph less. They have
better
to.
Players.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about he can't go play 32 minutes and he's not giving you the same production in 32 minutes that he gave you in the past. And so you've got to envision a world where Steph doesn't get you 30, where maybe only gets you 20 and 8.
Okay, what's my alternative? What stops? Like, well, I hear you, but if we don't have
the alternative is you continue down this road over relying on Steph, and you realize that because of the situation or his age or his teammates or the opponent, like, you're just not going to win as much.
But my question to you, I hear you. Is that a Steph problem, or is that we put this team to we failed putting the necessary stuff around him?
And this is where, again, you can say it's not small sample size. They're 6-3 without him. Okay, and
oh man,
and I get it. It's the Jazz last night. They stink, but can we acknowledge that they look different when they play without Steph? Because they have to. It's not anything bad against Steph. Like when the difference between Steph Curry playing and Steph Curry not playing is so dramatic that it almost has to have two different styles. And I mean, it's Dennis Schroeder doesn't get 20 shots last night if Curry's playing.
I hear you.
So you gotta find out.
But I guess my thing is, do you want Dennis to have 20 shots?
Well, when Steph's not here, yeah. Do you want him to have 20? Like, in an ideal world, yeah, Schroeder would become that 18-point per game scorer like he was in Brooklyn. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. What's going on, Nick? How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Hey, Steiny, you were right a couple years ago. And Goo, I know you didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe it because we tend to be on a little nostalgia sometimes, and we have this never-ending faith in the players to keep performing the same way they have.
Mavs and six.
That's how we think. Yeah. But Steiny, you were right, man. We should have got rid of them. They're getting old, man. It's like we did like the age progression thing you've been mentioning like the last year and a half about how they start to look really old really fast, and they can just go downhill like one season they're great, next season there's nothing. You know what I mean? And like are these youngsters waiting for Steph to do something, or will Steph be better served if Draymond is gone?
Wow.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate the call.
And I know you're not taking it to this
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
But what are you without Steph Curry right now, today? Stoney, let me tell you something. You're nothing. You're nothing. You are what you earned last year with him, a non-playoff berth. So I have a problem hopping on this, coming to the job, saying that Steph's getting a little bit older, but he's the number one problem. No.
Who said? Nobody's ever said he's the number one problem.
But it feels like it. It's you got to get better around him and Jimmy
While
Butler.
He's getting worse. Like, that's the part that I've asked till I'm blue in the face, and nobody's given me that answer. How do we get better as Steph gets older? Like, I don't know that we can, like, and this is where it's like, I'm not trolling. Like, he's been such a great player that if and when he declines, which he is, like, you're not going to be able to make it up with Kuminga's progress and Moody's defense. Like, he's too good for that.
Well,
like, you're going to feel it.
Okay, so if what we hear, and I agree, and if I had to bet right now, he'll never get traded, then what are you doing moving forward?
Well, I don't know.
Because that's
then
not
they don't
changing.
either. I don't think they know. Do you think the Warriors know right now what they're going to do? I don't. I think they've got 3 avenues they're thinking about going down.
That's not good either.
What do you mean?
The fact that they don't, if that's the answer. You know what I mean? You got to be committed to something. And maybe, I know things change and guys get injured, but I thought coming into this season, because I heard it out of Steve Kerr's mouth, I heard it out of Mike Dunleavy when we sat with them in the offseason at the team store, Steiny, like they're going to do, Steph is still at a juncture to where he's the man. And you got to put something around him, however you can, to make, this team a threat. And now we've lowered the standard we have to where I'm just saying get into the playoffs will feed me. I'll take that.
Well, they're 11th right now. Like, that's the other thing.
And got a game that you think might not be winnable.
It's not an easy rise up the standings. That's the other thing. This is, and I feel like we did this with the Giants last year. Oh, they're 5 out. Right, but they're in 12th place in the National League.
I rode that and fell off.
And it's just like, it's going to be a tough slog up the standings, is what I'm saying. And I don't know what will satisfy Warrior fans in terms of a regular season. I mean, it sounds like nobody wants to play in the play-in game, but then you got to get up to 6. Wow. Then you got to leapfrog 5 teams. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Anybody out there excite you, Warriors fans? Like, does Jimmy Butler make you excited if the Warriors were to acquire him? Vucevic, Levine. Sometimes it feels to me like Warrior fans are bracing for a trade, but they know it's going to be risky, and they're not so much excited about it as anticipatory about what might happen about it, if you understand. All right, coming up on the other side, I'm going to give you the key word in our knockout tournament at Chase. So on the other side, I'm going to give you a key word, and you will have a chance to play at Chase Center. We'll lock you into that spot on the other side on 95.7 The Game. Also, what's coming up is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting.
This starts and ends with the Chef and Dre.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Keith Smith of Spotrac Sports. He's also got the Front Office podcast, and Keith is an expert this time of year on the trading deadline, who's doing what works, what doesn't work, what is difficult, and what may be more simple to pull off. Keith Smith at 1 o'clock, and we've had him on in the past. And
I like that name, Stoney. Front Office podcast.
Yeah, he's sharp. He's very sharp. Okay, here we go. I'm going to give you the key word to get registered in our knockout tournament. All right, and the key word is throw. The key word is throw, 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 as in free throw, but it's just throw. So at some point in the next half hour, you're going to hear our blaring trumpet sounder. You want to play it, E? So the next time you hear that sound, you're going to want to call the contest line at 415-523-4652 and say the keyword, and you will get a chance to play knockout. Keyword is throw. Throw. So stay tuned for that sounder. What's up, Goo?
Nothing. I was just going to say that's something I used to do when I pitched, Evan and I.
What do you mean?
I was Nolan Ryan's down here. J.R. Richards was my guy.
Well, were you Nolan Ryan or were you J.R. Richards?
It was a combo of both.
Singular, Richard. J.R. Richards.
Ask me the most.
Not Richards.
Ask me the most I've struck out in the game.
So there's a potential 3-team deal
14
that I see.
Evan, boy.
This is from NBA Central, but they aggregated it from Matt Moore at Action Sports.
Action Network.
Action Network. What do you think about this one, Goo?
All right.
Because these are just being peppered in here. By the way, Guru's going to like this. I'll bet you he's going to want to do it. Anybody want to bet me? There's a potential 3-team trade framework that could send Jimmy Butler to Golden State, Andrew Wiggins to Toronto, and Bruce Brown to Miami. One framework, two sources described as Golden State's hope, involved Andrew Wiggins going out in the deal either directly to Toronto or rerouted to Toronto from Miami. Things are percolating.
Yeah. And I just think a lot's being slept on in regard to the good Jimmy Butler when it's go time, assuming they made the playoffs.
Well,
I love me some Wiggins, Donnie, but I'm frustrated because we don't know when he's going to do what he's going to do. But Jimmy Butler's a G, Stoney, a gangster that can score. You put him with Dre and Kuminga with Steph and Post.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Might have a 9th seed.
Let's go to the postseason.
You've made it clear, and I'm not going to.
Why does that sound too cheap, though? Well, because this is what it's. Now they know they're on to you. There's no way I know we're not Miami,
right?
That we don't see your boy play at all. Like, could he be suspended?
I think it's possible.
Wow.
I think it's possible they don't like the deal. They just suspend him for the rest of the year.
Though. Yeah.
Nobody's pining for Jimmy Butler. I got to see Jimmy Butler play.
And I'll tell you what, you put Wiggins in the Heat uniform, they still got some talent.
Oh, yeah, he'd sleepwalk through 40 games there, just like he does here.
He would go to Toronto.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bruce Brown would go to Miami.
Gotcha. Who the Nuggets missed, by the way.
Nuggets are 27 and 18.
Yeah, but I'm worried about their defense.
Oh. What's the first time you've ever been concerned with anybody's defense?
That's the one misconception about me you don't know.
Let's go to Flea. Flea's in Oakland.
I said what I said.
Hey, Flea.
What's going on? What's going on, guys?
Talk to us, man.
I'm lost when you guys are saying Jimmy Butler. What is he really going to bring to the Warriors that Wiggins haven't done?
Go ahead, Goo.
Is he going to take us to? Is he going to take us to the playoffs? Because we got Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green is injured and Steph Curry is. I don't even think. And another thing to you, Steiny, is that I don't think Steph is lost a step
Okay.
I believe the players around him is so garbage that is draining to come to the game. That's human nature. You playing with Buddy Hield that can't make a shot. You out here, you got the ball. They trapping you in the corner. You throw it to Schroeder. Schroeder gonna throw it back to Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield shoot the ball. It's going off the side of the rim.
Hey.
You a star player looking at the coach. You looking at the coach like, this is what y'all got me? Dunleavy? So we talking about things that we probably have a bad season if we had I forgot his name that's coming from Miami. Because he ain't going to help us.
Butler.
All this talking about bringing, what's his name from Miami?
Butler. Jimmy B, baby. Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I forgot his name. He's so garbage. You bring Jimmy Butler to the Warriors, y'all are tripping.
Thank you.
Come on, man.
Talk to me. Yes, sir.
Well, real quick, Flea, you just kind of said it. I agree with you about Steph coming to the things around him have eroded, and now people are blaming him for that. And I don't think that's fair.
Now, this is what you do.
If you're going to say he can't help, he's better than Andrew Wiggins, man. He's more consistent, I should say, Flea. And I feel like you're missing that, man.
He's gone.
Okay. But, Steiny, he's missing that.
Missing what?
That Jimmy Butler's, I believe at this juncture, still a better player, more consistent, and has more skins on the wall in the playoffs.
Wiggins has a ring. Wiggins, I'm just saying, Andrew Wiggins.
But Jimmy dragged that Miami Heat team to 2 finals.
How long ago was that?
See, but it's still on the resume.
Well,
as long as Andrew Wiggins was a champion, that's how long it was ago.
Oh, exactly. So Wiggins has played better in the postseason.
No. Wiggins never went to the center of the key for the jump ball, Steiny, with his team, knowing that he was the reason they got there. He was along for the ride. I just wanted to ask Flea, if that's what you feel, and I agree on the Curry point, Jimmy Butler would mean, Flea, you're doing something about giving Curry better help and more consistent help.
Well, he's saying he doesn't think he's good enough.
And I'll say one little sleeper point about all this.
Yeah.
Jimmy ain't playing 38 minutes a night.
Isn't he?
So just as far as, no, I'm saying he ain't playing no ball, so he's resting. So if you were to get him, let's go.
I'll tell you what.
You are so stuck in the past. I get it.
No, you don't get it about old guys. I mean, how many times do you want to go out into the playoffs with a bunch of old heads and get your brains beat in? That's all.
Wait, I thought you wanted to trade Butler for Wiggins and Draymond.
Yeah, to change the dynamic of the team.
So this trade accomplishes that.
Which one?
Without actually giving up Draymond.
Which one?
The one that you just proposed. Butler goes to Golden State.
Okay.
Wiggins moves to Toronto.
Brown to Miami.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
So now you're out on it.
Because you said
I said Draymond and Wiggins.
Is it just because Draymond's not leaving?
It's because, yes, that's why, basically.
So you're not trying to win?
I don't believe Jimmy Butler's going to help us win.
Wow, man.
As much as he needs to help us win, which is needing to get up to 6. I don't know that he does that. That's all.
Well, the last time I saw him on a basketball court and dance and play, Steiny, I'll lose every argument in regard to Butler and his age and the future. But I'm not worried about that right now. And the bottom line, as a fan, I don't need to be. But the basketball part of this, I don't feel like we're talking enough about. Flea and the Fleas of the world. Your dude is still Jimmy Buckets. He earned that name, and he would bring that to the Bay. And without Steph and Dre, he took a Miami Heat team to the finals twice. If we're going to say, oh, that was 10 years ago, I don't feel like when I watch Jimmy Butler or Steph, it's what people say it was watching Willie Mays, when he lost a step. And you could see man, I don't look at Steph and Jimmy Butler to where, oh, boy, it's 10 steps off. I see LeBron on certain nights, and I get it. He's 6'9", 260, different frame size. But the bottom line is, as great as LeBron is, and he's great still, Steiny, I know it's not 10 years ago, LeBron, because that's when he was super, duper, duper, duper incredible. But he's still good enough.
Good enough for what?
They're fourth now, and I think they're going to win to the Western Conference Finals.
Okay. I don't. But that's just me.
And there's nothing that makes you quivel
by an older team
or
by
get
a younger
excited
team.
about Steph taking the court with Dre and Jimmy Butler.
Wait, say that again?
If Steph were to get his hands on Jimmy Butler, that doesn't excite. Just
it does not excite me.
Wow.
I'm just being honest.
For the immediate, like for the basketball this year, this calendar year, I would. Wow, man.
I guess you know what I guess I'm in the minority. And
no, Flea is. Flea's with you. He doesn't think highly of Jimmy.
I mean, I'll say it again. I'm not just sitting here complaining about everything. I'm telling you what I would do is the first priority is we got to pick this year.
Okay.
And I know people are scoffing at it, but, you know, if you can't get into the playoffs, you're looking at a number 10 pick in the draft. I don't scoff at that. If something presents itself that you think makes you better without giving up first round future picks, then I'm open to it.
Okay.
But I'm not just trading. I see this team in decline, and I don't want to give up my future picks. To me, when you say what's rock bottom, Steiny, rock bottom's now
because they're 500.
I don't think it's rock bottom.
Okay.
Rock bottom to me would be you make a move, you realize you're not better, and now you don't have picks when you're not good. That to me is the worst case scenario. Like that's what would scare me more than anything else.
Let me ask you this, because you hit me kind of with the, the teams go in the wrong direction. If February 6th comes and they don't make a deal,
all right,
let's be real here, because Joe Lacob is on record as saying we make decisions, Goo, as a group. He's on record as saying that on the TK podcast last year sometimes, Donnie. My question to you is, when do we start, and is it fair to critique Mike D if this trading deadline comes and goes and they stand pat? Mm-hmm. When is it fair for Warrior fans to feel like, kind of what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
And why didn't we do anything? And then start looking at the slow-mo pick, the Buddy Hield. When is that in play?
Well, fair. It can be in play anytime a fan wants to put it in play. I mean, if you want to say, Dunleavy needs to get off his ass, like, that's fine. What I would tell you is, like, this is the way I looked at it was he took over a team at the end of a dynasty. He has to try to make chicken soup out of chicken feathers. He's been under a mandate to somehow improve the team and cut money. It doesn't work. Like that's where I'm at. So if you're frustrated with Mike Dunleavy, you can be frustrated with Mike Dunleavy. I'm just telling you that when he took over the job, like, who was it, Kapler, who when he got the job as the coach said, well, I'm already behind the 8 ball. Well, that's Mike Dunleavy when he signed on the dotted line.
So you say he's took over the impossible.
Yes. Yes, I'm saying he took over a sinking ship through no fault of anybody's other than their success. Like, you didn't, like, when Mike Dunleavy took the job, first of all,
and he's been around.
First of all, the perception of Bob Myers is, wow, great timing. He got out at the right time.
No, oh my God.
Well, it's true.
Yes.
Well, so Mike Dunleavy did not start at ground zero. He started below ground zero because he had, like, Mike Dunleavy's had to work under mandates that Bob Myers never worked under. They went into the tax all the time. They paid the penalty. Now they trying to get under all that stuff. I mean, for goodness sakes, they told you when they let Chris Paul go that they weren't using that $30 million on another player. So tell me how you get better if you're trying to cut payroll.
Well, they could have had they facilitated, they got one of those deals to come through in regard to marketing or Paul George. And I do wonder, Steiny, is it fair to say, had Bob been trying to get those deals consummated, could he have had better luck?
Maybe he could have had better luck, but he would have given more away. Let's go to Nate is in San Francisco. Hey, Nate, how you doing, man?
Goo.
Hey.
I got to tell you what Jimmy brings to the team.
Give it to me.
Well, I mean, we all know he's got some knee issues. But I think his knee issues are probably worse than anybody on the Warriors. And he's going to have some Hootie sing-alongs and some nasty beer and some Mark Wahlberg and some Bordeaux. And more importantly, we're going to get some great Rachel Nichols memes out of it. But, no, in all seriousness, I think we have a really good young team. I went to the Rockets game that Steph and Dre did not play.
Yeah.
We won, barely. I mean, we won because Stevie Adams was sitting in the fourth. But we got a good young team. I think we can ride with them. I'm with Stein.
Now,
I'll take your comments out here.
I love the comments, but let's just put it right on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. How many people would call this station for $50 free and say that they feel like the Golden State Warriors have a pretty good young team? I want that to be the case, but Steiny, there's too many question marks.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree
But if that's how he feels, then he's kind of like you. Ride it out. And Steiny, like, I hate the fact that we're older.
Yeah, sure.
But you're okay with waiting for this pick that whoever they get, if they get the 10 pick. 2 years is
a long time.
But no, it's 2 years, and then we got to wait another 2. Like, what if it's Kuminga and Moody all over? Like, at what point are you going to say, I'm tired of waiting?
Well, first of all,
let's do what the Lakers do and shoot for aim for the fences and go get somebody.
But they have been historically a free agent destination, going back to Shaq and all the Lakers have established that strategy of we go out and sign big name free agents. The Warriors don't do that. I mean, of course they did it with Durant.
Well, they never had to.
They might not be able to do it after Steph goes. I don't know.
Yeah. And what I'm worried about, that's too strong. Basketball worried about. You tell me what you think of this, because I've been thinking about, how is Lacob sleeping tonight? How are his dinners? Because I know he cares. And I already said there's a 30 for 30 waiting on him about that Chris Mullin retirement night and what he said to the crowd and how we backed it up. But the fact of the matter is he inherited Steph Curry. So when he was beating his chest and Joey Light years, I could tell how there was jealousy amongst owners, probably like, hey, you really didn't build. You took over and you had some stuff, a lot of stuff at your disposal, and you took advantage of it, Steiny, and you paid the luxury tax. But what I'm afraid of, Steiny, or for Joe Lacob, are we in the phase of everybody's not saying it, but we're all watching? Okay, Joe, Lightyear, let's see what you do when you don't have Steph Curry to start.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm really like basketball petrified of. Is that already starting?
All righty, there it is. There's your sounder. And your cue to call 415-523-4652 with that keyword that I gave you about 20 minutes ago. Call the contest line. Caller number 3 is going to play knockout at Chase Center. 415-523-4652. Tell the keyword to the dude answering the phones, and you get to play knockout at Chase Center.
Wow.
One more time, 415-523-4652. And even better, you get to play in knockout with Guru.
At the place where Steph is made it memorable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Joe Lacob doing it without Steph model, are we on that now? With Steph's time kind of not running out, but he ain't going to be here another 10 years.
No, I know. So you may as well start preparing for it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's going to culminate in non-playoff bursts in seasons back-to-back while you still got what's left of Steph and Dre, I would say part 2 of this, life after Curry, is already getting off to a rocky start. With them still here.
Yeah.
But you had a choice to put better things around him.
How?
And still, by going out to get Paul George. You tried that. Like, let's not ignore what they tried to do.
Okay, well then give them credit for that.
No, see,
I look at it the other way.
I will.
I look at it the other way. Joe Lacob's been barking for a year that they're big fish hunting, wind horses, and at the time I was like, it's easier said than done. So like we went from we're going to be active to trades are hard.
Wow,
like he's telling you that they hate what's out there right now, and unless something changes, I don't think they're going to make a significant move. Rick's in Pacifica. Hey, Rick, what's going on, man?
Hey, boys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
Rick.
Wow, I got to say something, Steiny.
Okay.
I often disagree with you, but today I got to say you're spot on. The Warriors have milked the core of this team to this very day, and it's the milk's run out, man. Curry's still viable. They need to find another shooter to help him, and it's going to come not this season. It might even not come next year, but it's coming, and they're going to have to find it through some organic means, like maybe their farm system or a cast-off during the offseason. Jimmy Butler is a pipe dream anyway. We can't afford him. And at what cost? To get rid of Kuminga or Pajemski or some other, nice new-looking young person? And as Steiny pointed out, these young teams are running all over us. And these guys are the future, these younger pros I just mentioned. So let's keep the rebuilding process going, and it's going to have to happen during the offseason. Thank you.
I think that's where we're headed.
So we're in a rebuild?
Of course. What else do you call it?
February 6th can change that direction. If they were to go out and get a big fish,
they could,
or just a fish. Like Vucevic would be a fish, and I'd be happy and excited about that.
He'd be like a smallmouth bass.
Nah, he would help this team.
You need a shark.
Well, Levine's out there.
You need a shark.
Guy can get you 30 points.
Now it's 30.
No, he went on a 30-point bender, and you kind of ignored it. Oh, my.
Let's get them both. Get Levine and Butler in here. Steiny found the one listener in the Bay who agrees with him. Hey, that's one more than most days.
Our boy Danker texted in. He said about your Niner exotic defense. He said they play an exotic D. They don't have the players. So
I thought they played basic under Nick Sorensen.
He said they play exotic D, but they don't have the players.
That's the first time I've ever heard that the Niners play with exotic packages. I thought they played a base defense, and they didn't like to deviate very much.
Yeah. And your boy Sorensen got a job in Dallas.
He's a winner.
Special teams coach.
Oh, special teams.
Yeah. Well, got to work.
Somebody wants to know why you get so mad at Draymond Green, but you don't get so mad at Micah Parsons.
Oh, Evan, my brother will tell you I can't stand both.
Oh, I didn't know
I can't stand that you go out there and do nothing and then go run to the mic.
Yep.
I can't believe that. That's wrong. Evan, I can't. I'm down on Micah.
Does he get on Micah, Evan?
Yeah, we just don't talk about the Micah Parsons and the Cowboys.
I got you.
But Evan here.
Oh, that's right. You're right. God, him and Paul don't shut up about him, come to think of it. Paul in sales.
Do you remember when Micah didn't call Dak like one of his top 5 quarterbacks and Guru ripped him for 90 seconds?
Oh, that's right.
Evan, I forgot that one too. Whoa.
He's a Penn Stater.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Keith Smith, a trade expert. He knows the salary cap in and out. We've had him on before around this time of year, and he's great. He can tell you what's feasible, what's not feasible, who's available, who's going to be tough to get, who might be more easy to get. Keith Smith is going to give you the lowdown on the other side. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better?
Everybody's happy. I'm not.
He deserved it. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up in 10 minutes, Keith Smith, Spotrac Sports. He's also got the Front Office podcast, and he is what I would call a salary cap expert. Now, that may sound a little bit boring.
No, smart.
Oh, he's smart.
Trades are hard.
They're not that hard, Joe.
Why do I hate that?
Give it to me one more.
Trades are hard.
Mm-hmm.
Life is hard.
You know what? It's not that hard.
Well, when you got money, it's easier.
That's true.
Money can't buy you happiness, but it can rent you some fun. What?
There's iterations of that. Keith Smith, Spotrac Sports, Front Office Show podcast. He's going to tell us where Jimmy Butler's going to land, among others.
Ask me before you grab the phones and we can welcome him to the show. Yeah. Where I watched the game last night, I had an alarm, fire.
Where'd you watch the game last night?
At my boy Kane's house, who you met.
Kane, yeah, for sure. He's the truck driver.
If it's not that special.
But you don't call him
Rellifer. Yeah, I do call him Kane.
But he goes by another name, doesn't he?
Carrington.
I told you.
G-Force Transportation. And Rellifer. Remember Rellifer, my guy, my Dana.
Rellifer, I know.
Yeah, and I saw his dad, Mr.
I think
Rellifer.
he's my... It's a tie between him and 49er Frankie.
But is there anything better than one of your best friends? Okay. You pull up to Norm's house, my dad, and Rellifer's dad's in the garage chopping it up with my dad.
Oh, he was there already?
Yeah.
And Rellifer didn't even know his dad was there.
Well, I told him.
So he's like, hey, Pops, what's up?
So we sit down to watch the game, and I'm turning into Steiny amongst my friends.
Garage?
They want to do their radio show, and I'm like, dude, I did 4 hours with Steiny on Dre.
Yeah, I hear you.
But Rutherford said this about Draymond.
Uh-oh.
He goes, goo that contract because it came up.
Yeah.
Dre earned that. That was for what he did in the past.
That's a take.
And I said, you know what? I'll bring that up, but if you look at it through that prism, I don't think I got a problem with it anymore. Like, he did earn that. The 4-4 hundo. Now,
if you say so.
You taught me to laugh into the mic.
I'm not really laughing. I'm smiling.
Why didn't they pay Clay then?
Yeah. Rellifer.
The injuries.
Oh, and Draymond's a power,
I don't know why I'm bothered about
health.
Clay getting 7 threes and not finishing with 8 in the first quarter.
It's called the game was over.
Nah,
he's not a stat
Old Clay would have had 18 on the night.
Well, that's because he was mad here. He's not mad anymore.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him.
Let's go to Dirk in San Francisco.
Dirk.
Hey, Dirk, how you doing? Hey, Dirk. Get him off.
Whiskey, where are you?
Let's go to Johnny in San Francisco.
This sucker.
Hello, guys. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, I think Dunleavy has to do his due diligence, and since we're not going to get Fox from Sacramento, we should make a phone call and see if we can get a bonus for TJD and Waters, and an exception for about $4 million for them. And we could also, it works on the trade machine, so that would be perfect. Plus, we give them a first and maybe 2 second rounders for that. They get under the cap for them. We get a player that we have to fill a void for, stretch 5 that can shoot threes, get 20 and 10 every night.
Right.
And that's what would really help Steph so much. I'll be interesting to hear what you guys have to think about that. And I think Dunleavy has to do his due diligence and make the call.
Yeah,
Sabonis is going nowhere.
Guru?
And we got a young Sabonis in Quentin Post, a bigger, taller Sabonis. You're laughing like...
I am laughing.
They're not going to get Sabonis. I love them for using the trade machine, but if anything's positive here in the last 2 weeks, I'm going to say it. It's Quentin Post and his future. Like, I'm not telling you put him in the All-Star game.
Yes, you are.
But he's playing right now.
Yeah.
And if you're kind of married to, hey, Quentin, you're going to get 10 to 15 minutes a night, where could he be in a year or two? Because that's what you like to do. We don't need a stretch. We got it. We got a young one in waiting. That's how I feel. I'm tired of it.
After 3 games.
No, but I didn't say anything. But he wants Sabonis. Sabonis not going anywhere.
So Steve Kerr never has handed the reins to a young player.
Nope.
In fact,
he did.
In fact, he's coached Kuminga hard as hell. But here comes Quentin Post, baby. And here's your starting center job. We're giving you 25 minutes a night. We don't care if you stink or not.
No, it's more nuanced than that. But the two guys that are in his way in regard to Looney and TJD give you nothing offensively, so the package is totally different.
I thought you wanted Looney to play more.
I have no problem with him playing. It's just, I'm telling you, Stoney, I want to see more Post doing what he does. We'll leave that there. But the one guy, here we go. That Kerr married as a youngster was Pods. And now Pods, again, it's a short sample size. Stoney, this dude is I'm ready to fight the Pod haters, radio fight. The dude brings something more than just the box score, and they've been missing it. They don't look like they're 49 average age now since he's gotten back.
He made a couple shots.
It ain't even about the shots. Stoney, come on now.
Stop it.
Evan, have you seen anything from Pods these last 3 games? I know it's short, but come on. I listened to Evan last night on the Post.
Yeah, he's looked really good, but it's also because the rest of the guards have looked really bad.
Thank you, Evan.
But I'm going to give you a prize for you not looking bad like the rest of them.
Like, he might start for them, but it's also because Buddy Hield probably shouldn't be.
Boy, Stoney.
What?
Where you at with Buddy? I know you keep who he is.
I never waver on Buddy Hield.
But you can't understand right now he's down. He's going through something.
The nature of Buddy Hield is he's got ups and downs.
Well, that was Clay.
Okay, well, and you replaced Clay. I mean, like, Buddy's not shooting it well.
It's mental at this point, I believe.
I mean, goodness gracious, he's been in the league 12 years.
Yeah, and Kerr's running him out there. He's getting starts.
Jamie's in Marin. Hey, Jamie, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, guys. Hey, listen, I love the station. You bring me up on my knowledge about the game, about the team, about the league. But I'll tell you, everybody else on the station lately, you let me down, guys.
Oh, wow. No. How?
You're letting me down because there's a lot of free talk this time of year, rightly so, but you guys aren't honing in on capology.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
talking about what is real and what is not.
Yeah.
Okay, so, go read up and do your studying if you have to, guys, but I'm counting on you to be able to do that for me and for all the other listeners.
Well, what do you want to know?
When somebody calls in with a crazy trade idea, you tell me what the numbers are. Tell me how the math works.
Hey, Jamie, you're not getting on me for not jumping the dude who wanted to get Sabonis for Trace Jackson Davis, are you?
No.
I just let him.
Hey, and I'm not on you two guys. I'm just saying, public service you can perform for the fans.
I'll tell you what.
Help us understand the math.
Jamie, how about this?
Well, our last name's not Lakeup and Dunleavy. We don't have access to that.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
Give it to me, because I don't like it.
Jamie, you got a point. And you know what, Jamie? Hang on for 3 minutes, because we got a salary cap expert in here.
I love that. Great booking by Evan. But the bottom line to that caller is you want what nobody on any radio station across the nation can give you, and that's the intel to the people that make these decisions. And Jimmy Butler is not a pipe dream. If the Warriors wanted him, they, behind closed doors, could do, his word, due diligence and make that and facilitate that trade. We're just sitting up here yapping about what we're hearing and what's reported. Yeah. But you are not Lakeup. I'm not Mike D.
But I do know as much as them. I do know as much as them.
Go to the game tonight, see Joe in the front row and say, Joe, do a podcast and tell us what you're thinking. That's how I process that call.
I know what he's thinking.
You don't?
We don't have a paddle. And we're up the creek. I mean,
trades are hard. Oh, my God. Wow.
Like, he had a point. The caller had a great point. You got to give it to him.
Mad. No. I'm not Bobby Marks, and neither are you.
But you could be.
You guys are great.
You could be.
Evan knows it's...
There's no reason you could not become a cap expert. You just don't want to be one.
No, I've been thinking about asking questions. Listen.
For 4 years.
Steiny, I'm telling you, I didn't like that.
It was fair criticism.
It was
fair
not
criticism.
in our job description.
Of course it is.
We're slaves to the reports.
Yes, he was 5'9", 08. Wasn't Guru high on Patrick Baldwin Jr.?
Who I saw the other day.
Oh boy, here we go.
I laid down. I didn't want to bring it up to you.
Missing piece.
Dude, that size, I've always been enamored with it. I'm not going to say he's one that got away, but I do wonder, boy, they could really use him.
Here's another fair criticism on the text line.
Okay.
From the 408. I'll just address it to you because I think I think he's talking to you. Why does this radio station always overreact whenever the Warriors look good, but it's against a crappy team? So that's directed at you.
I'm worried about tonight.
What? Don't be worried about tonight. They got no shot.
You said it's the NBA. If they could just somehow, this be the game to where everybody would be shocked. But if they did it somehow,
then what?
You go into Friday against Phoenix feeling like, okay, Dre and Kuminga are coming back sooner than later. We showed you what we can do, OKC. Let's go. And you'd be one over.
If you lose tonight to OKC and you play the Suns Friday, those guys are still going to be coming back sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Then you got Orlando coming up Monday at home.
Well, okay.
And that's a team. Oh, go ahead.
Hypothetical. They beat OKC tonight.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Does that mean you then expect them to go beat Phoenix and Orlando?
Thank you. That's to you, Guru.
My thing, Evan, would be no to your question, but I feel like the morale with this victory tonight against the team like OKC would put everybody in a place that wears the uniform and coaches to where, you know what? We can compete. We can get healthier. That was a hell of a start. And then I'll watch the Phoenix game thinking maybe they can win 2 in a row.
See, I feel like if they win tonight, again, somehow they win tonight, we're going to come in tomorrow and we're going to want them to go make a trade because they're a piece away because they just beat the top of the Western Conference.
Yeah. I didn't have that on my bingo card. I swear, Evan, I wouldn't be like, oh, make the trade. It's almost like this would be a compliment, Steiny, or a pat on the back for staying pat, no pun intended, by going out there winning with what you currently got.
I don't even know where we are right now.
In San Francisco.
I know, but it's not homecoming weekend.
And I don't think the Warriors know where they're at.
It's not homecoming weekend. It's just a Wednesday night in an NBA season.
But it's a game that could put you right back to 1 under. And that's what I'm like. I want to get away from that.
It's only worth one game.
I got you. But mentally, what's it worth?
You can never put too much stock into one game in the NBA. That's my feeling. But if anyone in this station is a cap expert, it's Dibs. He gives great breakdowns on how the money would work in trades.
Read it.
Guru, take some notes.
Yeah.
I got news for you. Dibley's got excellent knowledge.
But he's not a capologist, and he's my mentor of the football. But even then, he's not. He's Dibs from Marin.
I've said
never put those jackets on people.
I've said this for a period of time now, and it's worth repeating. Dibs knows football.
He's Cliff Clavin. He knows everything.
Insult him like that. Cliff Clavin was a nitwit.
Oh, but
Clavin,
he had his faults. Cliff Clavin had info, and nobody knew.
It was all wrong. That was his shtick. He would talk about the polar ice caps, but he'd be completely wrong about them. That was the shtick.
No, Snidey. Cliff.
When you say Dibley's Cliff Clavin, that is an insult.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Because I look at it as that dude is the real Google. Dude knows a lot of stuff about bigger than sport. The dude's been around.
He's wrong. Like, did you miss all the jokes?
It's one of my favorite shows ever.
Sure, it's a great show.
Don't tell me Cliff's intel. The joke was it was all wrong.
You get compared to Cliff Clavin. That is not a compliment.
Steiny.
No chance.
I said it to him. I think he took it as a compliment.
I bet you wouldn't, but that's okay. That's okay. We're efforting Keith Smith.
Yep.
Spotrac Sports. You know what we could do, E, is let's do the Vegas. And let's do do we have him? Oh, we got Keith. I'm sorry. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. You're also listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's welcome in Keith Smith, Spotrac Sports, and you can also hear him on the Front Office podcast. Keith, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Let's start with Jimmy Butler. And it's been reported a day or two ago that the prices dropped and there might be more teams bidding for his services. Where do you think he ends up? Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, history tells me most of these guys get to where they want to go. So I'm still would put the Suns in the driver's seat, but it's so difficult because it just involves finding a home for Bradley Beal that he will approve of. So not sure that'll get there, but we've heard Milwaukee might be interested. There was some buzz a little earlier today that what if Sacramento wanted to try to get involved there. Now, some have said that's not probably direction it'll go. Maybe there's a surprise team or two, that we haven't heard yet. But I do think he gets moved. I think we're too far down this road. I think too many things have been said and done now between the two parties, but where he's going to land, that part I'm still not sure of.
Let me ask you this. There's a lot going on here in Warrior Land in regard to the future and what you do with Steph and Dre. And, we know Curry's pretty much untouchable, but Draymond Green on the open market, we know he's injured right now. He should be back. What do you think the market is for a guy like Draymond Green if somehow the Warriors were to shop him?
Well, that's tough. I think the challenge there is you'd have to acquire him knowing he's okay with it, right? Because if you're going to bring him in and there's no sense that he's all about it, then you might think things could get sideways on you there pretty quick. So I think if you knew, all right, he's in, he's happy to be here, this is where he wants to be, I think I'd feel pretty comfortable, giving the Warriors a first-round pick for him going forward, especially if he was one of these teams that right on the edge of title contention, and I think he puts me over the top. I'd feel very comfortable giving up a first-round pick to get him because we know what a game-changing defensive player he can still be.
Keith Smith joining us on 95.7 The Game. Is a contributor at Spotrac, and you can also hear him on the Front Office Show podcast. All right, so the Warriors, my understanding is they're about $7 million or so over the luxury tax. And Bobby Marks suggested that they may just try to move a Gary Payton II or a Kevon Looney to get under the tax. That would obviously be disappointing to Warrior fans because they think they're in on some other guys. But my question is this, what advantages would the Warriors get by getting under the luxury tax with that kind of move?
Yeah, this would be all about let's start resetting the tax repeater clock and all the things that go on with that, as well as right now, this looks like it's going to be a record luxury tax disbursement to all the non-tax teams, and the Warriors have obviously been driving that money going out. Now this would be a chance, let's get some coming back in from an ownership standpoint. But from a roster building, you're mostly looking at, all right, let's reset the repeater clock. Let's get out from underneath the tax burdens. They've already done well with that this summer by getting under the second apron, and that freed up the ability to make some of the moves they made in the offseason. But that's what it would be about. There's not, it's not going to get anybody all excited, right? Because fans are going to look at it and say, we didn't get a player. We didn't get anything out of this. But, if long-term, if that turns into, hey, we kind of clean things up a little bit here and we're going to jump back into our spending ways, in the future, because we did that a couple of years ago, then that's, you're playing the long game there a little bit.
Hey, Keith, we came in, and I'm a fan. We came into this season, and we thought the Warriors were saying anything for Curry, but if you're watching the Warriors this season and Curry, Keith, he needs some offensive help. And I just, it's a thin line between get him the help and then sacrifice the future. But if I threw a name at you like a 24-point scorer a night, Zach LaVine, if you're Joe Lacob, wouldn't his talents kind of supersede, worrying about the future and trying to make one last ditch effort with Steph and Draymond?
Yeah, I would hope so. I think the way I've looked at it is, I don't know that you go all in on, making moves for guys that are, maybe they take us into the 8th seed. But if you feel like, hey, these guys can get us up into maybe range compete for the top 6, or we feel like we're 7th, 8th, but we can make a real run at this thing from a lower seed, then sure. And Zach LaVine's a guy who has played really, really well. He's been very healthy this year. He looks fully healthy moving forward. Yeah, it's a big contract, but I would think, I feel like you kind of owe it to Stephen Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr to do what you can to try to push things as far as you can with this. A couple more years left for this one, and you don't need to get silly about it where here's every pick and swap under the sun and every young player. But if you can find the right upgrades that can really help the rest of this season and in the next couple of seasons, I would certainly be interested in doing something like that.
Keith Smith joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me throw some names at you, and you tell me if you think they'll be moved or not. It sounds like Butler, you believe he'll probably be moved at some point. What about Vucevic, Chicago?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance we see him get moved just because the Bulls seem to be getting a little bit more reasonable with their ask. I always say the trade deadline is like two scales. One team is saying, we can't give up any more than a couple seconds. And the other team saying, no, we need at least 2 firsts. And then everybody comes to their senses a week or so out from the deadline, and it's, all right, a single first and, matching salary, and everybody's like, yeah, let's go. So I think there is a good chance we see Vooch get moved.
What about, let me just run down a couple guys real quick. Zion Williamson.
I don't think he's going to get traded. I think you're going to have to kind of really come with a real offer, and I think the Pelicans are going to look at it and say, we've been this far down this path with this guy. Let's see what the rest of the season looks like, and then we can reevaluate in the offseason if we need to. All
right, I'll just throw Levine, Paul George, Brandon Ingram, and De'Aaron Fox.
So I do think Fox will get moved. I think the timing of that report and everything that came out was very intentional here of let's get this done, sooner rather than later, because I think he wants to get where he's going to get and lock in an extension. I think we will see Brandon Ingram. I think they're going to do their best. I think they're going to continue to try. That might be one that takes all the way up to trade deadline day, but I think that could be a part of if we start seeing the Jimmy Butler's move in and 2-3 other teams are involved. Maybe you see Brandon Ingram as part of that as some of the salary starts moving around. The other 2 guys, Levine, I'm not fully sold on. It's just a big number. It's a harder number to move, so we'll see. And then now I'm forgetting who the other one you said
Paul
was.
George.
Paul George, yeah, I think that one too, same thing, big contract. And I think Philly's going to say, trading a guy right after we just signed him, even though everything's kind of gone sideways on us, let's see what we need to look like in the offseason.
Speaking of the offseason, if the Warriors do stand pat, Keith, last year was Paul George and marketing. They were kind of the big fish. If they stand pat, who would be some big fish that would be available this summer?
Yeah, that's kind of the little bit of the issue. This is a pretty weak free agent class, and you're part of what you're seeing here is the Brooklyn Nets and Washington Wizards are the only 2 teams that project to have cap space, and kind of, probably the Nets will have max, and then the Wizards are just going to be probably in the $30 million range because it's just such a weak free agent class. There's a lot of good role players potentially available out there. Guys like Malcolm Brogdon could be available. A handful of players like in that kind of range. We'll see what happens with like Chris Middleton and Bobby Portis. Jimmy Butler could still put himself out on the market. We don't really know there, but the extensions have become so lucrative for these guys, and so many of these guys just want to lock in money when they can right away that it's pretty rare that anybody of note hits the market right now. That'll swing back eventually. That'll come back around, but for now, that's kind of the world we're living in.
What do you think the Warriors are going to do?
This summer? I think it'll...
Let's go deadline first. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the deadline, I do think they're going to be active. I don't know that we're going to see it just be a straight salary dump to get out of the tax. I think they can do that while making other moves. That's probably something. I think they're going to poke around a handful of these guys that are available to see what they can do there. They've got a couple expiring contracts that they can work with. It's really important to note Dennis Schroeder can be put into a trade next Wednesday or Thursday with outgoing salary. That's a rule that was changed in this new CBA, so they'd be able to do that if they wanted to. So they can get to 30-40 million in matching salary and get in on just about anybody who comes available. The question will be, do Do they need to give up any of the kids? Do they need to put draft picks in there? And then this summer, I expect it to be similar to like it was this year. But the good thing in the summertime is your options expand because you have expanded rosters. The Nets will be sitting on cap space. The Wizards will be sitting on cap space. You just have a lot more teams that can act as facilitators to help you make a big move.
Hey, Keith, you had mentioned the news dropping yesterday, and I'm still shocked out of Sacramento and De'Aaron Fox. You think there's going to be a lot of suitors around the corner? Because that's kind of weird. They fired the coach. They're playing good ball, but my goodness, I feel like he's got to be at the top of a lot of teams' list.
Yeah, I've heard at least 10, 11, 12 teams that are fairly interested in seeing what it would take. And that's beyond just a courtesy call of, hey, let's throw a stupid offer at you. And you say no, then we can leak that we tried, to make the trade, which is that's part of the game this time of year. But I think, there are teams legitimately interested. And there's not the sense where in the past we've heard these guys say, I want to get to X team. And then that causes other teams to be, all right, we're backing off. I think teams are, all right, he wants to go to San Antonio, but he's not saying it's San Antonio or bust. So what that turns into is, hey, let's see what this looks like. Maybe we can make a real run at it. Maybe we can, really try here to do something. And I think that's, one of the things that's kind of changing things up a little bit here and makes that market a little wider. And I think that was intentional on Fox's part. Unlike Butler and Miami, where it feels like those two sides, there's a lot of acrimony. They don't like each other. They're ready for a divorce. Feels like Fox and the Kings have kind of reached that point where this just isn't happening. It's not working. Let's go our separate ways, but let's do it in a way where we both benefit from this. And I think that's kind of where we're at. And that generally leads to a more productive trade environment.
Wow. Keith, great stuff. Really appreciate it. And enjoy the next week and a day. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I appreciate it. Thank you again for having me.
Yes, sir. That's Keith Smith, Spotrac Sports. And you can hear him on the Front Office podcast. I enjoy talking to him.
Yeah, he's
Keith
great.
Smith.
And who's the caller, the smart ass that was saying, I don't want more?
Oh, that was the guy. It was a fair criticism. I felt.
Well, that's how
it was. Who was that guy?
Yeah, I forget his name. But I'll say this, Donnie. I'm kind of down hearing that in regard to the crop of free agents coming up this summer is somehow the Warriors stand pat.
It's all about 26, Goo.
Well,
you can wait that long.
No, we don't know if we're going to even be here. Knock on wood.
We're going to be here.
You don't know that.
Of course I know it.
You ride BART daily.
And it's a myth that it's scary on BART.
Yeah, I got you. But, Steiny, no big names. And we need a one. If the Warriors do anything, you need a one.
We need more role players.
No, I heard him say that.
We need more role players. Okay. As you know, we've got a contest here. The knockout contest. We have two contests we're running right now. One is the knockout tournament. We gave away a spot for that at 12 o'clock. In the 1 o'clock hour, you now have an opportunity at another prize. Our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on. So check this out. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's the winner and 3 guests. You're going to get to go to Las Vegas, and every guest is going to have $5,000 each. That's $20,000 total. That's right, $20,000 total. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. All right, here's how you win. Download the free Odyssey app right now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour. That gets you your daily entry into the contest. So you want to download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen for at least an hour. That gets you in the contest. It's a national contest, and download the Odyssey app right now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000 in your back pocket.
Wow.
So go ahead right now and download that Odyssey app, log in, and listen for an hour, and you are registered to go to Vegas.
Man. Viva Las Vegas, Donnie.
I mean,
that's a lot.
Well, it's not just Vegas. Giving land. It's 5,000 you're going with too.
Man. 5,000, wow, man. That could take you a long way.
That would get me started.
Yes, sir.
For sure in Las Vegas. Thanks to Keith Smith.
Yeah, he was great.
Here's one thing I was thinking about the Warriors. I don't know how I feel about it, but I do experience a little frustration with their front office.
This is interesting.
And you said, hey, we do everything by committee. We do it. We're very cooperative.
Lacob said that to TK.
That kind of bothers me. And here's why. They got so many hands in this front office. We never find out who wanted who didn't want who, why a deal was made, who was mostly responsible for that pick. Like, we never know. Like, we just know they did something. Like, I want to know who pushed for Wiseman. Was it Myers? Was it Lacob? Was it Kirk Lacob?
Move on, Joe.
Was it Larry Harris?
Do you have a problem with it being a group effort?
I'm just kind of tongue-in-cheek, but like...
Because Myers climbed the ranks and became an all-time great, and we never shared his credit. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
It was just him.
No, but it's always Joe is what I'm saying.
Well, that's kind of changed here lately.
You think?
Yeah, remember he told last year, I thought that was odd. It's not just Steiny making the decision. It's Evan, Goo, and Egan, and Carter. But I was like, nah, you got to.
Where does the buck stop? That's all I'm asking. And
if I'm owning the team, it stops with me.
Well, do they take a vote? Hey, 3 guys want Wiseman, 2 want LaMelo Ball. We're going Wiseman.
Well, I'm going to say this to you, and I'm not being a smartass. How many times has Matt Nahigian called you in there and closed the door and said, hey, Steiny, what are your thoughts? Because I'm thinking about this. Like, he doesn't get the group. You know what I mean? Your opinion doesn't sway him. It should be the head guys. Like, I always thought the owner is, at the end of the day, hey, GM, I love you. I'm listening to you, but we're going to do it my way. Frank Sinatra.
For example, have the Warriors ever made a move that Joe Lacob was against, but 3 or 4 guys said, I think we should do it, and he goes, all right, let's do it, even though I'm not crazy about it?
You want my honest opinion? Yes, and it's fresh?
Yeah.
I think not signing Kuminga. I think they told him, after that Logan Murdoch sound we played about the scouts, Steiny, I believe they had to, hey, put the checkbook down, Joe. Let's just ride it out one more year. I believe that happened in that instance. But as far as Wiseman, I don't fault anybody. They all needed and dreamed of a big man. They just all thought he was ready, and the intel was bad.
What I'm saying is, like Klay Thompson. Well, Jerry West gets all the credit for that, for drafting Klay Thompson. Okay. He also gets all the credit for not doing the Kevin Love for Klay Thompson deal. I mean, to hear the Warriors say it, Lacob wanted to do it, and other guys wanted to do it, and Jerry West said, if you do it, I'm quitting. Okay, we won't do it. And we just constantly wonder, I wonder if Mike wants to do something, but Joe doesn't want to go in that direction, or Joe wants to go in a direction that Dunleavy doesn't. And
it's kind of like the Niners. Did Lynch, was he on board with Kyle trading up to go get Lance? I guess, Donnie, I love it, but we'll never kind of get those answers.
And that's why.
But I'm curious.
For the sake of the Warriors, like I always do, to me, it's Lacob.
And it should be, again, I guess I'm just preaching rank. Pops was in the Navy, Steiny. When you own it and you're the guy.
Yeah, but Lacob is way more involved than so many other owners. Right. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. If there's an owner out there that, like, whatever, Mickey Arison in Miami, Pat Riley does everything, whatever he wants, essentially. And if Riley recommends it, Arison's probably
Jerry
do
Jones
it.
Medals. They're like, you're too involved.
Well, I think Joe Lacob's like that too. I think Joe Lacob is Jerry Jones in a way. Don't you?
Well,
I mean, not this year because he hasn't talked to the media.
Well, in regard to a drought, he's nowhere near Jerry Jones.
No, I know.
But as far as I like how Joe Lacob does his business, Donnie. But I was kind of perplexed when he said this is a group committee, because then it kind of absolves people from responsibility when things go bad, when we don't know who wanted who. And if a GM has his freedom, he should be able to, hey, boss, I'm going to make this pick. It's Steiny out of Reading, PA. All right. And then there's repercussions if Steiny stinks. But right now it's kind of just not a dark cloud. Like Kirk Lacob, how much say does he?
Well, that's like, and that's
Mike D and Kirk Lacob. Is it the same?
Well, and that's, if there's something that I think is kind of, I don't know what.
Or I'm off for bringing that up.
No, I'll follow up on it. I mean, the one thing I've noticed about the Warriors this year after Mike Dunleavy took over is when you talk to Joe Lacob, and I know he hasn't talked a lot, but when you talk to Joe, he was always quick to say, it's Mike and Kirk.
Huh?
Mike and Kirk.
Interesting.
But he would never put Kirk's face out there at this point. Wow. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do know. That's interesting.
So
I hadn't thought of that.
Yes, Kirk's very important. Kirk Lacob is hugely important in terms of running this team. But, I don't think at this point Joe wants him. I mean, if I had a son, I wouldn't tell him to be the GM after Bob Myers either, in a way. I'd say just work with Mike.
The rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is, and I asked you about an hour ago, is there any part of Joe Lacob that could be looking at Mike D like, I'm kind of not happy with what you're doing? I think I got the answer to that. Hell no, because Joe said it's a group effort, Stoddy, so he couldn't single Mike out and say, you didn't get those deals, And if my son's sitting in the bullpen per se, would I be more, whoever the Mike D was, whatever, if his name was Steiny, would I be more compelled to be like, we could kind of move off of Mike and I can get my son right in here. Quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Right, but he would be handing his son an unwinnable situation. That's what I mean. I mean, when Mike Dunleavy took over, he was already behind the 8 ball. And just some of the big picture stuff that has changed, for example, is, Mike Dunleavy had to cut salary. He just did. They wanted to stay out of the tax, get below that second apron.
So speaking of which, do you think February 6th could come and the Warriors just do a couple salary dumps? Like slow-mo, could, you know what? That, like little things like...
Well, if they have no move, and they can get rid of a guy to get under the luxury tax, I think it's possible they could do that.
And I love slow-mo. I brought him up, but Stoddy, if you told me he wouldn't play another minute for the Warriors, I would say that has no bearing on what their win-loss record's going to be. Like, they'll overcome his absence.
Yeah, it sounds to me like it's more likely to be Peyton or Looney.
Well, Peyton can defend.
Right, but he could get him under the luxury tax, which would give the Warriors a little more flexibility in the offseason. Nobody wants to hear about it, though, the offseason. Hey, how you doing?
Do you think that they would do a salary dump that includes a player that helps them, though? Like,
oh, my God.
For example, you could trade Kyle Anderson, who doesn't play for you at all,
right,
for an expiring.
Sure.
That is also a way to salary dump without hurting your rotation.
I would be okay with that, Evan, because I don't think that's going to hurt you on the court if they ended up just doing that.
Yeah, he also might want to get out of here. I mean, the fact that he was coming in the second quarter against the Utah Jazz.
He helped us win that game last night.
Yeah, and he was 11th off the bench.
The one thing. Like Looney is a guy that if they were to lop off his salary, there'd be times when they'd feel it. I think ditto for Gary Payton II. All right, 888-957-957. Oh, we got one more segment, actually, Goo, before we do the crossover. One more segment, then the crossover.
This has gone fast.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway.
Don't forget who you are, bud.
I've forgotten who I am. It's an unforgiving land.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Make sure you check out their live working vignettes. Friedman's Appliance, Pleasant Hill. Great place, my favorite store. It's my favorite business that we partner with. Friedman's Appliance. Here you go. You ready for this? I'm going to blindside you. You ever hear? I'll try to do it. It's a little known fact that cows were domesticated in Mesopotamia. They were also used in China as guard animals for the Forbidden City. That's Cliff Clavin. That's the kind of information he had.
But listen, I got to take it further.
Wrong.
My life's a lie. Listen to this.
Oh.
Cliff thought he was smart.
Right.
Unfortunately, Cliff's IQ was only slightly higher than the first-class male. So I've watched all those shows. I'm glad Evan, he don't even know what Cheers is. Steiny, wow. So that is the insult to my man.
Yes, I would say.
I'm going to send him a text.
Because he was often the butt of jokes.
Yep.
And they
Cliff
made fun of him because he lived with his mother. Even though he was a postal carrier at 49 years old.
Hey, you got something to do. I think Evan gave you a chore.
I did it.
Oh.
He did.
Warriors Wednesday.
I'm shocked. Yeah.
Sponsored by Friedman's.
This got buried yesterday. Real quick, okay. I got some football trivia for you and Evan.
Oh, that's right. You wanted to do this.
All right. Can you or Evan name the youngest starting quarterback ever to start a Super Bowl?
Dan Marino.
Evan, what time is two?
I'm mad he got there before I did. They say that every single year during the Super Bowl.
I thought it was Brock, but he's third behind Big Ben.
I'll give you a little hint, too. He never went back.
Yeah, that I know.
Dan Marino never went back.
Cliff Clavin.
Yeah.
Now I got to go rewatch.
Yeah, just like a Warrior game. Gene in Oakland.
My man.
Gene.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Wow.
Gene, tell Guru what's going on, please.
Oh, Gene, don't judge
me,
What's up,
Gene?
Man.
What's going on? Hey, my boy, I'm old enough to be
Gene, terrible connection. All I can tell you is he doesn't want Jimmy Butler.
Okay. Oh, he's out.
Yeah, Gene doesn't want Jimmy Butler.
I am scared. Let's just say Jimmy cost you $1,000. What's this news of now they'll take a quarter on the dot? Is it $5? Is it $350 now? How far has the asking price really come down? If it was $1,000 to begin with, that was a lot. What do you really think? Is it $225?
About $700.
Well, that's still kind of steep.
Yeah, he's a good player. Huh? Good player. He's a fossil, but he's a good player.
Got a minor piece of news here. On the diamond, actually.
Oh.
The San Francisco Giants have traded reliever Taylor Rogers to the Cincinnati Reds for right-hander Braxton Roxby.
Well, I like that move for the Reds.
Wow.
Yeah, picked up a southpaw.
Darn right.
Where's he from, Rock? I'm not going to front.
I thought you were going to say Duvall.
What team is he from, Evan?
Cincinnati.
Okay.
Most recently played for the Pensacola Wahoos.
That's Double-A.
Yep.
Wow.
You know where Pensacola is?
Florida.
That
a boy?
Yeah, I was going to say
you were expecting him to be wrong.
Wait, do you know where in Florida?
No.
The Panhandle.
Okay.
Panhandle? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That was out here.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's right on the border.
You know what? Well, I better not say.
Theodore Rand says, I got family in Pensacola.
Yeah, it's a big naval base. Big naval base in Pensacola.
One down here, man.
Pensacola, Florida. Steiny, when are you going to bring back Jockberty? Yeah. Boss doesn't like it.
Why doesn't he like it?
I don't know. Something against Whitey.
Guru. Dude, that was great. Doing well.
I did love Jeopardy. Even though my record was 4-109.
Tibbs is not here. I got to say this.
He's the best.
No, Bonte was the best.
Well, they really had it.
Dude,
They had a rivalry.
But it never came to fruition. We never saw it.
They never did play each other, did they? Huh.
Tibbs, he's not going to like me. Bonte was great.
Guru, I wouldn't want Jimmy Butler for free if he comes with an extension.
We'll see.
Well, you're not going to just bring him here for this season. You're not.
So what, are you going to give him a 4-year deal?
Well, if that would cost you Wiggins or Kuminga, no way. What's wrong with winning or being competitive with Jimmy for maybe 2 more years? I think physically he's got probably 3 years left. Steph 2, and they would what's wrong with just 2? We're going to be I'll
tell you what,
a playoff team for the next 2 to 3 years, and this will solidify it.
Well, he's old,
but his game's not old, man.
It is.
No, it's not.
By the way, you know what he's averaging this year?
I think
17.
Yeah,
I know, but he's Florida and Miami.
What's his playoff? What's that resume look like?
I don't know. Was he in the playoffs last year?
He's been to the finals twice with
what did he
mediocre.
Do? I'm serious. Yeah. What has he done the last 2 years in the playoffs?
It's been he got hurt in one of them.
Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
How long ago?
2 years ago.
Okay.
That's not good enough for you?
Not really, because they were an 8 seed.
But you were the guy in here, Spoelstra in Miami. And they did what they...
Spoelstra in Miami.
What's up with his fastball? I don't hear a lot about Spoelstra.
He's holding the team together by himself.
Okay.
You know I like Spo. Did you hear what he told the team?
No.
Get over it. Somebody asked Spo, hey, is there any chance that, what's going on with Jimmy Butler can, split apart the team and, some of the players of the team are
Bam was one of them.
Unsure about what's going on. Spoelstra says players need to get over it. Play the game.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have Jimmy Butler. You're still getting paid. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're playing real well.
What are they like over their last 10? 3-7?
All I know is they're a game above 500.
Yeah. Feels like 9 teams are there.
Sorry, they'll be 500. They play the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight.
Wow. Cleveland's defense has been going a little south here late.
Yeah, they're only 36-9.
Dude,
it's unbelievable.
Of late,
it's unbelievable
man.
how you feel the need to pick apart teams like the Cavs
5-5 in their last 10 in Miami.
Oklahoma City Thunder. And they're playing 900 ball.
I'm a little upset at my trivia question.
Which one?
The one you guys got in a millisecond. Oh, my God.
Well, we didn't have to fact check it.
Dan Marino. Now, why would you hold in your boy? You're winning them over, man. Dude, wow.
Grandy and Willard coming up.
Oh, yeah. We're out of here.
Not till... Rutherford
said you take too many plays off during the cross.
I know.
You could come on. We need you.
The boss can't stand the over talking.
That I get.
Talking
but
over people he hates.
You just check out sometimes.
Yeah.
Then at the end of 209, there's only 2 minutes. You'll come up with something. We need you. Shoot.
I usually like to take that time to catch up on my texts.
I believe you.
All right. We got crossover next with Grandy and Mark Willard. That segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo and also brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Mm-hmm.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your
Take it away, Steiny.
It's crossover time.
The guys.
Brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Would the Warriors be doing injustice to Steph Curry? An injustice. Yes. Would it be an injustice to Steph Curry if the Warriors don't make an impactful trade?
Am I the only one of the
injustice.
Four? Yeah, am I the only one of the four that say yes?
I mean, absolutely. I cannot believe that they will not help.
That's a Steiny.
Oh, God. Anyway, that was just on ESPN.
He should march. He should demand.
No, that's why I got mad when he said, "Hey, you can't mortgage your future."
You can't,
Grandy. What? I'm yelling for you.
What qualifies as impactful?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I hear you. That's the $1 million question. I'll take that. I would. Steiny, the show has been around. What would excite you? And Vucevic would excite me. Jimmy Butler, Zach, anybody, Willard. Because the answer is not in that building.
But you're feeding into the point that I made yesterday. I think there are a lot of people who want to trade because they're bored. Not because they have sat there and laid out exactly why it would be a good move for the Warriors.
To make them better.
But you literally just named 8 people. Yeah. And you're like, whatever, all of them.
They all would make the team better.
And that's, seriously.
I think so.
Nobody said who's leaving. How can you, this is my point. How can you sit here and say any one of these trades make the Warriors better? You have no idea who even left. You have no idea what the health of the contract is of who's coming in. You just said yes to all of them. Well, and my point is I get it, but you're just bored. You want something to happen.
I don't think it's about boredom.
Go ahead, Grandy.
You can't make it that much of a catch-all.
I mean, you are right.
You can't.
The team is pretty boring, and I want to be excited. This is an entertainment industry, but the main reason why they should want to make a trade is because their team stinks.
And that's it.
And I'm not mad at your take at all. Goo, I'm not mad at it. You should be entertained. My point is that doesn't make it a good deal. That's a bad reason to make a deal. If there is a good deal, you make it. But a bad reason to make a deal would be like, do you really think they're sitting there like, well, our fans are kind of bored, so we should get Zion?
Well, now that is the wrong reason. I got you. That's Steiny's guy. But my point, Willard, is it's not boredom. It's just tired of watching this team that's in need of talent, devoid of offensive firepower. And the 3 guys we mentioned, I think, help that. And I got to believe you're right in regard to the component of we don't know who's leaving. But if you were to get one of those 3, I'll drive whoever's leaving out and be like, oh, we're really ready to go. Steph needs help, and that's where I'm at.
Okay, so sure. So it doesn't matter who's going out. How many picks? How many picks are we giving up?
And that depends on who's coming back.
That's all I'm saying, man. And I think that's all Steph and Steve were saying. I don't think nobody's against a deal, but don't just do something stupid because – like, First Take says you should.
Oh, no, stop.
You know, I mean, so
can we?
You
want to play a little game?
Let's play a game.
Okay.
By the way,
I want you to give your reaction to.
No, here we go.
Okay, let's imagine a breaking news sounder.
Oh.
The Golden State Warriors have acquired Nikola Vucevic.
Great.
Okay. The Golden State Warriors have acquired Jimmy Butler.
Wow.
The Golden State Warriors have acquired Zach LaVine.
Uh-oh.
The Golden State Warriors have acquired Zion Williamson.
Interesting risk.
So my point is I'm kind of with you. I don't think anybody's really excited about Jimmy Butler or Vucevic. Zion, I put in a different category.
Well,
I'm not saying it's probably risky, but
it's super duper risky.
Can I add something to the Jimmy Butler conversation? The Jimmy Butler
His
conversation.
His body's 34.
Do you remember the conversation? Grandy and I had this conversation yesterday. Everyone, like the Jimmy Butler thing, it's like, ooh, the price went down. I don't know about y'all. My brain immediately went, oh, so Kuminga stays.
No doubt.
Right. Okay. So, but the next thing I asked Grandy was, well, wait a minute. So what if you acquire Jimmy Butler? He's got a player option next year for $52 million. So if you've got Steph Curry at 60, Jimmy Butler at 52, Draymond Green at, what is he at, 24?
26 or something like that, yeah.
Okay, you have those three. Presumably Wiggins would be gone, but then you've got other Buddy Hields and Kyle Andersons and
might probably be
Moses
gone.
Moody.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Moses Moody, good point. So I'm sitting there going, would acquiring Jimmy, whether Kuminga stays or not, take an extension off of the table, thereby meaning Kuminga is gone at the end of the year anyway? So I texted my guy who is a capologist.
All right.
And I said, answer this for me. Is there any way that Butler is acquired, opts in, and Kuminga is on the Warriors? He didn't really answer it the way I wanted him to. You know what he said? I'm pretty sure if they get Butler, Kuminga's in the deal.
So Miami's like, yeah, we're not.
So y'all still want him?
Well, they also have
Grandy.
They have a functional issue.
Do you still want him because you're bored?
Well, if the Warriors have already made the decision that they don't want to sign Kuminga to the extension that he might get on the open market, then what's the harm in including him in the trade?
Fair answer.
No doubt about it.
Fair answer, except for, I guess, the harm. My answer to that would be, I bet you could do better with the asset.
Probably.
Yeah.
And I think Kuminga's made a boatload of money with his absence on this team.
Interesting.
And currently
Why?
constructed.
Why?
Because the things I took for granted and the things that he had to grow and get better at, I always kind of thought not he was in the way or, his impact was minimal, Willard, but watching this team, not being bored, I'm like, oh, he is really all you have for the future in regard to, I got to be careful here, not sure shot, not box office, but on a good day, and that's been my word today, on a good day, Mark Willard, that dude is special. I think he could be a perennial all-star, Kuminga. So you got to be careful in watching them now. They just look kind of vanilla, boring, and I miss watching Kuminga now. Like, he might be the 1 to the 1A. I know that's a stretch, but I really believe if they thought a way about him before he got hurt and watching what they are without him, oh, my gosh, they cannot wait for him to come back and this offseason come and sign your John Hancock.
Were they playing well when he was playing?
I think he's romanticized this.
I know the stats were good. How was the win-loss record?
Well, that's a different thing now because that's on the committee.
It's super relevant, don't you think?
They're 5-9 without him, but would you give me—
What were they with him?
I don't know what they were with him when he went out, but
and I'm talking about the recency thing. They're like when he started getting all those minutes and all those points, it was in this bucket of 10 and 20. So like
they're 5-9 without him.
Yeah, 5-9.
So what would be 18 and 14 with him?
Well, but that's counting 12 and 3.
But still, it's part of it.
Yeah, it's part of it.
But he wasn't playing
really,
a hell of a lot.
I feel like you two. Okay, I got you.
But his role was not the role that you're describing right now.
But then he got into that role before he got hurt. Before he got closer to he got hurt.
Let's talk about those final 5 where everybody loves it. What's the record in that final 5 that everybody's like, ooh, Kuminga's popping?
Yeah.
What was the record? I don't know. I'm asking you.
No, I don't know. But I feel like
2-3 or 3-2.
You guys, I feel like you're cooking the books. But the bottom line is, was there growth by Jonathan Kuminga before he got hurt?
Sure, but
major growth for me.
Here's where I disagree with you on the idea that he's made himself major money, and it has nothing to do with his stats. There's nobody to pay him.
No, I'm saying here.
There's nobody to pay him. Why would the Warriors blink if no one's offering him anything?
Because what do they have for the future that everybody, my partner talks about every second?
But it's just a leverage conversation. What can Jonathan demand as a restricted free agent if nobody?
I thought 40 was off the table. Now I'm like,
but they don't
watching this.
Like this is where I'm with. So 2 teams have money. We just heard Keith Smith say it. Brooklyn and the Wizards. So they're the only teams that could theoretically give him 35 or 40. But he's restricted.
Okay,
so the way I think this is going to work is the Warriors are just going to be like, let us know when you want to negotiate. And he's going to be like, well, okay, give me 35 or 40 a year. And they're going to be like, no. And then they're going to say, go get that offer. But he might not get another offer from any other team.
My point is he may not need one.
And at that point, if you're the Warriors, can you get him for 25?
Why wouldn't he need an offer, Goo?
Because the Warriors, in regard to their young players for the future, I feel like the cover is bare. I love pods. I love what I'm watching. Jonathan Kuminga has separated himself
for, if it's all about the future, there's no way they can say bye-bye to JK. I'm not saying that has to be 40. It can come in at 25.
He's got to have leverage.
Yeah, but the leverage he has is you don't have any young player of my caliber for the future.
And that's why I'm not.
So, that could be 30, 32, 25.
I don't think a number is based on whether we like you or not. The number is based on what can you get out
there. Well, the reports were he was asking in his team for 40 this year.
He can ask for 80.
And they blinked.
So you would give him 40.
He can ask for whatever he wants. If Brooklyn doesn't offer him 35, the Warriors can say, take 26, or we'll sit here and stare at you.
Again, I'm doing a bad job. You guys are fixated on the number. My point is the leverage is the Warriors cannot take a hit and let 4 years of Jonathan Kuminga go bye-bye.
Right, but neither can he. That's all I'm saying. Like, this is right back to the conversation we had about Brandon Ayuk last year. Like, both sides are sitting in a situation where it's like,
but he won. They gave in and he won. We could say that.
I guess. I don't know. Actually, that deal on the back end is pretty flimsy. I know everyone fixates on 30, but that's not how NFL contracts really work. Like, I'm not even disagreeing with you with regard to their thought on him as a future player or asset.
Right.
I just don't think that's what leads to the number. I don't think that's what leads to the number. The Warriors might be bidding against themselves for Jonathan.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You were going to say, Randy?
The Warriors could, say, offer him 30 per year before he hits the market. He goes out and gets an offer for 35, and then the Warriors at that moment have a question to ask themselves, is he worth $35 million a year? And if they say yeah and they give him the 35, Kuminga has to sign with them.
Okay.
So they have an opportunity to make the final decision, and they have no risk of losing him if they don't want to lose him.
Exactly. But my point, Willard, back to you about why do you think he made money, it was less of the money. It was the fact that he's pretty much the only thing as a Warrior fan I'm excited about for the near future.
I wouldn't.
He is ready to, I believe, take off.
If the Warriors have a number that they're uncomfortable with,
they'll let him.
You can't give it to him. Like if they have him, he's a $25 million player, period.
Yeah.
And he wants 40. You cannot sign him for 40 if you, in your heart of hearts, do not believe he's a $40 million player. The more I think about it, the more I think they might be able to get him for 25.
They might.
They might be able to get him for 25.
I don't think 40.
That was a report. But again, Steiny, I would hope for Joe Lacob's sake they could, but it's bigger than what do we have to look forward to for our future. Right. And Jonathan Kuminga is in a category right now to me all by himself to a point to where if Joe Lacob were to say bye-bye to him, what would Warrior fans before this draft pick, Steiny, what do you really got?
Is he in a category to himself because of what he is or because of what else there is? And there's not much else, but
the latter.
The
latter.
And I would
Thank you, Grant. The latter.
I would contend this two things. A, what we've heard from inside the organization is that there continues to be a split.
Logan Murdoch said it. There was some sound
over whether or not they share your opinion.
Yes.
Some might, some don't.
Joe might, and the scouts don't.
Right. So that's number one. And number two, the excitement you have for Jonathan Kuminga, I better go right away if they turned him into somebody even better. You would give up, like if they, let's say this pie in the sky, Milwaukee goes out in the first round, Giannis gets furious.
All day, Will.
Right?
Yeah.
Or even someone lesser. Like, I know you love the future of Jonathan Kuminga. If they used him in a trade that brought like an established,
I'm all in.
So that I think, at least from me listening to others, I think that's what the Warriors are trying to figure out.
Here's one way I look at it. Maybe it's not fair. I do think the Warriors have a dearth of athleticism. So, but I also look around the league, and I feel like every team's got 3 Kumingas, essentially. And on those other teams, those guys are making 15, 20. Some are maybe making 10, 20. So, like, just because you don't have that type of player, I can't give him $40 million if comparable players are getting 20 or 25. But again, I'm not advocating to trade Jonathan Kuminga. I do think it's delicate. Like they have to be aware of the short-term and long-term future.
And I think there's
just
a major discrepancy in regard to why he's not signed. Of maybe, I don't know what the number is. The report was 40, or what he thinks of himself and his team, what they're asking for. But for him not to be packaged before this season, there may be, they're paused, they're nervous, but I don't think it's like if they could get him for 25, oh my gosh, but I don't think he's like 25.
Maybe. I mean, like what I hear, and I think, you referenced Logan Murdoch, that at times Joe Lacob has been pressuring the organization to extend Kuminga, and they won't. That scares me into kind of what you're talking about, because Joe Lacob is probably thinking about this as a businessman, and other people are thinking about it in terms of basketball. And that's the rub. You're right. He's an exciting player, and he's 22. And wherever he goes next, even if it's not great, it's good. We already know that. He's a good player, right? And so Joe is thinking about what's my box office after Steph. And the basketball people are like, who cares if you lose? Like, who can? And let me ask you this, Goo. Do you have any discomfort with the idea, like Slater came on a month and a half ago and goes, we're going into information gathering season with Jonathan Kuminga. Is there any discomfort with the fact that we're still gathering information?
Oh, major. But I don't put that
5 years into his career,
and then he got hurt a week later.
Yeah, right? Like we're like.
But Willard, I don't put that all at Kuminga's doorstep.
I'm not putting anything at his doorstep.
No doubt about it.
Why hasn't? And these are the people who watch him every day, not just when the lights are on, when the lights are off. Why do you still not know?
Yeah. No doubt about it. That's very valid, and we've said it.
The bottom line is the minute they didn't extend him, it was a sign. Now, you can interpret the sign whatever way you want to, but it was a sign that something's not right.
Right. But has he returned serve before he got hurt?
Not yet.
I believe.
Not yet.
I was like, okay, it's
Season's
okay.
only halfway over.
But now that he's
was
gone, I
hardly
miss
even getting
him.
30 minutes a game until just before he got hurt.
But then what did we hear? Kerr say, we basically got to go to Kuminga. Draymond Green on this podcast, it's got to be Kuminga-centric. And then Curry understanding like, oh, hell, without that young kid, I can't do diddly squat.
Here's the way
so
I
there
feel.
almost was a commitment or a recommitment to the Kuminga experience you're all we got.
But again, why are they saying it publicly? Is it for our benefit?
Or February 6th?
Or for his benefit?
Here's the other thing I like, and
to encourage him. I don't know.
And maybe it's too much to put on it, but you're saying, when Kuminga gets back, he's shown that he hasn't shown it. You want to show me something, Kuminga? Come back and be a visible reason why we ripped off 11 of 15. Like, that's what I need to see. I need to see Kuminga come back and be a pivotal player for a team that makes a run to get up to 6 or 7. Then I'll be saying, well, now he's impacted winning. But
you say I'm romantic. I'm fantasizing.
I think he's still got to. I think
like Randy, they miss him. That's all I guess I'm saying. They miss him a lot.
Well, I think there's a chance he could come back and we won't see a tick up or down in the standings.
And
that would hurt.
Those 5 games that we referenced, those last 5 games,
give them to me.
Back-to-back 34-point games on back-to-back nights, a loss in L.A. against the Clippers, and a 4-point win at home against the Suns. Okay? Then he got 32 minutes a couple nights later. At home against Cleveland, Warriors got blown off the floor. Okay? Then they host Philly, and he scores 20, and they blow out Philly. And then the best win of the group, I think, is Phoenix. 2 nights later. No, they beat Memphis by 8, but that's the game where Jonathan left. He played 15 minutes. He played well for 15 minutes and got hurt. So 3-2 or 2-2.5 or so. I mean, that's the right. And again, that's my thing. I bet the Warrior basketball people are probably looking at this going, well, it's one thing that you can sometimes put up 34. Is this directly tied to? Is it consistent? Is it directly tied to winning? I still don't. I don't have that answer.
The way I look at it, Goo, and first of all, I don't think he's going to be traded, and it's because of his current contract. You almost have to trade him at a loss because he's making so little money that in order to make the money match, you're taking in an asset that isn't worth all that much. That's my opinion there. The other half of it is, I'm of the mind that, Kuminga could be a solid player, could be a good player. I don't think he's a franchise torchbearer. Like, after
So
Steph,
a perennial all-star, you're saying
I don't think so. After Steph, is Kuminga the reason why you're going to the playoffs? And I don't think so. So if that is how you feel, and that's how I feel, I think that's probably how the franchise feels. What is so much more important than the future after Steph is, can he help Steph right now? So I think the decision that they have to make is he enough of a positive right now to help Steph over these next year and a half, 2.5 years? And if they think yes, then they should keep him. If they think no, not enough of an impact positively right now, then maybe you let him walk in the offseason. Because I don't think the future is as bright as you do. And you might be right, I might be wrong, but I don't see him being enough of a difference maker that after Steph is gone, the Warriors are in a good place because of him more so than anybody else.
Man. Fascinating. It really is. What are they going to do? We got 8 days. I didn't have anything to punctuate that. I just think it's pretty fascinating.
I came in this morning again. I'm not Pat real quick.
Yeah.
Quentin Post and Santos. I don't know where this is going, but I honestly, again, I'm missing Kuminga and a little bit of excitement, but I am watching them, Willard. Like, if it's about the future, keep letting me watch a 5 that is so unlike TJD, who I'm not mad at, or Looney. I appreciate everything, but to get a stretch 5 and kind of watch him, I know it's early, but that's fun, and I think he's bringing something of substance to a team that needs it. So it's not like I'm grading on a curve, but I hope when the guys come back, Dre and Kuminga, their water's not turned off.
Well, and remember, Steph didn't play either. And so the concern coming out of last night, and Grandy observed this, I think, better than anyone, we were talking it out, is – not only do these guys get minutes when everyone comes back, but do they play the same way?
Steiny, man.
You got I think, and Schroeder to me is at the front of this line.
Oh man, come on!
Like, they don't play the same when Steph's on the court, and is that because of his presence, his number of shots, the centering around him, or just the freedom that young guys will play with when it's like?
I think it's a lot of that.
It feels like substitute teacher day. That's what it feels like. Substitute teacher day. So let's just play free. And they play better.
I mean,
That's a problem right now.
That is so wow. If you look at just there, it's so hard for a young player to not think of Steph as a security blanket. Like, when you're playing, you know, like, I think you won't be as aggressive because you know you're alongside Steph.
Well, do you remember the end of that game in Minnesota when Kuminga took a mid-range jumper with like 16 seconds on the shot clock when Steph was on the floor, and Steve Kerr openly, publicly, post-game said Kuminga has to be smarter than that.
That's when it was
he
bad.
Can't take that shot. And we can all agree, bad decision, but you have that in the back of your mind every time you're sharing the court with the guy, right?
Yeah.
But this is the first time in his career.
Because he's played with veterans.
And there was, like Willard, that's never been a question. But if I had to answer it right now, this version of the Warriors outside of Steph, there's a mental thing going on that when he's not there and Schroeder is exhibit A, I was averaging 20 beating y'all, beating this Warrior team when I knew I had that Curry-like freedom. But Steph don't strike me as the demonstrative dude of throwing his hands up. Willard, why did you shoot it?
No.
Grandy, pass me the rock. But there's something there.
The deference that the rest of these players have for him. I mean, even like some of the veterans, the way Buddy Hield has walked into this building and talked, it's almost like Steph is like this godlike figure. And I get it. But how are you going to act around that person?
Man.
How would you act right now in this crossover if there was a fifth chair and it was Michael Jordan? Would you act the same?
I would be in awe.
Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
What I just thought of too is.
But would I be able to formulate a thing?
And I guess it's not.
Grandy, like I would feel excited
We'll
to.
never know. This is the difference between when you had Livingston and Barbosa and
David
Bogut
West.
and West and Pachulia. Like, that factor
so it's
was
really
not,
things have
was
really
not
changed.
nearly as great.
And even the recency championship where it was like an auto Bielitsa. These are people who like they're
established.
That's his era.
Yeah.
He's now playing with a bunch of people who.
Well, now I'm leaving the show thinking I'm worried more about where they're at now. If this is, I believe this is a thing.
then there's other things going on just besides the opposing defense. It's our players and their thought process
with to figure out.
Playing with Curry.
You got to try to figure it out.
And the season's on.
It's not hopeless. Like it's not hopeless.
No, I don't feel that way. But yeah, there's definitely a lot going on. I'm confident in that. I don't know if I could tell you what all of it is.
You think they cover tonight, Goo?
I was just. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm a dreamer. If somehow this could be their win of the year, and then you take on Phoenix Friday, one game up, because I hate coming in at the standings, hit refresh, and they're going to be one back over. That game was within 1 point last night. I was like, and then Evan was like, the Wizard took them to the Like, why are you surprised? But if they could get it tonight, I think
it would be a boy.
Steiny would be so excited.
It would be a legacy win on 95.7, the game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's do this. Let's go. Grandy is in for Dibs. 888-957-9570. That was abrupt. There we go. I was going to say, I wasn't done with that yet.
What happened?
The show's just starting. I'm like, is it over? Nothing is over until we say it is. 888-957-9570. You threw out a banger.
Did I?
You did. You threw out a banger earlier today. And it's one of those questions that stops you in your tracks for a second. It makes you think. I love stuff like that. I love that. Say something or ask something where you're like, hold on. Okay, let me actually think about this, and let me see if I can come up with what I hope is an intelligent answer. And so before we answer it, we'll ask it and we'll throw it out to you. And y'all can take a moment because we're on the air till 6.
We got time here.
We got time, but we, as always, would love to hear from you, interact with you. Whether that's YouTube, whether that's text, whether it's Twitter, or whether it's at 888-957-9570. Here it is. Y'all ready for it? What do the Warriors do well?
They need something to fill the time there. I asked you that question. I did not have an answer in mind when I asked it. I think that's probably how most Warrior fans feel when they hear the question for the first time. I eventually came around to the answer of, well, they're a pretty good rebounding team.
Okay.
they rebound the ball pretty well.
Well,
top five in rebounds per game.
I threw out an answer that I think you thought was a joke, and it's partially a joke, but unfortunately for Warrior basketball, it's where my head went. You asked me, what are they good at? And I essentially said branding. Warriors are really, really good at getting talked about. Once again, over my shoulder, as we did the crossover, there's Kendrick Perkins talking about, is it going to be a disservice if they don't do a deal for Steph?
More than a disservice, injustice.
The Warriors are the most talked about 11 seed in the history of the Western Conference. So, in other words, what the Warriors are really good at right now is being relevant while they are in a state of total irrelevancy. And that's a hard fact to swallow, but that's the real. That's the real. The Warriors are really good at being the Warriors. They're a big brand. Everyone is talking about them. Everyone wants to know. They're big game hunting, Grandy. This has been going on every debate show in America for the better part of 6 months, if not longer. And so,
this was going on last year too.
Absolutely. So we're talk about this team, and I get it. They are the Warriors. They are. They're great at branding. They've branded themselves, and this is that story of an all-time great on his way down, and can he hang on? Like, it's a super relatable thing that every human being on some level goes through, right? When the mind still can do it and the body doesn't, and all those things that we all experience. Like That's what they're good at. And unfortunately, that does not win any basketball games at all.
It might actually hurt you more than anything.
Well,
all the talk out there.
Where this conversation then went is take last night's roster and say, what are they really good at? And here's the painful answer. What are they good at? Playing without Steph. On an individual basis. I don't mean that they're a better team without Steph. Lucas,
clip it.
Put Twitter down. Put Twitter down. I don't want to respond to those at 3 a.m. This guy Willard. Yeah, okay. They're not better without Steph. That's stupid. We're not doing that. But on an individual basis, I do think they take their handcuffs off and they leave them in the locker room because they all are like, oh, we're all out here on equal footing now, able to maybe try to do the things that we do well. And what that means is, by the way, still not a great basketball team, struggled to get off the Utah Jazz without any of their players.
1 point game with what, like 5 minutes left?
Yeah, and the Warriors didn't have their 3 best players, but or 3 of their best players. But still, they just look like they play differently. They look like they're more free. They're not thinking as much, and they're able to play in a style that maybe fits them as opposed to all the deference that they show Steph Curry for understandable reasons.
Yeah, I think one of the easiest ways for me to visualize this and to make sense of it, because you're right, it does sound kind of crazy. The Warriors play better individually when Steph isn't on the floor. Like, one of the credits that we give Steph, and he deserves every single ounce of this credit, is he makes all of his teammates better. He makes it so much easier on all of his teammates. And that has been true for basically since he put his name on the map, like 2013 when he first was an All-Star. Like, he has been amazing, and he makes everything easier for everybody else. I think there's a certain skill that his teammates need to have in order to capitalize on that, and this group might not have a lot of that skill. But the way that I visualize this, because again, it is such a crazy idea, is think about how that game last week in Sacramento, how that game ended, right? You circled Steph Curry's heave early in the shot clock, late in that game. They were down by 2 with a minute and a half left or whatever it was. A deep 3 from the left wing as like a pivot point this season. Like, that was Steph Curry saying, to hell with this offense, to hell with these, not to hell with these individual teammates, but to hell with the process that I'm running through right now. I'm just going to take a shot because I trust me from 30-plus feet more than I trust anybody else on offense. The offense is ugly at the end of games with Steph on the floor, and it's not Steph's fault. He's being doubled, he's being tripled, but no one else can do enough to take advantage. The offense is that rough when he's on the floor late in games. Same thing in Toronto the week prior. They lost to one of the worst teams in the NBA. Steph was available for that game. Again, this is not blaming Steph, but that's just like the basis of this point is that's what the offense looks like at times when Steph's on the floor. And you take those snapshots of the Warriors with Steph, and then you take Steph away, and you think in your mind, what does that team look like? There's no possible way it could be better, right? Like, that's ugly as hell. Some of the most ugly basketball that any team in the NBA is playing, and there are teams, multiple teams, actively trying to lose games. One of them was in Chase Center last night, and they were only down by 1 in the fourth quarter. You take Steph away from that, and it has to get worse, right? This year, the Warriors are 6-3 without Steph Curry. 6-3. That team that looks like that when he's on the floor at the end of games. And this isn't just a bunch of nobodies they're beating up on. They beat Houston twice without Steph. They've beat Memphis without Steph. They've beat, who else have they beat? Utah, New Orleans a couple of times. Not other crazy wins. But Houston is a really good team, and they beat them twice without Stephen Curry. It makes no sense. Because if the Warriors look like that with Steph, they should be like 10 times worth when he's not there. But they're 6-3, and they're 17-20 with him.
So there's the angle of those players you're talking about who play without Steph. And then I also think the reverse angle is, what about Steph with these players? That's the other side to it. And the analogy I thought of earlier, for those of you who know the movie Shawshank Redemption, is the character Brooks. And if you know the movie well, it doesn't end well for Brooks. But Brooks is the old guy. He's the old guy who was a lifer inside the prison. And then toward the end of the movie, he gets let out. And everyone's so excited about it for him. He's excited about it. Wow, he's a free man. and he gets out into the world and he hasn't been out there for 60 years and he looks around and he's like, what the hell is this world?
Doesn't even recognize it.
I don't know this world.
Yeah.
Everybody's in a damn hurry. He couldn't keep up. Everything around him was just not making sense. And that to me is probably somewhat applicable to Steph Curry. I got to wonder if he looks around, and I think we've seen this at times with his frustration where he's like, okay, this doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work the same way. You heard the names that Steiny just brought up. You just brought up David West and Sean Livingston and Barbosa, and we could go on and on and on. Even more recently, if you do want to talk about the years that Jordan Poole had or the Otto Porters and role players like that, Steph is now coming down the court. There is so little respect for anything else happening on the court. The defense might as well send 5 people at him. He's exhausted. His knees hurt. And when he's finally able to get rid of the ball to someone else out there, they usually don't seem to know what to do with it and usually end up just being like hot potato. Here, let me give it back to you. None of us can create anything out here. And so does this feel completely confusing to him? Does this feel foreign to him? And therefore, from both sides, Steph Curry and the people he's playing with right now, it's not a match. It's not a match. So Steph used to play better, not just because of his age, but because of everything that was happening around him, being stuff that actually was NBA proven level stuff.
Oh, yeah. Like, I think I said this last year or maybe even before that. I think if you place current day Steph, like today's Steph, 36, nearly 37-year-old Steph, and you placed him back like in 2015, Willard, like when he first won an MVP, Steph would be better. This version of Steph would be better than that like young pup 26-year-old Steph. Because what Steph has to do now to get a shot, like, think of how he's defended now versus how he was defended then. This isn't necessarily that Steph has fallen off a cliff and that he needs everyone else's support more. It's that he has to work so much harder than he ever has to get his looks. He would absolutely dominate 2015's NBA, more so than he did in the first place, because he now knows how to beat everything a defense throws at him. 2015 was easy. No one was picking him up at half court. No one was double teaming him. He could get open looks just with a simple dribble move. Now he's got to run like half a mile from baseline to baseline and then up to the perimeter and then rack down to the corner, get a screen and then cut back out just to get the ball with any kind of space. So this isn't Steph is no longer a good basketball player. This is just there's no longer that same kind of support system around him. And I think there's also a stylistic thing that the Warriors can adjust and can change to make it easier, because there's a pretty clear picture that the rest of the roster doesn't really thrive the way that Steph thrives in the system that they run.
Okay, so how would you all answer that question? Let's take your phone calls on that right now. 888-957-9570. What do the Warriors do well? 888-957-9570. You can answer it any way you want. What do the Warriors do well? We'll take your calls on that. And also, the knockout tournament, again, is on 4 o'clock this afternoon is when you need to be listening. Every day on this station, 3 times a day. 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour. Right now, that's all you need to know. Be here at 4 p.m. We will tell you the key word, and then we will tell you what you need to do with that keyword and how you can win your way in to our knockout tournament at Chase Center. Play hoops with us on the Chase Center floor. We are also sponsored by the all-new Bay Street Emeryville. Grandy is in for Dibs. This is Willard and Dibs. And hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Momo.
This is that time of the year.
Damn right it is.
Twitter feeds get blown up.
Woo! I mean, Momo's even getting, she's being a little stubborn on returning my text, and I know why. Because the trade deadline's next week.
Yeah.
She knows.
I was listening to Steiny and Goo earlier today, and Steiny gave Momo a little bit of a shout out because she put out the big piece on Jimmy Butler a week or 2 weeks ago.
Did. It was a week ago.
Yeah, and I think in it she wrote something along the lines of Jimmy is just getting started.
Yep.
As in he's gonna keep, pushing Miami's buttons. And he has, and he's since been suspended 2 more times.
Very good article.
So she was on it.
She was right.
Yeah.
And stay away from her, Steiny. That's our guest. Anyway, will you tell everybody what you just told me about the Warriors and trade ideas?
So Anthony Slater and Marcus Thompson cover the Warriors for The Athletic. And, of course, Anthony Slater, you heard him earlier this morning with Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast, wrote a little Warriors trade deadline intel piece. And I haven't read the full thing yet, but based on what I've gotten to so far, this is the most interesting thing here. So, quote, with Jonathan Kuminga considered essentially off the table for any deal involving Jimmy Butler or Zach LaVine, adding one of the premier wing players has gained some favor. And if such a deal is possible, the idea of LaVine joining their midst has prompted some intrigue among key stakeholders. The presumption is he'd be a better fit in said culture, end quote.
Okay. Just because you said that, I'd like to reiterate my my concern on Zach LaVine, and just so we're all clear here, and I don't even know what you're taking. We haven't talked a whole lot of Zach LaVine. I know Goo is all thumbs up, has been for a while. I don't have any problem with Zach. I have a problem with his contract. That's my issue there, and I don't understand how the Warriors can fit this, and. So here's what we're looking at if they were to acquire Zach LaVine. Because, he can score the bucket.
Yeah.
He's good. He can score. $43 million this year, because whatever, that's this year.
Yep.
But it's after that. Next year, $46 million, followed by a player option in 26-27 for $49. And
he's probably opting into that player option.
You would think. So again, without being a capologist, and I'm not, Zach LaVine, if the whole idea is we're going to keep Zach LaVine and Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond and Steph, I mean, I presumably Wiggins would be in that deal.
Yes.
But how does that work?
I read a little bit further. Let me keep reading.
Okay.
Here. Quote, LaVine is viewed by some within the organization as the safer option. That's over Butler. At 29, he's 5.5 years younger and some $6 million cheaper than Butler this season, though his contract extends longer and he's had some recent health concerns. But there is some understanding and alignment from all levels of the Warriors organization that they lack a true second scorer next to Curry, and LaVine's explosive 3-level scoring ability would fill the roster's largest void. I think that I agree with. The clear difference between Butler and LaVine is one, what I said there in terms of age and the contract, which is different. LaVine is a more seamless fit into what the Warriors need, no doubt about it.
Completely. If this was all in a vacuum, if these were basketball cards, I'll take Zach LaVine. But I don't know about this contract. It lines up with Steph.
It does.
So, okay. But that I've always been a hard no on anything related to Zach LaVine, and it's never been about his X's and O's. It's about his dollars and cents, and that's how I've always felt. Now, if they've got some magic way to make that all work, I'm listening. Can they get both? Can they get LaVine and Vucevic?
Oh, I thought you meant LaVine and Butler. No way. LaVine and Vucevic.
I'm gonna trade machine that sucker here at 3:00.
There's probably a way, but it might deplete your entire roster.
Zach is $43 million and Nicole is another $20, so you got to get to $63.
Yes.
starting with Wiggins and his 26. That gets you
half the way.
A little bit less than half the way there. Moses Moody would, no, because his number doesn't go up till next year. All right, I'm gonna see if I can play with that.
Okay. But
the idea is that it would not be Kuminga, right?
Yes.
The idea is
what it
that
seems
you would
like
do that
Slater
deal
and Thompson
not give up Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I think that. Okay, so from what Slater and Thompson are saying, if Jonathan Kuminga is deemed as untouchable in these trades, first of all, I would like to know why, because there is the aspect of maybe what Guru is talking about, and if you missed the crossover, Guru was very, very high on Kuminga's future and views him as a perennial all-star, like post-Stephen Curry, and as a player that can lead the franchise. I don't know if the Warriors feel that way about him. But if they do, great. That might be part of the reason why they view him as untouchable. I think what's more likely, Willard, is they view him as untouchable because if they were to trade him now, they are selling at the lowest possible point of this asset. Like you are losing the trade if you trade away Jonathan Kuminga because he's worth more than he's making currently, but you have to trade him at what he's currently making. And because the Warriors are so hard up against the cap, you can't take more money in. So you have to trade away Kuminga and get someone back of the same monetary value who very likely would be less real basketball player value. So maybe that's the reason why he's untouchable. And I say all that to bring up this idea, Willard, and something that you brought up yesterday in terms of Jimmy Butler. If the acquisition of Jimmy Butler or Zach LaVine hinders your ability to keep Kuminga around long-term, and if you want him around long-term, then why the hell would you do it? But maybe the Warriors aren't set on Kuminga as a long-term guy, therefore they're willing to potentially say goodbye to his future with this organization in favor of 2.5 more years of Zach LaVine. But maybe they feel like there's room for both.
Well, I would, we probably, let's get super complex.
Hard to do on radio.
You run into the money thing, you run into the number of player things. I know that they just brought in a player on their two-way deal.
Jackson Rowe.
I'm sure none of you heard about that. If you did, congrats. You're a really good Warrior fan. You're tapped in. I did notice that, and I go, are they positioning themselves just to
have a body?
To have a body. Yes, just to have a body to put into a roster spot. I started playing with something right away. Wiggins, Schroeder, Payton, Hield, and Moody for LaVine and Vucevic. That both adds up to like $63 million. I mean, honestly, it's within $15,000 of each other.
Sorry, so it's Wiggins, Hield,
Moody, Payton, Schroeder.
For
LaVine and Vucevic. And the trade failed. They told me I needed to trim $3,000. So back to the drawing board.
I mean, you're that close. Something will work. There'll be a third team, a fourth team, whatever.
Yes.
So it is possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That leaves you with Steph and Draymond and these two acquisitions and Kuminga and Pajemski, and you still get to keep some experience down low with Looney and Anderson and TJD, and you still have these two new big guys you're interested in Post and Santos.
If they're acquiring Vucevic, I would imagine Looney's probably on the way out.
Well, maybe that's actually the swap that I need to make.
I don't know what the purpose of having Looney and TJD and Vucevic and Quentin Post. Like they already have too many.
Right, and then and we have to stop and think about what does Chicago want. Hield and Moody are not expiring. They both got a number of years left on their deal, and Moody's is about to escalate threefold.
But as you and Dibs talked to Adam Amin, voice of the Bulls, about last week, who the hell knows what the Bulls want?
They're an odd team.
No one knows. Maybe the Bulls don't even know what they want.
I heard Keith Smith on with Steiny and Goose say that he thinks Vucevic is probable as far as being on the move. Probable. So, anyway.
And he's not an expiring. He's not even an expiring deal.
No, neither of them are. Yeah, neither of them are. So the whole thing is, it's mysterious for sure. 888-957-9570. As a way to get to all pieces of Warrior conversation, though, the question we're asking is, what do they do well?
It's a great question.
And again, your answer is?
Oh, they rebound well.
Okay.
I had to really search for something, though.
Yeah, I promised Uncle Looney on YouTube that I would I'd pass along his answer. I have to find it again. And he said, "Yo, Willard, I think we play pretty good defense and we're a good passing team."
Top half of the league in defense.
They were a good defensive team. I think
they're still all right.
They're okay, and they show flashes. I think in the first 15 games of the year, they were fantastic. They were fantastic.
I mean, they were top 5 offense and defense.
Yes,
for the first month.
You know, and Steve Kerr, remember at the beginning of the year, he was like, "That's what we want. Like, we want to be known as a scrappy, hardworking defensive team." And then the year started, and I'm like, "Yo, you did it!
You nailed it."
Remember,
Steve.
Jerry Stackhouse was getting all that credit for crushing it, and then it kind of just.
The offense has been the bigger problem than the defense.
For sure.
But the defense has also kind of fallen off the cliff.
It's just kind of like there. Yeah, like it's fine. It's not offensive. Anyway, 888-957-9570, the number. Phil Mo Mike is on the line. Phil Mo!
Yo.
What is happening?
You know I love you, Willard, but
I
got to correct you.
Just like 3 calls in a row that you've started that way, Phil Mo.
I know, huh?
I know.
Happy belated, I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, man. You can call up and take me down and disagree. That's what we're doing here. It's all good.
Oh, man, Willie. I rock with you, Willie. I like I said all the time, man, it took me a while to get to I love you now. Like I literally love you. Not like I love you as I know you, but I have a lot of love for you.
Hey.
So let me correct you on some things.
Let's go.
You asked 2 questions. You said, what do the Warriors do good? Right?
Yep.
The Warriors don't know what the hell they do good, right? So with that being said, of course they don't realize what they have in Kuminga. They don't know where to put Kuminga at, identify him as. Is he a 1? Is he a 2? Is he this or is he that or the third? So that's all I'm trying to point out to you. The Warriors don't know. They don't do a lot of things good, a lot of things well. I know this, though. I've been watching the Warriors for 30 years, since Chris Webber went behind the bat on dunked on Charles Barkley. That's when I fell in love with the Warriors. The Warriors, whenever you lead the league in rebounds, guess what? Shout out to Adonal Foyle. You're not a good shooting team. So when you lead the league in rebounds, all that means is that you're doing a lot of breaking. You feel me? So what we have to get back to is making the open shot. Willard, now I can agree with you on this. You said this last week. The Lakers, when we played the Lakers, they made less threes than us, but they made all their open threes. I don't know what the hell is going on, but we just be missing open-ass three-pointers like it's like everybody's like we're supposed to. Like we're not in the NBA. Like we're in college. I don't know what's going on, but I think that's I can't say like, man, make the shot because I play basketball. Sometimes you just miss. But, man, for 3 months we just been bricking. No wonder we lead the league in rebounds. We're breaking so much.
It's a good, but Philmo, it's a funny point and a good one. They're not a great three-point shooting team. You know what I mean? Like, do you know the difference, Philmo? You'll get this. There's a difference between a three-point shooter and someone who can shoot a three. Those are two different things. And the Warriors have a bunch of people who can shoot a three. Andrew Wiggins can shoot a three. Dennis Schroeder can shoot a three. But I look around the NBA and I see teams surrounding the three-point arc. You got the best player with the ball in his hand, and you're surrounded by three-point shooters. Like people who knock it down. The Warriors don't have enough.
I totally agree. I don't know what they got to do. What has to pay? I mean, Buddy Hield be missing wide open threes, Willard. He be missing wide. I was like, bro, nobody's there. And they go in and out. It's a nice tease. It go in and out around the thing, and it just pop out. But man, I don't know what's going on, man. I mean,
that's the
I agree with you, Willard.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I agree with you when you and Grandy, when y'all was like, when Kerr was like, man, we got a scrappy team. Like, I was like, man, we do got a scrappy. Like, I like this. And then they just start breaking. I don't know what happened.
Filmo, thank you for calling, man. You're welcome anytime. Yeah.
You want to know?
Maybe that should be Buddy Buckets instead of that nickname because that doesn't seem to fit anymore. Maybe we just call him old In and Out. My kids would like it. They ask me for it twice a week.
Some of them are going in and out. Some of them are also just breaking
just missing
entirely.
Yeah. Could I take 10 seconds to apologize to the adorable Sacramento Kings fans?
Do it.
Yeah, because they're like 15 games into the year, and Evan is sitting here getting ready for Warriors Live later, and he knows this because I fell into the trap so much that I bet him a drink that Buddy Hield was going to average more points for this team than Jonathan Kuminga would.
Yeah, I remember you came in here and was like, why do you guys hate Buddy Hield?
Yeah, I was like, hey, Kings fans, y'all are just mad. Like, what is it that you do not like about this guy?
He's great.
I would like to now say, oh.
I see.
I get it now. Yeah. And by the way, I don't now dislike Buddy Hield. I would still put myself on one side of the fence. What's that meme y'all sent me earlier that got sent out on Twitter because Draymond was standing next to Buddy Hield, kind of like looking like he was like facing him, and the caption was "Do it, Draymond. Warriors fans want you to do it," as in we would love for you to punch Buddy Hield. I don't want Buddy Hield punched.
Of course not.
No, but I'm not mad at Buddy Hield. I hear a lot of that.
It's a frustrating experience right now.
But I get it.
Yes.
I get it. I get where you're like, oh, man, you do things on the court sometimes that are hard to watch. And yes, maddeningly inconsistent considering where he sits, like in the history of the game.
He's one of the best three-point shooters ever.
Ever. In terms of volume, at least.
And percentage is up there, too. Honestly, as a career, he's barely under 40% as a career.
Dude, you really do make me, like, he's kind of one of them, like, palm to forehead guys, like 2-3 times a night.
Yep.
Anyway, go ahead. I figured out a trade that was successful, but say your thing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You and Filmo both brought up what Steve Kerr told you and Dibbs before the season, which was we want to be a scrappy team, right?
Yes.
When we were winning championships, it was always on the backs of our defense. Everyone, thinks about the offense and all the threes, but it really was the defense was our backbone. And then I don't know if it was in the same answer or you guys asked him a follow-up question. But he then later on went to say, well, I think we're going to be a three-point shooting team, and we're going to get out and run. We're going to be a fast break team, and we're going to be a three-point shooting team. Those might be the best ways for the Warriors to score because, as we know, they can't score in the paint for whatever reason. Even when they get in the paint, they miss them. The Warriors are also just a league average three-point shooting team, and they're one of the worst teams turning transition opportunities into points. So, like, what they identified as their best ways to score, not good.
Nope. He also said they're a 50-win team. And maybe they still are.
They'd have to really go on a heater here.
I doubt it. Yeah, I guess a 50-win team could only lose 9 more games, right? Is that right? Have that math right?
50 and 32 in year 20. Yeah.
Yeah, they could only lose 9 more games the rest of this year.
Yeah.
I'll take the over on that. But anyway.
So they identified their strengths or what they wanted to be their strengths, and they've been at best mediocre across the league at one of them and very bad in the other.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not like, okay, stop shooting threes, go inside, because they're even worse inside than they are outside.
Well, and what would I do to a Warrior who got position on me inside? Foul him. We're going to miss the free throws. They've gotten better.
Quietly, Wiggins, career high, 80% from the line this year?
I don't think that quietly. I've really noticed. It is one of probably 2 or 3 keys as to why he is, and I'm going to use air quotes, having a, quote, good year. It's still not like the year y'all want Andrew to have, but when put through the context of what's happened the last 3 seasons, Andrew's having a good year.
The running joke among my friends when Wiggins went to the free throw line prior to this year was he'll split.
Yep.
He'll make one, he'll miss one. Guaranteed.
And by the way, a bunch of people in Vegas noticed that he split his free throws at the end of the game last night.
You were one of them that noticed.
No, not me. Well, yes, I got hit because the Warriors won by 11 after 5 missed 3-pointers there in the last 30 seconds. But no, I wasn't thinking. I guess Wiggins' line, I think, was 20 and a half. And he scored,
so it impacted his line.
He scored 20.
And the spread that you bet on.
Yes, everything.
It's too bad.
Thanks, Andrew. That's why I'm trading you to Chicago. I just found the deal. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Would you like to hear the deal? The deal that would land Zach LaVine and Nikola Vucevic on the Warriors.
We're really dreaming here,
I've got a big green square that says this trade is successful, and it saves the Warriors over $2 million that you could go use to fill the roster spots.
Wow.
Want to hear it?
Sure.
I bet you do. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. We are asking you right now, what do the Warriors do well? And you can answer any way you want. And I will share my successful trade with you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Wiggins at the foul line, lost the ball, turnover. Here comes Levine. He's off to the races. Takes it right down Broadway between two guards, goes up and in and scores.
That's how you do it. Nobody stops you. Just take it to the hole.
Levine with a three off the dribble, knocked it in left sideline.
The thing about him, too, is you can guard him well. He just jumps over you. I mean, he gets up on his jump shots.
Zach Levine comes left, bounce pass Vucevic right down the lane. Nobody stopped him.
Well, Steph just left him. He was there and he just kept going.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's such a fun audience right now. And what I mean by audience, yes, I do mean all of you listening, but even you, Grandy, or anyone you're having a conversation with about Warrior basketball right now. I honestly think we can all convince each other of just about anything. If it means new players. I could, give me 5 minutes and, debate class in high school, I can draft an argument that will make you want to do the deal. You don't even need to know what the deal is. You'll say yes. You'll say yes. So now do you want Zach Levine?
I mean, Zach Levine would make this Warrior team better.
Without knowing who's going out.
Without knowing who's going out.
Okay.
I mean, he would immediately become, by a mile, this team's second best offensive player.
Yeah. Gosh, on certain nights, he'd be their best.
Yeah. And the Warriors honestly need that.
Okay. So do you want to hear the deal?
Yes.
All right, here is the deal. The San Francisco Giants have sent left-handed pitcher Taylor Rogers to the Reds for right-handed pitcher Braxton Roxby.
Oh, Braxton Roxby.
Oh, sorry, that's the deal. That actually happened. That actually happened an hour and a half ago. That's right, Braxton Roxby. Braxton Roxby. Yes, he is now a Giant. He's never played in the bigs before.
And $12 million of spending space.
Oh, they got flexibility so they can go out
between
there.
the lines.
Oh, wait, sorry, no one's left. They're all Dodgers. Anyway.
They have optionality. Mm-hmm.
Swear you can't count to 10 without the Dodgers signing someone. Did anyone know the Dodgers had this many roster spots open? What the hell's going on? And
Who's not on their team this year?
They signed Kirby Yates last night, the best reliever available for the third week in a row. Anyway, back to Wiggins. So, this is just the thing that Steph Curry hates the most. So I figured, let's do it.
Oh, are you on the ESPN trade machine?
I'm on the ESPN trade machine because what I'm looking for, and if you've never been on the trade machine before, you got to put all the stuff in there, and the finances have to work. And sometimes even when the finances work, it doesn't work because of quirky rules that we don't know about. So you have to put all of this in, and then you have to. It's a it's a big moment when you click try this trade. It's a big moment.
And then when you get the green, trade works.
Yes.
A real sense of accomplishment.
It's like winning the lottery, yeah.
Or not. Mike Dunleavy.
Maybe not winning the lottery, but it's like with scratch off that actually, even if it's just $2, you're like, hey.
I want another ticket.
That's right. I want another ticket. So when you get that big green box that says this trade is successful, you do. You blow on the back of your fingernails. Like, hey, look at the big brain on Mark. So here it is. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. The Warriors will acquire Zach LaVine and Nikola Vucevic in exchange for Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Gary Payton II, Kyle Anderson, and Kevon Looney. A 5-for-2 deal that obviously would call for some roster gymnastics because you would need to add players, but this deal does give you almost $2 million in wiggle room because $2 million plus would be going out. $2 million plus more would be going out
than coming in.
Than what's coming in. And with that, you can I think you can move some things around a little bit.
And there would be a third and maybe a fourth team involved, and then all the pieces get shifted different areas, and you could have another player coming in, send in another one, and there's ways to make it all work. It's just way more convoluted than just this, but there is a way for the Warriors to get rid of 5 players and have room for those 2.
Yep, and again, so it's Andrew, and again, I want to say how this came together. This was not me handpicking the players that I want gone or anything like that. It's twofold. A, does it work financially? B, is it something that would help the Bulls? Yes, I like to think about trades in such a way that like the other team would actually want to do it. I like, because that's the way it works. The Bulls are going to have to want to do this. So what would they get?
Such a downer. Let's trade Looney for Giannis.
Wiggins is still a good player.
Yeah.
So you're getting Wiggins and you're turning essentially your wing scorer, you're turning him from a $43 million player to a $26 million player, but still getting some production. So that's what you're signing up for. And only one other contract is not expiring. And that would be Kyle Anderson, which is manageable. He's a Swiss Army knife, and he's making $8.7 million. Other than that, you are freeing yourself up of these large contracts and turning 2 non-expiring deals into 3 expiring deals that, when added up together, would equal $30 million.
I also think, and this, honestly, it might be a reason why Warrior fans might be frustrated. If say, a Zach LaVine trade were to happen and the Warriors were to acquire LaVine within the next 8 days, right? 8 days minus 3 hours. That's the trade deadline. Noon, Thursday of next week. Is Zach LaVine has been available to be acquired for a long time, and it is one of the most difficult contracts to trade in the NBA.
Yes.
Not quite as bad as Bradley Beal because he has a no-trade clause, and the money is pretty ugly there as well. The Bulls were shopping, or reportedly shopping, Zach LaVine all offseason. The Warriors did not bite. They had absolutely no interest in biting. And it was so bad for Chicago that, according to reports, they were willing to attach a first-round pick to Zach LaVine just to get him out of there. And the Warriors, again, no interest in it. So I think that this would be a move. If that's what it was, it would make the Warriors a better basketball team. You get a floor spacing big, and you get a 2 or a 3, a wing that can score like few other wings in the NBA. Those are 2 positions the Warriors desperately need, like really, really badly. So I think it would make this Warrior team a lot better. But I think there would be some frustration as well, because this could have been a deal, at least the LaVine portion of it, that you could have got done before the season even began.
Don't forget, Andrew Wiggins, his name was on that list too. Of the, hey, does anybody want this player? And the whole league went, no. So it wasn't just Zach LaVine. Wiggins was that guy last offseason also. Lesser degree. So let me run through the names again, but also add this, and I should have said this the first time around. If the Bulls were interested in this, because some people are asking why would the Bulls do that, part of it is $30 million in expiring contracts. You turn right now, Vucevic and LaVine are making a combined 63. You would turn almost half of that immediately into expiring money. So that's good. You're probably going to have to attach a pick or 2. I don't know about 2, certainly not 2 first-rounders. 2 second-rounders, 1 first-rounder, something like that.
Maybe. I don't know. They've been trying for a long time to get rid of the LaVine contract.
Yes, they have.
And they haven't been able to.
So I know.
And they were willing to attach a pick to it in the offseason.
Like when you're the Bulls.
LaVine and a pick to get out of here.
I know. You are exactly right.
Not the other way around.
So a lot of people will go, why would you do those players for those players? Like LaVine and Vucevic are the 2 best players in the deal. Right. I don't think the Bulls care about that. The Bulls will care about 2 things. Get off the money and get draft assets if they can. But yeah, I'm with you. Remember, you're throwing in Vucevic too.
Yeah.
So maybe that does lead to a future 1. But the players are Andrew Wiggins, and I'm just throwing this out because it works. It adds up financially. I got the big green. This trade is successful. Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Gary Payton II, Kyle Anderson, and Kevon Looney in exchange for both Zach LaVine and Nikola Vucevic. You in?
I think I'm in on that.
I already know you're in.
I'm in on that. The starting lineup would look like what? It would be Steph Curry, along with Zach LaVine.
Sure.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Kuminga when he's back.
Draymond Green.
And
Nikola Vucevic.
Can Kuminga play the 3?
With Vucevic and LaVine along with Steph, yes.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason why Kuminga can't play the 3 right now is because there's not enough shooting elsewhere.
I'll buy that, but also be open to the idea that Kuminga still anchors your second unit and plays 30 minutes a night, and you could sub in a Moody or anything like that in that spot also.
Or a Pajemski.
Yep.
Or a Buddy Hield.
Yep. or a Buddy Hield. Yes, you could. You could add in.
I think that Warrior team, that group is loads better than this current one.
It's intriguing. I don't know if anything like this is on the table, but I will say this. When you tell me that Anthony Slater and Marcus Thompson collectively put Zach LaVine's name in writing, I am going to trust that is something that is being discussed.
And say something along the lines of people inside the building are, quote, intrigued.
Well,
more so than just, hey, here's a possibility.
I can't wait to see how they make that salary work. Because the next question, I know it seems to be the only one you want to answer right now, is does it make the Warriors better? Okay, check.
What is it costing them down the road, though?
What are we doing 2 and 3 years from now with that contract? What does it mean for Jonathan Kuminga? What does it mean for everybody involved? What does it mean? Because LaVine's got 2 more years after this one at big dollars. Big dollars. And Vucevic has 1 more year at mid-range dollars, too. So you're gonna then, like, just think about next year alone. Steph 60, Draymond 26, Zach LaVine 46, Nikola Vucevic 21. And then Kuminga's going to be like,
where's my money?
And can you do anything?
Maybe not with both of them, but you could then turn around and trade Vucevic right after you have him for 3 months.
Maybe you could. Okay, Warriors hosting the Thunder tonight. Warriors Live with Evan Giddings is at 6 p.m. and it's presented by Xfinity Stream Sports. From the best seat in the house with Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. 888-957-9570. What do the Warriors do well? How would you answer that question? We will take your calls right now and also coming up next tell you about the knockout tournament 45 minutes away from keyword time and your chance to win your way in. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. do want to shout out those of you who just sent in messages, and you're right. That trade makes the Warriors markedly worse defensively.
Yeah, no doubt.
Holy crap. Buy GP2, buy Andrew Wiggins, buy Dennis Schroeder, and on the way in are two dreadful defensive players.
Especially Vucevic.
Yeah.
But they can score the rock.
Yeah. Are you shoring up one dam just to create another?
Maybe.
And I do. It's funny because we had that conversation a lot, I think, about the 49ers this year in a different way. It wasn't about like trying to make a trade or anything like that, but there was all this conversation about, Brock Purdy, obviously, the running back injuries, the offensive line, blah, blah, blah. And that's all 100% fair. I still am going to go to the grave thinking that the defense was the bigger problem. But what do we focus on when we watch sports?
Offense.
There you go.
Scoring points.
Right. Said no one ever. I'm going to the Giants game to see those outfielders catch that ball.
I want a 1-0 ball game.
So, anyway, 888-957-9570. Lucas has officially ended my life by putting this trade on Twitter and putting my name on it. So thank you very much, Lucas. I appreciate that. I will now be fending off my phone for the next 12 hours of my life because while I guess I can lay claim to it being my trade idea, the way that you write that is clearly that so here's what Mark wants to do. And that was not the context of this conversation at all. It was, can you find something that works? And so I did. Would I do this? I guess.
Yep. Your idea.
I guess.
Stand on it.
No, but that's what you're hearing from me is how I feel about it. Because I do think you'll stink on the defensive side. Ask me if I think that means the Warriors are going to go win something.
Well, what do you define win something?
Go to the playoffs and win a round.
Do you think the Warriors with that trade will go to the playoffs and win a round?
No, I don't. Defense matters even more in the playoffs than it does in the regular season. And so I think that team would have maybe a better chance to get to the playoffs, but they'd probably have a worse chance to do something once they got there. That'd be my take on the deal. And I have questions beyond this year. So if you were to do a deal like that, what does that mean for Jonathan Kuminga? Everybody's so focused on keeping him, but you want to make a deal that would make keeping him preventative going forward beyond this year. So, I tried to ask a similar question to Eric Pincus, who is a capologist and has been with Bleacher Report and a bunch of places. I tried to ask him a similar question about that this morning with regard to Jimmy Butler. Everyone's like, oh, you can get Jimmy Butler and keep Kuminga, but can you? And so I asked him, I'm like, can they fit an extension for Kuminga into a team that also has Butler? What I was looking for was a yes or a no.
And he gave you something else.
I did not get that. I got option C, which is I think if they get Butler, Kuminga's in the deal. And maybe by extension, that was his way of saying no. They can't fit Kuminga into an extension.
Yeah.
Or any one of these deals is a signal that they are not sold on the Jonathan Kuminga future. And I do think that's a very worthwhile part of this conversation, my opinion. You go acquire players like this, doesn't matter, Butler, Levine, whatever. You go acquire players like this, I do think that is a signal that the Warriors franchise, the basketball people, do not believe that Jonathan Kuminga is some sort of a future all-star.
Mm-hmm. Or at the very least, maybe they're uncertain about that. Or maybe also part of it is they feel like his market is not going to be robust at all, and they might be able to get him at a number that is lower than expected, and maybe they could find a way to fit him in that way.
Maybe.
But that seems less likely.
Yeah, and and then we arrive at the spot, and I hope I speak for almost all fans out there. Then we arrive at the spot where I'm like, all I can do is shrug my shoulders. I have no idea if that's doable, allowed, what the Warriors the board of directors are thinking with regard to luxury tax and going over and spending this, that, and the other. I have no idea what they're thinking about that, or if it's even legal to have all those contracts next year. But if the answer is yes, then I'll go into fan mode. I don't care what you spend. I do not care what you spend. You want to luxury tax yourself to death? Knock yourself out.
Go for it.
You're billionaires. I don't care. Get a yacht. Sure, get 5. Like, great. That stuff always kind of makes me laugh when fans worry about that stuff. Again, if you're telling me it's not preventative of anything in the future, knock yourself out.
Yeah. And they got themselves out of the second apron this year, so you avoid the repeater offense that would come. You could go right back into the deep into the aprons next year and then get out the following year, so you avoid all that. The new CBA is something that every team is going to have to try to figure out how it works and what's the best strategy, and the Warriors, probably are one of the teams that has to be as creative as any other going forward. I think in general, it's so much fun to run through all these potential trades.
For sure.
Would this make the team better?
Steph loves it.
He loves it.
Hi, Steph. I know you're probably on your way to Chase Center right now.
Probable.
We're on the ESPN trade machine right now, Steph.
Probable.
Sorry. We're just being us.
Yeah, and Lucas's Twitter fingers back there. They're twittering.
But go ahead.
I think in general, when we are trying to decide whether or not this trade makes the Warriors better, and yeah, they're better offensively, but does the loss defensively outweigh the offensive gain? Honestly, I feel like, and this is easy for me to say when I'm not in charge of making the decision and there's actual ramifications on real people and futures and jobs and all that, and I get it. So I don't want to minimize that aspect of it. I think given the situation the Warriors are in, we tend to overthink this stuff. Like, the Warriors are stuck in this mediocrity, and they've been here for 2.5 years now. Like, I am less of the mind of, well, it's not a perfect deal. There's a plus, there's a minus. Is it going to weigh? Is it going to even out? Is it going to be a net negative? Are we worried about the future? I'm just of the mind, if you are set on trying to win, then you have to do something. You have to just do something. Well, and I don't know what is out there that fits the Warriors better. In a simple, one team has 2 assets they're looking to trade, and the Warriors, interested theoretically. I don't know what the better, more simpler option is.
Well, and here is what I would argue is the best shiny piece of a deal like this. I won't even say this deal, but a deal like this. I think it fits into what Steph Curry and Steve Kerr said a week and a half ago, which is that we're not going to do anything irresponsible. This would not be giving up anything in the future that you're worried about. This is not giving up 3 first-rounders and 2 first-round pick swaps and Jonathan and Pods and blah, 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 blah. All the things that I think the Warriors, at least in the offseason, were protecting a little bit.
When it came to Lowry Markkanen, for example.
Sure. This is something that, let's say, you do shoot for the moon and you miss. Okay. 3 of these 5 players you're giving up were leaving at the end of the year anyway. One of them is Andrew Wiggins, which is like, that's not a death blow. That's been an up and down relationship, and the Warriors, I think, were very activated about the idea of getting him off the roster last year and could not. Mm-hmm. And then the other player is Kyle Anderson. It's just like
in and out of the rotation all year.
They don't even play him for the most part.
Played a little bit last night.
Yeah, he's a good basketball player, super smart player, and very useful on many a roster, but not a linchpin. And if you do have to give up a first-round pick, which I don't know that you would, but again, if you do, my hope would be the middle ground. If the Warriors are like, we'll give you 2 2s, and the Bulls are like, give us your 1. The middle ground is we'll give you a 1, but not this one. You get 2029 or something like that.
I read the rest of what Anthony Slater and Marcus Thompson wrote, which started this whole conversation. What they added in there was if they seem to not be, they would not be surprised if the Warriors were to trade their first round pick for this year, with one caveat of it would be protected, like top 10 protected, or at least lottery protected. And the logic there is they're hearing from the Warriors that the Warriors aren't that intrigued by the prospects around like the 14, 15, 16 range.
That's interesting.
So if your pick falls in that area, they feel like they might not be missing that much. So maybe it's top 12 protected, or maybe it's just lottery protected, whatever the case may be. And so if it conveys in their season fails and they don't make the playoffs and they're in the lottery, they get to make their pick. They feel like they get someone of value there. But if they go to the playoffs and their pick is 18th,
then you can have it.
Then you can have it, and then we'll get our pick next year, and we'll be fine.
I think that's totally fair. And another way to say that is, if we do this deal, if it works, you can have our pick. If the deal doesn't work, we keep our pick.
And
that's another way of saying it.
There's a reality it doesn't work this year, and it also fails next year, and you're giving up a valuable pick next year.
Yeah,
but yes,
look, you
that's the thought process.
you gotta dance.
Yeah,
if you want to go to the party.
There's obviously no move here where there's no risk involved, and that would be the major risk.
We're going to go to the phones here in just a sec. 888-957-9570. Have you looked at the Twitter poll? Tell me that you have not looked at the Twitter poll. I have not
looked at the Twitter poll.
I would like for you to guess how our audience is responding to Lucas's irresponsible tweet.
So your trade suggestion, that tweet.
The trade suggestion that I spent all night coming up with, and I would definitely do if I was general manager of either of these teams.
And you were pouring over the new rules of the CBA, making sure it all works.
That's right. You I hate Dennis Schroeder. Yeah. I want him off this team. No.
He was good last night.
He was. So anyway, the deal that works on the thingamajig on ESPN Trade Machine.
Read it off to me again.
The Warriors get Zach LaVine and Nikola Vucevic. The Bulls would get Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, Kevon Looney, and Golden State's protected first-round pick. That's the deal. Okay? What do you think? It's a yes or no question. Would you do it? What do you think our audience is saying?
I would say 67% of the audience says yes, I would do it.
You are correct in what is winning. You are too low.
Too low.
You are
73%.
Too low. That's exactly the number.
Whoa.
So 3/4.
I was close.
3/4 of the Twitter audience would do it.
That's a unique audience.
It's a unique audience.
That is generally the audience that's hell yeah, do it, do anything.
They want to whack everyone across the face. Yeah, get them out of here. Get some new people in here so we can rip them too. That's that audience. Yes. And so 3/4 of them would like to do it. Yeah. So that's what we're looking at. Let's go to Coleslaw in San Diego. Hi, Coleslaw. What are you doing?
It's Coach Hall. I don't know why he called me.
No, but I'll tell you why I called you Coleslaw, because that's what it says on my screen. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to call you food. Wait, say your name again. What's your name?
Coach Hall. Coach Hall, like hallway.
Oh, Coach Hall. Steven. Hey, Coach Hall. Just so you know, Steven, who's handling phones today, his face is in his hands. He's mortified. He's mortified. I'm like, if you're going to call the guy a side dish, let's go with French fry. You know what I mean?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah. All right, Coach Hall, what's going on?
I think for me the math isn't mathing, because if we get Jimmy, we're giving up too much, right? And then we don't have any wings. And if we go get Vooch from the Bulls, then once again, we don't have a wing to play defense with Wiggins. I think we're 2 players away. What makes the most sense, but I know it's not mathematically possible, is to get LaVine and Vooch from the Bulls. But how can we do that without giving up Kuminga or Wiggins? Like, I feel like if we go and get, a trade, there's going to be a void. If we get a big, we're going to be missing a wing and nobody to play defense. So I'm just trying to scratch my head and see how does it make sense.
Coach, so first of all, you're right that there's no way to do it without giving up Wiggins, but I'm interested into why you think that's preventative. Like, if you were to get Zach LaVine, why would you still want Wiggins and Kuminga? Now you've got a wing logjam.
Well, I think I think for one or the other, because I don't know if Levine is a two-way player like that. And then wouldn't we have to give up GP2 as well? I'm just thinking of it from like a defense aspect. Like ideally, if we could get Vooch and Levine and maybe keep Kuminga, I think that would be the best bet. But who's going to play defense if we get them?
It's a great question. All I can do is sit here and admit that you're right, that this trade idea, it makes the Warriors way worse on the defensive end.
Well,
no question.
I will say you can make it work if you keep Wiggins and Kuminga, but the only other way to do it, assuming you're not trading Steph, and of course they're not, is trading Draymond. You're also not trading Draymond, but that doesn't really make you better defensively either because Draymond is the quarterback of the defense, even though he's injured right now.
You could probably get Vucevic without giving up Wiggins or Kuminga. You could probably get Vucevic, just Vucevic, not Levine. And while I have been and continue to be in full favor of getting yet another stretch five, I know everyone's like, ooh, Quentin Post, great, get two. Get one who's actually been in the NBA for a long time, who will be more consistent. Quentin Post can learn under him. They can swap minutes, all of those things. Like I'm in favor of getting Vucevic, but that doesn't give you that put the ball in his hands, final 5 minutes, go get me a bucket. I know everybody wants that. I get that. Like that part of Zach LaVine, I understand. Guru and I have had this conversation 12 times. and he wants that bucket getter. And I understand. I do. I get that aspect of it. It's when we start to dive into the contextual pieces of what happens on the other end of the floor, what happens in 2026, what happens in 2027 with those contractual numbers. Those are my questions. And I can't even fully answer those. I don't know if this deal means that Jonathan Kuminga gets to stay for the rest of this year, but then that's it. And nothing you could do after that. If somebody wants to offer him $32 million a year, you're out. And it might mean that.
That might be the reality in the first place anyway. We don't really know.
It might be.
We don't know that for sure. Just for the sake of clarity and any moves like this, any trade that is like acquiring someone $30 or more million per year, 35 or more per year, it has to include either Wiggins or Draymond.
Correct.
Essentially.
Correct.
It absolutely has to.
Yes, yeah.
You have three big contracts. It's Steph, it's Wiggins, it's Draymond. So one of those is involved in any big needle mover trade.
Correct.
Of course, you're not trading Steph. I think by extension, you're not trading Draymond, which means by process of elimination, it has to be Wiggins. This isn't you and I hate Wiggins and we want him out of here. This is the only way to get someone who makes good money is by trading away Andrew Wiggins. I think there's a decent chunk of Warrior fans who say, well, they should be willing to trade Draymond. That's a conversation we could have at some point. I'm just saying my expectation is they don't want to do that. They won't do that. So Wiggins is the only realistic option.
I agree with you completely. Yeah. Unless you want to wait till the offseason, and in theory you might be, then Kuminga could be the piece that brings one of these players.
True.
If you wanted to do that. I don't know if anybody wants to do that. But if you wanted to, you could wait till the offseason and reboot this conversation. And potentially at that time, Jonathan Kuminga becomes the big contract piece that can bring you something else.
I said earlier, I feel like when we are breaking down all these trades and ideas and, well, it hurts them defensively, so I'm a little hesitant to do it. Generally, I feel like we overthink all these things. And I want to go back to a conversation we had yesterday to kind of further my point. So the report yesterday, Willard, was that the Jimmy Butler asking price has come down considerably. And maybe the Warriors might be able to get someone like Jimmy Butler, or specifically Jimmy Butler, for Wiggins and salary filler. And that's just about it. And there's still a lot of people out there. I know you are not super high on that trade because of what it might mean for Kuminga's future. But also, you feel like that doesn't really make the Warriors that much better. Like Jimmy Butler's probably better than Wiggins, not by that much.
No, it does, and it brings with it all sorts of potholes.
Let me just read some numbers off to you, okay? This is Andrew Wiggins this year, which you have described as a very solid Wiggins year, a bounce back year. He's having himself a nice season,
having a nice
right?
year, yes.
And Jimmy Butler's having a season where he doesn't even want to play basketball.
Correct.
Okay? That his motivation is zero. So much that he's not even playing. Imagine when he was playing and what he was doing on the court. Okay, even with that, great Wiggins year. Jimmy Butler not even wanting to play basketball. They're averaging the same amount of points. Butler's averaging more assists, more rebounds. Butler shooting better from the field, better from the free throw line, better effective field goal percentage.
He's a better player.
This is my point.
He's a better player.
We overthink this. Jimmy Butler is far and away a better basketball player than Andrew Wiggins. This is one of the better years of Wiggins' career, and it's the worst of Jimmy Butler's career.
Right, but he's being paid twice as much. Therefore, I think it's reflected in their salaries. So you're not getting him straight up. If you ask me if you trade Wiggins for Butler, sure, done.
And what else? You're not giving up that much else.
I don't know what else you're giving up. I don't know what else you're giving up. I don't know what the draft capital is that's going out. I don't know if Jimmy's going to opt into his $52 million next year, and I don't know if Jimmy is going to come in and within 3 weeks hate Steve Kerr. I don't know any of that. So I get where you're coming from. I do. He's a better player. I said that to you yesterday. He's definitely a better player. But does it automatically, I don't stop at that question. Does it make the Warriors better right now? I want them to get better, but not at the expense of a bunch of other things. And so that's where my question is.
I hear you.
Yeah. I'm also, listen, I think first of all, knockout tournament keyword is coming up in 20 minutes. I want to dig a little deeper into the observation you had about last night, because we started this show off by asking, what do the Warriors do well? And my sort of tongue-in-cheek response was, they're really good at getting talked about. That's what the Warriors are really good at. Your response, and I don't want to, you tell me if I'm using these words incorrectly, but your response was the idea that on an individual basis, what do a lot of the players do well? Play without Steph. A lot of them look different when Steph is not in the game, or not even dressed. And I wonder, let's dig into that a little bit. Did you all see that last night? Do you feel that? Not meaning are the Warriors better without Steph, but player by player, person by person, do they play differently or feel different? And are there just more minutes available without Steph? And therefore, what does that mean for the bigger picture of his future and the young guys? So we can get into all of that. We'll do that next. Your calls are welcome, 888-957-9570. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Grandy in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Schroeder takes a handoff from Podziemski up top, turns Sexton around, and takes the jumper and hits a three. He and Sexton have their own little battle going on right now. Schroeder on the inbounds catches and now gets the ball to Looney by the hash mark. Hield fell down. Schroeder takes a three. It's front rim off the glass and in.
Oh, you love those.
Yeah, softly up there. A soft release gave it a chance to go in. Schroeder backs up with the dribble. Anderson flashes through. Schroeder takes a top of the key three. And his confidence as a Warrior is at its highest peak right now.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well. Dennis Schroeder can play basketball again. What was different?
Steph wasn't on the floor.
Coincidence?
23 points. Most he's ever scored in a Warrior uniform.
Again, this is someone who averaged 18 a night, like a 23-point night for Brooklyn earlier this year. No big deal. That happened all the time.
And only the second time he scored 20 or more with the Warriors. In how many games does he play with the Warriors now?
Gotta be.
Give me one second.
Gotta be 20 by now.
21.
Yeah.
Yep. Second time.
So, I don't know. Like, again, when I think of this, it's like, it's a discussion that has no solution, in my opinion. It has no solution. I've already, before we even started the show, I pulled Lucas aside and I said, hey, Director of Sports, don't you do it. I'm not having a conversation that leads you to put a quote on social media about how the Warriors are better without Steph. I'm not doing it. We're not doing this. Okay? Nope.
You could tweet whatever I say, Lucas.
Yeah, whatever. So there's nothing you can do about this. It's like what Steve Kerr said the other day with the dynasty is going downhill. It's nobody's fault. They checked with the gods and Steph is not allowed to not get older. They checked. The answer was no. He's got to get older. That's being a human being.
Nobody's fault, but you could say there's mistakes.
Not saying they've made every perfect move.
Yeah.
But none of them were, let's make Steph younger. Let's have him stop growing. That never happened, right?
Right.
All right. So I don't think there's any solution here. It's just an observation, and maybe it does help sort of explain some things. You brought it up, and I agree with you. I wonder if some of these players, whether it's because Steph does not present their best style, like Dennis Schroeder, or if Steph is almost so godlike that they just defer to him at such a level, they look for him at such a level that they're not playing free and easy and playing their best basketball. And gosh, who would fit that description? Maybe a Moses Moody, maybe even a Kuminga. But I feel like Jonathan has reached a spot where he's looking for his. But I do wonder if there's, think of this. It used to be these guys are winning championships and you're asking players after the game about each other and they're talking about each other and they're vibing and they're the Warriors and they're the best team in the world. And now you're having an interview with Quentin Post. And the conversation is like, I'm so amazed by Steph Curry and his amazingness. He drove me home the last week one time when there was no other ride from the airport, and what other superstar would do that? He is a godlike figure to these guys.
They grew up watching him.
Right, and we're asking them to go out on the basketball court and be you, dude. Well, no, I can't be me.
You're freaking Steph Curry.
Right.
Take a 35-footer. That's better than a dunk by me.
So how's that affecting this whole thing this year is something I wonder about.
I think so. And when I brought it up, I think for me it was less, although I totally hear what you're saying, and honestly, now that you brought it up, I agree, less about the mindset of individual players, and it was more about the style of, and this is offense specifically, the style of offense that the Warriors run when Steph Curry and Draymond Green are running the show. It's the style they've ran for a decade now. And obviously it's been incredibly successful. One of the more successful decades of basketball in NBA history. They've won 4 championships doing it. but it is a unique style. And every time you get a new person in here, whether it was Dennis Schroeder midseason or it's any offseason acquisition, it's how are you going to adjust to the Warriors style? Can they fit the Warriors style? It's a hard thing to learn. You don't pick it up immediately. It takes time. This also feeds into the conversation of, Steve Kerr doesn't trust the young people because they need to learn how to play in this system. Like, it's not an easy thing to play. It's not what you learn growing up, not what you play in high school, what you play in college. What Steph and Draymond do is so unique that there are few players around the NBA who fit well in that system. And for sure, Kuminga is not one of them. It's not natural for him to fit in that.
Nope.
Schroeder, for sure, is one of them. And I think you can say the same thing for every, young newbie, like Quentin Post, and like Moses Moody when he was first drafted, and like Brandon Pajemski last year, and like even at times Trace Jackson Davis. It's not easy for any of these guys. And when you have a roster that generally is filled with Stephen Curry and Draymond Green, and then a good chunk of youngsters elsewhere, or players like Dennis Schroeder who play an entirely different style, you have a clashing of what works best. And you have Steph and Draymond on one hand on the court often together doing what they do, and then you have three dudes elsewhere who are like, where am I supposed to be? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to be setting the screen? Do I be cutting to the corner? Do I cut back door? Do I come and set a screen for Steph? What am I supposed to do right now?
Or even if they do know what to do, it's not what they do best. Like every coach who I've ever spoken to in the history of my life says the same thing. And it's why sometimes I think we talk about coaches too much. Coaches are important, don't get me wrong. I think that the job they do is very, very tangible. But all a coach can do is put the player in their best position to succeed. That is literally that's as far as they can go. They can call a wonderful play. You go the wrong way, you went the wrong way. And so now we're at a spot, I do think, where that's difficult for the entire Warrior coaching staff, because there are certain players where putting them in their best position to succeed is not putting Steph Curry and the organization in their best position to succeed. And that's the rub. And that's the thing that leads to so many people being like, Steve Kerr hates young people. Well, you can say it that way if you want. I personally think it's absurd. I don't think Steve Kerr hates young people. I don't think Steve Kerr doesn't want young people to succeed. Literally, he has at different times, his job has been dependent on it. Nobody thinks the Warriors win the title 3 years ago without Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. Nobody thinks that. And so those are, especially Jordan, young players who developed under Steve Kerr. Does he hate him? I get what happened next, and it makes people think that. But what I think is happening is it's a little bit more like the whole staff gets put in a spot where there's no good answer, and you have to pick a side. We can go over here and just focus on developing these guys, but that's going to take away from our bread and butter and Steph Curry and his style. It's going to take away from that. Or we can lean into Steph Curry because that's what we've always done, and it's been very successful, and it is going to slow things down a little bit for the young guys, and it is going to frustrate them at times. But that's what we choose. And largely, maybe at least until now, I think that's been the right thing to do. It's a choice that I would have made. I would have made the same choice.
Yeah. How can you blame a coaching staff for being like, we're going to keep putting Steph and Draymond in the best possible place for them? Like that's an easy, it doesn't even take a second to think about making that decision.
But did you translate that to mean, man, they're keeping Kuminga down? Well, that might be a byproduct to a certain degree.
It's not their motivation in making that decision.
It's not what they're trying to do.
Of course not.
Yeah.
That would be malpractice if that was it, and they're not in the business of malpractice. I think that there is, though, specifically with Jonathan Kuminga and also with Dennis Schroeder, there is like a very real, and this is more so about, I think, Kuminga actually. Schroeder does fit in this bucket. And this is maybe what you're getting at least up to this point. There is the reality now where I think the Warriors are looking at the current roster and what they currently have, and this could entirely change if they make a big move at the deadline and the roster changes and you have different players with different skill sets in here, and then maybe you adjust right back. But let's just say this is the roster for the rest of the year. At least largely this is the roster. Kuminga's on it and Schroeder's on it, and you don't have another major scorer added in here, okay? I think it would benefit the Warriors to, at the very least, consider what is best for those other two dudes. Because I think what's best for Steph and what's best for the Warriors now is to find a way to take some of the pressure off of Steph. Because it's just not going to work the way this is. It's what I brought up yesterday to you. Or maybe it was Monday, whichever day it was. Yesterday, I think.
One of those days, yeah.
Like, what the Warriors need in an ideal world, they have someone who can be a number one at times throughout the course of the regular season. Because Steph, as good as he still is, can't do it for 82 anymore. He can do it if you save up his energy. He could do it in a big moment, in a big stretch of games, in a fourth quarter, in a playoff run. There's no doubt he's good enough to do that. But the evidence is right in front of us. He's missing more games because of nagging injuries, which is natural for a 36, nearly 37-year-old. And he's going through stretches like he did in the second half against the Lakers where he's not making a shot, or in the second half against the Kings where he's taking 2 shots because he can't even get a shot up.
Okay.
So if you can just get a little bit of the pressure off of him and lean into somebody else and lean into their strengths at times, I think it ultimately helps Steph, even if maybe on the court in the moment you're not doing what's best to maximize him. You're saving him, thereby maximizing him in the future.
Want to get back to this, but I want you to also look at the clock. Everybody see what time it is? Y'all see what time it is right now?
It's 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. So if you're trying to get into the knockout tournament, I would stay right where you are, okay? All the info is coming. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Bang, it's 4 o'clock. We will be giving you the keyword that you need to claim a spot in the knockout tournament on the Chase Center floor in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, we give you the keyword. Keep on listening. Another knockout spot is about to be given out. What are we at now? 8? 8 people are in?
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah.
8 people are in. This
3 every day for 3 weeks.
3 every day for 3 weeks. Three times, that's 45 people.
Yeah.
This is person number 9.
Out of 45.
Mambo number 9. This is number 9 out of 45 spots. So, yes, you're going to have a bunch of chances today, tomorrow, the day after that, next week, week after that, all of that stuff. So keep on trying. We love you for how hard all of you are trying. You should see the fireworks that go off in here when one of these sounders plays. Just lights are flying up everywhere, the lines, like we see the intensity that you all have, and we love that. And then we're here to tell you, yes, it is worth that. It really is a moment. You will take a moment. I just want to describe this to everybody for a second, because this is true even for all of us. And we get like credentials to these events. But when you just walk out on the floor, don't call now. Stop. Anyway.
We didn't even read the contest number.
I don't even have the keyword, dog. What were you going to say if Steven answered the phone? You're just going to guess an English word? I don't even know what the keyword is yet. But
you could read ahead there and figure it out.
I could look ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, now I do. Anyway, it is a moment. It's really a moment to walk out on that floor. There's nobody in the stands. And you just go stand at center court and look around and breathe it in and do that thing that all of the little people in us used to do, which is just imagine that it is full.
5, 4.
Right, count it down. 3, count it down. The difference this time is if you do that, if you count down from 5 and pretend that you are taking a game-winning shot, Guru will be there to block that shot. He will block your shot. And then he will laugh at you.
And he will get it videotaped, and he will post it on social media multiple times.
You will be on social media forever, and you will not know that he thinks that you were playing one-on-one, and that's it, and that he owns you. That's the way it goes.
There are a lot of cool perks that come with this job. Honestly, the knockout tournament is like my favorite.
Oh, dude, you're shooting the rocket
It's amazing.
You shoot
So
the rocket
much
chase. It's really cool. Very, very, very cool. So it's a pinch me kind of a thing. So we appreciate how hard all of you are trying and want to invite you to keep on trying. And again, you will get this keyword in now about 7 or 8 minutes. Okay, so stay right where you are. Keep on listening for your chance to get into the knockout thing. All right, so back to this Steph Curry conversation. There is one thing, and this isn't to criticize because I don't really know how hard it is, but I will point out that what they said they were going to do, they haven't done yet.
What's that?
Draymond Green said, Dennis Schroeder does not need to adjust to us. We need to adjust to him. Well, you haven't yet. You haven't. And last night was wonderful proof. Wonderful proof of what Dennis Schroeder looks like on a basketball court when he gets to do what he normally does. Now, obviously, we're not saying we want Schroeder to do what he does at the sacrifice of Steph. So what I understand is that this is a very, very difficult needle to thread, where it's like, yes, we want to adjust to Dennis, but we're not going to also then just suddenly make Steph go stand in the corner and wait. However, I think I would argue the Warriors might be served to explore, and maybe they are, the idea of Steph having the ball in his hands a little bit less, having to do a little bit less, having to break down the double team a little bit less. And if that means letting other people kind of do the penetrate and kick and find you for an open jumper type situation, that would probably make sense. So Steph has always been great without the ball. I think I want to see a little bit more of that. I think I want to see a little bit more of Steph Curry on offense off the ball. Because right now, what we're looking at with 5 minutes left to go in these clutch games,
ugly.
He gets the ball over half court, and it feels when you're watching the game like there's 8 people guarding him. And he literally, they're having a hard time even passing the ball around. So it's like, get the ball out of his hands. And if they want to go chase somebody who doesn't even have the ball, I got to think that that's going to open up the floor for other people to get better looks.
Yeah, I think we're at a point where you can ask yourself, what's the most realistic way the Warriors become like a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team, a team that can win a postseason series, given what is on their roster? And if your options are kind of the current route, which is Steph, save us, Steph, go crazy, Steph, go nuclear every night,
right?
Or it's figure out a way to put everyone else in the best position and hope that they improve enough to where they can kind of keep the team afloat, and Steph can still be Steph in moments and in quarters and when you really need him. It seems pretty clear to me that even though, watching some of these players this year, it has been like banging your head against the wall. Like, I know that. But I think that second option, trying to do the most you can to support everybody else and to put the others in the best position to succeed, that feels like by far the likelier scenario.
Yep.
Again, it's nothing against Steph.
No.
It's that right now, no one on the floor aside from Steph is respected or feared a single iota that defenses have to pay any attention to them.
Yeah.
If you could get Wiggins is not actually a great example of this. If you could get Kuminga, and if you could get Schroeder and Moody, who scored double figures in 7 straight games now, whatever the number is, and Pajemski, who looked darn good last night and has looked good since he's returned from his injury in 3 games. If you get those working in unison together more consistently, and then guess what? You're still getting 22 a night from Steph. You're no longer relying on Steph to get 30 and to save you every single night. And then you have a little bit more Steph left over if you make the playoffs.
Look, he's a guy who's averaging 22 a night now. And the top scorers in the NBA are 10 points ahead of him, at least if you want to go all the way to the top. Shai Gilgeous is averaging 32. Giannis is averaging just a shade under 32. Jokic is averaging 30. LaMelo Ball, 28. Kevin Durant, 27. And Tyrese Maxey, 27. Those are your top 6 scorers in the NBA. Steph is not one of those guys anymore. whether it's because of size, age, the teammates, all of the things, whatever. Like, and this is just sort of, I hope that this idea lands. I see Steph more going into kind of what I would refer to as a Darius Garlandville. And Darius is not even, he's not option 1 on his team. He's option 1A, 1B-ish. He averages a couple points less per game than Donovan Mitchell. But he is still the ball handler. The ball is in his hands. He is actually averaging just a couple of shots per game less than Donovan Mitchell. But he's like someone they're going to rely on, but it's not all the focus on him. So it's a little bit more of an opportunistic way about going to the basket instead of just like, here's the ball, work really hard, and see if you can get your shot. I do think there is a measure of trust that maybe, and understandably, the top-level Warriors don't have with regard to their teammates and their process.
No doubt.
There's not a, like, I'm going to pass the ball here, and I'm going to go run off of a screen, and I'm going to trust that this offense is going to lead back to me or to the bucket, the same way it did if you were passing the ball to Andre Iguodala over there as opposed to Moses Moody.
Oh, and also KD was on the floor.
Yes.
And Prime Clay was on the floor.
That's silly. That's obvious, but it's more conceptual and like the approach of how do you view Steph? Because as you said, hero ball? No. Like it's not there. It's not there anymore.
Hero ball with this roster wouldn't work for 27-year-old Steph.
Yep.
Let alone 36-year-old Steph.
Correct.
And like if there is, and I think to your point, the perfect example of that like decision that maybe goes on in Steph's head over a split second, it's the shot at the end of the Sacramento game last week. Down by 2, a minute and a half left. The team's been scoreless for like 2.5 or 3 minutes. You get across half court, you see the double team coming off of the pick and roll. Steph's like, well, you know what? We haven't been getting good looks. I'm going to take the 3 here from 30-plus feet out. And it almost goes in. That speaks to Steph's greatness.
Yep.
But it's Steph saying, and then you pointed this out the next day, it's Steph saying, I don't trust the rest of this unit to get a better opportunity than this.
Okay. We've arrived at the time. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also, I want to shake it up a little bit. 888-957-9570 is the number. And would love to do a temperature check on all of you Bay Area sports fans. Because I was thinking about this today. A little bit of a rough patch. I don't know if everybody noticed. The Eagles are about to play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. The Warriors are struggling to beat the Jazz and their 500 basketball team that is out of the playoffs currently. And don't get me started about the fact that the Dodgers have signed 47 free agents for $3 billion. At least that's what it feels like in the last 14 days, while the Giants are like,
hey, they made a move today.
Yeah, they did. Huge trade to clear money. And the Giants are over here like, hey, Justin Verlander's not 43 yet. So how about him? So the Dodgers run baseball. The Chiefs and Eagles run football. And the Warriors are double-digit underdogs at home in a couple hours. So, like, A, how you doing? And B, we want to throw out a narrative for each team.
Okay.
And then y'all can weigh in on if this is a fair take or not. Because these are the things we hear a lot about those 3 teams. And we'll throw that at you here coming up next. But most importantly, immediately coming up next, here comes the key word. The key word you need to win your way into the knockout tournament. Coming up next immediately. So stay right here. Keep it locked to Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, it's Quinton Post. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, QP. Let's not mess around. Let's do this right away. I know what y'all waiting for. Okay?
Give me the keyword.
It's keyword time. Keyword time. Want to play knockout with us? You want to have that moment? You want to stand at center court at Chase Center, look around, and then right as you grab one of the basketballs out of our rack, you can head right over there and pretend you are winning a game for the Warriors with a pull-up three, only to have Guru come out of nowhere and swat your shot.
No.
No.
Honestly, one of the coolest parts about this, I mean, it's obvious, but like shooting the actual NBA game regulation basketball
is crazy, man. There are moments where it feels like a medicine ball, for crying out loud. But when that first one goes in and you're like, I just scored at Chase Center.
Such a sweet feeling.
It's fun. So here we go, okay? Today's keyword is hoop. That's it. The keyword is hoop. So now you've got the word. And sometime in the next 25 minutes, you are going to hear, don't call now. You're going to hear this sounder.
Oh, give him a sec.
Lucas. Talk about choking on the open net. Don't call now.
The next time you hear
that. But the next time you hear that sounder, hopefully there'll be no breaking news between now and then, because if there is, you're going to hear the sounder. But anyway, when you hear the sounder again, that's your cue to call the contest line.
Everyone is calling now.
Stop calling. You're all wrong. And I'm going to jot all your names down and disqualify you. Stop calling. Man, y'all are like dogs. You're just like, treat? Did someone say treat? Chill. Not now. Not now.
Soon.
Okay? You've got the keyword. The keyword is hoop. And the contest line is 415-523-4652. Apparently, some of you already know that.
A lot of other people were calling our normal call-in line, too.
Some of you are calling 888-957-9570, and that really gets me upset.
Oh, you could call, but you just aren't going to win that way.
Maybe they all wanted to take a shot at Mark Grandy for all of his takes this week. Who knows?
Maybe.
Anyway, the word is hoop. The contest line is 415-523-4652. The next time you hear those horns, you're ready to go. Save the number, save the word. 415-523-4652, and the word is hoop. When you hear that sounder again, the first person to call in, get answered, and correctly give the keyword, you are winner number 9 on your way into the knockout tournament. So please keep listening. It is coming very, very soon. Okay? All right.
Got it.
That is your assignment. And I know that all of you are going to fail because we have turned our lines off, and we know that a bunch of you are calling right now. And the reason that you're getting busy signal is because we have turned the lines off because you are all misbehaving. Okay?
Just keep listening. You'll be fine.
Take it from someone with 3 kids. Okay? When my son looked at me last week, yes, Dad, I brushed my teeth. Then why is your toothbrush bone dry?
You're like the official Sean Hockley in that Eagles Commanders game from over the weekend. Yes. If this behavior continues,
can we play that again? I want to hear Sean Hockley wag that finger at the Washington Commanders. If this behavior continues, we are canceling the knockout tournament.
Whoa!
If this continues, if you people, you keep this crap up, we're canceling the whole thing. We're going home, and you are going to write on a piece of paper 100 times, I will not call before the sounder. I will not call before the play it, Lucas.
Mike, how close can they put this ball to the goal line at this point?
Well, interestingly enough, you got a situation here. If these are deliberate, and you heard Sean Hockley say that it could lead to an unsportsmanlike conduct call, it could also lead to awarding a score if it happens multiple times like this. We'll hear what Sean has to say.
Encroachment, defense number 93. Washington has been advised that at some point the referee can award a score if this type of behavior happens again. For now, it's a replay of second down.
Mike, that's unbelievable.
Oh, gosh, it is, other than giving him the business, I think it is one of my top 2 favorite things a referee has ever said. Oh, my gosh. If this type of behavior happens again, oh, my God, he threatened him. He threatened him right in the middle of the field. So, same thing for all of you people calling right now. This keeps up. We're going to jot your numbers down. We are going to come to your house, and we're going to wag our fingers directly in your face. So, stop it. But one of you is going to win your way in. Coming up here real soon. So, hey, what about this? What about this? And this you can call, but you have to call the regular line, and then you talk on the radio. Not win anything. All you win is a beautiful conversation with 2 people named Mark. One of them is spelled correctly. Anyway.
And one of them, yeah.
888-957-9570. Take your pick. But if I threw out these narratives, because I do think we're going through it a little bit right now. I also think we deserve it. And here's what I mean by that. Hey, Bay Area sports fan, it's been a decade of fat and happy. Now, if you're a huge 49er fan, that might make you mad.
Decade and a half.
Yeah, this has been a decade and a half of fat and happy. I would argue sometimes a little unappreciative, where you just kick your feet up at the beginning of the year and you're like, so, are we going to be good or really good? And I know the Giants have had some annoying seasons. The 49ers have had injury-riddled seasons, major disappointment at the end of Super Bowls. But the 49ers have been to the Super Bowl. If you go decade and a half, they've been to the Super Bowl 3 times. The Warriors have 4 rings. The Giants have 3 rings. Holy crap. And now we're sitting here in 2025 going, the Warriors are double-digit underdogs in their own building. They're 500. The 49ers went 6-11 and have a good draft pick. And the San Francisco Giants are watching the Dodgers literally clown the entire sport. So, and I'll ask you this, how you feeling?
Not great.
What word would you use?
Frustrated.
Okay.
Frustrated.
I bet that's the number one answer on the board. Right?
I remember during the peak of tail end of the Giants winning titles, you could go as far as like 2016 when they were still a quality team. Warriors were obviously very, very good at that point. Niners were not good at that point. But I remember my frustration during like the peak of Bay Area sports, like 2014-ish, probably 2015-ish. It was, man, no matter what happens, all 3 of these teams can't be great at once. We never had a year where they were all great at once. And now it's, they're all average at best.
They're all average, but it feels sort of momentary.
Yes.
I would argue.
The Niners are like much closer to anything than the other 2.
Yeah, I think that a calm thinking 49er fan is not like overly freaking out by any stretch. They're still doing their thing, and there's a avenue there for them to be very, very good next year. I don't know if they will be, but that avenue exists. The San Francisco Giants feel like I feel like that's the team that has the most rational anger for a fan. Like, to me, that's the team where a fan can legitimately be like, yo, what are you doing? Now, the Dodger thing is not necessarily the Giants' fault. It's actually not. It's not the Giants' fault at all. I think you could ask why the Giants haven't done more of the same. Why aren't they doing some of the things the Dodgers are doing? So this whole, like, they let the Dodgers do this. Well, they didn't let the Dodgers do it. I mean, baseball let the Dodgers do it. And then the Dodgers did it. So the question for the other teams is, why aren't you also?
The Dodgers add to my frustration But in terms of my frustration for the Giants, it has nothing to do with the Dodgers.
Oh, let's explore that in a second. But you agree with me that of the three teams, that should have the most uncomfortable fan base.
Yeah.
Of the three. The Warriors is the one for me. I'll just be straight real with y'all. I do not get your anger. I don't even understand it.
Yeah, you're good with an average basketball team,
No,
huh?
I'm not. I'm understanding that there was no way around this. There's no way around this. But to me, the order of anger is Giants, Niners, Warriors. That's the order of anger. The Giants, there are real questions with the way that everything's been constructed, with what's happened currently with the farm system, which is suddenly cratered down to a guy. His name is Bryce. That's it. He's the farm
Save
system.
us.
Right?
You're our only hope.
Boy, you want to talk about an uncomfortable situation where you're like, okay, buddy, you're it, and you're 20. Hi, take over the organization. Good Lord, that's not the way to do it. Meanwhile, the Dodgers have 17 players literally that they're counting on that they just signed within the last 3 weeks. So that's number one. Number two is the Niners, because it was just so, whether you understand it, whether you give it a pass, like, my God, what an incredibly disappointing season. It to the point of confusion. And I don't understand how they ended up 6-11. That's crazy.
Even on top of that season, it is frustration to the level of you have been so close so many times,
right.
and you haven't come through.
Yes.
Like, honestly, the 6-11 season is what it is, and it was frustrating, and it was terrible, and the experience was horrible, and it was not fun for almost any moment. Not denying that. My Niners frustration is more so like, you should have at least a Super Bowl by now.
Yes, and I'll add in, especially for those who are your generation and younger.
Never experienced
You've
it.
never seen the Niners win a Super Bowl. You've recently seen the other two win a lot. The Warriors is the one where I look at it and I don't want to be flippant about it, but what the hell did y'all think was going to happen? Like, I don't know. Do you watch the NBA? You go through a period of dominance, then you stop. That's it. End of the book. It's got 2 chapters. It happened and it stopped. That's it.
They had a unique opportunity that not many dynasties have.
Did they?
Yes.
How?
They had a number 2 overall draft pick.
Correct, but
not many dynasties have that opportunity.
Okay, it's a fair point, but even if they nail that pick, I don't think they're suddenly sitting here in the 2 seed right now. Like, that's a pick. Like, to just look at it and be like, it's a pick, so make another dynasty out of it, or even make a champion out of it. Like, come on.
Yeah, you're asking to follow up incredible drafting with another, but like that is, I think, where some of the frustration begins. And you had a unique opportunity to add on and to extend. And to be fair, they still won in 2022, but that draft pick had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Correct.
And I'm with you. Like, in terms of frustration, the Warriors are third on my list as well. But you said earlier, it's no one's fault individually. And I think some people would disagree with you. I know where you're coming from. It does not mean that there have been decisions that were not correct.
Of course not.
Or that there are not people without fault entirely.
I don't ever think that's the case. Like, I don't know about you or how anyone else. I show up to the event thinking that there's going to be some misses here.
Yeah,
you're going to mess up a draft pick here and there. You're going to have a signing that doesn't work out. You know, like, you're going to get Devondre Campbell, and you're going to be like, hey, that guy's done some good things in this league. Oh, my God. You did what?
You're going to sign Javon Hargrave to the richest contract in that free agency cycle.
You are going to mess up. Bill Belichick messed up. Bill Parcells messed up. Bill Walsh messed up. Everyone named Bill and everyone not named Bill.
You're going to trade DeForest Buckner and pick Javon Kinlaw.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I'd be done getting people named Javon to be defensive line, but that's me, right? You're going to draft a kicker in the 3rd round and then keep telling us that he's going to be good. Whatever, you're going to mess up. The idea is to not mess up constantly or consistently, or at least mix in a bunch of wins too. I mean, we can go through all the draft picks in the Steph, Clay, and Dre era, and we've all forgotten them because we don't care. But, like, there are a bunch of misses in there too.
Yeah, and the difference between, say, the Giants and the Warriors is, Warriors last 2.5 years-ish have been a 500 team, a little better. Last year they were over 500. This year they're 500. Giants for like the last 3 years have been painfully average, right around 500.
Well, and the Giants, I'll add to that, which is that the Warriors, even when frustrating and not exactly where you want them to be, has been a very entertaining product.
Yes.
The Giants have turned their back on entertainment in the Farhan Zaidi era.
And the difference between the Giants 500 and the Warriors 500 is the Warriors 500, as you just said, comes off the heel of 4 championships led by a group that is still in the building, which has earned at least a little bit of leeway from fans, you would think. Meanwhile, no one in that Giants front office currently has earned and no one in the front office last year either earned any sort of leeway because that group didn't really accomplish much besides 107 wins and not winning a playoff series.
I've jotted down a line that encompasses, I think, the number one criticism that I hear for each of the 3 teams. And the question will be fair or unfair. Okay? Let me throw these at you.
So I'm saying fair or unfair?
Right. As are all of you.
Okay.
You can tweet, you can text 888-957-9570. The number one sort of like controversial narrative that I hear about these 3 teams as we go through these struggles. Okay? The one for the Golden State Warriors, which got mentioned about a half hour ago, is Steve Kerr hates young people. Is this a fair or an unfair narrative?
I would say unfair, but there's a lot of missing context. Steve Kerr doesn't hate young people because they're young people. He tends to avoid playing young people because generally young people aren't ready to play the kind of basketball Steve Kerr likes to play.
Okay, so then I would follow up with the question of, is that not fair considering the context of the organization the last handful of years?
Oh, I meant unfair as in that narrative's unfair.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But so by extension, because you're saying it's an unfair narrative, but he does hold young people back.
There is some truth in it, but he doesn't hate young people because they're young people.
Right. But like to me, so we go with that context, yes, you're right. There has been some slow pace to the development of certain players, but to me, I would say for an understandable reason. For an understandable reason. I do not look back on this and go, Steve, you messed up because you this, that, the other with the young players. When we go through each given year and think about where you were in that moment, what did the organization want to do in that moment, what did they think was realistic in that moment. So you won a title 3 years ago. The following year after that, did you or did you not still think you were like a contender?
You thought you were a contender.
Okay. You made the conference semifinals to Game 6. That
was where this conversation began the most.
Agreed.
Because it was Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome.
And Klay Thompson going brick, 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 brick. Okay. So then the conversation starts, and last season unfolds with all of its bumps and bruises and Draymond suspensions. You win actually more games than you did the year before, but you missed the playoffs entirely. Is the thought there in that moment that the franchise should have known that Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and still Klay Thompson should have been sort of ushered to the bench a little bit more in favor of development?
I don't think it's ever been Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and the Klay Thompson half of it really only happened last year, as I remember. It was, again, going back 2 years ago when it was Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome playing over Kuminga and Moody. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want of Kuminga and Moody 2 years ago. I don't ever view it as someone else should have been playing over Steph and Draymond and Klay. Maybe Klay a little bit at times last year, but it was never about less Steph and less Draymond and less Klay. It was these others who we don't really know, who haven't proven anything in the NBA, but who are older and played 4 years of college and maybe have some time in the G League. instead of our prized young lottery picks.
By the way, quick aside, does anybody want to think about what Ty Jerome is doing now in the NBA?
He's having a hell of a career or a hell of a season with the Cavs.
Averaging 11 points a game, 3.5 assists per game, 1.2 steals per game.
I think went off for like 30 the other day.
He is a true rotational piece on a phenomenal team.
Yeah.
So anyway, you throw that in there.
Anthony Lamb out of the league.
Yeah, of course. And then there's this year where I would argue that while I still hear people going, dude, play the young people. I'm like, he is.
More so lately.
Yeah, he is.
Kuminga was 20 minutes one night, 15 the other, 22, and then back to 13.
Right, and I still do, while I understand that, I understand the frustration there, some of that is, over the last few years, some of it's on Jonathan. Right? We had, which assistant coach was it who came on? I can't remember, who was like, Jonathan, when he started scoring at a level of 18 a night in the NBA, he completely stopped playing defense.
I believe it was Ron Adams.
That's right. It was Ron Adams. He's he just stopped. He stopped. We couldn't put him on the floor anymore. So some of it, not all of it, some of it I think is on Jonathan. Here, Jay in Oakland wants to weigh in real quick. Hey, Jay, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, first of all, love the show, as always, and I think you guys are hitting on some great points. I kind of see things differently as far as pecking order of level of disappointment with Bay Area teams. I would say number 1 is the Warriors, number 2 is the Niners, and then number 3 is the Giants.
That's an interesting list. Why?
Well, let me start at number 3. Number 3, the Giants, I mean, let's keep it real. They're irrelevant, so who cares? It's like the old saying, lower your standards so you won't be disappointing. I don't know anyone who has high hopes or standards for the Giants, so how can you really be disappointed with the Giants?
I guess that's kind of the point.
3.
That's the point for some people, Jay, is that we want to have expectations of the Giants. We should be able to have expectations for the Giants. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I mean, what have the Giants done in the last 7 years that give you high hopes? I mean, that's just my thought.
Yep.
But number, is because the last 5, 6, 7 years, the 49ers have been loaded. I mean, the roster have been completely loaded, and they've fallen short. So, I mean, obviously that's disappointing. You would think a team that as talented as the Niners have been the last couple of years would achieve. I mean, they got to the mountaintop, but they didn't really win it all. So I would say that the 49ers for that reason. And then number 1, I would say the Warriors are probably the most disappointing, is because we've seen that this current organization, this current leadership, brainstorm the architect of the Warriors dynasty. And it's kind of disappointing you look at the Warriors, what direction are they going in, for the future? I don't see a clear direction for the Warriors. And I think that's kind of disappointing because we had trust in Lightyear Joey. So, yeah, that's my list.
Jay, thanks. That's really interesting. We can kind of respond to that coming up next. I don't know if they're interested in laying out a direction for the future yet. And maybe you can criticize them for that. I think they're still very much living in the now. Should they be? I don't know. But let's talk that out. Warriors and Thunder tonight. Evan Giddings will be along at 6 for Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Stream Sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Of the 3 teams and their current disappointment, what is your list on the most disappointing, or where your anger is the most? We'll keep taking your calls on that at 888-957-9570. Oh, I'd listen for that sounder real soon on Willard and Dibbs.
Pajemski fakes, then throws it over the top to Anderson. Surprising Tom. Gets the ball to
surprise me.
Moody. Moody for three, and Moody is just locked in right now. Playing the best basketball of his NBA career. Moses Moody has 9 points, 39-29. Warrior lead is 10. Smashback might be better. Moody off a screen, hits a three. Moses Moody with the biggest shot of the night. He's got 14 points on 4 of 9 shooting. And now Sexton with a blow-by to the rim. Goes up, blocked by Moody. Looney gets it. Moody steps around George and feeds ahead to Santos. Left corner, Pajemski takes the three. Good! 10-point lead for the Dubs and a timeout for Utah.
I feel like I'm kind of doing the same stuff, from 2 to 4. We pretty much do the same stuff out there. So this familiar position, that's more so just who you're guarding, I guess. But we run the same stuff. I'm in the same spot. We really just match up depending on who on the floor. So it's not like a set thing every time. I really don't feel much of a change from when I've been quote unquote playing. Like it's just the same stuff. Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I love listening to Moses Moody talk. I don't know what it is about his voice.
He's got a great voice.
He's got a great voice. It's just
real
kinda,
smooth.
Yep, it makes me smile. Plus, he calls Dibbs Dib. You ever notice that? Like, there's only one of them.
You're listening to Willard and Dibbs.
That's
Dub
right.
Nation is Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
There's a
Bay Area is Moses Moody. I like your picks. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It's in there.
Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink.
Yeah, it's in there. It was subtle. He kind of rolls over it.
It was quiet, the first one.
Yeah. I wish there were multiple Dibs with the way he picks games. We'd make that much more money. Anyway.
Moses Moody, double digits in 7 straight games.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
11, 13, 13, 11, 16, 10, 15.
He can play, man. He can play. And
shooting the ball pretty well.
Yeah. I think that for the 833rd time, let me be someone to say, I really hope that his minutes continue even when others get healthy.
Let's see here.
But we shall see.
7 games, he is shooting 46% from deep.
Oh, damn.
In these 7 games.
Oh, damn. That's
50% from the field and 46.3 from downtown.
That is strong. And sometimes, like last night and tonight, he shoots the ball at Chase Center, which is something that one of you might do in a little bit. I was like, you got it, right? You got it? You understand? Are you listening?
You guys know what that means, right?
Okay, that's the sounder. All you got to do is call the contest line right now, 415-523-4652. First person to give us the correct keyword on the contest line is in the knockout tournament, Chase Center floor, March 3rd. Contest line, 415-523-4652. Call now. Best of luck. If you don't get in, got good news. We're doing it every day. Morning, noon, and night. Every day. Rest of this week, next week, and the week after that. Your next chance to win will, of course, be on the roast tomorrow morning in the 8 a.m. hour. But you'll have another chance in the noon hour and always in the 4 o'clock hour here on Willard and Dibbs. So good luck to each and every one of you. And a hearty thank you from all of us here at 95.7 The Game, not only for listening. Oh, darn it. I was about to say, because everyone calling is actually calling the contest line. And right as I said that, someone called 888-957-957.
Well, maybe they just want to talk about Moses Moody.
Maybe they want to talk about Moody. You're welcome to do that. But anyway, so Warriors and Thunder tonight, we will be counting you down. Plus, as soon as that contest has kind of like figured itself out for the day, we'll tell you about the other contest that we're running right now, which is absolutely out of this world.
Absurd.
It is just crazy. So we'll tell you about that in just a few. All right. Back to the conversation we were having with regard to the struggles right now of Bay Area sports and the 3 teams we talk about the most. One of them is a double-digit dog in their own building tonight. The other one went 6-11 when they were a Super Bowl favorite. And the other one watches their rival become literally the most expensive, epic thing that the sport has ever known. So with all of those as the backdrop, we were kind of laying this out in a couple of ways. A, from first to third, which do you find to be the most disappointing or frustrating right now? And for me, big picture, I made the statement. I think the Giants fan base is allowed to be the most upset and angry right now based on the conceptual way that they've approached this, based on what they've allowed to happen to their farm system, based on all of the free agent misses, based on the fact that they've sort of just blown off the idea of entertainment the last 5 years. I think that the Buster Posey thing puts them absolutely on the right track, but we'll see. But that fan base probably has the most right to be like, hey, what gives? The 49er fan base, to me, is second, and that's due to the fact that this was just so epically disappointing. However, most years in the last handful of years have been a very good football team. Yes, maddening that they haven't won the last game, but very, very competitive and right there. And then for me, I said it earlier, I don't even understand the Warrior anger. I get why it's like, damn it, I wish it was different right now. But I just look at the Warriors and I'm like, well, yeah. So we've arrived at 2025. Steph's about to turn 37. What exactly did we think was supposed to happen after 4 rings and a decade and a half of dominance? Sure, you can make some different moves, but I don't know. This just feels the most understandable to me.
I hear you. I think our caller before we went to break, though, brought up a good point. And if you want to join the conversation, you can call 888-957-9570. Just be patient because we got to clear up the contest, and then we will answer your call. But you can call and join this conversation. Our caller on the other side essentially brought up the idea of expectation, and that may be shifting his view on this. And it is an interesting angle to this, Willard, because whether or not it is the way it should be, the way it should feel, the Giants essentially have done a pretty good job of making it so their fans don't have a lot to look forward to and a lot of expectation. And maybe there's a group of us out there who are kind of, forgetting what it's like to have a great baseball team, or to have one that's incredibly entertaining and one that you want to tune in for 162 games every single year. I know you are a diehard and you watch the majority of games. By the time August and September rolls around, it's hard for me to sit down and watch 3 hours of Giants baseball the last 3 years.
It absolutely was last year. While you're saying this, let me throw something into the party because it's brand spanking new and it's courtesy of Bags based off of this Giants trade that happened today. And if you're just joining us, they sent Taylor Rogers to the Reds for a prospect. And there were a lot of people that were like, ooh, that clears $12 million.
Ooh, time to make a move.
Hey, they're rearranging things here so they can pow.
Pete Alonso, 1+1.
Andy Baggerly tweets, just talked to Buster Posey, says that he hated breaking up the Rogers twins, but they wanted to create chances for younger arms in the pen. Doesn't sound like there are any plans to reinvest the money that San Francisco saved. And by the way, it's only half of the $12 million because the Reds are only going to pick up half of Taylor Rogers' salary. Quote, we'll keep looking. I will say we feel pretty set with the roster the way it is right now. Now, I can read that one of two ways. I can take that as, look, Buster is saying that for a reason, which means he's setting expectations low. And as a fan, I can hope for you're trying to underpromise and overdeliver because the Giants have kind of done the opposite in the Farhan Zaidi era. Or I can take from that, like he's saying that for a reason, and the reason is that he means it. Yeah. It's disappointing. And I say that even with the Adames signing is exactly what Giants fans, I think, are hoping for. I don't know how the guy's going to play, but that is an exciting signing. And so that's wonderful. The Verlander thing is a mixed bag to me. Big name. I get why you do it. He's 42 years old. Good God. But it feels like more needs to happen. And I do wonder if it's not on the trade market. And that's why they're going to be very, very coy about it. Maybe that's the case. But maybe it is nothing. And by the way, there have been a couple signings in the last 2 weeks that if Farhan were the one making them, people would be honking horns in the street going, oh my God, you're doing crap on the margins again.
He's at it again.
But Buster is the one who just acquired Jake Lamb, who hit 30 home runs checks notes 6 years ago and hasn't been able to hit a baseball since. And Joey Lucchesi, who 6 years ago was a big prospect in the Padres organization, but has only proven to be kind of odd and inconsistent in recent years. Very Farhan-esque moves, but they're not being made by Farhan. They're being made by Buster Posey.
So we're all okay with them. I mean,
more so, yeah.
Given the team right now, like, I'm okay with riding with Tyler Fitzgerald as your second baseman. He seems to deserve a shot. I don't feel great about Mike Yastrzemski being an everyday outfielder again, but seems like that's what's going to happen. I don't feel great about Lamont Wade and Wilmer Flores as a platoon at first base.
Nope.
And the pitching staff, you're going to have to rely on a bunch of people who have never done it before.
Yep.
And it could turn out good. It could turn out terrible.
And the middle of the order is only legit if Elliot Ramos does it again.
Yes.
If Ramos does it again and you can offer Adames and Chapman and Ramos, that's an actual middle of the order.
And you hope Jung-Hoo Lee is who we thought he was going to be.
Absolutely.
You know who Chapman is? He's probably going to hit like 240 and hit 23 bombs. And you need support around him, and hopefully you have that.
Yeah. So, okay.
But when it comes to the expectations conversation, the Giants have done a great job of just putting out every Giants fan's flame over the last handful of years. So if we're coming from a position of expectations, it's, well, I've survived without the Giants. Maybe I can keep surviving without the Giants. It's been the Warriors that have kept me going, and now I'm without the Warriors as well.
I think, look, by nature, especially in 2025, the sports are also part of this. Baseball, and I've said this many times, even though I love it to death, it's a much more passive watch. It's not as emotional of a sport, even for those of us who love it, because it comes at you constantly. You can go on a 3-game losing streak, and you're like, whatever, like there's another game tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like a 3-game losing streak for the 49ers feels like death among us. Like it's a 4-week hack through awfulness. It happened last year in the Super Bowl year when they went 5-0 and lost 3 in a row and had a bye week. And people were like, losing it. You do that in baseball. It's like, oh, the Yankees were in town this weekend, and you're right back on it on the horse on Monday morning. So it's a totally different experience that I think brings out a less emotional reaction. And the Warriors are somewhere in the middle of all of that, I would argue. And so I think that's a piece of this, to feel more disappointment in the sports where there's a more emotional reaction and you've got name value that we're talking about. The 49ers and Warriors have name value and the expectations that come with that. And I mean that even from their coaches, right? You got Steve Kerr, Kyle Shanahan, big name players right beneath them and like a track record. The Giants are like, you know what I mean? Like Bomel's here.
He's a good manager.
And yeah, Bomel's here, and like, let's get to know these young guys. And is Jordan Hicks going to be a starter or a reliever? Like, it's just a completely different experience. So,
the face of the Giants franchise is their president of baseball operations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But he's not going to play.
Yeah. He's not
going to hit the ball.
That's the state of the Giants.
Yeah.
Is the most prominent face of the team isn't playing.
Well, actually, the worst thing that you can, it's the worst and best thing that you could say about an organization, and it's been true, I'd say, from the moment they stopped winning their rings, maybe certainly from the moment Buster Posey left, for sure, the most popular face of the organization is actually two people. It's their broadcasters. That's awesome and terrible.
It should not be the case.
At the same time.
You want to have a great couple of broadcasters, but you do not want that to be the face of the franchise.
Love them to the end, but like, what are they doing in the bottom of the ninth other than saying funny stuff?
Yeah. So, I also think the Giants example is like the Warriors end of dynasty, fast forward like 8 years from now, or maybe even more, maybe 10 years from now. And you hope you're in a better position than the Giants are in. Because the Giants, we can all look back on it now, when they re-signed Belt and they re-signed Crawford, those two did not live up to those contracts. okay, whatever, but they were franchise legends. You wanted it to happen. And then you hire Farhan, or in the process, before that you hire Farhan, and you had the promise of, okay, it's probably going to be a couple of lean years, but you're going to retool in the farm system. You're going to build through the farm. You're going to build from the bottom up, and then you're going to start replenishing the system over and over and over again. And you fast forward to the end of the Farhan era, and you're still one of the worst farm systems in baseball. And you just hope, which is what so much of the Warriors conversation is about, life after Steph. It's why I think there's so many people, Guru included, hung up on Kuminga, because they don't want to be so terrible once Steph retires. And you hope by the time you get to a similar spot that the Giants are currently in after their era of dominance, like fast forward for the Warriors 8 years from now, you hope that they found their next one yet. The Giants definitely have not found their next one yet. And so it's interesting to compare where those two teams are and where they might be, because the Giants certainly haven't been able to get back on the wagon as quickly as you felt that they might be able to, and the Warriors are staring that problem directly in the eyes too.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, more on this in a sec. A couple things to get to. First of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, congrats, Caleb in Livermore. We see you, we hear you, we thank you.
Way to go,
Caleb. Thank you for listening, and congratulations. We will see you at the Knockout Tournament March 3rd. He is our 9th winner, but that means that there are 36 more spots to go. Starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. and noon tomorrow, 4 p.m. hour. That's when you listen each and every day to win your way in. So again, tomorrow and Friday, and then for 2 more weeks running every day, right here on 95.7 The Game.
So we've got 20% of our contestants.
Nice math. Good job. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
nerd.
Exactly. I know, right?
I got to fill Dibs' shoes, you know?
Good
He's
Lord.
the math guy.
What are you, Cliff Clavin over there? Certain listeners got that joke. Steiny and Goo, if you're listening, hey, how you doing? Anyway, and then there's this. Don't forget the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, which is already well underway. And you should get in on this right now, and there's plenty of time, and wait till you hear this prize. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So you get to go and bring 3 guests of your choosing. You get the plane flight, you get the hotel, and you go to Las Vegas. And then when you get there, each of you and each guest, get $5,000.
Oh, my God.
So that is a total of $20,000. Pocket cash. Boom. That's simple. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. And I know what your next thing is. How do I win that? Literally, all you got to do is listen. That's it. But you got to download the free Odyssey app and do it there. Okay, so go to the Odyssey app, you log in, you listen each day, and the second that you have listened for at least 1 hour, you are automatically entered for that day. And you can do it again the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. Every day, you get your daily entry by logging in and listening for a minimum of 1 hour each day. It's a national contest. Download the Odyssey app right now, and you could be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000.
If there's a city to have $20,000 in, Vegas is one of the top ones.
That's strong. The other thing you might do, I don't know if you're allowed to do this, is this within the contest rules? You arrive in Vegas, you get the $20,000, you turn around, you go home.
Just to make sure you leave with $20,000.
You're like, I don't want the next night in the hotel. I would like to go home with $20,000.
There's too many things pulling me in different directions here.
A lot of distraction going on up in this piece.
Just to make sure I'm responsible, let's just leave.
How funny would that be? What are you gonna do with the $20,000?
Go home.
Go to the airport and change my flight to now. You can do that.
I'm gonna deposit it into my bank account.
Oh gosh, that's funny. Anyway, so as we're talking through that list and the disappointment level, Giants, Niners, Warriors right now, and sort of how you rank it, we're also throwing out the narratives that we, at least, I don't know if you feel I'm hitting on this, but this is what I hear the most in terms of criticism with regard to the organization. And I know there's some ones that, when we say Steve Kerr hates young people, It's kind of borrowing Dibbs' line. I think the other one, Steve Kerr and his rotations, all of these things. And we're kind of playing like fair or unfair. Let's go to the other two. I'll tease the Giants one. The Giants one is easy. The Giants are cheap. So, okay, fair or unfair. What about the 49ers, though? And am I accurate that this is maybe the one that you'd hear the most? Kyle Shanahan's too conservative. Kyle Shanahan's got no guts.
Yeah, it's up there.
And is that fair?
I think it's fair. I think so.
Please explain.
I think Kyle Shanahan is far too safe as a head coach. It's obviously one thing when you have an incredible team, like say they did last year, and you're dominating almost everybody you play, and you're up big, and you're trying to protect the lead. I think it's gotten to a point where he does that too often, and maybe it's through, again, his own success as a coach, where he's fallen into this trap where being safe is how you win football games. But you're not always in a position where you have a big lead and you have something big to protect. And I think it would be better if you get into the mindset of risk-taking isn't bad. There are times to take risks because the reward is pretty darn high if it pays off. I think it's what a lot of the best teams in the league right now are going for. It's what the Chiefs do better than almost anybody.
Washington did it big time down the stretch.
And it was a big reason why they got to the NFC Championship game.
Detroit does it a lot as well, and I wouldn't say that was, last year I felt like it was their undoing. This year,
they also rode that to the NFC Championship game last year, and they won the division with it, and were the 1 seed with it this year. And obviously, they have a ton of talent, and it's not just going forward on 4th and 7 because they're a bad team. Not going to pay off that way. Obviously, you have to have a good team. I think in general, Kyle Shanahan gets too conservative in moments. He gets too scared about making a backbreaking mistake that he misses out on opportunities to, score more points or to win a football game instead of hoping that nothing goes wrong the rest of the way and that they hold on. They get a lead, and this happened with Sean McDermott for the Bills against the Chiefs. They got a 1-point lead in the fourth quarter, and they were just praying for dear life they could keep the ball away from Patrick Mahomes. And 4th and 1, we're going to call a quarterback sneak, even though it hasn't been working. And I know going for it on 4th down is actually kind of aggressive.
Yep, and don't forget, they got it.
They did. The time before, they fumbled it, and they happened to recover it very luckily. I think there's, especially when you're going up against a team like the Chiefs and Mahomes, some kind of juggernaut, you need to take some chances to knock that team off their high horse. And I don't think Kyle Shanahan does that nearly enough.
I'm going to buy a piece of your argument. I'm also going to, I love this text we just got from 408 as far as what's that sentence that people say about the 49ers? And maybe he or she, whoever texted in, just did it maybe a little bit better than I did. Shanahan can't win the big one. And these are all related. They're all related. Like the concept we're talking about is this Kyle Shanahan, while I think everyone, at least I would hope, at a fundamental level, you realize that this is a good, successful head coach in the NFL, but are there warts that are preventative in some sort of a way? And I know there's some of you that don't even agree with my premise that Kyle Shanahan is a really good, successful head coach. I find it to be inarguable. We've talked to, there's a numbers, and who was the defensive coordinator who we talked to recently who was absolutely, unequivocally, the hardest offense to get ready for on a week in and week out basis is Kyle Shanahan. It wasn't on our show. I think it was on McAfee, but somebody came on and said that. Still to this day, I can't remember. But bottom line is, whether that matters to you or not, maybe it doesn't. You know this. In league circles, Kyle's name remains gold.
Oh, yeah.
It's gold.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So if that's the premise, is there something that prevents him from winning the big one? And is it baked into what we're talking about, which is conservatism?
To win the big one, you need a certain degree of boldness.
I think what I'm feeling is related to what you're saying. So I'm only going to give this a certain measure of agreement because I am a Shanahan fan. Yeah. I will not stop being a Shanahan fan.
You got to save your spot in his basement.
Well, I think he's a phenomenal coach. I think he's a phenomenal football coach. But if there were a question I had about him, it would be this. And I think it's related to what you're saying about being conservative, is that Kyle's approach feels robotic and formulaic. In other words, it's almost like watching someone coach a football game the way Farhan Zaidi used to build a roster, which is to almost be like, mathematically, this should work. Right?
Yeah.
I have the play call, and we will get the lead, and then it's almost like he's playing the game before the game even happens. We're going to go out there, we're going to get a 10-point lead, they're going to do what I tell them to do, and then we're going to keep the 10-point lead, and we're going to win the football game. He's largely been right, more often than not, for sure. But my questions for him come when things go sideways and when they fall behind and when people make major mistakes that they shouldn't make. And maybe that's not fair. How can you hold it to a coach when somebody like totally goes out there and just fumbles a football? That's not the coach's fault. But like, I do think there's a fair question to be asked of like, okay, what do you do when things go wrong? I think in today's NFL, you need to be able to offer, we're down by 10 in the fourth, we can still go win this game. I've got the horses to go out there and be dynamic and come from behind. And they haven't. They haven't in the past.
Yeah, I think even I get what you're saying when you bring up the 10-point lead in the fourth. That is to a point where it's almost so dire that there's no question but you got to be aggressive, right? Like Kyle Shanahan facing a 4th and 1 from midfield, down 10 in the fourth, he's probably going for that. If he's facing a 4th and 1 from midfield in the second quarter, he's punting that. Like there's a time and score that just kind of dictates what you have to do. What is happening now is even when the time and score isn't dictating it, you're still going for it more often. I think formulaic is a good word. And I don't mean to be like the Mr. Follow the Analytics 24/7 guy, because I think there's time where you can follow, what you feel is right and your gut. But there is just a big portion of, you convert this 4th down at any time in the game, it's going to lead you to a much better chance at 7 points. And you have a kicker who is questionable at best, and this is a 50-yard field goal. Why is this even a question? It's 4th and 2, Kyle. Go for it. Like, you have a kicker you don't trust. It happened at the end of the Lions game. Happened in the Lions game a couple of times. Yep. In the Lions game, okay, whatever. It's the end of the season. You actually probably want to lose, even though they'll never admit it, because you want a better draft pick. You have nothing to play for at that point other than personal pride.
Yeah, it helped. It helped.
Why are you putting Jake Moody out there? Go for it on 4th and short from a 55-yard field goal. What is the point? I think there is just so many more opportunities for Kyle to make himself a little uncomfortable and do something that he normally doesn't feel is right, but the numbers suggest is right.
That's and I think you're touching on kind of I think the same area which is where my head is, which is just, and that's what I mean by kind of robotic and formulaic. If Jake Moody goes out, you send him out there, you wanted him to go for it on 4th and 2.
Yeah.
But we could all agree, like if he makes the field goal, well, that's probably a pretty good thing for the 49ers analytics in this particular football game. And the way Kyle's brain works is we have arrived at 27-yard line, inact kicker should make kick, but kicker misses kick.
Yes.
And Kyle's like, that was not what we had planned. And it's like, I guess maybe it's unfair. Can you ask people to just be always ready for the unexpected? But that's my thing. 49er football doesn't feel like it's always ready for the unexpected. And the unexpected is going to happen. It's going to happen a lot.
So the Commanders-Eagles NFC Championship game, I think, is a great example of this. The Commanders' first drive, like a 17 or 18 play drive, yes. 2 4th down conversions, and then they, on 4th and short, they kicked a field goal. The first 4th down conversion was, it might have been right around midfield or maybe just on their own side.
I think it was just over somewhere in there.
It was close. So not in field goal range, but it was 4th and short. They go for it. They get it. Okay. And then they got another 4th and short, or maybe it was 4th and intermediate. It was in deep field goal range. the way the analytics model projects that is, okay, we could kick a missable field goal here, but again, it's missable. It's not even close to a sure thing. So the analytics suggests on 4th and 3 or whatever it was, better to go for it because you have a much higher probability of getting the first down than you do of making the field goal. Okay, so you get that one as well, and you keep going. And then you get into chip shot field goal range, and you get to 4th down again. 4th and short again, and the odds of converting on that 4th and short are basically the same as the odds on converting on the other 4th and short.
Maybe the field gets a little shorter.
Similar.
Field gets a little shorter, but yes.
But the main difference is that field goal is now nearly for sure.
That thing's a cookie.
And that's the difference. And not that I necessarily agree with that decision by Dan Quinn and the Commanders, but I can understand it a little bit more because that field goal is like, yeah, you can count on that happening 99 out of 100 times.
Right.
Where the 50-plus yard field goal, like, okay, maybe if you get lucky, you're making that 7 out of 10 times. If you're lucky.
Right. Yeah, and those analytics, I think the one flaw in them is that they're not taking into account who's playing, what's the weather, who's the opponent, what are they good at. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're the Commanders and you've got Jaden Daniels, then your 4th and 2 is not baked like every other 4th and 2. And that is something that I think that's what Steve Young was talking to last Friday when he talked about, like, let's lean into Brock Purdy's aggressiveness and athleticism a little bit more. Like, he needs to be able to challenge that line of scrimmage a little bit more, and he can. And so, just like anything else, every other year, I'm sure that all play callers spend a lot of time studying what worked and what did not work and what they want to try a little bit differently next year, and it's my hope that that's one of the things they try a little bit differently next year. I'd like to see when Brock Purdy is running, it's not because his butt is on fire and everything broke down around him. No, it's because they planned it that way. They gave him a read option, and what he saw was, oh, I can run 2 yards for the first down. Do that.
Yeah.
Do that. It's very hard to stop. We see it all over the place in the league. He's not Lamar. He's not Jaden. I think he runs just as fast as Mahomes does.
Mahomes isn't those dudes either.
And Mahomes does it all the time.
Ran for 2 touchdowns in the AFC Championship game and another big 4th down conversion.
And Brock did that against Detroit in a game they lost. He showed that ability. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Thanks for calling, Jose. What's going on?
Hey, hello, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Look, most people, they have a certain degree of genius, I guess you could say, whether it is scientific genius, or in this case, like Kyle, football genius, have a certain degree of COPD. I mean, it seems like they have obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, and it seems to me like Kyle at times he has two things that are going for him that are going to keep him from getting the championship if he doesn't change. One, his ego. Okay, in his mind, my way is what works. If you don't do what I'm telling you, it's on you as a player. It's not on me as a coach. Okay? The problem with that is, like you said, there are things that are out of his control. And the way he coaches sometimes is like he's in control of everything, including what the other team is going to do. Where the obsessive-compulsive disorder falls is where if he knows very well that he has a bad kicker, why sometimes does he put himself in situations where he's going to be kicking for field goals, okay, instead of taking a chance? Because he cannot let himself take a chance. To him, if he does that, then he's deviating from what in his head should work. It seems like he's tripping on his own tie all the time. If he doesn't change, it's going to be another year where, hopefully we're going to get to the NFC Championship game and we're going to lose again.
Jose,
because he doesn't get in.
Yeah, you're making some very interesting points. I want to ask you a question. Because that idea of I'm going to kick because that field goal should go through, and then it doesn't. So is your response, I'm genuinely curious here, is your thought, hey, Kyle, why don't you go for it on 4th down? Or, hey, Kyle, get a better kicker. Jose, how do you respond to that?
Well, there's a problem. How is he going to get a better kicker in the middle of the game? He has to work with what he has.
I mean, I'm not saying.
Unfortunately, what he has is not working.
Jose. You're not answering the question with the idea that, like, it's 4th and 4 and the play clock is running. Like, you can get a better kicker as quickly as next week. There are kickers sitting there. They had to do it twice this year. You know what I mean? Like you
and that's that's what I was telling you about his ego. He refuses to admit when he makes a mistake. They made a huge mistake by drafting this guy. Okay, he was bad from year one. Granted, he made a few kicks, but he didn't see the consistency that the guy was supposed to have. I mean, he doesn't have to learn a playbook like all the other players do. Okay, he doesn't have to figure out defensive schemes. All he has to do is just kick the ball. That's his only job. And once he showed that he had no confidence in himself and he had the tendency to miss field goals, why did they keep going at him instead of bringing some competition? The guys that brought in last season when he got injured play a lot better than he did. So, like I said, his idea of this thing about him not accepting when he makes a mistake, that's one of his biggest faults.
Okay, Jose, before you go, what do you say when the Niners send Jake Moody out onto the field?
Shoot, man, that's enough for me, dog.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, thank you, Jose. Appreciate it. Let me say this. Jose was spitting some interesting stuff there. I don't think that what you heard Kyle Shanahan say down the last few weeks of the season was him not admitting that Jake Moody was a mistake. I don't think that. What I think was he's not going to admit it then. You will know if Kyle Shanahan is ready to admit the mistake on Jake Moody based on what he does this offseason, not what he tells you right before week 16. Because Kyle Shanahan is not going to say that in a press conference when you are in the midst of the game week and you're going with what you got. Then you back those people. You encourage them. That's what teammates do. You have their back and you try to instill them with confidence. I think that happens a lot in sports where you'll hear a coach or a general manager say something in front of a microphone. You're like, oh my God, he gave him a vote of confidence. Well, there's a reason they call it the dreaded vote of confidence. Because very often you'll hear them get the vote of confidence and next week they get fired. So I would be, this is how I'll say it, shocked if the Niners, at minimum, didn't bring in major competition in camp for Jake Moody, and that's if Moody even makes the camp roster. They were already scouting one of the top kickers in the draft. They were at his workout this week.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you about that yesterday. Andres Borregales. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that
Florida?
Right. Miami. Yeah, one of the top kickers in this year's draft.
And they were at his workout.
Get ready for another third-round pick on a kicker, huh? Is that what we're ready for? He's got his man, part two.
I don't think that would go over well.
No, it would not.
But doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. What would you rather they pick in the third round, a kicker or a running back?
Oh, God.
Exactly.
It's not that hard of a question.
Exactly. No, it is kind of. There's a lot of PTSD
if you can promise me that the kicker's really good, kicker. But other than that, no. Running back.
Okay. All right.
Doesn't make me feel good, though.
Are the Giants cheap? Is that a fair criticism?
They spend a good amount of money. I just don't think they spend it wisely. I don't know if I can call them cheap. I just think I can call them not smart.
Well, okay. Steven is on our call screen today, and Steven does a lot of work covering the San Francisco Giants. And when I said, are the Giants cheap, he just looked at me and went, gave me a big old thumbs up emoji. So, I mean, here's how I'd answer it. 2 years ago, they had a payroll that I thought was unacceptable. I don't think that the San Francisco Giants should ever not be one of the top 10 payrolls in baseball. Do they spend money? It's been a little bit different each year in how they've gone about doing it. Sure, the Willie Adames contract makes it sound like, hey, look at us. Look at us flexing our muscle financially. And last year, I do think they bled in to the top 10 in payroll. I think, in fact, they were 10.
They were 10.
They were number 10. Okay, so that's better. But if you still look around baseball in terms of who's got money, who's got marketing, who's got that financial juice, the Giants, and I don't even know if all Giants fans know this, The Giants are absolutely, unequivocally one of the top 6 or 7 most powerful teams in baseball in terms of marketing, branding, their stadium, the surrounding area of the stadium, all of this. And so I do have trouble still. Like, I'm glad Buster Posey is running things, but the big dirty secret that I don't hear enough about is that I do not yet trust ownership of the San Francisco Giants. They green light Adames, okay, great. Sure, you went after Judge, you offered it, and Harper, and whatever you think about the way the Correa thing went down. You know, I know the conspiracy theory, which is, they didn't sell any tickets, so they backed out of the deal. But then so did the Mets, and the Mets are spending money like it's going out of style. So, like, I don't know the ins and outs of that, but when I hear before the offseason even starts, the Giants ownership is upset at the way this played out, and the response to that is we're peeling back on payroll. And then you watch the way this played out, which is we'll give you Adames, but by the way, we're not really going to spend much else, and now we're going to ship off one of our relievers and do nothing with the money. Those kinds of things, there are little clues that this ownership group is absolutely, completely unwilling to battle the Dodgers. Like, there's absolutely no way to battle the NL West if you don't want to flex your financial power. And do I think they do that all the way? No, I do not. I absolutely do not. Does that make them cheap? That word's a little strong for how I would describe it. I'll just describe it the way I did. I do not think they flex their financial power to the end.
They've been no worse than 12 in terms of highest total payroll in each of the last decade.
They should never be below 7.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think where I'm coming from is sometimes they feel a little cheap because they're not spending as much as the Red Sox or the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Cubs or whoever else you throw up there. I also feel like even when they're spending money, it is not always in the best spot. And I feel like that's what the Soler contract was last year.
For sure.
And yeah, okay, so you can throw the Soler deal onto the 2024 payroll, and it makes it look like they're trying harder, but we all knew that Soler wasn't going to be this crazy great acquisition. We had hopes that maybe
I thought he'd be better than it was.
We had hopes that maybe he'd hit 25 home runs. I don't know how you felt. I didn't think he was going to hit 30 and be the first Giant to hit 30 since Barry Bonds.
I never predict 30 in Oracle Park.
No.
Like 30
never.
is bananas in that ballpark.
And we can, they can fall back on, we made a competitive offer for Ohtani. We made a competitive offer for Judge. And we made a competitive offer for Bryce Harper. And same thing for Stanton way back when. But they just don't want us. So what do you want us to do? Spend money elsewhere just for the sake of spending money? No, I want you to be smarter in the people you're going after. You won baseball games and World Series by having the best pitching staff in baseball and by being one of the best fielding teams in the league, not by having these crazy 30 home run hitters in your lineup. So spend money the way that it works for your franchise instead of chasing this crazy dream of a player that you're probably not even convinced is ever going to come to you, even if you offer the most money.
Well, and it's a very, very tough spot because what the last regime was selling for a long time is that we're ready to spend once that farm system starts paying off. Because if you look around baseball, and this is true, like teams that are really consistently good, you do have to have homegrown talent. And so that's great to say. We're going to spend as soon as the homegrown talent gets here.
It just never gets here.
The homegrown talent gets here, and you're like, they're not that talented. So now we got to start over with new homegrown talent, and you look down at the farm system, and you go, there isn't any.
And if you don't have a good farm system developing players that's on your big league team right now, you can go out and sign a free agent or two for big money, but 2-3 good players on your team, you're not going to be good.
No.
So what's the point of spending that money in the first place?
It has to be augmented. And maybe that's a little unfair because I think we do go into this year going, is Elliot Ramos actually all-star level? Is Tyler Fitzgerald actually that? If they are, is Hayden Birdsong this? If they are, well, then here you go. The homegrown talent is starting to pay off. But those are still big ifs, number one. And number two, Baseball America's Top 100 just came out. You know how many Giants are on it?
One? Bryce Eldridge. Who's what? He's in the top 10, right?
I don't even think
Is he?
I think he might be in the teens. I'll look it up. Yeah. I don't know if he made the top 10. I could be wrong on that, but he's big time prospect. But he's the only one who made the top 100. Hey, this real quick, also from our guy Slates.
Oh,
Anthony Slater has this. 2 things. Number 1, Steph Curry officially cleared to play tonight. So Steph versus Shea is on. Okay, so we got that aspect of it. But then listen to the rest of his tweet. This is interesting. This is unconfirmed, but Slater says it sounds like Quentin Post could enter the starting lineup.
Oh.
TJD's got a migraine headache, and not a real one. This is not good news for him because his minutes have slowly been going away, and Quentin Post is part of the reason. But here's what Steve Kerr said. He would not reveal his starting lineup, but simply said to the assembled media, we're trying to set a record for the most starting lineups used in a season. So at least the joke and the indication was there's another change. And Slater believes it's Quentin Post. And the way I sort of view this is Slater's not going to guess on Twitter and guess wrong. So I'm going to bet it's about a 90% chance that Quentin Post is starting this game tonight.
So you don't think it's Pat Spencer is the change in the starting lineup?
I do not, but he made the Rising Stars game and Quentin Post did not. So how about that?
Yeah, for the G League. He's on the rising. I didn't know they did that for the G League.
And TJD made it for the actual established team. And the Warriors are almost like, actually, he's not rising that much. He's kind of falling at the moment.
He started last night, played the first 6 minutes or whatever, and then did not play the rest of the game.
Didn't play again. So that's look, I think that the simplified way to have a conversation right now, more shooters. TJD's not a shooter. Quentin Post is. TJD's not a shooter. Guy Santos is. Shooters.
I felt kind of silly talking about this last week. I felt that Quentin Post should be starting because, I mean, this is a guy who had one nice game, and he's, the 57th overall pick? And, okay, we don't know a ton about him. Is he a flash in the pan? But given the weaknesses of the roster and the lineup, I don't know how you can't play him more, especially alongside Steph. After the game against the Bulls, when he made 5 threes and scored 20 points, Steve Kerr, I don't think Steph said this at all. Steve Kerr said to the media, Quentin Post made Steph Curry the happiest man inside of Chase.
Yeah.
I don't know how that can be the truth and how you can't just pair that up more often.
Right.
I'm kind of a little shocked it took this long for him to be in the starting lineup, honestly.
It's an interesting skill set. Again, I'm not going to go anywhere with regard to Quentin Post is going to be a great player in the league or whatever. It's an interesting skill set that the Warriors need.
Retire the number.
Yeah. Exactly.
What number does he wear?
Who the hell knows?
21? Yeah, 21.
Is it?
21.
Oh, okay.
He used to wear 12, so he switched it, I think.
You could have told me anything other than 30, and I'd have believed you. But anyway, guess who's on the line? It's Caleb in Livermore. Do you recognize that name?
Oh, our winner.
Yeah, our winner is on the line. Hey, Caleb, congrats. We're looking forward to meeting you, man.
Same here, man. How's it going, guys?
Let's go. What a big day.
Yeah, exciting, man. I thank you guys, man. I appreciate it. I can't wait for it. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, thank you for listening, man.
Of course. So, I know the Quentin Post stuff, first off, that's exciting. I get to see him in the starting lineup for the first time. But 2 things I want to talk about. Actually, no, I'll just keep one thing. If you guys had to get any player at the trade deadline, now it has to be realistic, right?
Yep.
Who would that player be, and how do you think it would fit into this team? Who would it be? And it has to be realistic, though.
Yeah. Caleb, again, congrats. Thank you for listening. Thanks for the call.
And we'll see you on March 3rd.
We're going to see you on March 3rd. I have a sense that you and I are going to answer this the exact same way.
Me and you?
Yeah, you want to do it at the exact same time? I'll count down 3, 2, 1, and then let's say the name.
I hope this name is realistic.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Zion.
Cam Johnson. Okay, it's not the same person.
I thought he was going to say Cam Johnson, too.
I thought he was going to for sure say Cam Johnson. Yeah, I'd answer Cam Johnson. Because I think that
I thought you were a Vucevic guy. Huh?
I am. But because Cam Johnson, it is realistic, but I don't get the vibe that the Nets and Warriors are going to get together on two different deals.
Cam Johnson's definitely more realistic than Zion, though.
Yes. I really don't get the sense that Zion's going to go
Probably
anywhere.
not at the deadline.
No, I really don't think so. But we'll see. But Cam Johnson, to me, really good fit, unbelievable two-way player, young, not that expensive, and however long his contract goes, I'd want him here anyway. To me, that's one of those, that would be a feel-good acquisition.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If I were to take Zion off the table, I think I would probably then say Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily because I think Cam Johnson makes the Warriors a title contender or makes them even a team that could win a playoff series, although if things fall right, I guess I wouldn't be shocked. But it's because he's got 2 more years left on his deal, and that's just a really, really good player to have on your team for more than just a year.
And by the way, John Bloom, who my friend who's the voice of the Suns, who is going to join us, by the way, on Friday. Yeah, right?
Nice.
Come on, the Suns are in town. Anyway, remember when when we talked to him last time, he could not stop beaming over Cam Johnson.
Sounded like one of his favorite players
Seriously,
ever.
Like the player, the person, all of those things. And Cam, of course, that's where he used to play. Okay, 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in on this. The disappointment level for any of these three teams, which order do you sort of put it in? Warriors, 49ers, and Giants in this current moment. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Grandy is in for Dibs. This is Willard and Dibs.
Sensabaugh to Collier. Back to Sensabaugh. Against the zone. Holds a man on his hip. Post chases him outside. Takes the jumper. It's off the front rim. Schroeder comes back. Rebound. Finds Post. Post right down Broadway to the rim, and he dunked it. Heel back to Post. Above the break left side. Jumper up. It's good. A 3-ball for Post.
He does not mind firing him up there, does he?
No, he doesn't. He's not shy. Nope. Peyton low right. Look at the post up. Shoveled up top. There goes Post. Another 3 for Quinton Post. 80-69.
He doesn't even think about passing it if he's open.
Yeah.
Dub Nation, it's Quinton Post. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And he shouldn't. Like, that's the whole message, right? If you're a three-point shooter and you're open, shoot the ball. I don't want to be passing out of an open look. Good
Shot
for you,
created.
Quentin. Yep.
You got to put it up.
The word is that Quinton Post is potentially in the starting lineup tonight. Steph is in. OKC is here. E-Dog Evan Giddings is 10 minutes away. It's also time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Warriors made 17 three-pointers last night. And that means another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Dennis Schroeder with 5 of them. Pods had 4. Wiggins and Moody, 3 each. That's the 23rd donation of the year for Triples for Autism. To make a donation yourself or get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com.
It would have been nice if they hit 18. That final stretch where they got like 3 offensive rebounds and attempted 4 threes. Did you watch the reaction of the bench during that possession?
You should have seen my reaction having the Warriors minus 11.5 while they were up by 11. Yes, I did see the bench's reaction.
I imagine it's like most of us probably watching the game at home where we're all like, oh, 3. Oh, miss. Oh, offensive rebound. Kick it out. 3. Oh, miss. Oh, offensive rebound. Just over and over.
I mean, and gambling is so stupid because it's an 11-point game with 30 seconds to go. We shouldn't have cared that much, but we did. How does one of those not go in? It's unbelievable.
Steph gets off the bench, starts to celebrate, it misses. He like kind of drops his arms down, and then they get the offensive rebound. He kicks it back out, and he puts up the 3 fingers, slowly brings it down. And
I mean, it's like, dude, are your arms hurt? They're going up and down so much. Anyway, one more reminder, Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on. Travel, accommodation for 4. If you win, you and 3 guests go to Vegas, and each of you and each of your guests get $5,000 a piece. Total of $20,000. Ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen for a minimum of 1 hour each day, and you get a daily entry every day. That's all you have to do. Download the app, log in, listen for at least an hour, and you're in. Okay? It's a national contest. Download the Odyssey app. You might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. So we had a couple of funky NBA things on the way out the door here.
Okay.
Adam Silver said something weird on the Dan Patrick Show that we want to throw out there. But before we do that, I just saw this little factoid on the World Wide Web, and I thought I would share it with you because it is a wowza.
Okay.
A wowza. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Either last night or tonight. Did the Sixers play tonight? Sixers. They do. Okay, the Sixers are playing right now. They're hosting the Sacramento Kings. In the career of Joel Embiid, this is his 400th missed game. Are you ready for the number? You know what I'm about to give you, right?
How much money he's been paid to sit on the bench.
Ready?
I'm ready.
$125.7 million.
Rain dance!
To watch ball.
Cash me out one time!